helmet fitting. Little twitch outside the off stump and he's gone. So Archer's taken both wickets now, 12 for 2. Tongue bowls, driven down the ground. I think Ravindra's going to play his shots here. It was a half volley, it was in the slot, but he's taken it on. And Ravindra could be dangerous from England's perspective here. The lead 113, the lead growing. It's 29 for 2, the actual score.
Atkinson bowls, again Ravindra drives, this time he gets it through. It was a dive from Stokes. If anyone was going to stop it, it would be Stokes. Sprawled away to his right hand side. I thought he was going to stop it, but he did not. And it's gone away to the boundary for 4. That was a fine shot from Ravindra. He looks as though he fancies taking Atkinson on. I don't know whether it's because Atkinson is bowling quite full.
How many balls have been bowled round the wicket versus over? Is that workoutable?
It is workoutable.
Sorry, Zods. 10 to 5.
That's literally what I'm here for.
Okay, good. Okay, sorry, I'm still getting used to this. Tongue continues. 44 for 2 to Nicholls. Back of a length edged. Oh, it's beaten Joe Root on the right. At a wide first slip. It's catching height. And Tongue looks gutted. Root is still lying on the floor because a conventional first slip is gobbling that up chest height. 4 runs added, 48 for 2.
It's absolutely flowing. They've been tinkering, haven't they, with 2 slips, 1 slip. It's that back of a length, and Nicholls has pushed, and it's Harry Brook, actually.
Oh, sorry, Brook.
Has gone there. He was standing very close. He's in front of where Jamie Smith is. And that has just absolutely flown past him.
Atkinson to Nicholls. Edged, taken! Brook takes it this time. Tumbling to his right. And the outside edge is found, and Gus Atkinson bowling that back of a length. Finds the edge. England take their third. 51 for 3.
Yeah, a fine catch from Harry Brook. This is when I don't think the slow-mo will give this one catch justice. This will be one of those, you should take it. But the way he's moved to that catch, technically absolutely superb. Elbows close together, head towards the ball. That is a very good slip catch. And pretty much identical to the one which went past him from Josh Tongue. Josh Tongue's end, but just a smidgen closer to allow him to get to the ball.
Tongue is in, Ravindra flicks this away, fine, down to the boundary for 4, just straight onto the pads. Good shot by Ravindra, who stayed positive. He moves to 27. New Zealand are 59 for 3 and lead by 143.
Well, that's the thing about Ravindra. He scores quickly once he's in, doesn't he? And he'll be furious in the way he got out in that first innings.
You'd think he would be. You'd think he would be. Because, I mean, this game is so strange, though. It's sort of changed those 4 wickets in an hour at the close of play after watching 317 for none. I feel like I've watched like 3 different games of cricket
I know what you mean.
in 3 days.
On 3 different pitches.
Yeah. Tongue in again, short, whacked away, square at a wicket, out on the offside for 4. That was a poor ball from Tongue. Wide and short outside the off stump and given the treatment. 63 for 3. Start with a couple of boundaries this over.
Here's Stokes. Inside edge there. Should be a couple of runs to Mitchell. The long leg I mentioned has to run to his right. And there's been a misfield down there out of our view. It's gone for 4. And it's Tongue who's done something he shouldn't that we couldn't see. He's got a balcony in the way here. We have to wait for a replay, but there was a big groan from the crowd. That should only have been 2 runs. It's gone for 4. And we'll see Tongue running round, picks up one-handed. Oh dear, it's nutmegged him. Now why did he do that? Stokes not happy. Not happy at all. I wouldn't like that look from Ben Stokes.
No.
Even from 100 yards away. 81 for 3. I recognise that run. It's our friend with the mallet, except he's not got a mallet. He's got a brush this time. Big broom. And he's running on. And he's got to sweep up the ends. He looks a bit stiff, doesn't he? He's sprinting on and off with that mallet.
Might need a massage tonight.
I think he will. He's covered some miles out there.
Exploit that. Calls it very full. It's hammered away by Ravindra. And Duckett, brilliant piece of fielding at mid-off. Magnificent. Full length to his right-hand side. Stops it, and it keeps it down to a single. And Bethel comes across to give him a low 5. Runs over from cover.
Well, that was the flying Duckett.
That's a tremendous stop. You got all of that, Ratchin. Full drive. Oh yeah, Ducky's his pants nearly came down.
Giving it everything for the team.
Stokes back over the wicket now to Ravindra, who waits. And Stokes is in, bowls his clip through square leg for 4. A dismissive stroke, and Stokes has missed his line and length there and is punished. New Zealand go past 100, and Ravindra goes to 51. 81 balls. Smith up to the stumps now. Leg slip, first slip, and a gully as Stokes is in over the wicket to Mitchell, and it's edged, and it's gone through that gap between first and the gully for 4 more. So welcome runs for New Zealand. That lead stretches. It's up to 191 now. Only 3 wickets down.
Bashiri. Oh, bowl's a horrible balloon moon ball.
Where's it gone?
It's horrible. It's the shoulder eye. It's gone down to the boundary. I think it's going to be no balls. I don't know if there was anything on it. Was there a bit of bat on it? There was. There's a bit of bat from Ravindra. It's going to get a warning. I don't suppose he's going to do it again. It's just flown out of his hand. The last ball of the day, defended by Ravindra to short extra cover. There will be no run. 120 for 3 is what New Zealand will finish on. A lead of 204. Comes folks. Oh, he's bowled him! He's gone through him! That's it! That's the nip! England have lost Brook. They've lost their 7th.
Stokes is in, bowls his clip through square leg for 4. New Zealand go past 100, and Ravindra goes to 51. 81 balls it's taken him to get there, and a good measured innings, and New Zealand needed it when he came to the crease. Good morning and welcome to the 4th day of the 3rd Rothsay Test match here at Trent Bridge between England and New Zealand, and it's been an encapsulating, enthralling game here and on a deteriorating pitch. It's been topsy-turvy. Both teams at times in this game have been in the ascendancy, and the game and the series feels as though it's in the balance here this morning. We're out in the middle. The players are warming up around us. Jofra Archer bowling just about 20 yards away from me. A touch cumbersome now, but he'll be fired up in 30 minutes or so. And England need him to be honest. The heavy rollers going up and down the pitch, and it's blustery and windy, and it's a touch cooler than it has been for the last couple of days. Few clouds in the sky. They are grey, but I don't think they're going to unleash any rain upon us, but it's definitely something to keep an eye on, and you can feel there are more friendly bowling conditions out here, maybe longer spells. And it's going to be fascinating as this test match wears on. Now, I'm talking about the weather, and my name's Stephen Finn, and I'm not a weather expert, so we're going to go immediately to the weather centre, and Elizabeth Rizzini is with us. Elizabeth, how's it looking in Nottingham today?
Hi, Stephen.
Good morning.
Well, actually, there's a very weak cold front coming through, so that's what the cloud and the breeze is about as well. It's a fairly brisk, well, it's a moderate, really southwesterly wind blowing as the cold front comes through. It could produce a few spots of drizzle, a few light showers, but you're right. I think if it does happen, it will probably happen in the next hour or so, and then after that it does look dry, I think, for the rest of the day. And behind the weather front, by the time we get to midday, 1 o'clock, it's all gone, and there should be some sunshine that will come through, and we'll keep those sunny spells, I think, for the rest of the day. You're right that it's a lot cooler than it has been of late. Behind the weather front, we can expect to see temperatures peak at around 23 or 24 degrees Celsius probably, and then into tomorrow. Would you like some tomorrow as well?
Absolutely, as much as you've got.
Yeah, well, tomorrow, again, a pretty nice day of weather. It's going to stay dry. There'll be some sunny spells on and off throughout the day. And once again, we'll see temperatures peak at around 24 degrees. So a lot more comfortable than it has been of late. The humidity is certainly a lot lower. There'll be some sunshine and it will stay dry. So yeah, much better conditions than all of that heat of the last few days. And no rain in sight for tomorrow. But you might just catch 1 or 2 showers, a bit of drizzle just from that weakening cold front today.
Brilliant, thank you, Elizabeth. You have a brilliant day. and we're set up to have a great day here. And joining me this morning in the middle, about 3 yards away from the pitch, and head coach Brendan McCullum, who is surveying that surface closely, are three people who have also been surveying that surface closely: Sir Alistair Cook, Alex Hartley, and Jeremy Coney. And Cookie, first of all, what have you made of this pitch, and what do you think it might do this morning?
Well, good morning, everyone. Well, I think it's been a brilliant Test match cricket wicket so far. Flat to start with, really flat. And then certainly yesterday when New Zealand bowled on it, they seemed to get a lot out of it, those cracks. And just standing here with the very heavy roller going up and down it, Brendan McCullum's been watching really closely and seeing if those cracks are moving. And I think he's pointed out to a couple. England need to find those cracks early. I was a little bit surprised actually yesterday. We're standing at the media centre end, whatever end you want to call it, and the right-handers, when England were facing the bowls on this end, the right-handers a perfect crack New Zealand hit, and we never saw that seam from England bowling this end, and I thought it was a real missed trick last night. I don't think they'll miss that trick this morning, and they're going to have to use that, because the game has changed so quickly and flipped from one side to the other so quickly. Will we see another flip? But England need to be excellent this first session to drag themselves back into the game and also get a total they think they can chase down.
Yeah, well, it's been so topsy-turvy. We've stood here every morning, I think, contemplating what's going to happen. And I think we've all got it wrong every day. So we're fantastic pundits. The score, New Zealand are 120 for 3 in their second innings. They lead by 204. And Jeremy, that feels a long way ahead in the game, but you Kiwis are cautious folk, aren't you?
Well, we're like Lazarus, really. We just keep coming back, Look, I think as far as today is concerned, much more, pleasant conditions for fielding. I think the low clouds might just give a little bit of movement. We've seen that in the morning sometimes here in England. As far as New Zealand are concerned, obviously they just have to get as many runs as they can. Ravindra is the key because he keeps the scoreboard ticking all the time, and that forces bowlers under pressure for length, and it also forces the captain to start to rearrange his field. So he is a key wicket, there's no doubt about that. Blundell and Mitchell have scored runs in this series so far. Santner can hold a bat also, but after that, not quite so much. Oh, Smith as well has got a few runs, sorry. Look, if New Zealand can get to a total perhaps that starts with a 3, and that includes the lead, obviously, it's going to be a very interesting chase. The pitch is desiccated, as we've talked about, and there are some, with player traffic, there are the footmarks that will interest spinners as well as quick bowlers, and there's some cracks. So, all in all, I think England need the currency is wickets. So they have to decide who are their most dangerous bowlers, open up with them, as New Zealand did yesterday, and then go through their work. And it may be at one end that's going to be Archer, it's going to be Atkinson, and maybe some Stokes. From the other end, it's the rest of them packing in together.
Alex, good morning. How big a day is this for this regime and coaching setup, and above that, does it feel significant?
It feels like a massive day, doesn't it? If England lose this Test match, then there's going to be a lot of chat. There already has been a lot of chat on will someone go? Is someone like Kesey going to have to be the one to step aside, or Brendan McCullum? There are going to be talks on if they lose this home series to New Zealand, because it feels like a series that England should be in control of from the start. They're a very strong side, but things just haven't been going well for England. There's a lot of outside noise. So yeah, look, it's a really important day. England will know that. It feels like a morning wicket where bowlers come on in the mornings, they're a little bit fresher, and that's where they've done the damage. So England will know that, because we saw it yesterday when they were batting.
How hard is it as a batter, and Cookie, and you know you're going to have to be chasing runs at some stage in this game? You thinking about how England might counter the keeper coming up to the stumps, which has been a really significant caveat to this series. How hard is it to not think too far ahead as a batter in this situation?
Well, first of all, in the field, you just got to do your job, but you are thinking about your batting. You've got to do your job in the field for the team, but you are absolutely thinking about batting. I watched Harry Brooks' net this morning, and there certainly wasn't that defensive game which I've seen him working on previously at the Oval Test match and before this Test match, it was backing away, carving over extra cover. I saw a ramp over the slips, I saw a ramp the leg side, so maybe that's a clue of how he wants to play, or is he just prepping for Wednesday's T20 game at Durham? Who knows, but I feel he will play aggressively. For me, the key will be Ben Duckett for this chase. Now, whatever New Zealand set, and they'll be hoping, Jeremy's saying starts with a 3, I think they'll push for 4 if they can. They've got 7 wickets left. They've got to lead a 200. Can they find another 200 runs, which I think will kill the game totally. But if they don't get closer to that 4, then, and it starts with 3 and it's under 350, then England will believe. This side is, I know it's not quite the same side it was a couple of years ago, but you couldn't write them off. You could not write them off. As a pundit, it was really hard in one sense, because if you ever came out of the really brave statements, not that I would ever do that, you'd get egg on your face. But for me, Ben Duckett will be the key, because if there is 350, and the only way they're going to do that is get off to a start, and he'll give them a start like a flyer, get the going, and suddenly you're down to less than 200 with Root, maybe Brook in, and they're the players who then can just knock it around in and control. So I'm going Ben Duckett, the key for England's chase.
That's interesting. I just want to pick up on your point about Brook there, because actually he did play defensively, but he didn't look like getting out, but he still scored quickly. It kind of felt like a decent blueprint for him in Test match cricket, but he's not satisfied with that, because he got out to a beauty. It wasn't as though he got out to a loose shot.
I think he's thinking, how am I going to put pressure on these New Zealand bowlers who, certainly for 2 of them, are very much wicket-to-wicket, keeper up, dare I say it, county cricket bowlers, and been really effective, and actually have stuck. I've asked questions which I don't think the England players thought they'd have to answer those questions too, and we saw it in the Ashes, and now we've seen it here. Harry Brook is one of those players which I think, because he's so good, people get frustrated by when he gets out, and he's almost made a rod for his own back, and I mean that of the highest of compliments. He averages 55. Some of his stats are unbelievable, and then people then expect that all the time, and it's not that easy. He's going through a little stage of his career now where, right at the beginning of his career, once he got in, he got hundreds, and now he's going through that stage, he's getting in and not getting hundreds. It's very normal. Players go through that, and he'll be thinking about that a little bit, but let's just get it, like, his stats are phenomenal, and is he ranked number 1 or 3? I can't remember which order Root and him in. So massive part of it, and if England are going to win this game, he's going to have to play, you feel, a very significant innings as well.
Who's the key for New Zealand with the ball in hand later? I mean, New Zealand's morning and afternoon is about setting up the game, but really this is going to be all about that 4th innings, isn't it? Is Mitchell Santner going to play more of a part, given those footholds and the dryness that we've seen? And here he is. As if he knew we were there talking about him. He was over our left shoulder, just looking down at those footholds on the pitch that he might target. Yeah,
certainly from the Radcliffe end also, there are areas there in the O'Rourke follow-through, which are the principal ones, at the Stuart Broad end, and they are in play. There's no doubt about that. So he'll be a key man, depending on how the seamers go. I mean, I thought the plan yesterday from New Zealand was sensible. Most of the bowlers, actually, you are standing up to. So it's Smith, it's anyone except O'Rourke, to be honest. So it keeps...
I wouldn't fancy standing up to O'Rourke.
You steal yards away from the batsman, so Harry Brook can't actually advance and hit over. And so if there's anything that frustrates him, it might be that. And so they can put pressure on. When I said 3, I meant you can bat as long as they want and as long as they can. They've got 2 days. If they can bat today, they'll bat it out. I just thought that was probably unlikely from what we've seen so far. Time comes into it as well with this pitch, because I think if you use the time, then it will also continue to deteriorate.
So England have their own spinner who did a bit of a job yesterday. Surprisingly, actually, I thought he was brought on quite quickly into the attack after 16 overs whilst the ball was still hard, and there was variable bounce for Josh Tongue from the Radcliffe Road end. Shoaib Bashir, he spoke to Simon Mann last night at the close of play, assessing his performance and England's.
How do you assess the overall state of the game?
Obviously, they're probably ahead of the game at the moment, I'd say. But, the game's changing massively. The wicket's spinning now, which is good signs for me. And yeah, it looked like the ball was doing a lot more today than it has done in these last few days. So yeah, we know quite positive and see where we can get to.
Does it feel like an unusual game? I mean, there have been big fluctuations throughout the match.
Yeah, it has. I mean, the wicket's played very, very strangely. It's a good wicket. We saw on day one where two openers, obviously the 300-run partnership, which shows you how good that wicket was. But yeah, it's changing, so we're looking forward to seeing where we can get to tomorrow.
What do you think might be quite difficult to chase? What do you feel you need to keep them to?
I wouldn't put a number on it at the moment, as little as possible, obviously.
What about your experience? You bowled a lot early in the season, didn't you, in the Championship, 200 overs before the Lord's Test. Not much bowling in the last month or so. What was it like coming into this game without that, a lot of recent bowling behind you?
Yeah, to be honest, I've been training a huge amount. I made the move to Derbyshire, where Mickey Arthur took me under his wing. And yeah, I've bowled a lot more overs than I have done in the previous years, so I feel like my bowling is in a good place at the moment.
And what about your role tomorrow?
As you saw, the wicket's deteriorating a bit, so obviously my role is going to be a more important role. I've bowled here before in second innings, and yeah, it's been special. So I'll see what I can pull out my sleeve tomorrow.
Are you surprised at how the pitch has turned out today?
Not in particular. Like the weather's allowed the pitch to dry out, so there has been lateral movement and a bit of bounce. But yeah, we're at Trent Bridge, so yeah, anything can happen.
Well, that was Shoaib Bashir speaking to Simon Mann last night, and he was positive but maybe more realistic than we've heard England players in the past coming into the latter stages of a game, saying they need to restrict to New Zealand to as few as possible. No longer are they saying we'll chase as many as they want, and you wouldn't want to on this pitch. Alex, as a former spinner, how do you assess Shoaib Bashir's performance throughout this game, and what might he do today?
Yeah, firstly, I really liked his honesty in that interview to say, look, things didn't go our way today, but we need to fight back. I actually think he's bowled okay in this Test match. We've definitely seen him bowl worse, which I don't know if that's a good thing or not. But we have seen him bowl worse. I think at times he's been slightly too full. When he's bowled about the 53 mile an hour mark, he's got spin off the surface and he has looked quite threatening. But actually, as a whole throughout this Test match, he's been bowling around that 57, 58 miles an hour, and he's not getting much turn off the surface. So he's bowling a lot quicker than we have seen in the past. I think it's probably a little bit of bravery of knowing that on this surface I've got to take the pace off, but there's a danger I'm going to get hit down the ground as well. So I hope he comes out today. We saw him bowl, for me, too early yesterday when the ball was hard. The seamers were doing all sorts with it. We saw a lot of nip from the media end, and Bashir came on a little bit too early. I would have liked him to come on when that ball was a little bit older. But now the ball is a little bit older. Maybe he'll come on early this morning, but hopefully he's brave and can take a little bit of pace off and get the turn out this surface.
Yeah, well, we are in the middle, and the nets have been packed up by the ground staff, and they're being shepherded out towards the groundsman hut, which is at the Radcliffe Road end of the ground, and the stands are filling, and it feels like a pleasant day. It is blustery. My hair is blowing all over the place, which is not a good look, but it's going to be a fascinating day of cricket. And Cookie, when you're here and you're watching as a former captain, and you cast your mind back to when you were in situations like this, what are you saying in the dressing room? Are you trying to get the guys to focus on the immediate future without looking too far ahead?
Well, I think this game's proven you can bounce back at any stage. England have been totally out of this game at 300 for naught, and they played brilliantly on day two, and they fought themselves back into almost parity. And then New Zealand, who on the beginning of day three, thinking, cool, this could be a really long day for this inexperienced bowling attack, they fought their way back. So England had to take great confidence from that this can fluctuate. I think it's almost an indication of both sides not really being absolutely confident in their own side, if that makes sense. A side who's been winning quite a lot I don't think will let those situations go and be ruthless. So England got every chance, and I'm going to echo what Jeremy said. Like, Ravindra is the key here for this morning's session, in terms of, we saw it at the beginning of day two with Mitchell and Blundell, excellent batters who've got excellent records here, both scored hundreds here actually in their last tour. But they're more accumulators. They didn't put the pressure back on England. They didn't really stamp their authority on that situation, 300 and whatever they were, 40 odd for 4. You know, they kind of like try to protect the situation. Well, I don't think Ravindra will do that this morning. And if he goes for half an hour to an hour, he will have that field pushed back, because England will have to then get that hard balancing out, which we know as a captain, where you need to take wickets because you've got to bowl them out, but you can't leak runs. So you're trying to find that balance. I was intrigued a little bit last night with the Bashir bowling as many overs as he did from this end, and why the infamous. No, not the infamous, the famous walkie-talkie, which it seems that Brendan McCullum wasn't used to say, OK, I've seen it for a couple of overs, why not seam a bit of seam here? So I would love to ask that question. Maybe they did, and maybe Ben Stokes, as is his right as a captain, said, no, this is what I feel, this is what I want to do. And that's why it's really interesting as a pundit, isn't it? Because if you actually could speak to Ben at the time saying, why are you doing this, mate? Well, I was pulling my hair out saying, we've got to bowl a seam at this end, but he could have quite easily countered that argument saying, this is how I see it, and blah, blah, blah. So it was a strange 7 or 8 overs for me for Bashir, but England, I will be amazed. In fact, I will get in my car and drive off if they don't start with 2 seamers this morning.
Well, you heard it here first. There'd be a lot of half hours in the rotor to fill if you did get in your car. Jeremy, sorry, just before you go, we've lost Sir Alistair. He's strolling back off.
He's given us so much today. He's exhausted.
Yeah, he's all talked out. He's off to have a 10-minute break before he starts the show. How significant is this for New Zealand, winning, the potential of winning here, evoking the memories of 1986 for yourself? How does it feel like a big deal for New Zealand?
Oh, it's a big deal, all right. We've been coming here since 1927, before you were born, Finney. And look, we've won 7 only test matches. So any test match we win is an important one. If it's also a test match that will claim a series. The last one was in 1999 at the Oval. So that's a good old 25, 26 years ago. And so this is a very important day. And I feel at the first part, it's the critical first hour. Can New Zealand get in and stay in and not lose too many wickets? If they lose 1 or 2, Ravindra is such an important figure in this first hour. If he's able to get a few boundaries away and England can't stop him scoring, then that's a concern. So, look, it's a keenly balanced game, isn't it? Don't you think?
I completely agree. And it's the beauty of Test match cricket, isn't it? Every single day of this game has had a roller coaster of emotions. We've turned up at the beginning of every day and not known exactly what's going to go on, and that is why I think I share the sentiments of the team that just absolutely love Test match cricket, and who knows what's going to unfold this morning. We're out 10 minutes away from the start of play, and we're wandering back towards the boundary. We've lost Jeremy Coney, he's off to do TV duties, and I'm still here with Alex Hartley. And the England women have been absolutely flying in this World Cup. They've won every game. They beat New Zealand last night. They're in the semi-finals. How exciting!
Yeah, really exciting. 5 from 5. They've absolutely dominated every single game that they've played. They've been a pleasure to watch, and they've played the best I've known England women play for at least 4 years.
What's so good? What have they done so well?
They've fielded really well. The massive thing for me, we've not seen them under pressure yet. Obviously, we've not got through to it. We've not played the semi-final. They've played games. They had an easier group, let's say. But their fielding has been outstanding. There was 6 drops against West Indies, but I would say 4 or 5 of them they wouldn't have got anywhere near 18 months ago. That's been a huge improvement from them.
And is that the Charlotte Edwards effect, because she came in, laid down the law of the land, and with an eye on this World Cup and the importance and the significance, and it can't be lost, can it? You guys won that World Cup in 2017, and how it propelled women's cricket forward there and the interest in the game. Hopefully that doesn't weigh too heavy on them, but it's a fantastic opportunity.
Yeah, but the pressure is a privilege, is what Nat said, the captain, Nat Sivabrunt. And England have never lost the home World Cup. They won in 2009, we won in 2017, and now a huge opportunity for them now in, 2026, seems like ages ago, 17. But with that, the crowds yesterday, we've had double headers all throughout this World Cup. They had a standalone game at the Oval yesterday, 21,500 people there to watch. The Oval basically sold out. Women's cricket has completely changed in this country. You know, there are people interested, people do want to watch, and the whole country is behind them. So they've got a semi-final on Tuesday or Thursday. They still don't know yet.
Who would they rather play?
They definitely don't want to play Australia in a semi-final. They would rather play South Africa, not India.
Okay, well, we can't wait to see how that unfolds, and yeah, the fact that they're into the semi-final so convincingly is a brilliant thing, and an opportunity to win a World Cup. South Africa are playing Bangladesh at the moment, and commentary is on Sports Extra 2 for people who would like to tune in with that. But we're about 7 minutes away from the start of play. There's no one on the outfield, just the 6 stumps in the ground and the bails. The crowd are starting to become excited. Not quite a frenzy yet. It's a sedate morning, but as the crowd fills up and this contest becomes even more enthralling, people will be engaged. The players just waiting at the side of the pitch there. Jofra Archer with 2 Tubey grips on his arms, tossing the ball to Tim Southey, the bowling coach. Shoaib Bashir is bowling a few to him, but I don't think it will be Bashir that starts. You'd think it's going to be 2 seamers here would be the logical option. That both teams referenced actually overnight that the ball has done more in the morning session, so 2 seamers feels sensible.
It would be ludicrous if it's not 2 seamers, wouldn't it? The bowlers should be a little bit fresher. There will be a little bit fresher. Archer and Atkinson, I would love to see open the bowling. If it's Archer and Tong, then so be it. They've gone for airspeed. But yeah, if it's not 2 seamers, I don't think there'll be some happy people up in the TMS commentary box.
Well, let's find out. We're about 6.5 minutes away from the start of play, and we've got 2 wise men to take us through the first for the first passage of play. It's Jonathan Agnew and Alistair Cook up there.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Stephen, very much indeed. Good morning, everybody. Lovely to have you with us on a much fresher day here at Trent Bridge. Flags blowing busily, and so we've got some high cloud and it's a blue sky about, but it's a completely different feel. And people coming in. I'm not sure if it is a complete sellout today. In fact, I'm pretty sure it isn't. But even so, a very healthy crowd. People wandering in, making their way slowly up the gangways and settling in for the day. Certainly a huge change from the first 2 days when people sat there like all became lobsters, really, broiling in the heat. So the familiar refrain of Jerusalem strikes up. England's field is ready, and this is let's talk about big sessions. Here's another big session, and England are going to have to strike here, and several times. One feels the lead 204 for New Zealand. They've got 7 wickets left. They got a bit of a mess on the second day in a similar position, didn't they, Cookie? They didn't seem quite to know how to move on, and that'll be a challenge for them today, perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought on day 2 they kind of try to protect their position and be a bit cautious and not grab the game by the scruff of the neck and push really ram their advantage home. I think Ravindra is very key for New Zealand in terms of the way he plays. He likes to score quickly. He doesn't like to let the bowlers settle. So if he gets going, that will then force Ben to have a few men out, because then you have to protect the runs, and run scoring becomes easy. But if you get him out early, then suddenly Blundell's in and you're back into that holding pattern, I suppose, with them trying to grind England down, Mitchell and Blundell, those kind of accumulators rather than stroke players. So there is still definitely hope for England. It's not lost by any stretch of imagination. New Zealand are ahead. You'd much rather be in New Zealand's shoes, but you can definitely win from this situation.
Well, both teams could win it. A draw actually seems the least likely option at the moment, doesn't it? I mean, there's so much time left with 2 full days to go, and with this setting up of the potential target, plenty of time, and so both teams will feel they've got a good prospect. But I think I'd rather be New Zealand's team, of course, at the moment. So we shall see. It could all change very quickly.
It can, and this game has changed so quickly that I don't think anyone, well, if they have, managed to predict the scores at the end of day 2 and day 3.
We've all got horribly wrong, actually.
There'll be some very wealthy people out there.
Yeah. No, it has been one of those games that this hasn't followed sort of the likeliest pattern, if you like, or the most likely pattern. Right, what have we got? We've got the umpires coming out now, and already looks as if they're having a look at the ball, and Ben Stokes has it in his hand, and he'll toss it away for others to have a look at, wrap their fingers round and so on. Jofra Archer, the last to come out, striding out into the middle now, and the batsmen are amongst them as well. So it looks as if Stokes actually is going to bowl the first over. He's going to bowl from this end, so no Bashir from this end, and I think there's a bit of surprise generally yesterday that there wasn't quick bowling from this end to the right-hander. So Stokes is going to do that by the look of it. He's just marking out his run now, and we'll see who bowls at the other. Probably Archer, I would imagine.
Well, I would say so. I mean, you could definitely go for Atkinson as well.
Yeah.
I think the way Archer bowled, in particular at the beginning of that second innings, where he was nasty to Conway and Latham and Nichols, but he has to really fly in, doesn't he, this morning?
Yeah, it's all or nothing, really. So about 85% of the seats have been sold, so you can still come in. £45 for adults, £25 for under 21s, a tenner for under 16. So those tickets are still available. There's 80%. That's a fair number. So do come along if you fancy it. The weather forecast is good. Might get a little bit of possible drizzle or something as a front goes through, but nothing serious. And we're about ready to go. The start of the fourth day. We've got 2 slips and a gully, also a leg slip. There's a cover point, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man down there in the distance at long leg. Looks like Josh Tongue from this range. And there with that stand, the new stand behind him. Well, it was new about 15 years ago.
I'm just going to say, we always call it the new stand. It's been...
Yeah, I don't know why, but it's still quite shiny.
What is it actually called? It can't just be called the new stand.
It's got a branded name. In goes Stokes then. First ball of the day, and he bowls. That's pushed away by Mitchell out to point. Fielded by Gay. And we're underway, and there's some applause from the spectators. If there are any Barmy Army here, you'll hear their version of Jerusalem start any moment now, which won't be quite as melodic as the one that was played over the screen.
I haven't heard it. Jerusalem on days 1 day or 2.
No, well, maybe
the
trumpeter's not here. I guess they're not singing, are they? Normally off the first ball, the Barmies break out into, well, I was going to say into song. So, sort of. 120 for 3. Stokes cruises in, bowls full. Mitchell on the front foot quickly shouts no as he plays that to mid-off. And there is no run. So cloud high, but there are some breaks. Looking over there, people filing up the gangways there. Someone coming in a bright pink hat, a flower pot hat, stands out in the crowd.
Without a shadow of a doubt, the most comfortable day to watch cricket out of the 4 we've had.
Oh yeah.
I think there'd be a few weary bodies, weren't there, after?
Oh, definitely.
From the crowd.
In goes Stokes, bowls, and Mitchell gets the first runs of the morning, reaching, playing quite wide, and driving out through extra cover. He didn't give it everything as such. He just checked the stroke. Well, he played the shot safely, I would say, because there was a bit of width on it. So he just made sure, bat onto ball, and picked up a couple of runs. 122 for 3. Quite a nice way to get away for the day, I think that would be. Just good foot movement, nice position.
Yeah, maybe. Again, what we did at the beginning of day 2, slight difference. That was a bit like, even his first defensive shot was a little bit more intensity in it, and then look for the run.
Yeah.
I don't think he would have done that on day 2.
Stokes quite wide of the crease. Bowls, oh, that goes straight through him. Very full. And Mitchell there saying, oh, I should have been on the front foot for that as well. He might have been. It was a very full length.
Now, has that hit the crack and gone a long way? No, not really.
It's a little bit, isn't it? Just held its own.
Yeah, more maybe. Oh, it has actually. Yeah, that was full, though, wasn't it? Very full.
That was a sort of length of Brook had, isn't it? The bowled.
Yeah.
That cut back. That one went away. And from Stokes' angle, that's actually done quite a lot. 122 for 3. Stokes again runs in. Is there any bowls? Oh, look at that one shoot along the ground. Oh dear, Stokes is smiling. That's a real grubber.
Okay, it's the last time I'm going to mention it. Why were we not seeing this on the 17th over yesterday?
Yeah, I know.
Last time, I'm done, Aggers. Positive.
Promise?
Done.
No, but you're right, and this is right. We've seen here 2 instances of why the seamer should be bowling at this end. We've had one that's actually gone through at a nice pace and nipped away off the seam. That one's shot along the ground. Anything wrong with it? Was it wasn't straight? So we know it's in Stokes' range now. 122 for 3. In he goes again, bowls, and Mitchell right forward squeezes that away to mid-off to end the first over. A couple of runs from it. But see, if you're England and you see that happening, think, yeah, great, we can bowl them out here. But think, okay, we've got to bat last on this.
Yeah, you do. But if those runs are below 300, then it only takes a magical innings, which this talented England batting lineup, without a shadow of a doubt, can do. So,
yeah.
New Zealand, if you're in New Zealand's camp, you will not be you're not thinking this is done or dusted or anything.
No, absolutely. But you don't want to see too many balls like that.
No,
do you? So it is Jofra then. It's going to bowl round the wicket to Ravindra. Right, they're putting a deep point back. That makes sense because he's very strong on that offside. And if Archer gives him any width, he'll go for it. But there's still 2 slips in a gully. And they're being quite meticulous as to where Gay stands out there. He's just behind square. Let's see how Archer gets on here. He's coming towards us. Sun behind cloud now. And he moves in now. Bowls to Ravindra. Gets a thick edge and Bethel dies desperately there in the gully. Can't prevent a single. So 123 for 3, and Ravindra goes to 61. The field changes round now for the right-handed Mitchell. Were there any, you had a look out there this morning, any cracks around for the right-hander from that far in?
But there are cracks on that wicket. They're just a little bit more prevalent than they were when I saw it yesterday, because those cracks were there. Again, if I was looking at the wicket, just purely if I didn't know what was had been going on, I wouldn't have said there'd be that much in the game. I saw Brendan McCullum looking at when the roller went over it to see whether the cracks moved.
Oh, yeah.
And he said, 1 or 2 might have moved a little bit, but it feels such a hard wicket. So I didn't think it would play as much as it did.
Archer comes in, bowls. Oh, hit him on the pad. Appeal for leg before wicket. That looks close. It's out. And Archer breaks through with his second ball of the morning. Mitchell very slowly wanders up to his colleague. He looked right back and across. And he does get quite square on and back and across. Let's see if he's going to review it. I think he's going to. He is. That looked out from here, but okay, it's not a perfect view, but let's have a look.
Player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I've checked the bowler's feet. Fair delivery. Front on, please.
Well, Archer was so confident he didn't do the turnaround for a while. And I must say, from here, it looked absolutely
Doesn't appear
dead.
to be any bat.
It's straight. It's just a question of height.
Bat or no bat, please.
It has been given out. I don't think he's edged it. It hits the top of the flap.
Ultra is coming up. Keep running it through.
He is on his toes.
Keep going through. There's a gap between bat and ball. No bat involved.
Umpire's call for
Ball
height.
tracking ready, please.
I think it's going to be umpire's call on height.
Here we go. Red.
Out.
Red.
Pitching is off.
Missing over the top.
Wickets.
Over the top.
Missing. Rod, I need you to reverse your out decision to not out. Stand by.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen that from a batsman. He's proper celebrated that. Mitchell's jumped up and down. Like, he has almost jumped up and down. He's, the old bat tap with Ravindra. I think he thought he was gone. But watch this reaction now. I know. It's a brilliant reaction, actually.
It is. Did a pirouette there in celebration. So Rod Tucker has to make the gesture there, the signal, that he got that one wrong. I mean, look, it always looks so far, doesn't it, when you look at the graphic that you're talking about.
He looked out. He looked out.
He did from here. He's got his backs to us, so we couldn't really see the height. But the replay was top of the flap. Archer again then has to come in and bowl to Mitchell, who gets behind this and push it out towards mid-off. Archer intercepts it on the way. So that celebration for England, I'm afraid, short-lived.
And great reaction from the crowd as well.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's the game-changing, isn't it? Like back when you bowled in the day, you wouldn't even bother appealing because it hit above the knee roll, wasn't it? Anything above the knee roll, you wouldn't give it out. umpires are definitely more willing to give it out. He was batting outside his crease as well.
Yes, he was.
So, but that's why DRS is good.
Archer bowls, and that's driven over his head there, hit into the pitch. A drive from Mitchell. Well, the point about the DRS, people can have their own views about whether it's accurate or not, but actually it does take the arguments out, really, doesn't it? I mean, if the computer says no, the computer says no, and that's the end of it, and there's no point arguing or being miffed about a decision. It's just,
and
just got to get on with it.
You should give the umpires more confidence as well,
yeah,
because they have that safety blanket. That if they do get it wrong, you know, it is overturned, and they don't then watch the next 4 or 5 hours knowing they've made a mistake.
Archer moves in, bowls, and Mitchell just taps that away off the front foot out to point. Finds Bashir fielding there. 123 for 3. Good morning for just joining us. Welcome to Trent Bridge. Start of the 4th day with the game all to play for. New Zealand's lead is 207. And the umpire's now having a word with Mitchell about running straight down the pitch. There's been a little bit of this during the game.
Good old apology, yes. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I won't do it again.
Really?
Sorry.
I didn't realise I was doing it. Ever so sorry. What are those huge long spikes you're wearing, Daryl? That's the first pair of shoes I could find. So the umpires are on it. Archer bowls. Oh, beats the bat. That went the other way. Lovely over. Lovely over. It was a good length. And there's a little bit of movement this way and that. And, well, New Zealand, you could say they're fortunate. I mean, it took a long time to decide to review that or not. In fact, he might just have walked off. But happy that he reviewed and that he's still there. 123 for 3.
I'll just go back to the umpires. You know, couldn't have been anything worse. And if you gave someone out or not out, probably not out when it was out, and then the big screen shows it and the whole crowd knows and you can't do anything about it, and then you sit and watch the bloke get 150 and change the game. It must be an awful feeling.
It's interesting how the argument has sort of revolved and gone round. Because I remember when it first came in, Simon Taufel, who actually was a good umpire, and eventually actually became very invested in the whole question of Hawkeye. I remember interviewing him at Old Trafford about Hawkeye and LBWs, and he reckoned it would destroy umpires. You know, if you give someone out and then it's overruled, you're going to sit there and think, "Oh, I've got it wrong." You know, that was the argument back at the time, that it would be in their heads for the other reason. Then goes Stokes, bowls wide outside the off stump. You got it wrong. Oh no, I've got it wrong. You know, and actually, it's now gone the other way, isn't it?
I'd say so.
But a dark cloud approaching from the west. So we were told that might be the case, and there might be a bit of drizzle, there might not, but if there is, it's not going to last very long.
I remember in Sri Lanka in my last ODI series as captain, I think I was given out twice in 2 balls. LBW hit me in the same spot, reviewed twice, given not out.
Stokes bowls and inviting the drive, but Ravindra says no. So you let that go by. 123 for 3. The lead 207. Sri Lanka saw one of the most amazing LBW decisions I think I've ever seen. I suspect it was before your time.
No, I know. You're talking about Stewart and Jayasuri.
Yes, Jayasuri, well, his left arm spin over the wicket to Alex Stewart. It pitched about a yard outside the next stump.
And it did roll, didn't it? But it was very funny.
I just shot him out. No DRS in those days. It was an Indian umpire. This is outside the off stump, and Stokes allows. Ravindra lets it go by.
Talking about Sri Lanka, what's your worst ever bowling figures, Agus? Can you remember the most amount of runs?
Why do you ask me that?
No, I'm just asking, just to get a bit of...
No, I can't remember any.
You must know.
I've never had a bad day in my life.
Okay. You must have turned up a few times.
Turned up?
You must have turned up.
Of course I did.
Yeah.
But I put them away. It's like the umpire who makes a bad decision. I just push them away.
Did you ever double turn up?
Not quite. 123 for 3. In goes Stokes again, round the wicket and bowls outside the off stump. It's ignored. Why? What do you?
Well, I mean, I was just looking at some scores from overnight, West Indies, Sri Lanka. I'm just kind of it just made me smile. I'll let Zoltz explain, but I think someone, not sure who he is, gone
double tunned.
He's 56 overs, 2 for 234.
Crikey. No, I wasn't ever quite that bad.
I mean, that's a lot. That I thought.
How many overs? 50.
56. So he's gone at.
Danusha. See, it must be a spinner.
Yeah.
Stokes round the wicket, bowls. And there's no stroke from Ravindra.
Yeah, he's a left-arm spinner, all-rounder. It doesn't have a great first-class record by the standards of Sri Lankan spinners, but averages 44 with the bat. Other than that, they went in with an all-pace attack, and he has conceded the 10th most runs in an innings by any Test bowler, just behind Zahid Mahmood in Rawalpindi. Remember the leg spinner against England? Extraordinary figures, 4 for 235 off 33 overs. That's 7 and over.
Quite a game that was. Here's Stokes again, and that keeps it a little bit low. Ravindra has nothing to do with it, and it ends the over, 123 for 3. So where's this game being played?
It's in North Sound.
Oh, right.
In the West Indies.
Lucia.
And, yeah, we've seen a first in Test cricket, a 400 stand for the 6th wicket, which has never happened in Test cricket before. Amir Jangu, in his second Test, made 233, and West Indies captain Roston Chase, batting at 7, made 194, 626 for 9 declared West Indies in reply to Sri Lanka's 308. Danusha copped a bit of a battering for it, 2 for 234 and 56.
Did they bat a whole day? Because there was did they start the day and finish the day? Because they batted for 100 overs. I had a quick look. I don't know where that was.
Not quite the whole day. They had quite a lot of the stand on day 2, and then it ended on day 3. Sri Lanka 15 for 1 in their second innings.
Archer on his way then, bowls, full length again, just outside the off stump. Mitchell ignores it. So that's a lovely line and lovely length from Archer. I think just keep plugging away there.
I want a bit of contact. What was the most you've ever gone for?
I can't remember.
Generally?
And he didn't look it up.
The internet remembers, Agus.
Don't encourage him.
He's got a great memory.
No.
Don't encourage him.
I'm intrigued.
I had one particularly expensive game, but we're not going there.
We are going there.
No. What have I done to deserve this?
Oh, just entertaining.
Our question's been asked. I'm duty bound to answer it.
It wasn't asked of you. In comes Archer, bowls, and that's wrapped him on the glove. Climbing there from just short of a length, a nasty one. Again, rearing up from. Well, it shouldn't have got that high, and Mitchell's prodding away there. Let's have a look at that. Boom, up it goes. Oh,
it's the jag back as well, isn't it? Archer always manages a way of dragging back, just nipping back. Sorry, so you end up playing it and hit on the hand. Have we got those figures?
Yes. But there's mitigation, Agus.
I feel there's a setup here. What's going on? In comes Archer from the far end, runs in, bowls, and Mitchell picks up a single, and Gay couldn't pick up the ball cleanly there. It was a very quick single, and Ravindra's ended up on his hands and knees up at the striker's end, and now he's waving towards the dressing room for something. He literally had to come sprinting in there. He's dropped his bat.
Looks like I did, trying to run between the
wickets. What happened here? Because he might have hurt himself here. He's dived full length, and he's called for
change of gloves.
Oh, fresh gloves, are they? Perhaps those ones got dirty.
0 for 170.
Oh, that's not too bad.
It was bad.
Against what year was that?
Well, this is the mitigation. It was 1990.
Oh, those balls.
Batting dominated summer, balls that didn't do a lot.
Was against Essex as well.
Was it really? Gucci.
We're not talking. It's yes, erase it. You have a bad day.
Absolutely. I have plenty of bad days. But also, I stumbled out. This is actually not deliberate, but I stumbled across this. Someone sent the World of Cricket 1983 in.
Wow, look at that.
It's almost like a Panini sticker book. Like the World Cup sticker books going on.
It's in good condition.
Jack is loving the sticker books there, but so cricket did one in 1983. So I've been flicking through old pictures. And you were playing in 1983, weren't you?
In and out. It was Andy Roberts' first year. So I played quite a few games. There's a bouncer. Ravindra ducks underneath it.
But you go to Essex's page.
Yeah.
Brian Hardy, best nickname in county cricket. Lager.
Ken McEwen, he was a good player.
He was a good player. David Easterkeeper, Norm Phillip, we spoke about yesterday.
Stewie Turner.
Graham Gooch, obviously. So the stars of of each.
Where's this going?
The stars of each team. Let's go to Hampshire. Gordon Greenwich, obviously Mark and Marshall got their own pictures and stuff.
Look at Mark Nicholas.
Same hag. So turn on to Leicestershire.
Yeah.
team.
Not there.
You haven't made the...
Been airbrushed. This is on the back foot. Ravindra taps that away into the leg side, and there's no runs. What's the pace? Gordon Parsons is in. They haven't got any fast
Tim
bowlers.
Boone is in. Tim Boone's in.
They haven't got any fast bowlers. Tolchard Balderson, Steele Bryars, Davison, Andy Roberts, there he is.
Yeah.
Les Taylor. They've got 3 seamers in the entire team, the entire squad.
Well, you do make the actual squad.
Oh, the team photo.
No, without the photo.
Wow, but all those players. They've got 3 bowlers in it. Right, here's Archer again. It's tucked away into the leg side by Ravindra, and they take 1 run. 124 for 3. It's a nice old memory. That's in great condition.
That is great.
With that.
I did enjoy looking at it. Some good haircuts.
Paul Newman. I told you about him this morning.
Yeah, you did, yeah.
In his Ford Escort.
Oh yeah, he had the same. Everyone had his keys, didn't you? You're telling me.
Well, his old Ford Escort could be unlocked and driven by anybody with any set of keys. I had a Nissan, for instance, and we'd go in. So when he was batting, he used to watch as his car used to be driven off to the ground, dumped somewhere, because all our car keys could drive his Ford Escort. Anyway, let's watch Stokes again. 125 for 3. And he goes pacing in. Ravindra's waiting. Round the wicket he goes. The bowl's very full. Ravindra drives. Nice shot that. Challenging Archer, who does well. Stopping out with one hand, low down to his right. And keeping it tight so far. 210 is the lead. 126 for 3. Yeah, the balls in that year were...
I'm amazed. I love how you look back at certain decisions then, and you think, how was that allowed to happen? Not allowed to happen, but as in did happen. I'm sure there's decisions we'll all look back on.
I think Gooch got 100 in that game. I think Nasser might have got 100. I think Neil Foster got 100.
How tempted were you just to a little tweak?
No, certainly not. In goes Stokes again. And he bowls, and Mitchell on the front foot. So he's at sort of the danger end now as far as the right-hander is concerned, we think. It's played down to mid-on.
You got 37.
Well, there you are. That says it all.
Well played.
Gooch 215.
Oh, did he?
How many balls?
It doesn't say balls. Paul Pritchard 240.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, was that the highest opening partnership?
No, that was second wicket. So they put on
400.
403 for the second wicket. For us.
Oh, God.
Neil Foster 101.
Yeah. Off how many balls was that?
That doesn't say balls.
He was dropped off me down at fine leg in the 80s. Horrible, because Folsey and I were good mates.
Must be a draw.
We roomed on tour together.
Draw?
It's very drawn by the looks of it.
What were the scores then?
Yeah, 520 all out Leicestershire. Chris Lewis 189 not out, England all rounder. Essex 761 for 6 declared. Leicestershire 249 for 3.
Oh, there you go. Stokes again. Keeper standing up. On his way to Mitchell as they're pushing him back into his crease. And he comes forward. Well, trickles away. No one wants to pick it up. Mitchell there rather teases them by pretending to set off for a run, but actually Ravindra picks it up instead. 126 for 3. Yeah, that was. We were talking about it the other day. It was a game when down at the Oval they were banging the 6-inch nail in to put the one up for the 1,000.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, it was. They weren't great.
Again,
time to retire.
Was that it? Was that your
last season?
Saw you off.
Yeah. And goes Stokes again. Bowls outside the off stump, very narrowly so. And, Smith drops the ball. In fact, that game, just to be serious about it, that game was the one when I did actually retire because the Today newspaper, as it was, offered me the job to be cricket correspondent that winter to go on the Ashes. And I had to decide in that game because otherwise I had to appoint somebody else.
But that wasn't your final.
It wasn't the last game, but I had to go at the end of the season. So it was actually during that match that I thought, that's it. Hang the boots up.
Good time to go.
So go for nearly 200 and probably seemed appropriate. In goes Stokes and bowls. Oh, it's a horrible ball. Oh, my word. That's shot up from nowhere and that's really hurt Mitchell. Difficult to tell where it hit him. Was it on the arm? Yeah, his elbow. Oh, dear me. That has just shot up. I mean, vertically. think Smith might consider going back again here. He wants some help, and I'm not surprised. But just a look at the length of this one, and well, it's cut back, and oh no, it's right on the forearm. That's a horrible blow. I mean, you've seen batsmen break forearms from that sort of thing, and well, goodness knows what Smith was doing, diving for cover behind the stumps. A horrible ball, and that is something that will focus a few minds. 126 for 3, the lead's 210. Cookie, it's time for me to go, and I'm making room for Stephen Finn.
Well, sometimes as a batsman, there's nothing you can do about anything, and there's nothing Daryl Mitchell could do about it. The only thing I suppose you could do is call for an arm guard. He wears one of those sweatbands with a little bit of padding on, but I wasn't a big fan of sweatbands. Not sweatbands, arm guards, but you probably need one. Finny.
Good morning. Good morning. Zorts, what are you pointing at?
Well, while the physio was on, Harry Brook and Joe Root picked up Jacob Bethel, one by his hands, one by his feet, and were swinging him side to side. Like a human hammock.
How these players entertain themselves. They're probably trying to distract themselves from the fact they're going to have to bat on this surface if someone's just been hit on the forearm like that. They're weird, the sweatbands that some of these guys wear now, and both these batters are wearing them actually. They're sweatbands, but they have a hard protective shell, but they're like 4 inches long, so it's not protecting the rest of your arm.
I never wore a sweatband. And I never
didn't sweat?
Yeah, well, I never wore a sweatband, and I never wore that. And I thought, if you're going to wear a sweatband, just wear a sweatband. If you want to wear an arm guard because you're not tough enough, wear an arm guard. Don't combine the two, trying to look cool and have protection. There you go, Steve. And there's
Alistair Cook's School of Hard Knocks.
No, I did wear an arm guard twice.
Well, Mitchell is back up. Smith is up to the stumps, and Stokes runs towards him to complete the over, full of a length, and Mitchell commits to the shot and sprints through for a single and moves on to 30. A good effort to be that far forward. 127 for 3 at the end of the 40th over. A good effort to commit to going that far forward after being hit on the forearm.
Absolutely. I wore an arm guard.
When?
So when I first played against West Indies when I was 19, the first time I played for MCC against the West Indies attack of, I think, Fidel, whatever, and I thought, first time I played against an international side, I need an arm guard. I actually could score runs with it, so I was like, and then I wore on once when Ronnie Irani is Essex captain, playing Muhammad Ali. Do you remember Muhammad Ali from Derbyshire? Left arm.
I think he played for Middlesex.
Yeah, he slung him down, and actually, as I was walking out, he said, "You need an arm guard against him. He's really quick." And I was like, so I put one on because I was like, and then I was like, no, I'm not getting into this mould of shall I wear or shall I not wear an arm guard. So you either wear it all the time, like, numbers of players like Athers, and it didn't matter who was bowling, they just wore an arm guard, and I just decided no chest guard, no arm guard. There you go.
Yeah, I think I only saw you rushed once in your career. One ball.
I was rushed more than that.
Archer to Mitchell, full of a length and clipped up towards mid-on. Tongue does the fielding. No run. No, the one ball where I was sat in the dressing room and everyone was like, oh, okay, that must be quick, was Adelaide in 2013-14 when Johnson bowled you a bouncer and you top-edged it.
Cool.
You were caught at fine leg. I think that must have been the only time you were out pulling in your career.
No, a couple of times. Jimmy Anderson bounced out when I was young, 2005.
No, but in Test
cricket, I'll tell you who did. Varun Aaron at Old Trafford. That was
Archer over the wicket to Mitchell and rocks back and defends into the offside, straight to Stokes there.
Yeah, Varun Aaron caught on the boundary.
Yes, he was slippery, wasn't it? An awkward, slingy style action.
Even my mother-in-law described it as a poor shot when I saw her on news.
That must have been a shocker then.
And yeah, I must say occasionally, but.
Well, talking about mothers and mother-in-laws, has your mum been in touch in the last 24 hours?
Yes, she has.
Okay.
Yes, she has.
Any more sledges for me?
No sledges. She's been very calm, very complimentary about you, Stephen. That's what the hard bit is.
Probably feels bad. Archer defending Mitchell towards mid-wicket, dot ball. She probably feels bad for her quip on day one.
No, I think she feels like she's involved in the team because she sent me quite a long message about the plum bit. I said, why is it plum?
Yes.
And she then went, because someone else emailed in about the actual answer, and she then answered the same thing. So it was the right answer, but just when when you get the read more on a message.
Yes.
She'd gone into that much
it's a
detail.
long way.
So she was really invested. I might ask her because that was the first time you were presenting TMS today, wasn't it?
It was this morning, yes. Archer to Mitchell, full down the leg side, and it's clipped towards mid-wicket, and the crowd think it's a catch, but it's not because it's been hit a bump ball towards Emilio Gay there. There's no run, 127 for 3. Yes, my first lead off into the programme off the back of the music.
Yeah, I did enjoy it. A little bit of nerves, a little pacing.
Absolutely,
you should. Yeah, it's good.
As I was on day one, I was frenetic when I first came on here on day one, and then we just calmly got into our work.
So I think I'll get a report, I reckon, about your performance. That's
okay. What, and a mark out of 10?
Well, she was a teacher.
Archer to Mitchell, punching towards Stokes at extra cover, no run.
Yeah, so you might get a report card. I'll let you know.
Okay. Well, only let me know if it's good, please. If it's bad, I'd rather not know.
Okay. Well, I'll see what goes.
But then if I don't hear from you, I'll know that it's not good. So,
I'll just tell you whatever.
Yeah. Okay. Now we've got that kind of relationship. I was actually just looking when you and Aggers were doing your sticker chat there. I was looking for Alistair Cook top trump cards to see what collectibles, because I think the sticker book's gone out the game in the cricket world, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Since the 80s.
We could bring it back.
Archer to Mitchell. Bouncer pulled without timing towards mid-wicket. Gay does the fielding, no run. That's the end of the 41st over. 127 for 3. Archer has 2 for 17, Mitchell 30, and Ravindra has 63. A maiden over from Jofra Archer. The lead 211. But yes, I was looking for top trump cards, and because you get a rating on those, and when I come into the ground now, my most recent collectible of me is a top trump card from the 100 in my only year of playing in the 100, and my bowling rating is 64, which I think was probably the catalyst for me choosing to retire. When your top trump card of your primary skill is 64. It's probably
out of 100, or was that
out of 100? Well, I don't think it was 64. No,
not expected runs conceded in a
100 game. Yeah. Oh, I got close though in one. Had I bowled my final 5 balls, I'd have probably got them. 51 off 15, I went for. It was a good effort. Until Rashid Khan beat me. Actually, I was gleefully jumping around the commentary box. Stokes to Ravindra. It beats the outside edge. It goes down as well. Scuttles through to Jamie Smith. Things are happening here. 127 for 3. But the Alistair Cook top trump card that I found, you had I found one that said you had a star rating of 90, and I wasn't going to tell you about that one. The other one that I found, you had a top trump star rating of 59 out of 100.
Okay, well, I just before I go, because my time is up.
Okay.
That actually, I think the reason I did score a couple of test runs.
Stokes to Ravindra. And defending back towards Joe Root at extra cover top ball.
But we went to 100 again last year at Lords, and Jack, my 7-year-old, went into the shop and saw top trumps, loved top trumps.
Yes.
Bought the pack of top trumps, and he was more excited that I was in there and I was top trump. There was Don Bradman, there was I don't know who's done it, but I was number one.
You were number one.
And that, mate, he's more impressed with that than anything else I've done.
That is impressive. Well, that's the end of Sir Alistair. We've got Alex Hartley coming in to join me as Stokes is round the wicket to Ravindra. It's short of a length and pulled dismissively through forward square leg. Hammered to the boundary there, and Ravindra moves on to 67. New Zealand to 131 for 3. The lead growing 215. Good morning, Alex.
Good morning, good morning. It's been a spicy old start like we expected, hasn't it? England will probably feel like a little unlucky in phases, but the pitch is definitely doing a bit like we thought it would.
Yeah, you just wonder what's going through the minds of the England batters out there, because they're going to have to try and chase these runs. Stokes to Ravindra, the same field, and Ravindra's forward, just dabbing this towards short mid-wicket. Duckett does the fielding. The field is a wide first slip, a gully, deep backward point, a catching extra cover, a cover inside what would be a one-day ring, mid-off, mid-on, a short mid-wicket, and a very square long leg that, if there were a fine leg in place, you'd call it a deep backward square leg, but he's somewhere between the two. Ravindra twiddles the bat in his hand as Stokes turns on the matting at the end of his mark and tosses the ball from hand to hand and starts his jog and then into his stride. Around the wicket to Ravindra. He bowls and this jumps a bit and Ravindra controls it out towards deep backward point nicely on top of the bounce. 1 run added to the score. Ravindra onto 68.
Yeah, we saw quite a lot of the England batters go out to the middle today to visualise, have a look, didn't we? I didn't dare ask anyone what they were thinking. Emilio Gay said, I think the first half an hour is going to be important, isn't it? I was like, yep, I reckon so too. But then when we saw Harry Brook have his net, he was ultra aggressive, wasn't he?
Showtime.
Yeah, it was good to watch, actually.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, the challenge now for England is how do they counter this keeper up to the stump stuff that teams have stumbled upon, and England at the moment have struggled to find the answers. Stokes is into Mitchell with Smith up to the stumps, and it's tucked into the onside, and Mitchell sets off for a single, and Stokes roars in frustration that he's let Mitchell retain the strike for the beginning of the next over. 133 for 3 is the score, 42 overs gone. Mitchell has 31, Ravindra 68. But certainly constructing an innings on this, it feels as though eventually there will be one with your name on, and even more so as we go into day 5. It's certainly not going to settle down as a pitch, given how this is the coolest day we've had out there, but it was still hot when the sun poked through the clouds in the middle this morning.
It's nice to be able to stand outside and not need a jacket or a jumper.
Yes, or not even contemplate bringing one to the ground.
Yeah.
My shirt had a mind of its own this morning. It kept unbuttoning itself whilst we were on air.
It did, and I'm quite a lot smaller than you.
Well, my pasty, hairless chest popping out as we opened the show, it wasn't a good look. Not the macho Dennis Lilly unbuttoned shirt with a big furry rug hanging out of it.
I'm sure you could buy an attachable...
Well, I could do, well, but Sir Alistair Cook's mum thought I'd had a hairpiece fitted. Archers into Mitchell, leaves this alone outside the off stump. Straight through to Mitchell. Did you hear that one?
She actually...
Cookie's mum messaged at the end of day 1 and said, enjoying the programme, is Stephen Finn's hair his own?
So you've gone for one of those stick-on wigs, according to Sir Alistair's
Well, yeah,
mum.
and I didn't know whether to take it as a compliment or a dig. And when I thought about it more in the evening, I thought it's a compliment because that means my hair looks full and voluptuous.
Yeah. Which it does.
I've questioned that at times over the last few years, but it's nice to have confirmation. Archer from the Stuart Broad end. Mitchell waits and defends towards mid-on. That's on the money. Archer keeping it tight here. 133 for 3, 2 dot balls to begin this over. His 11th of the innings. Is this his 4th over of the day, 5th over, Zols?
4th.
4th over of the day. You kind of try and work off 8 overs every half an hour because that's how I worked it in domestic cricket, but that's not the case in in international cricket. We're always much slower than that. Much, much slower. 35 minutes gone today. There's a long leg now, a catching mid-wicket and a square leg, and Mitchell sways inside the line of this through to Jamie Smith. Slip a gully, backward point. Ben Stokes is very close to a wide mid-off, but he's a run saver in there so that Mitchell can't just drop it into the offside and scamper. And it's a very straight theory field. Deep backward square, fine leg. So just letting Mitchell know that there will be bouncers in there. That blow on the elbow was disgusting.
Oh, it was a tough one, that, wasn't it? Mitchell is a tough cricketer.
He is, yeah.
He's gritty, isn't
Well,
he?
his dad, I met his dad actually last week at the Oval. Archer to Mitchell. Is nudged into the onside, straight to that short mid-wicket. 133 for 3. And he's a rugby coach. He coaches the Red Roses, who won the World Cup. So we're chatting about that and talking about his life in rugby. And yeah, having stood there and looked eye to eye with him and seen how thick-set and tough he seemed, and talking about training and how he went about training players, I realised where Daryl Mitchell gets his toughness from.
Yeah, there are some men that you just look at that are quite like thick and dense in a good way. Like they're just,
Well,
you know what I mean?
Daryl Mitchell's dad was Archer to Mitchell. This is nudged into the onside towards that square leg fielder though, straight to Ben Duckett. Another dot ball. 5 in this over. Archer on the cusp of bowling back-to-back maidens. Mitchell has 31 from 91, and it's been a gutsy innings. Both batters just meeting in the middle of the pitch and tapping down in and around those cracks. Just going to open up as this game goes on. The footholds developing. Jofra Archer and Will O'Rourke have very straight follow-throughs. Sometimes you watch bowlers and they peel off quite quickly off the cut strip, but those two guys just toe the line of the danger area as they follow through. Archer again, a slower ball down the leg side though, and Smith collects. Tumbling away to his left, a maiden over. 133 for 3.
I'll tell you what I've loved today. The fact that when we were talking about this morning, whether it be Atkinson or Tong that opens with Archer, that Stokes has actually opened the bowling, because I quite often feel like he holds himself back too long. And a lot of bowling captains do that, and they'll go, no, we'll just let the others have a go. And Ben Stokes throughout this test match has been so threatening. Yes, he's not got a wicket in this innings, but previously when he's bowled, he's causing concern. So I love the fact that he's gone, all right, I'll open the bowling today.
Yeah, and I think the bowler's actually from the Radcliffe Road end, and Stokes is continuing to Ravindra. A kind of umbrella field here, slip gully, short extra. A cover inside the ring, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, waiting to pounce on anything loose from Ravindra as Stokes is in, and this is defended towards gully. Jacob Bethel scampers and does the fielding. I think the bowlers who bowl beyond the perpendicular, from this end in particular, to right-handers, the Radcliffe Road end, that angle in towards the stumps is targeting the cracks that are there outside off. I think if you're close to the stumps and targeting those cracks, it's always too wide to threaten the stumps, whereas the guys who have more of an angle in towards the right-handers, exactly like Folkes for New Zealand. Stokes in round the wicket. Ravindra turns this into the onside. A tumbling Gay stops it, but he can only parry it into space. And the batters will come through for a single. 1 added to the score. Ravindra on to 69. New Zealand 134 for 3, leading by 218. But it is that angle, I think, and Folkes is going to be dangerous in the second innings, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was such a threat from this end in England's first innings.
Well, he was basically bowling 80-mile-an-hour leg spinners.
But nobody was expecting it at all, were they? He's got such a peculiar action.
Yeah, everything canters as if it's being pushed into the right-handers, but we bowled with a really scrambled seam. I discussing this with Tim Southey this morning, actually, and he's not bowling leg cutters because his wrist is still behind the ball, but it's just off centre.
Yeah.
And the really scrambled seam that he bowls with means that he just got consistent nip away from the righties. He bowled an absolute ripper to get rid of Brooke. Stokes with Smith up to the stumps to Mitchell, and this hits Mitchell on the glove, immediately takes his hand off the bat, and it's that angle back into the right-handed Mitchell that's causing him big problems from this end.
Yeah, another brutal delivery from Ben Stokes. Mitchell, you know it's a sore one when a batter just takes their hand off the bat straight away.
As if it's a chainsaw, isn't it? Pulling the chain on the chainsaw.
Because quite often batters do get hit and they just, whatever. But when the bat's dropped, the hands are thrown.
So 3 times in the last 6 overs, Mitchell has been hit on the hand or arm.
It looked like that one got his little finger. They're going for the full repertoire. They've done the forearm, index finger, little finger. And Stokes is in again to Mitchell, who waits poised and rocks forward, and this hits him on the thigh pad, nipping back.
He's getting peppered out there.
He's now limping away. He's limping up to Ravindra. Maybe that's hit flesh. I always love hitting flesh as a bowler.
But the thing is,
you'd hear that fleshy sound and you'd ask the batter, is that flesh?
Yeah,
and they'd grimace at you and go, oh, it was flesh.
The thing as a batter, when you're in this situation, yes, you got to score runs, but there is almost a survival about it as well. But you can't be negative. You can't think negatively.
Well, the importance of the game, New Zealand 218 runs ahead, still 7 second innings wickets remaining as Stokes is in again to Mitchell. He bowls and beats the outside edge. It goes the other way this time. It's fantastic bowling. Smith's dropped it behind the stumps. But Stokes making this ball talk.
Yeah, Mitchell now 1 ball to go here. Walks over to the square leg umpire and just checks how many to go. Because Stokes feels like it's going to get him here.
Oh, that's actually hit Smith in the helmet. It's hit him in the grill. It's jumped and nipped away. And the normal protocol would be that, so I think Rod Tucker's just walking in now and said the protocol is as soon as someone's hit in the face,
He said, I'm fine.
you have to have the concussion check, but Smith's given the thumbs up, Tucker's given the thumbs up, and we're going to move on. But it's definitely hit Smith in the grill.
I think it might have got him up and above first before, like, do you know, like
Okay.
arms first.
Stokes to Mitchell, defended off the splice of the bat. Into the onside, so 134 for 3. New Zealand lead by 218. Mitchell has 31. He's just in survival mode here from 96 balls. Ravindra 69. Some more thoughts from you, Alex, and Simon Mann's going to come in alongside you.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Daryl Mitchell does feel like he is in survival mode, especially when he's facing up to Ben Stokes. He's getting the ball to nip both ways. He's bowling from this end that we saw a lot of nip from Folkes earlier on in the game. And for England, they'll know, the seamers in particular, they've just got to keep hitting those cracks. There are more of them. We went and looked at the surface this morning. Feels like more balls, the longer this test goes on for, will start to stay low as well. And there are going to be some unplayable deliveries.
Yeah, it's tough out there for, well, wicket keepers as well. Hitting the grill, you don't see that happen very often. You stand up with a helmet on, and there have been injuries in the past. Bales hitting wicket keepers in the face. It's not easy out there. New Zealand battling to try to just, I think 300 might be their target initially. You get there, you feel reasonably safe in the game. Archer bowls, that's whipped away for 4. Glorious stroke from Ravindra through mid-wicket. It was full. Absolutely no chance for Fisher there, the sub-fielder on at mid-wicket. 138 for 3.
Well, Ravindra's not had a lot of the strike this morning. That's just the 19th ball he's faced out of the 55 delivered. He's scored 13 runs from those 19. Daryl Mitchell 5 from 36 in the testing battle.
Yes, he's borne the brunt of it this morning. New Zealand continue to make progress. 138 for 3. Archer bowls forward. Goes Ravindra, plays it towards extra cover, and there's no run. Nice to have you with us this morning, Zoltz. Watching you watch the football last night, you were riveted. At one point, you were asleep.
Yeah, well, I've had a long day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone took a photograph of you.
It's all right. I don't mind being photographed.
Was it a
dozing through a goalless first half?
Was it a reflection on England's performance, or was it just tiredness, cumulative tiredness? This is Archer in the sunshine now at Trent Bridge. Bowls to Ravindra, and Ravindra defends back to the bowler, who picks up in his follow-through. No run.
Bit of both. Probably wasn't the most gripping of games, wasn't it?
It wasn't.
Amount riding on it for England.
No.
So. Also, if cricket was 0 for 0 after 45 minutes, everyone would be up in arms.
I hope it wasn't one of those where you had a cat nap in the bar and then when you went to bed you were wide awake.
Oh, no.
Out like a light.
138 for 3. Just trying to pick up an RFX microphone there. Someone out there just urging Archer. Giving him the back up there. Outside the off stump, guided away by Ravindra. Into a gap on the offside, backward a square. Goes out towards the boundary. And they come back. Go through for a single, I should say. 139 for 3. Ravindra to 74. He's been nice and fluent and positive when he can be. I thought he batted so well yesterday. 223 the lead. I mean, it's a curious pitch, isn't it? It's kind of... I was saying yesterday, I think it's like 1/7 terror track, 6th, 7th fine, but it might be 2/7 now. I don't know, and probably it might get a bit more as the game goes on. There are some spots. Lords, you think, was kind of like all of it was bad, and it was totally unpredictable. But there are just some spots. Obviously, if you land it in the right place on the crack.
A 7th is a very precise.
I know.
fraction
Well,
to use.
that was just my feeling about it. Here is Archer bowling. It's dabbed into the offside. They go for a quick single. They get it as well. The throw from Stokes to the non-striker's end, pivoting round, is missing the stumps. It's backed up at mid-on. It didn't quite feel like 1/8 or a quarter. I was like 1/7 terror track. Feels about
Definitely
right.
not a 6th.
No. But I think that might change as the Test match goes on. And it does feel as though it's good luck. Good luck batting last, especially if you're chasing 300 plus.
Yeah.
224 the lead at the moment. 140 for 3. Archer goes in and bowls, turned away by Ravindra. Good stop at mid-wicket. Excellent piece of fielding by Fisher, away to his left-hand side. That was 4. Fisher stopped it. 140 for 3 at the end of Archer's over. How many has Archer bowled this morning? Is that 5 for him?
5.
Yeah, well, that's normally it, isn't it? The backup staff are out there again for New Zealand. Change of gloves, drinks, whatever. A bit of medical help. Mitchell's got blows all on his body this morning, the elbow and glove. But it does slow the over rate down. And we've only had, 45 minutes this morning. Now, there is a drinks break coming up in 15 minutes' time, and it is much cooler today. It's a really pleasant summer's day today. I think there's probably a lot of, if the weather's like this with you, there's probably a lot of relief around the country this morning that the heat wave has dissipated.
People might be able to open their windows now.
Have a night's sleep. Yeah, be on good terms with their family again and their neighbours.
We have got used to the slow over rates though, really, haven't we?
It's been very slow during this game, well, last game as well, the Oval, where England were 12 overs down, therefore docked 12 World Test Championship points. And that's a heck of a lot for one game, isn't
And
it?
fined 50% of their match fee as well.
Yeah.
It's a lot of money.
I was saying to Finney last night, do you have to pay that? I'll come back to it in a moment. Stokes moves in and bowls to Mitchell. Mitchell's forward, playing towards mid-on. There's not a single there. He comes tiptoeing down the pitch, but it's straight at Archer. And he said, yeah, you get your pay slip at the end of the month, and it will be, all your fees, whatever match fees, and it will say deductions. Most people have deductions for tax and national insurance, don't they? But there's a slow over rate fine. So that comes out of the pay packet. It's not paid by the board or whatever like that. It is by the players. 140 for 3. Mitchell on 32. Stokes bowls. Pushed away by Mitchell, and he's very careful there to get off the pitch because he's been warned. These two have been warned already. He comes down the pitch and then steps across like a spider there, moving away as it went out towards Emilio Gay in the covers. It's a sunny morning now at Trent Bridge. There is a strongish breeze. Crowd today, I'd say it's, well, if I'm allowed to say this, Salt, it's about 7/8 full, would you say? Going to pick me up on my fractions. Here's Stokes bowling on leg stump, turned away. Fisher escorts it out towards deep backwards square leg, where it's picked up by Tongue, who sends it into Smith, and there's one more run to the total, 141 for 3.
I reckon it's 10/13 full.
Yeah, it's something like that, isn't it? There are a few empty seats to the left of the Fox Road stand, a few empty seats towards the pavilion end and in the newsstand. 85% tickets sold last night, so turn that into a fraction, Zols.
Well, that's 17/20ths.
Perfect, there we go. Stokes round the wicket to bowl from the Ratcliffe Road end to the left-hander, Ravindra. Ravindra on 74. Alex is utterly perplexed by your ability to do that.
I have no words.
Stokes bowls, and Ravindra plays the ball outside the off stump, a poking stroke, I think trying to run it away into the offside. Not much foot movement, past the edge, more frustration for England. I feel this morning they needed a 7 for 60 morning, really. So far it's been a 0 for 21 morning.
Yeah, it felt like one of those, if what happened to England yesterday could happen to New Zealand today, it would very much be game on. But this partnership, Mitchell and Ravindra, they're frustrating England here, and they're going to get more and more frustrated. Stokes is being more and more animated.
Stokes bowls, Ravindra covers up, plays into the onside, prodding at that one in defence, getting the bat out in front of the pad, playing it up towards mid-on. It's intercepted by Gay, running across from mid-wicket, and there's no run, and Stokes trudges back. He has switched ends today and tried to bowl from the end where we think there's that crack for the right-handers. Well, he's hit it a couple of times, hasn't he? Because he's hit Jamie Smith, he's hit Mitchell twice, once on the arm, once on the glove. He's bowling to the left hand at the moment, and Stokes bowls. It's fullish outside the off stump, and Ravindra leans forward and allows it to go through, and that's the end of Stokes' over. So he's bowled 12 overs for 31, And presumably that's his sixth over of the morning?
Sixth, yep.
Sixth, yeah. So that might be it for him, although we know just when he starts, sometimes he doesn't stop.
Yeah, he bowled it, was it an 8 over spell?
Yes, he did the other day from the far end. 8 overs, 3 for 13, which dragged England right back into the game. There's a slight delay while Stokes is having a chat with the umpire at the far end, umpire Tucker. And we are going to get our first bowling change of the morning. Josh Tongue on his home ground is going to bowl, which is well received by the Nottinghamshire public. But so far, he has yet to take a wicket in the match. So in the first innings, 21 overs, 0 for 75. And in the second innings, 5 overs, no mates, 0 for 28. See the breeze ruffling Harry Brooks' trousers there at that first slip, blowing from right to left as we look at it from the Ratcliffe Road end. So here's Tongue bowling, and it's full, and it's guided away by Mitchell. Crab-like style. It was half crab, half spider. As he plays it, and then he's conscious he has to get off the pitch because he comes to meet the bowler.
It's almost like exaggerating it a little bit as well.
You sure it's not 4/7 crab and 3/7 spider?
It is exactly that. Yeah, it's exactly that. It's probably going to wear quite thin, that joke, isn't it, after a while?
You lost me the first time you mentioned a fraction.
141 for 3. Mitchell 33 not out. Tongue back to the top of his mark. Mitchell not quite ready. He is now. There's a slip and a gully and a short mid wicket, and Tongue goes into bowl to Mitchell outside the off stump. Mitchell leans forward and allows that to go through to Jamie Smith. It's been a notable feature of England in the field in this match that it's almost as if they've got a kind of the best way I can describe it is a kind of back of the scrum or back of the maul rugby sequence where they're interchanging and passing the ball around among each other to try to just create some energy in the field. You know, sometimes like a back row move in rugby.
Yeah, it was Bethel there running all the way to short mid wicket to pass the ball to Root. They actually swinging Bethel round at one stage, weren't they?
I don't think I've ever seen that on the cricket field before. Here's Tongue bowling. Mitchell solid in defence. Again, he comes down the pitch and then moves off to the left-hand side just to emphasise to the umpires, no, I am not running on the danger area of the pitch.
Yeah, I once got a telling off for doing a cartwheel on a cricket field because apparently it was unprofessional. Now that person, if they could watch this England team in the slip cordon, I think they'd probably take that back.
I don't know what we're able to put on our highlights on the BBC Sport website, but I mean they might show it on the actual highlights tonight on BBC Two, which you're presenting. But they grabbed him and they swung him around. Perhaps he just had a bad back and they were just stretching him out.
Oh yeah.
Tongue bowls and Mitchell edges through vacant second slip area down towards the deep third boundary. It's gone away for 4. I think that would have been a catch to a second slip, a low catch. Right, finding the edge, but no one at home there. It's 145-3. Stokes claps the bowler vigorously there. It climbed outside the off stump. He fenced at it. It might have just fallen short of a second slip.
Yeah,
but then you could also say, you know, he kind of played it in that area because there was not a second or a third slip.
the first person I looked at was Jofra Archer, who was furious then. He put his head down.
Tongue bowls to Mitchell. Mitchell plays in defence, back up the onside. There's no run with that boundary. 145 for 3. Mitchell to 37. His first 4 of the morning results for Mitchell.
Yes.
Ravindra on 74. This partnership now is worth, well, it's nearly 100.
94 in 32 and a half overs.
And I just say this bizarre nature of this pitch. We've had flurries of wickets and then long spells without wickets. It's confounded us all. Tongue bowls. Mitchell squared up by that one. A ball that bouncing from short of a length. Guided away into the offside down towards the gully where it's picked up by Bethel. There's no run. It's the end of the over. 145 for 3. A decent over from Tongue first up, but England after 57 minutes cricket this morning, have still not found the breakthrough. And New Zealand scored quickly, but they've added 25 extremely valuable runs, frustrated England as well, and just drying this pitch out even more.
Josh Tongue's not had a particularly productive series, 8 wickets in the series, 5 at Lord's, 3 at the Oval, none so far here. He's had a fantastic start to his Test career, 57 wickets in his 11 Tests before this one. A match in which he's taken fewer than 3 wickets was on this ground against Zimbabwe last year, just 2 in the match there. Has a good record for Nottinghamshire on this ground, and 5 matches, 24 wickets, average 23, including 3 5-wicket hauls.
Stokes is going to continue from the Ratcliffe Road end. Bowls to Ravindra. Ravindra is forward, head over it. Model defensive shot to Jofra Archer at mid-off, no run.
He's also had 4 catches dropped off his bowling during the course of this series.
Have you got the tally for the series with drop catches from both sides? I mean, it has felt like a series of lots of fielding errors. Stokes turns beneath us and prepares to go into bowl to Ravindra again with just a slip in, no gully. It's very full, slower ball, slightly slower ball it felt. It's turned away by Ravindra down towards fine leg. He's off quickly for the first. Throws on its way to Smith right over the bails. So they settle for 1. And Ravindra goes to 75. And the score to 146 for 3. Field changes round for the right-hander. Batters have a quick chat in mid-pitch. Stokes is nearly ready to bowl, but Mitchell's still doing some gardening. And this is what can slow it all up. He takes a fresh guard. Smith's come up to the stumps. He's back for Ravindra. He's up for Mitchell. And here goes Stokes. In the morning sunshine. Bowls to Mitchell, who covers up, plays towards mid-off, where it's picked up by Atkinson. Bangladesh has set South Africa 117, well, they've scored 117 for 5 at Lord's. They need 118 to win. That's in the Women's T20 World Cup. Commentaries on 5 Sports Extra 2 on BBC Sounds. South Africa looking for a good win to be favourites to reach the semi-finals. It's South Africa and India vying for a semi-final spot, and the problem for India today is they're playing Australia.
That's later on this afternoon.
Yeah, Stokes bowls, guided away into the gully by Mitchell off the front foot with an open face, stopped by Bethel. So, I mean, you'd back South Africa to win that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And presumably try to really improve their net run rate at the same time, try and get them quickly.
Yeah, their net run rate could do with a boost, so you would presume that they would rather chase it quickly but be, 6, 7 down.
Yeah. Stokes varying his speed in this over. Goes into bowl to Mitchell on the leg stump. Mitchell turns it away towards mid-wicket, where it's picked up by Ben Duckett. And there is no run.
The missed chances and dropped catches, I include, say, the one that went between Smith and Brooke yesterday as a missed chance. I make it that New Zealand have missed 10 catchable plus 2 half chances that I noticed down, and England have missed 11 chances and 2
in the series.
In the series.
It's interesting because Brendan McCullum came into the press conference at the Oval. Stokes bowls, and Mitchell turns into the onside to mid-wicket to duck it again, and there's no run. And he said it doesn't help if you drop 10 chances. So he thought they dropped 10 catches in that Oval Test match. So, and I was trying to think what they were. I got to about 6 or 7. Anyway, he said 10. Right, the drinks are coming onto the field. We've had quite a lot of drinks already this morning on the field for the 2 batters, but we are going to take a break. And England have not made a breakthrough in the first hour, and New Zealand have scored 26 runs. So it's been attritional cricket. Mitchell 37, Ravindra 75. It's 146 for 3, and the lead for New Zealand is 230. We've got a double change here. Michael Vaughan, former England captain, is here, and he is going to be joined very shortly by Daniel Norcross.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's another glorious day. A few clouds at the start, but now they've disappeared. It's a bright day again, and New Zealand are playing with great sense. What's the lead now, Andy?
230.
230 in front on a pitch that's starting to do a few things, and cracks are appearing. A little bit of seam and nip. After 41 overs, and I don't know what's happened in the last 7, but how many deliveries, Dan, do you think England have bowled that would have hit the stumps in the first 41?
In the first 41, you know, do you?
I do. I've just done it on television. It surprised me.
Well, I couldn't say with any certainty, but I would like to think in 41 overs that they would have managed at least one ball on the stumps per over. So I'm just going to go on that basis with 41.
Half of it.
20?
22.
So every other over there was a ball on the stumps.
Yeah.
In a match where LBWs come into play, bowls. Yes.
No, I like the tactic that Ben's used this morning from the Ratcliffe road end to the right-hander, wide of the crease, angling. There's so many cracks full of length for the right-hander to look at, batting at the Stuart Broad end. But I looked to last night, I think England bowled 9 overs of off-spin. When the ball was 16 overs off, I thought that has to be a mistake.
I was going to ask about that because we haven't seen the spinner today. Last night, Shoaib Bashir was interviewed and he said, you know, spin's going to come into play, the pitch is doing this, that and the other, I've got a big day tomorrow. And yet he seemed to have his big day yesterday, and then today they've gone with the seamers from this end, which felt like the right thing yesterday.
I get a sense that, you know, maybe it was Ben making the call yesterday, and you actually look at the way Ben started to ratchet today. He went 7-2 offside field and bowled wide of off stump on a pitch that's going up and down. You think, it's quite basic that you just bowl to hit the off stump. And it doesn't mean you angle the ball in and bowl straight. You're kind of pitching it 4th, 5th stump and hope the ball nips back, and then you're going to hit the stumps. And if it doesn't, it goes on. You find the fine edge. To start the day with an offside field was surprising as well. But they've got back into the groove now, so they're bowling the right zones and they're bowling okay. The problem is that they've got 2 players that are playing with a huge amount of determination and skill. A bit of heart. You need a bit of heart on this pitch now, don't you? You need a bit of ticker.
Well,
wear a few.
Look at Mitchell, 37 of 110, and he has worn a few, hasn't he?
That one off the arm.
Nasty.
Ben Stokes, it was a ball that probably pitched, 6 inches outside of off stump?
He's taken a couple there, because there was one yesterday that he got in the arm that nearly went back onto the stumps, wasn't there? And he's been given out and overturned on appeal, a ball shown just to go over the top.
Question to you, do you think this is an England cricket team that, so Harry Brook, Joe Root, Jamie Smith had to face Nathan Smith and Zach Volch yesterday with the ball from the Ratcliffe Road end, wide of the crease? Do you think those 3 batters would have gone into the dressing room and said, it's tough?
Well, I'd have imagined so.
Yeah. I don't know the answer.
Well, I'd have imagined so, and then you would think that would feed into the decisions that were made. And with all due respect to Shoaib Bashir, it wasn't going to be as tough facing him from this end as facing Stokes, perhaps.
Well, really good cricket teams, that's what they do. They communicate every aspect of the game. And
well, I also felt, Michael, that yesterday they knew England, that they had a 3-hour session, and the speed at which they bowled, that meant basically 35, 36 overs. And you divide that by the 4 seamers, and you say, this regime is on the line. This whole team is on the line. You're going to bowl.
Do you have it that strong, do you think?
I would.
Yeah.
You've got 2 spells each. I mean, I sense a kind of sense of fear and foreboding in people generally. They don't want to see this team break up because they've had a lot of fun with them. There's been some great seasons, but there's a feeling around of real concern as Tongue comes in around the wicket to Ravindra, who guides the ball back a square on the offside, and they take a single. And you know, if they lose this game, it's the first series loss since 2014 of 3 matches or more at home. And
remind me, who was that against?
Was that Sri Lanka?
Was that Sri Lanka? Was a 2-test series, I think, in 2014. They lost a 2-test series to New Zealand in 2021. The last 3-test series defeat, 3 or more tests, was South Africa in 2012.
2012, I beg your pardon.
2-0.
And that was a very good South African team.
The last time New Zealand won here was 3 match or more was 99.
As Tongue comes in with a slip and a gully, Mitchell lets this go by through the keeper, no run. And you know, this New Zealand team, I remember you saying before the start of the game, England have got quite lucky on occasions with the injuries their opponents have had. You cited, you know, Cummins only playing 1 test, no Hazelwood during the Ashes.
Smith missing out in Adelaide.
Here, there's a whole bunch of bowlers that New Zealand haven't had. Their best bowler, Matt Henry, suddenly out of the game. So if they lose this game, it's quite. It feels serious now. I know there's a breather now between now and Pakistan, but I just felt last night that should have been going hell for leather, really. As Tongue is into Mitchell, who lets this go and out, climbs through to Smith outside the off stump, very wide. It suggests there's something there.
Yeah, again though, it's just too wide. Looks great. It flies through to Jamie Smith. It's well played from Daryl Mitchell. England have got to try and hit the stumps a little bit more. Look at what's that? A metre outside of off stump.
Yeah. I mean, it's not threatening, but it does suggest there's. Oh my goodness! When you see it bounce from side on.
I played a game here. I think it was my first series as captain, and I'd like you to look up. And we played South Africa here, and I think James Kirtley, I think he got 6 for in the second innings.
Here's Tongue, and that's turns Mitchell round. He gets a thick outside edge. It flies past the wide first slip and down to the boundary for 4. And in so doing, brings up 151 for 3, New Zealand.
And the 100 partnership in 34 overs and 3 balls.
Less than 3 and over.
No, it's quality play. You've got to give them a huge amount of credit because it's not easy. And they're just hanging in there. There's not many flowing drives, not many beautiful shots on the eye. Ratchin's played a couple this morning, but I think it's one of those kind of pitches that you've just got to dig in. Try and fight.
And, we don't know when England are going to have to do that, but they're going to have to fight very hard indeed, because at the moment the lead's 235. England have, on occasion, looked like taking a wicket, but they've got 7 to take here before they contemplate batting. As Tongue is in, and Mitchell comes forward in defence, pushes to short extra cover. There's no run.
Yeah, that game in 2003, Michael, England batting first 445 with centuries for Butcher and Hussain. Debut 50 for Ed Smith. Alex Stewart made 72. In response, South Africa 362 all outs. 5 wickets for James Anderson in his debut summer for England. England then skittled for 118 in 46.4 overs. 6 wickets for Sean Pollock, great South African seamer.
His Tongue is in to complete the over. And Mitchell defends again solidly on the front foot into the onside. It's picked up by Root at short mid-wicket. 151 for 3 at the end of the over. Mitchell 41, Ravindra 76.
That left South Africa chasing 202 to win in the 4th innings. Bowled out for 131. James Kirtley 6 for 34. A couple more wickets for Anderson, 2 for 17. Wicket each for Flintoff and Harmison.
The reason I mentioned that game, it was a very similar week. It was very dry, it was very hot, and the pitch in the first, we got, 445, it was flat. We felt we were under par, and then they went out to bat, and it was flat again, but Jimmy got it swinging. And then we got rolled in our second innings, and there was a bit of, we've thrown it away. But I remember, I'm sure he bowled with the keeper stood up. Did he get Callis out, LBW?
Ben Stokes is bowling. His 14th over. Feels like one of those sorts of days for Ben Stokes as he comes in around the wicket to Ravindra. Ravindra, plays and misses outside the off stump, very close to the edge. Away from his body, a rare lapse in concentration.
Anderson bowled Callis. Rudolph was, and Graham Smith are both LBW to Kirtley. That was on his debut.
Because I remember it, because he's quite skiddy, James Kirtley, and the reason I'm talking about it is because England haven't hit the stumps enough. And you look at Nathan Smith, look at Fox, they were hitting the stumps because of their trajectory. And Kirtley on that occasion, similar wicket, he was just bowling these balls on, I think just thudding into the pads or into the stumps.
Stokes in, up on his toes goes Ravindra and defends a shorter ball into the offside. It's picked up.
Well, if you look at all England's attack, Ben Stokes is kind of over the top and gets a bit of bounce. Joffre, same. Josh Tongue, the same. Gus Atkinson's probably the one that's the skiddiest, does the most, but he still gets a bit of bounce.
Who would be the England?
James Kirtley.
Ollie Robinson, too high, too tall?
Ollie's probably a bit over the top.
Yeah. Just wondering if they've left out a bowler who does challenge the stumps there. And Stokes is in, and this is very full and guided into the offside, but picked up by Duckett in the covers. I need to tell you about our lunchtime feature today because I want our listeners to be thinking about this. We are asking what is the best cricket book as part of the National Year of Reading, which is the biggest campaign in a generation designed to help people to discover or rediscover the joy of reading. You can get in touch, tms@bbc.co.uk or 0330 123 1826 on WhatsApp, Or if you have a smart speaker, you can listen by asking to play 5 Sports Extra or contact us without having to type a thing. Ask BBC Sounds to send a comment. Stokes is in. Ravindra defends again into the offside. Slightly shorter ball through to Duckett, and there is no run. Have you got a favourite cricket book, Andy? I mean, that's a crazy question in a way, but because you might have many favourites, but throw in a few.
Well, I mean, the classic Beyond a Boundary by C.L.R. James. That's one of my favourites. I have a soft spot for John Arlett's book about the 1954-55 Ashes, which I think was the only time he went to Australia.
The tour book.
One of the first cricket books I read.
Stokes is in. Ravindra is forward in defence, back up the wicket, and there is no run. It's been Richard Whitehead wrote a book about that last year, which was very good. Brilliant, very, very good. About the weird shenanigans that went on. I remember, we talk a lot about the drinking culture in English cricket. It's an amazing scene in that when Godfrey Evans and Dennis Compton have basically come back from a night on the lash, wearing their dinner suits, to find Len Hutton too scared to drop Alec Bedser and not wanting to play cricket the next day. As Stokes is in, full and tucked away round the corner down to deep backward square for a single. It's a terrific book, that one. I've not read Arlett's version on that. Beyond a Boundary, by the way, is a sort of bringing together, what cricket means for the Caribbean community, especially. It's one of a sort of series of broad-ranging social histories of cricket you might find. Do you have a favourite, Michael?
No, I've got a couple. I must admit, I did enjoy Steve Waugh's Bible, his autobiography. It's very thick.
Yes.
Did enjoy that. Toughest Tales.
Toughest Tales, yeah.
Yeah, Toughest.
He's a terrific writer, is Toughest. I mean, prolific. He's written so many.
I think he's on to his 13th book.
Yeah.
Simon Hughes' book.
Load of Hard Yakka.
Yes.
That's a great fun book, isn't it?
Do enjoy that one.
And then, they say Golden Boy by Chris Ryan. Have you read that about Kim Hughes? That's a lovely book. About the great Australian from the 70s and early 80s who often played in, it's hard to imagine now, subpar Australian teams. They don't really send out subpar Australian teams anymore.
No, they're all pretty good, aren't they?
Well, my theory is that Australian TV was brilliant in the 70s and early 80s, and they couldn't multitask. Couldn't do two things at once, and the cricket team had to fail. The tongue is in around the wickets, flashed away by Ravindra down to deep backward point. There's fielder there, Gus Atkinson, who keeps the scoring to 153 for 3. So if you've got a favourite book, let us know. We're going to be talking about that with distinguished writer, journalist, and 3 distinguished writers.
Atkinson's not bowled yet today, has he?
Is that surprising? Neither's Bashir, who bowled so many yesterday.
Yeah, I can understand that, but because Atkinson is, particularly on a pitch like this, pretty good on most pitches, to be honest.
Tongue comes in once again, just the one slip and a gully. Mitchell on strike, and he defends really solidly. We see it time again. It's a very crab-like defence. There's nothing really elegant about Mitchell's batting, but this is not what the moment calls for. It calls for grit and digging in, and he has done that.
I don't think he's given a chance, has he? I mean, there was that LBW this morning, which is not a chance he was given out. He reviewed it, it was going over the top, but I think I haven't dropped him.
No, I don't think he dropped him. He came close to playing on yesterday.
Yeah, there's a couple of edges through the slips today for 4. But I'm not sure either of them would have been.
Didn't get a hand either, did they? It went pretty low. Leg slip is in now. As Tongue comes in with his elbows jutting. And Mitchell always struck on the pad. It goes at the onside. He wants a run that isn't there. As Duckett's quick to the ball, he's sent back by Ravindra. 153 for 3. The score remains. Mitchell 41.
Mitchell's a bowler's dream. Because I've studied him, and I think the umpires have had a kind of a little bit of a word to him. But if you watch when he plays a shot, he always sets off to run. And he's pretending to kind of jump out the zone that he's not meant to be in. But I've noticed now he's running down the left side to create a little bit of rough for the left-handers. Yeah, it's gamesmanship. He's pretty good at it.
It's part of the game, isn't it? Here comes Tongue. And Mitchell drives very, very nicely through mid-off. There's a vacant mid-off. It's going to run all the way up to that boundary and just simply be collected. 4 more to the total, 157 for 3. Mitchell to 45. Ewan in London on his best cricket book. He immediately wanted to email to sing the praises of CLR James' Immortal Beyond the Boundary. Still a joy to read, accessible and funny, but the best book about cricket that is also about life, politics, the history of the West Indies and
The 2023 Ballon d'Or France footballer is Lionel Messi.
The winner is Cristiano Ronaldo.
This is the story of the greatest rivalry in the history of sport. A rivalry that split football into 2 fates for a generation.
There could be no, Messi and Ronaldo are both great players. There had to be one that was better.
They 100,000,000% pushed each other to the next level. You know, we were the lucky ones who got to see it.
I'm Steve Crossman. This is Sporting Giants, Messi v Ronaldo. Listen first on BBC Sounds.
He's had 2 failures in this game, 15 for 1 at close to Lanka, 303 behind after West Indies made 626 for 9, including the first ever 400 partnership for the 6th wicket in Test cricket.
Is that right? I suppose it would be, wouldn't it? Yeah. 400 partnership for the 6th wicket. Wow. Tongue is round the wicket to Ravindra, who's beaten on the outside edge. That's a beauty. That is a beauty. He's forced to play. It's slightly left his outside edge. You went to have a little poke at it. And Ravindra's done that a couple of times recently, but he survives on 78. Mitchell 46. New Zealand 158 for 3, lead by 242 runs. As we've got 40 minutes to go to lunch, please keep those best books coming, your favourite books. We'll be talking about them at lunchtime, but take you through the next 20 minutes. It's going to be Jonathan Agnew after some more thoughts from Michael Vaughan.
There's a bit of cricket going on at a local ground behind one of the stands here. The kids playing. It's going to be Gus Atkinson to bowl his first of the day. Some lovely pictures on the screen at the minute because of lots of local cricket. There's one of, look at that, the gas towers.
Yeah.
Oh, that's down in Devon. A lovely picture of one down in Devon, I think.
There are some beautiful cricket grounds.
It's one of the schools. What's that one with the tree in the middle? Oh, this one. Nice pub to aim into if you're batting at that one.
Yeah. Right, Atkinson then, his first bowl of the day. A good long spell from Stokes there. But wicketless, that's the point. And there's lead now 242. Atkinson's going to bowl to Mitchell, who's taken some nasty blows today. In the first ball he can just allow to go by.
What's chaseable, John?
Well, I think with this England team, you know, well, not anything. You know, Duckett, I think, is going to be a key player in this. You've got Duckett, Root, Brook. You know, there are players there who could put a lot of pressure on an inexperienced bowling attack with a target there. There's Atkinson bowls outside the off stump, but I wouldn't want to be getting any more than 270, 280, I don't think.
So England needs 7 wickets for 40.
Well, it does sound a bit gloomy. And there is that short boundary. I mean, I don't know.
The problem that England are going to find.
What do you think? You answer your question.
I think this is a tough chase now on this kind of wicket. And the way England will go about the business will be to be really aggressive.
Yeah.
You know, you look at the way that these two are playing, they're just digging in. Not playing the big drives, they're not playing any fancy shots. And they've attritionally just kind of manoeuvred the scoreboard.
Atkinson runs up bowls, and Mitchell again block drives that up to Stokes at mid-off. 158.
And England will be trying to work out. I saw Harry Brook this morning having a net. And at the Oval I saw him having a net with Marcus Trescothick, the batting coach, for a long period of time, working on the keeper stood up, he was just batting. In the first inning too, he just batted, didn't he? And then he gets a decent one. This morning, John, that defensive kind of play had changed.
Oh, okay.
I saw him practicing the launch.
Launch? Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say the rampage.
No, it was the launch.
Here's Atkinson bowling, and it's ignored by Mitchell.
And he was giving himself a bit of room.
Right, launching in which direction?
Over long on.
Right.
So he was hitting quite a long, but look, he might be preparing for Wednesday's game. He's got a T20 on Wednesday.
He has, yes, he's skipper.
But he was hitting a red ball.
Right.
And I read from what I was watching that he was practicing a little bit more of chaos.
Just say if you're Harry Brook, or Joe Root for that matter, and there's this question of the wicketkeeper standing up to the stumps, and we know we've had that debate and talked about the impact of that. Here's Atkinson bowling. Mitchell defends it. If you've got a couple of chest pads on, and possibly one around your throat, how many ramps would it take to get rid of the keeper?
So you're going for the option of England...
Just saying.
Just ramping a couple.
Well, you want Blundell back and out the way. How many ramps with the ball flying past his nose is he going to withstand before he retreats?
Yeah, good point.
I guess I'm padding on. I'll go out. I mean, there's a suit of armour in there. I'll put it on. There's Atkinson bowls. Mitchell defends this on off stump. Pushes it away. The keeper is standing up. Mitchell back in his crease.
So you're now the batting coach of England, John, and you're going to go into the dressing room with your whiteboard and say, lads,
series depends on this. We've got to
this
get out
tactic's been hurting us. We've got to find a way. What you're going to do is ramp.
Well, I was trying to think.
You've got to get him back.
How else are you going to get him back?
By playing just sensibly.
Yeah, just ignore the fact that he's there.
Got to play. You've got to find a way.
Well, that's
of
a
hitting
sensible
the ball.
option. Obviously, that's a sensible option.
I thought Harry played it well yesterday. He got a nice 50.
Yeah. I was supposed to take one on the grill earlier on today. It's not obviously the wicketkeeper get grilled.
Jamie doesn't give me the same impression that he's loving it as much as Tom Blundell.
But he's back now for tongue. That's fair enough. And he's got the drone hovering almost over his head. 158 for 3.
I've got some news on the Malik man, Richard.
Oh, how is he?
Yeah, he was fine. He's a bit
He's
tired
stiff
this
this
morning. I
morning.
went straight up to him, asked him how he was.
Yeah.
How many steps do you reckon he did yesterday?
Ooh. I'll have to try and work that out. Here's Tongue bowling round the wicket, and Ravindra stretches forward, plays that out to cover. Well, I mean, how many times did he come backwards and forwards? It's going to be...
I thought Andy was keeping a note of that.
Maybe 80 yards. So perhaps double that step, because he's got carrying a heavy mallet. So 16,000.
27,000.
Not all carrying the mallet though, surely.
No, that was his day yesterday. 27,000 steps. He earned his pint last night, I think.
I think he did. Tongue round the wicket, moves in, bowls. That gives it a little bit low. Ravindra certainly gave the impression that it did anyway. So it plays out into the onside. I still think there's a future for that as some sort of Highland sport, mallet throwing or something.
Well, we were debating yesterday on the BBC about throwing an arm bread or a baguette, which would go the furthest. I don't know. Did you get asked to do that?
No.
I went for the baguette. So a hard baguette, it's like a javelin or a rocket. It'd just go, wouldn't it?
Why were you asked that question?
It's socials, isn't it? That's what happens these days. Yeah, just create a debate.
Here's Tongue bowls. That's turned away out towards square leg. They're going to come back for 2. And Chase for the fielder out there picks the ball up now.
So would you choose a naan bread or a baguette? I went baguette.
No, I'm not going to. I just say, well, why are you asking me that ridiculous question?
Well, I said that, but I still had to answer the question.
Well, I would say,
ridiculous.
why are you asking that ridiculous question? Thank you very much, and leave it at that.
Andy, naan bread or a baguette?
Well, I mean, aside from the subtext that civilization is dead, I mean, it depends on the naan bread, doesn't it? Because you get, if it's a nice soft.
Why are you engaging in this conversation?
Well, it also depends on the baguette.
Well, there we go.
How long's the baguette?
160 for 3. In comes Tongue and bowls, and that's pushed away by Ravindra up to mid-on, and there's no run. I think,
John, you'll not be surprised that the youth on socials have loved it.
Have they?
Yeah, they've engaged.
They want
They want
nothing
to
better
see
to
a
do.
TMS team naan bread baguette throw off. It's going to be big news. It'll be a big television show.
I think if you get one of those baguettes with a really pointy snout, just rotate it a bit as you let go of it.
I think Dan Norcross said it.
Andy, you're a sensible man.
Discus or a javelin, which goes the furthest?
I appreciate that, I guess, but it's not true.
You are a sensible person.
So what are you choosing, John?
Look, maybe a naan bread goes like a frisbee.
But the baguette goes like a javelin.
Well, it might. It's the wrist action, isn't it? Yes. Here comes Tongue, bowls down the leg side, a little flick there. And there's half stop there, fumbly sort of stop from Smith. And they take a bye.
Oh, just looking down, and Shoaib Bashir's just coming from deep square leg. Doesn't look like he's getting loose anytime soon.
He's not.
I just go back to those 9 overs last night, Agus, that he bowled from the Ratcliffe Road end. Went for 28. Was the time the seamers should have been bowled.
Yeah, I think we're all agreed on that.
Yeah.
I think if he comes on now, they'll get after him.
I don't know. I think they'll just play. They know that they've got so much time left in the day, and they're going to just try and bat as long as they can. Not scoring too quickly.
In comes Tongue, bowls. Mitchell allows that one to go by outside the off stump.
Mrs. Agnew's just messaged. I think she'll go baguette. I reckon.
She's on Bargy.
Why is she
engaging in this?
Bargy's not even in the. It's not in the game.
It's got to be a bread product, surely.
She's a sensible person as well.
So maybe we go for that. We'll go with them, and we'll go Bargy, naan bread, or baguette. And every week we'll have something different. This is great.
You'd put the Bargy like a shot put, wouldn't you?
Well, you just launch it like a cricket ball. I mean, it'd splatter everywhere, wouldn't it?
I don't think it can count if it's not a bread.
No, correct. A brioche bun.
Can we just return to normal conversation, please?
There is no place for bread throwing in cricket.
161 for 3. You were talking about books. You've gone from books, sensible conversation about books, to tossing bargees.
I did mention tough as tails, so it wasn't that sensible.
My favourite book of a while is the book that Duncan Hamilton wrote about Harold Larwood. That was a terrific book. Because Atkinson round the wicket and bowls steered down to gully, and that was a brilliant book, and all the bodyline stuff and the atmosphere of Adelaide.
I had your Diary of a County Season.
Oh,
was that about 87?
8 days a week.
Yeah.
Gosh, yes.
I thought you were going to say Adrian Mole then. Diary.
1988. That was.
Did you used to do a diary? Did you ever?
Well, no. It was, in those days, Simon Hughes wrote one.
Yeah,
a lot of hard yakko, I think it was that effect. About the same time, in goes Atkinson and bowls, and that's forced off the back foot out to point. And they hadn't really been done before. I think a footballer had done one, whose name I can't remember.
Is it Eamon Dunphy?
It was. It was, absolutely.
Good
and
knowledge.
So, that's very good. So suddenly there was this thought, what a great idea. And so Simon and I wrote our books at about the same time. And it was interesting because the players in our team really had no idea, I mean, certainly in Leicestershire, had no idea really that I was doing it.
Oh, so it was a secret?
Well, it was sort of. I had to go back I went back every night and wrote it. But you couldn't just go and say, got up at 7:30, had a shower.
Full English.
Then goes Atkinson and bowls, that's played way down to mid-on. You had to get some humour into it and create characters. And I did have characters a lot. I mean, Les Taylor was just such a character. He was my roommate. So I wrote about him a lot. Peter Willey. But I'm not sure how much, when it came out, I'm not sure how much they enjoyed it, really, because it's,
So was it released?
You've got to take the mickey a bit.
At the end of every summer?
No, it was only once.
Okay.
It was 1 year, 1988, I think it was.
So you would have been competing with Adrian Mole around that time.
Would have been. I interviewed Sue Townsend on Test Match Special, actually. She's a Leicester woman, she was. Here's Atkinson. So played her way out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. It was quite brave to do it, because you couldn't just write it totally straight. But I was jealous of Simon because he had Botham. So if you're writing about playing with Botham, you're away, aren't you? You really are. And as long as you sustain possibly a bit of punishment afterwards from a disgruntled Ian, then it was okay. He goes Atkinson and bowls, and Mitchell plays slightly across his pad. But 8 days a week, there you go. That's what got me going, really. But Duncan Hamilton, the Duncan Hamilton book, when we did this job, there are various commentary lines that you remember that have become sort of like folklore. One of which was John Arlett's description of Clive Lloyd, a stroke of a man knocking a thistle top off with a walking stick, or words to that effect, is very much similar to that. It's one of those lines. Everyone's like, wow, that's amazing. What a great line. What's in Duncan's book? A writer back in about 1920 wrote that about, it might have been Gunn or one of the players here at Trent Bridge, wrote exactly those words. I thought, John Arlott, you so-and-so. You've read that somewhere and stored it away. Then goes Atkinson and bowls, and that thumps into the pad. There's an appeal, but only a half-hearted one, really. And there's no run. 162 for 3, the lead 246. Maybe Duncan's listening, he'll tell me who the batsman was, but there was certainly a writer back in the day who used that absolute description of a batsman start of the 20th century. Jeremy Coney's alongside me. What cricket books stand out for you, Jeremy? Did you write a book?
Yes, I did. Well, and I wrote it myself. Yeah, that's a good start.
Yeah.
Try turning it on.
Yes.
Wrong one. I had several. Yes, I did. Which I wrote
myself.
What was it called? It was called the Playing Mantis.
Oh, very good.
Yes. Oh, yes.
To explain that, you were known as the Praying Mantis.
Yes.
Was that because of your bowling, particularly? What was it? Where did the Praying Mantis bit come from?
Usually from running and fielding. Right. Just the awkward gait.
I don't remember being that awkward. You sort of crept in quite stealthily when you bowled, didn't you?
Well, if you weren't watching. It wasn't that long a run-up, was it, really?
No. Here comes Tongue, bowls, and that's driven out towards extra cover.
Hugh de Selencourt, I think. I remember reading, I think it was called just the cricket match, and the build-up of two very small local areas playing each other.
Right.
Wonderful.
There'd be so many.
Yes.
Wonderful books, haven't they?
Neville Cardis was always someone who interested me. Gideon Hay, of course.
Australian. I was
More from the historical.
Neville Cardis who said that about, perhaps it was just before his time. His Tongue bowling is tucked away nicely by Ravindra for another single.
Peter Roebuck.
Yeah.
Another. The diary. You get lots of diaries, but I thought his one. Can't remember what they were called, though. I'm sorry. Some of those.
69 miles an hour slow ball.
Was yours just about your cricket career then, or was it about, because you've done so many things? You know, you're a big TV presenter, weren't you? You've done wonderful things for New Zealand television.
Well, on cricket, I did. I thought that was probably.
His Tongue firing out down the leg side, well stopped by Smith. He took off there, stopped 4 byes. But you've done some amazing things for telly, haven't you? Sort of travelogues and.
I was on a travel. That's right. I was the guy that Nigel No Mates.
Yes.
I'm supposed to eat, and it's a lovely restaurant, and there's no one else there with you, no friend. And I did that for 2 or 3 years. That was fun, travelling around.
Yeah.
But I was with Lucy Lawless. We were the two who were chosen.
Lucy Lawless.
She was she was on TV and
Tongue bowls,
show.
Pushed away by
someone
Mitchell.
will send in something, I'm sure. It's
Xena Warrior Princess.
Correct.
Lucy
Xena Warrior.
Were you on screen together?
No, we occasionally, but not in Xena Warrior, I can tell you.
That is a show I would pay so much money to see.
Crowd getting behind the bowlers here. What a wicket. They see this game slipping away. And England's field is encouraging them. Joe Root there saying, come on, let's hear you. They are there, Joe. They're out there. But they want something to shout about. And Mitchell there joins in by theatrically moving away, saying a bit too much noise. Sorry. Let's go and get myself ready. Right, here they go. Mitchell steps into his crease. Right behind Tongue. Runs in now and bowls to Mitchell, who's hit his shoulders armed. the ball goes through at 86 miles an hour to the keeper. 163 for 3.
I think the fun I had was when I got the opportunity to interview other cricketers. I could go to their place where they lived and domiciled, and I could just interview them about the game and the tests that they play, all test players, because these people die. And so here was a chance to show people that no one's seen before, but they might have heard his name.
In comes Tongue, bowls short. Mitchell on the back foot sends the ball into the offside. There's no run. It's the end of the over at 163 for 3. All New Zealand, all the old timers.
All the old timers going from the early matches.
Sutcliffe?
Oh, Bert Sutcliffe, certainly. He had emphysema when I interviewed him, and he told me all about the 53, which is the 53 match with Bob Blair in it, which the New Zealanders are wearing the black armbands for in this game. So that was moving, and he was quite emotional when he told me about, because he was batting at the time when the last wicket fell, and that was 9 down for New Zealand, and Bob was still supposedly back at the motel. But Bob had, and subsequently when he heard the New Zealanders were losing wickets,
He goes Atkinson and he bowls, and that thumps into the 5 pad. Bob is the fellow whose wife had been killed in an accident.
Correct.
Yes. So what, he was going to go home, presumably, was he? Or
he didn't.
He was in his hotel room.
In his hotel room, told very early, 6 o'clock in the morning by the manager. Quietly came, little gentle knock on the door, and was told. And so he didn't go to the ground, and then New Zealand lost all these wickets subsequently to Heine and Adcock on a nasty pitch.
Atkinson scuttles in again, crowd urging him on, he bowls, Ravindra drives, Atkinson fields with his right hand.
And when the wickets fell, he got in a cab and went to the ground.
Amazing.
Ellis Park, that rugby ground, of course, in South Africa, the last cricket test at Ellis Park, 53. And it was a ground where you changed beneath the ground level, so you came up from underneath and then up onto the field of play. And so when New Zealand lost the 9th wicket, and everybody knew the flags were at half-mast.
Atkinson pauses for a moment, slip gully, 2 out on the leg side. Crowd desperate here as Atkinson runs away and bowls. Oh, that goes straight through and kept horribly low. Almost hit the off stump. 163 for 3.
It just shows you that bowling from the Radcliffe end, there is certainly variable bounce. That's also nipped away. It's in nipping away.
It kept low.
It missed the off stump, but it did also about a third of the way up the stumps as well.
So Sutcliffe saw him.
So Sutcliffe saw him as they all get in, and everybody just stopped.
Gosh.
This lone figure standing there coming up.
Atkinson bowls. That's nicely played by Ravindra. On the front foot, incredible.
And Bert said to me, and he had breathing difficulties. I went over to him and, what did you do that for, Bob? What did you do that for? And put his arm around him, and they went out and they had the 10th wicket, and they scored 33 runs, we found, I think. And they just attacked. Blair got a hit of 6. Bert hit the rest with 4s and 6s, got to 80. Bandaged, of course, and bleeding from the towel around his head.
Atkinson again steered by Ravindra for a single.
3 or 4 of them went to hospital.
Wow.
So anyway, he was stumped. Anyway, Hugh Tayfield got Bob stumped, and then they went in and sat in the showers together and had a whiskey or 2, he said, while the team went out and fielded. They're wonderful, the old stories that you hear if you interview people, and that was the generosity they had and the pleasure that I got from it, and just listening to what they had to say about how they felt about their tours.
You should write a book about that.
Ask a couple of the brutal tour, 55, 56 to India and Pakistan, Jeremy, sleeping 4 in a room on straw palliasses, and using the same bath.
Atkinson with the keeper standing up, and Mitchell tucks him out towards square leg. What a book it could write.
No, they're great stories.
Get it written, Jeremy. Get it written. You could gaze out over Marlborough Sounds, and you could write a beautiful book about all of that. I'm leaving. It's lunchtime in 20 minutes. Simon Mann's coming in.
Well, maybe I'll think about that. But 164 for 3 right now. Of course, New Zealand, the lead is now nearly 250, and so that's in a very important session to not lose a wicket. At the moment, with the cloud cover, I thought that the ball might move a little more this morning. It did yesterday for New Zealand. There's no new ball here for England until well into the second session, I would have thought, at this stage. Hello, Simon.
Good afternoon, Jeremy. Good afternoon, everyone. It's been an unusual morning's cricket, hasn't it? We don't get many mornings like this.
No.
No wickets and 44 runs in an hour and 40 minutes.
No, it's been a battle.
And hence, I think the reason the crowd have joined in, though, come on, show us something, somebody. Here's Tongue going into bowl to Ravindra, and Ravindra's edging the controlled edge down towards the boundary, and it's gone away for 4. It's past route at first slip. You could argue that was nicely played, a delicate touch there from Ravindra. Takes him to 87. England just with 1 slip. It was a ball outside the off stump. Yeah, it was open face. It was nicely
Slightly
played,
open,
wasn't it?
yeah.
It was nicely played, really. And using the pace. 168 for 3, and the lead now is over 250. New Zealand a week ago set England a huge task at the Oval, 463. Here is Ravindra clipping away on the leg side. That's 4 as well. Beautiful shot, flicked away, out towards deep backwards square leg. Suddenly New Zealand getting a move on.
England desperate to dismiss Ravindra in particular, aren't they? Because he's one of those few players that the scoreboard just clicks over. It just keeps moving, and therefore you're changing your lengths, you're changing the line that you're bowling, forced to do that as a bowler. The captain isn't quite so happy. He tries to change things as well, and the whole idea sometimes and the plans are lost in all the movements.
Tongue round the wicket to Ravindra's on 91, and Ravindra head right over it, playing towards extra cover, and there's no run. He's playing his 24th Test match. His Test average is excellent, isn't it? It's up at.
It's in the 40s.
Yeah,
49, including this innings.
And he's got 500s. Well, he's 9 away from another one. It's 172 for 3. Joanne Napper has emailed Riyadh Chat about the best cricket book, chatting about at lunchtime as part of the National Year of Reading. As the daughter of a massive cricket fan, I had no choice but to become a fan myself. Tongue bowls to Ravindra. Ravindra squared up by that one. Goes away into the offside towards cover. Is that a slower ball? You just run the fingers over it there. Dad's bookshelves were full of cricket books, and at the age of 16 I read The Art of Captaincy by Mike Brearley. Fascinating stuff, my first ever leadership book. I now read leadership books as part of my job, so cricket, as you all know, is relevant to all aspects of life.
It's a book I take with me every tour I go.
Yeah?
Absolutely. It's in my bag at the moment.
It is a fascinating book, isn't it?
Good book.
Yeah, it is. I think when you read a cricket book, you don't want anything bland, you want insight. Here's Tongue bowling, that's crashed away by Ravindra out towards deep point. Runs flowing in this over. He comes back for 2. England have a sweeper out there. He ran away to his left-hand side to pick it up. And 2 more to the total, 174 for 3. Because cricket takes so much time, there is a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. People want an insight into that, don't they, really? But also I think they want a tactical insight as well. What's it like to be out there? What are you thinking at the time? Because we can look and try to surmise what's going on, because you've been in that position as New Zealand captain. You knew what was going on out there in the middle, so you can tell us that if you choose to do so, if you choose to reveal all the details. Outside the off stump. Oh, he nearly nicks that through. There's an appeal from a couple behind, or some arms raised from those behind, but past the outside edge. More frustration for England. But New Zealand here had a splendid morning, quietly a splendid morning. 174 for 3, Ravindra 93, Mitchell 46. Stephen Steen says, please save a mention for Miles Jupp's book, Fibber in the Heat, a romantic, truthful account of blagging of the highest order, not for profit, but for love. The love of the game of cricket, worth any number of minutes to dive in, enjoy the fun. Miles is a brilliant comedy writer, performer, a classic cricket book. Well, I was kind of part of that, because Miles was on that tour, and he turned up at Mumbai airport, and he said, well, I'm part of your team. I said, Miles, are you? We didn't know. I didn't really know him then at all. I know him very well now, but yeah, he said, I'm working for BBC Scotland and for a newspaper in South Wales, I think. It was like, okay, BBC Scotland, that's interesting. The tour of India. Here is Atkinson bowling, and it's driven back by Mitchell to the bowler Atkinson, and there's no run. Basically, Miles, he was at the Oval Test of 2005, and he looked up at the press box and thought, I'd like to be in there. So he got himself accredited. He knew a couple of people at BBC Scotland, one in a paper in South Wales. He got himself accredited, and I think what happened with it,
So where did his reports go?
Well, this is a very good. I mean, read the book, everyone. It's a great book, and obviously he's a great storyteller as well. Atkinson moves into bowl, and it's defended into the offside, and there is no run. And I think the first day we were there, so he was doing some reports he'd managed to get some commission from a newspaper in South Wales, but the first day we were there, I think we got news on our WhatsApp or text, Simon Jones is out of the tour. So the one player he could write about, with a Welsh angle, that was it, straight away, right at the start of the tour. So I think he's got this sort of a sinking feeling. But also, one of my first memories of Miles is we had a flight up to, I think it was Rajkot possibly for the first Test match, and we had quite a long time to wait. Here is Atkinson bowling, and that's down the leg side, 4 byes. It's not taken by Smith. 4 leg byes. It just flicks something on the way through, and New Zealand continuing to score freely now, 262. So there's a few of us, and we hired a hotel room because we had a long flight. We just did a hotel room kind of for the afternoon into the evening before our flight, because we had nowhere to go. And Miles took a shower, but in the Indian hotel that we were in, I think he'd failed to realise that you had to sort of pull this curtain down. So my first memory of Miles was basically seeing his bare backside in the having a shower, because he hadn't realised that you needed to pull this curtain thing down. You probably stayed in hotel rooms like that.
Yes, I have.
That one just turned away into the onside, and there's no run. So, an unforgettable start. But we became friends on that trip. And
on that basis?
Yeah, well, you do get close to people, don't you, on tours? But so he didn't make any money out of working for BBC Scotland or the newspaper.
Had a great tour, though.
But he had his ups and downs as well. He writes about it. He was at one point, I think he was desperately ill somewhere as well. So and that was quite hard work.
That's India.
Yeah. Atkinson bowls, and Mitchell defends into the offside, and there's no run. And so he didn't make any money out, but he did eventually, because he turned it into a book and then a stage show, because he's a great performer. So he performed a stage, toured it around, talk about his experience, called Fibber in the Heat, and then he wrote the book of it as well. So I think ultimately came out of it pretty well. And he's a good friend of yours, Zolt, as well, isn't he?
Yep, hosted the news quiz before I did.
Yeah. You kind of got rid of him, did you? You took over the news quiz.
He got rid of himself, right? Other stuff to do.
Atkinson bowls to Mitchell, short, swung away, but not timed. Dribbles out towards forward square leg, and there's no run. So a lot of action on the ball from Mitchell, but not much result there. He's still on 46. And New Zealand yet to lose a wicket, so 178 for 3.
He's been on 46 for 22 balls, and all this morning 20 off 81 balls, including 2 edges for 4 through the slips. Ravindra scored 33 off 57, so they played with a lot of discipline, Jeremy. We had 2 overs from Stokes to Ravindra in which he left 6 balls in a row. A couple of times earlier in the series he looked a little impatient. Do you think he's just adjusting back to red ball cricket?
Well, a couple of things. The first thing is that I think more is happening at the far end. If you go out to the pitch and have a look, there are cracks. The majority of them are going laterally across the centre of the pitch, and then also running up and down the surface as well, but mainly towards the Stewart Broad end, and and on the right hand is outside his off stump. So that's the area bowling from the Radcliffe end.
Bashir into the attack for the first time today. He's changed ends from yesterday evening. His first ball is turned away by Ravindra for a single forward of square. 179 for 3.
I couldn't understand the 7-2 fields. It's not to be used really. What it does is it tends to make you bowl outside the off stump because you've got 7 fielders and a lot more cover than you have on the other side. You don't want to bowl straight. You might get flicked away and plenty gaps. And so that's the first over you're talking about. The 6 let go were because they were so wide from Stokes.
Now Mitchell settles over his bat. Brooks in there at slip, and Bashir bowls, and Mitchell guides that away towards short third. And there is no run. Yeah, that flight wasn't to Rajkot, it must have been to Nagpur back in that India tour, because that was Cookie's first test match when he came over and played and made 100 in his first game. That tour that Miles was on. That produced Fibber in the heat. This is Bashir bowling. Mitchell comes down the pitch, guides it up towards long on. They're off for a single. That was also the test match that produced the memorable mission from Geoffrey Boycott. I think the first time ever that he was wrong.
Really? Has that happened?
He actually said that on the radio. I was wrong.
I were wrong.
Yeah, he said, all right, I were wrong. It was about the weather in Nagpur. This is Bashir bowling. Oh, there's a shout for LBW. Must be close, surely out. He's got one to straighten and keep a bit low. Ravindra, the man dismissed. He's coming down to have a chat with Mitchell, and I think he's reviewed it. Bashir was celebrating before the finger went up. Absolutely confident about that.
TV umpire to the director, we have a player review.
Well, it looks like a speculative one from Ravindra, doesn't it? 94 he is, and obviously his face etched with disappointment as he takes the review.
We're now seeing it front on for the first time. What do we think? We think
it doesn't appear to be any bat. Just go to Ultra, please.
Well, if there's no bat, and I don't think there is, he's a little bit late on it. That's just plumb.
Ultra is going to have clear gap between bat and ball. No bat involved. Ball tracking and ready, please.
In fact, he's done very well to miss it.
It is the plumbest LBW you could possibly see.
Pitching that sort of impact in line. Wickets hitting. Rod, you can stay with the original art decision. Stand by. The on-screen signal now.
He's played back. He's sitting Midland leg stump about 2/3 the way up. And Bashir has made an immediate impact today. And Ravindra, just a reaction of frustration there as he was sent on his way. He's out for 94. Played splendidly. It's the first wicket of the day for England, and it's come 5 minutes before lunch. New Zealand haven't got away today, but they are building a strong position. They're 264 runs ahead.
It's a wonderful innings, really, in the context of the game, in terms of how the pitch has changed. It's not in the first part of the match when lots of runs were scored, 661 in the first 2 days. And so then the match has turned. Batting has become much more difficult. And there's an element of good fortune about it at times because there's variable bounce. And batsmen are having to take a few blows because they're uncertain of the bounce, so that you've got to wait for a ball that you can attack. And Ravindra coming out bravely, I thought, in that first 20 to 30 runs, and he got a very quick start to his innings while the ball was still new. And he took the heat out of that new ball.
Tom Blundell's out there at number 6 for New Zealand, so despite the loss of that wicket, they're still in a very strong position in this test match. But a lift for Bashir, his 3rd wicket of the game. moves in now and bowls to Blundell. You don't often hear a crowd roaring for a spinner, do you? It's normally the fast bowler they're right behind. Bashir taking a wicket with his 4th ball of the morning. I think it was a feeling last night in this commentary box that, why was he bowling from this Radcliffe Road end, and they should have used a seamer, but changes ends, comes on straight away, gets the wicket. The wind is really ruffling his shirt and his trousers. A hop there into his run up and bowls. It's clipped away by Blundell towards mid wicket, and there's no run. So Bashir 10 overs, 1 for 30. New Zealand are 180 for 4 on the verge of lunch, and Mitchell has battled away 143 balls for his 47. Just very quickly back to that Geoffrey Boycott story. People might be thinking, well, what was all that about? We were in Nagpur and it was blazing hot, but there was some indication that we were going to have a massive storm, and Geoffrey said, there's no storm coming here. I won't do his Yorkshire accent. There's no storm coming here. It won't rain here for 3 months. And of course that night it was like unleashed, and our commentary box was flooded. It was like, a greenhouse where you left the window open or something like that. That was what it was like in the morning. So so we managed to prize that immortal phrase out of him. All right, I were wrong. I've never heard it before or since, I don't think. Atkinson bowls, and forward goes Mitchell and plays out towards extra cover, and there's no run.
The details of Ravindra's outstanding innings: 94 from 149 balls with 12 fours. It was 12 for 2 when he came in. New Zealand just 96 ahead. Now the lead is 264. And the phases of his innings: he began with 32 off 25 at the start, as Jeremy was talking about, a very positive start. Then restrained for the rest of the day, another 28 runs from 65 balls and 34 off 59 today.
Now Mitchell faces Atkinson, and he just rides the bounce there, guides it down into the gully where it's stopped by Bethel. He's a good fielder, diving away to his right, gathered it in.
The curious thing actually about that dismissal was that how he missed the ball. It didn't. It pitched kind of outside off and kept on going. Maybe just straightened a tad so it was still brought the stumps into play. Did it keep low is the issue, really. I mean, I looked at the height of the bat as he was looking to play, and the ball itself, it might have hit low on the bat. Maybe that was what surprised him.
Atkinson with the keeper standing up, bowls to Mitchell. Mitchell's forward. In such determined mood this morning, Mitchell. He's taken a few blows, and he's pushing New Zealand forward ever so slowly. It's a bit like being in a traffic jam, when you move just bit by bit by bit by bit. But ultimately you get to your destination with a bit of patience. Last over before lunch, and then we'll be talking cricket books. Are you involved in that, Jeremy?
No.
Here's Atkinson bowling, and forward goes Mitchell, plays it up towards mid-on.
I'm really looking forward to the lunch.
Not the discussion.
Oh, well, I'll listen as I eat.
Good. Well, Dan's coming in to guide us through that. 2 balls left in the morning session. Mitchell 3 away from a half-century. One of his grittier knocks. We're so used to him dominating that last series that New Zealand played here with those hundreds he made. Atkinson bowls to him, and then he's forward, playing that towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. And the innings this morning has been one of a player almost playing out for a draw on the final day. It's had that feature to it.
He's had particularly to spend a lot of time down at that more difficult end where the cracks are running towards, and there is some variation of height and movement. So that's, as you say, he's taken the odd blow, but he's hung in there very, very well.
Atkinson, last ball of the session, bowls to Mitchell, and Mitchell, as he's been for most of the morning, is in defence. He's got through, and New Zealand, without much damage in that opening session of the day, are in a good position in this game. 180 for 4, so we've had 60 runs in 25 overs this morning. That's kind of old school, really. We're far more used to teams taking it on these days in Test cricket. Indeed, on that opening day, New Zealand were 108 for no wicket at lunch, albeit it was a hot day and the pitch was flatter. And of course the path of the game had not been set. But New Zealand chiselling out 60 this morning for the loss of 1. And you look at this surface and you look at the game as it's going to continue. You might have felt this morning from an England perspective that you kind of felt you needed a 7 for 70 type morning, 7 for 60 type morning, but it's a 60 for 1 morning. So New Zealand 264 ahead. They've got the chance here to set England 350 if they go well. That's what they'll be hoping for. And you feel on this pitch, although you can never be certain in this glorious game, you feel on this pitch that 350 would be a heck of a difficult task.
Yeah, well, I think England would be happy because New Zealand haven't got away to a flyer today. And that's the good part about their innings. The second part about it is that, by only getting 60 runs from the 25 overs, so you're not even 3 runs and over there. And they've claimed the wicket right at the end, the important one of Ravindra. So New Zealand have lost that ability to keep scoring nicely and at a decent kind of clip later on in the day. That's gone now. It's a good innings by Ravindra. He was the only batsman to fall, LBW to Bashir, just a few moments prior to lunch. But what New Zealand have done, they've restricted the potential damage and they've used time. Time is also a part of the game now, because the longer they bat, the pitch isn't going to get better. It's not going to improve. What it is only going to deteriorate. And so that is more in their favour the longer that they bat.
So 180 for 4 at lunch. I'll give you the bowling figures. Archer's bowled 12 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 23. Atkinson 13 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 27. Tongue 11 overs, no maidens, 0 for 56. So yet to take a wicket on his home grounds. What has he bowled in this game? Overall he's bowled 33 overs and then 75 plus 56 and no wickets.
Yes, 131.
131, thank you. So 0 for 131 in the game. And then Bashir, he's bowled 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 30. And Ben Stokes with another long spell this morning. Is it 8 overs, Olds, that Stokes spell this morning? 14 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 33. What was his spell this morning, those 8 overs? Because he bowled an 8 over spell for 13 the other day with 3 wickets.
It was 0 for 14.
0 for 14 today from 8, yeah. But not with the wickets today. So England they've been at New Zealand. They've tried to make something happen, but New Zealand have resisted in what's been a real battling session from them. So the game hasn't gone forward too much this morning, but New Zealand clearly in a very decent position in this Test match. I think it's a position that England would love to be in themselves. Right, it's lunch. Here's Daniel.
Thank you, Simon. Yes, it has been a gripping session, actually. Not been crash bang wallop, but it's been absorbing, I think, is the way we describe sessions like that, isn't it? And another thing that's absorbing, or can be absorbing, is a very good book. 2026 is the National Year of Reading, the biggest campaign in a generation designed to help more people to discover or rediscover the joy of reading. The theme is to go all in on your passions and interests, and when it comes to a tradition of writing about a sport, cricket has a rich and varied history. From the iconic Beyond the Boundary by C.L.R. James, which we've mentioned a few times this morning, to Harry Thompson's Penguin Stop play about amateur cricketers and their crazy travails, from Duncan Hamilton's biography of the great Harold Larwood from around these parts, to the groundbreaking autobiography of Marcus Trescothick, Coming Back to Me, made talking about mental health in cricket, I suppose, possible in a way that it hadn't been before. We've been asking you, what is your favourite book? You can get in touch, please do so, because we've had loads and loads of responses. We won't be able to read them all out, but we'll dip into a few. To get in touch, tms@bbc.co.uk or 0330 123 1826 on WhatsApp. Or if you have a smart speaker, you can listen by asking to play 5 Sports Extra or contact us without having to type a thing. Ask BBC Sounds to send a comment. But what makes a good cricket book? I'm very delighted to say I'm joined by Simon Wilde, who has won numerous awards for books like The Tour, the story of the England cricket team, England, the biography, which I thought was a terrific title, and Chasing Jessup, The Mystery of England Cricket's Oldest Record, which is a truly fabulous book, came out last year. Annie Chave is alongside us as well, the author of Cricket Changed My Life, which is a sort of compendium of 11 people's views on or how cricket has changed their lives. It's an absolutely beautiful book. She's also a Cricket Writers Club Book of the Year judge and has been for the last 2 years. And also, I've got alongside me, freelance cricket writer, voracious reader of cricket books, and also one-time housemate of mine for all of 10 days in Brisbane.
What a
Jim, what a time that was to be alive. Jim Wallace. Now, before I come to you all, we've had so many responses. I want to just name a few. The first one I got here, and I'd forgotten this book, but it's brilliant, is Another Bloody Tour by Frances Edmonds, Phil Edmonds' wife, about touring the West Indies. That's a great read. I've got The Ladybird Book of Cricket. That was probably the very first book that I got when I was about 6, which in its brief length and pocketable format provides the most perfect and simple explanation of the game for neophytes of any age, says Richard Guy from Woolwich. Ian from Sudbury, Mike Brearley's The Art of Captaincy is both a great book, a wonderful book about leadership, and also Alan Ross's account of the 54-55 tour of Australia he loves, as well as Simon Jones's Lot of Hard Yakka, which he says is both a great piece of writing and opened up the realities of the county game. That was by Simon Hughes, of course. There's been a few books on the 54-55 tour. We had one last year from Richard Whitehead, which was brilliant and won awards. Let's start with Simon, because Simon, you have written, you told me, 13 books. Does it feel like more? Because you've been doing it pretty much every year for 2 or 3 decades.
Yes, I don't know why have I written so many books. I think I grew up in a household full of books because my father was an English teacher in Leeds. He loved cricket and he loved books, and he had a lot of cricket books. So I think when I was absorbing cricket as a youngster, the writing or the reading of it, about it, was always part of the process, really. It wasn't just about watching it and playing it, it was reading about it as well. So I think he instilled my love of books, really.
So did you have favourite readers or favourite topics? Because before we did this segment, I was thinking about how you might describe cricket literature, because it's so wide-ranging, you know. And you yourself have written books that are the macro, England, the biography, and then the micro, Chasing Jessup, which is all about one innings. And we've got all points in between. So are you enthused? Obviously you're enthused by the lot, but was it writers that sucked you in, or was it topics and ideas?
Yeah, I think it was writers, really. I read Cardus books. My father had a lot of Cardus books. A.A. Thompson, you don't hear about him very much. He wrote a lot of lovely books, really, about cricket and cricketers, Yorkshire, northern cricketers particularly. So yeah, it was the books, really, that got me into cricket as much as anything.
Lastly, for the moment, look, do you have a favourite? I mean, they're all your children. These
what,
13
a
books.
book? Oh,
of your own. Which is the one that you've most enjoyed putting together, do you think?
I think the Jessup one, actually, because it wasn't a book. I think I've probably spoke to you about this before. I wasn't intending to write a book about him. It was only when I sort of found this newspaper cutting that showed that maybe it wasn't 76 balls as we understood that I got lured in, and then I ended up writing this book quite quickly, not ever intending to do it, really. So I sort of have an affection for that. But no, I think England, the biography, because it was such a big subject, and I wasn't sure I could ever sort of wrestle it to the ground, really, as a topic was so big. So that was pleasing to do, and it's sort of what I've done for the last 30 years, following the England team around the world. So that book was a sort of bringing all those strands together, I suppose.
Jim, we often say in cricket that cricket is this wonderful, fertile ground for literature. We sort of just accept it as a fact, because we can reel off the names of people like C.L.R. James, Derek Burley, Neville Cardus, Duncan Hamilton, and they all trip off the tongue. And we take it as read that actually cricket is the sport that has got the richest literature. Is it true? And if so, why do you think it's cricket that's done this?
I mean, I think it definitely is true. I'm obviously biased, but I've read more cricket books than I have about other sport. But, tennis has this great sort of literary heritage. If you speak to a lot of tennis writers, they would probably say that tennis is. I actually read a tennis book called Levels of the Game, which is a famous tennis book which takes a match between Arthur Ashe and another tennis player I can't remember, but it's almost point by point, and then it goes off into their autobiographies and their stories and how they reached the point to come to this match. And I thought that was actually a great idea for a cricket book. You take an innings, say Joe Root when he takes on Sachin Tendulkar or whatever, and it's his innings, but you weave in his story. And obviously, there's the literary heritage, and then there's the autobiographies, the sort of the straight up player ones when they finish. But I think because cricket it has that tradition of it goes right back, so it spans a whole lot of eras of social history as much as anything, and takes in the wars, and you can learn so much about life from cricket. So there's so many parallels. Yeah, it's a game of failure. So someone like me who sort of leans onto that melancholy side of things, a cricket book is always good to dip into because it sort of teaches you about life, I think.
Annie, you've been steeped in cricket and cricket books from pretty much the moment you were born, I imagine, I'm talking to you. And now you're a judge. What do you look for in a cricket book? What is it that's going to float your boat?
I mean, personally, I love the
social history of cricket. So I like brings in politics, talks about war, it brings in life stories, anything like that. I think is fantastic. So that's where I would look.
Can you remember? Do you remember the first one that really gripped you as a child? I mean, I mentioned the Ladybird book of cricket, then the second book I got was The Wisden from 1958, which couldn't really be more different from the Ladybird book of cricket. Can you?
I did read the Ladybird book of cricket, and that gripped me. But I mean, much more so as an adult, I've been fascinated by books and more the social history ones, like The Unforgiven, for example, about the Ashley Graves book about the West Indies that went on the South Africa tour. That sort of book is much more my cup of tea than a young book, obviously.
It was a magnificent book, that, and also it takes you into different cultures, I find, cricket writing, which is what's so appealing about so many of these things. I mean, when you get the wide-ranging stories. And one of the great books I've read recently is by David Woodhouse about the 1953-54 tour of the West Indies. And you think to yourself, is this going to be a bit dry? Well, not a bit of it. So you've got riots going on, you've got countries seeking independence, you've got the England team wandering around completely naively, having no idea really how to behave. You've got perceived insults left, right and centre, and in the midst of it all, you've got this gripping series which finishes 2-2. And so when you're reading it, it's like a multi-stranded whodunit, really, because I wasn't totally familiar with the 53-54 tour, so it's like a gripping story that you don't really know the end of, and yet you're transported, a bit like reading a bit of Agatha Christie. You're sent right back in time to the 30s and 40s. I mean, with that in mind, what's the one that really gets you? What are the ones about older tours? Because that's a sort of category of book, isn't it?
Well, as you know, Dan, we lived together in Australia for a little bit this winter, and I was certainly reading Richard Whitehead's Victory in Australia.
Victory in Australia, yeah.
The Typhoon Tyson and all that sort of stuff, and we needed a Typhoon Tyson in the most recent Ashes tour. So I mean, I thought that I actually messaged him, and it won a lot of awards this year, and said, this is such a fantastic document of that period. And I remember flying over from Shark Island and looking down and thinking of a couple of passages from that book, because he mentions that first test at the Gabba and how febrile it is, and or people sat on oil canisters and the heat and the scorched earth and the sky is bluer than he's ever seen before and stuff like that. So it's a really sort of those books that put you in that place. It's quite a hard thing to do, but David Woodhouse's book certainly does that too. And I think they, because you can often look at the footage and think, oh, this is so gentlemanly and a bit sort of passé or whatever, but those books really sort of have a visceral quality to them.
Also, cricket writing encourages books about amateurs. We're talking here about cricket and professional cricket, but some of the books that really took off were books like Rain Men, for example, and Penguins Stop Play, which sort of feel a little bit to me like almost like the fever pitch of cricket books. And what is it about that? I mean, why is everybody... I mean, and I love those books, but you get really into finding out about people that are not famous, you're never going to know. I suppose they resemble you a bit in their general incompetence and the way that they're obsessed with their own cricket and take it so seriously. But there's a sort of category of cricket book that's like that, isn't there, Simon? Which is always really kind of charming and lovely.
Well, I just think cricket's got, because of the tempo of the game, it takes a test match takes several days, a county match takes several days. Okay, recreational cricket's an afternoon, but there is sort of space for normal life to intrude, and your character is expressed in the game. Perhaps again, football or rugby is so much more condensed and so much more action-packed in a way that there isn't time for character to express itself. So I think that's why literature is so cricket is so well suited to literature, because of the tempo, I think, and the time for character to express itself, and that is the case in recreational cricket, village cricket, as much as it is in professional cricket.
There's a lovely book called Not Out First Ball by Roger Morgan Grenfell, which is about his team, the White Rhinos, I think they are. And the idea is that they play games and you can't be out first ball. They're that bad. And his wicket keeper is called the Human Sieve. And so he sort of becomes this wonderful character throughout the book, the Human Sieve. Ball's just going to go straight through him. And you're just, transported into teams that you have yourself been in.
Yeah, there's Glory Gardens as well. Shout out to Glory Gardens, which I just remembered on the way up the stairs, which are sort of teenage fiction about a teenage cricket.
But I love those. I read them. I'm desperate for them to win every time.
Exactly, yeah. But they're a sort of remember the Renford Rejects? They're not very good, and there's squabbles and there's fights for jockeying for position and all that stuff. But as a sort of gateway fiction book into cricket, they're a really good series.
I'm going to talk more about fiction shortly, but Daniel Goldberg's been in touch. He loves The Greatest Test of All by Jack Fingleton, who was a superb writer and player, of course, for Australia before the Second World War. It's about the tied test at the Gabba during the 60-61 Australia tour. Benno versus Worrell, two captains with an incredible attitude towards cricket, legendary players from history, Gary Sobers, Wes Hall, Bobby Simpson, Neil Harvey and so forth. This series revived cricket, which was dying a slow, painful death, and that's another theme that comes through in so many cricket books, isn't it? Is cricket's on the verge of death always, and it needs to be revived somehow. I mean, it's been on the verge of death since it started, from what I can gather. David Griffiths' favourite is Australian Summer, the Test matches of 36-37 by Neville Cardus, when Quisling traitor Gubby Allen went down to Australia, won the first two tests. But because the Australians were so upset at having lost in 32-3 through perfectly legitimate tactics from Surrey legend Douglas Jardine and Harold Larwood from these parts, no one was allowed to bowl a bouncer for 3 months. And Australia came roaring back with a 3-2 win. Richard Morton has just read Ben Bloom's Batting for Time. There's a book that tackles the existential crisis in cricket, and you get quite a few of those. They're not really social histories like, say, Derek Burley's or Mike Marquis's, anyone but England, but they're ones that are kind of trying to point out that we need to do something, we need to be vigilant. That's a kind of type of book that appears a fair bit.
Yes, it does. Yeah, I've read that book. It's very interesting. Yeah, I mean, as you say, cricket's been in crisis since it started, really, hasn't it? I mean, my thought about sort of the early days is that one of the when we had professionals and amateurs playing the game, one of the ways that the amateurs could stay involved in the game was that they were allowed to write journalism about cricket. That you could be paid for journalism without breaching the rules. For some arcane reason, that was okay.
Just to be clear to our listeners, you couldn't, for example, you just couldn't be captain of England if you weren't an amateur. So being an amateur, that status was very significant.
Exactly. But journalism was allowed, so you had people like Pelham Warner, C.B. Fry, these sort of people, my friend Gilbert
Percy Fender, I guess.
Percy Fender, they were journalists, and that helped them continue to play cricket. So you had this sort of class of player who, the literature became it was a sort of an adjunct to the game, really. You needed people writing about it to stay involved. So
you've also got the fact that there's tours going on now. You know, if you're playing a game of football, yes, I mean, somebody can write about Manchester United's or Liverpool's season or whatever, but there's something exotic, isn't there, about the 1930s, Jim? Players going on a steamship, spending, and you'd have written about it loads, of course, Simon, but spending ages on this boat together, then arriving in a country where there are no aeroplanes, it takes ages to get around, it's hot, it's dusty, the conditions are dreadful, they're all living with each other, stuff's going to go wrong, I mean, is that partly why cricket lends itself to this kind of writing?
I think so, yeah. It is that. It teaches you historical things, but it also teaches you, to go back to it, teaches you about life and friendships and how to just get on and how those books sort of tap into something that you perhaps might not have even thought of. I remember before, it was my first tour of Australia, and I hadn't thought of, what it would be like to get however long it took on a boat to go over there, and they entertain themselves by playing deck quoits and all this sort of stuff. It seems very, completely different to what it's like these days when you get on an aeroplane and you can be in that country the next day. So that was definitely part of it. It was part of the touring side of it. They were away for an awful long time, and they had to. Well, W.G. Grace was on, right? He would in those early days. He would, he'd almost make a profit out of the tours, but he'd be the only one that's making any money out of those
massive
tours.
profits. Yeah.
Of course, the tour book has declined since TV coverage came in. In the old days, you needed the tour books written by either journalists or players to tell you what had actually happened in Australia, because you couldn't see it. But obviously now, since 1990, we've had ball-by-ball live coverage on TV of every
tours.
tour. The tour books are now, well, there aren't any really, are there?
Not really.
Anyone writes them.
And the tour's not as long.
No.
And there's not as much variety. I mean, the players stayed in a hotel for another week. I know they also went to Noosa, but, Annie.
That's a book in itself, by the way.
Annie, when we talked earlier, you reminded me about fiction, because not all cricket literature is about fact. And you reminded me of Shehan Karunatilaka's brilliant book, Chinaman. I'd forgotten how much I loved that book until you reminded me. It's one that people really should read. What is it that grabbed you about that book?
I think it's a bit of a mystery kind of book, and it's just got extraordinary passages of writing in it. It's a wonderful, wonderful book, and also fiction. Even though it's a fiction book, it teaches you a lot about about cricket in Sri Lanka, and so it's just a great book. There is a lot of interesting cricket fiction around. I just think it's quite hard to find it. You were saying that you hadn't read a lot of cricket fiction.
There's Joseph O'Neill's Neverland as well, isn't there? That was really, really popular, and that's set in New York, and it's about a cricket league sort of put together by the occasional shady character and the occasional obsessive. And it won loads of awards, and it just is bizarrely wonderful. It's so evocative of its time and its place, and the characters are so magnificently drawn. That's Joseph O'Neill, isn't it, Annie? I think.
That is one I haven't read. I've read The Test by Nathan Lehman, which is which is a fairly recent one, but I haven't actually read Neverland.
The O'Neill book has a great bit. He describes fielding as pulmonary, the sort of
That's
movement
right.
of fielders in and out, and I've definitely stolen that line actually from him.
I've done that on commentary, because he talks about it like a lung taking in air and then coming back in again as the fielders come in and go back out again.
And I actually thought of that line. That's funny how certain lines come to you. As on day one when I was walking around the concourses, and about how England looked pretty ragged, and I was thinking, maybe they've gone a bit sclerotic or whatever, and there's people at the back of the concourses passed out in 36-degree heat. It all felt quite there was an organ failing there, but they've done well to get I suppose to cling on in this match.
Joanna Biddington, her favourite book is Penguin Stop Play by Harry Thompson. We mentioned that. She says it's a hilarious book. It tells the story of one of those great idiotic enterprises only an Englishman could have dreamt up, for 11 village cricketers to play cricket on all 7 continents of the world, including Antarctica. Made all the more poignant, of course, by the fact that Harry Thompson died shortly after publication. Felix White wrote a lovely book, It's Always Summer Somewhere. And, that's a book where it is a bit like, Annie, your book about how much cricket changes someone's life, how much it means to them. I mean, Felix there dealing with his mother.
Loss of his mother,
Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful book, isn't it?
It is. It's a really cheerful and positive book, but also a really deeply moving book as well. I remember having that sort of sensation of laughing and crying at the same time. So I think that's really good in a book.
I've got another one here from Dave Trussler in Leighton Buzzard. He loves Fatty Batter by Michael Silkins. It's ages since that came out, isn't it? I mean, that's another one of those books which is about hapless teams. But, there's emotion in those as well, because a lot of it, it's about elderly tryhards like me, hoping for one last moment in the sun. And somebody gets a 50 in some game and it means so much to them, and it takes them away from all the torments of their daily lives. And I mean, Simon, that's part of what cricket's about, is it? The escapism.
It is. There's a book out now, I think, by Ollie Randall called Writers in Whites, which is about literary figures who loved cricket. And so J.M. Barrie, Arthur Conan Doyle, these sort of people, Evelyn Waugh, I think. Alec Waugh.
Woodhouse, yeah.
Yes, exactly. So there's the cricket's got this reputation of being having a fine literature, but it's also got some great literary figures who loved the game.
Oh, Edmund Blunden and all that. I mean, and that team kept going, didn't it? In various iterations, it sort of it had C. Aubrey Smith, I think, played for them a couple of times, the actor, and but J.M. Barrie was an obsessive cricket fan. But then you go later on, and we've got first-class cricketer who's got a Nobel Prize, Samuel Beckett. Not many have got that. Cricket's got a Prime Minister who's got played first-class games, Alec Douglas Hume.
So there's a literary
Harold Pinter.
Yeah, I mean, cricket's got literary connections sort of everywhere you look, really.
That August cricket team is still going, right? We've played for them a couple of times, and there's some very good writers who play that. Sebastian Faulks has played for them, and shout out to John Houghton, who's a writer of some fantastic cricket
and
books.
Simon Lister as well, yeah. Lots of really good cricketers play there.
Let's just briefly touch on Hotters, though, because John Houghton wrote, I think, one of the great cricket books, which didn't get as much publicity as I thought it might. But he did a sort of a Damned United version of Geoffrey Boycott, didn't he? So where you've got Geoffrey's actual diaries, which are very extensive, and then John Houghton inhabits the brain of Geoffrey Boycott and gives you a second view.
And it's in second person, and he really puts you in there. So you think this, and you did this, and you hear it on the radio when you get selected for England. And being Geoffrey Boycott, it's called, and you really are put in his brain. And Geoffrey had kept these diaries of his playing time, and John sort of took them in lockdown, I think it was, and turned them into this with Geoffrey, turned them into this fantastic sort of it's a ghostwritten book, but he can't, they sort of intertwine, and it's
a liminal
really,
space, isn't it? Because half of it is actually written by Geoffrey.
Yeah.
Because they are his diaries.
Yeah.
And then the other half is an interpretation of Geoffrey, which who knows how accurate it is. But Geoffrey was happy with it, and he wasn't. I mean, he was happy for it to go out to.
Absolutely. Some of it, I think, oh God, really? Was Geoffrey all right with that? But apparently he was. But I love the fact you say it's like Damn United. It's a really similar sort of style book, and that was a fantastic book in itself.
It was superb about Brian Clough, if you're interested. Football has its own literature as well.
Oh, yeah.
John Symington from North Yorkshire has got in touch. He says, first time I've got in touch. I do enjoy the chatter you all have. The book I was interested in was 500 to 1.
Oh, yeah.
About the famous Australia tour of 81. It also had an interesting background about the state of the country at the time. That is a feature of a lot of cricket books, that you don't just get an arid description. Everything is done in context, and of course 81 we had the context of the poverty, deindustrialisation. Margaret Thatcher had just got in Princess Diana,
inner city riots, I think,
inner city riots, Brixton, Toxteth and the like. And so it's always placing these sporting events in their social context,
which is what the David Woodhouse book is very good at in the Caribbean, as you mentioned.
Absolutely, in 53-4. And actually Stephen Brinkley, his book about the 1926 series, Annie, you'd have read that for judging a couple of years ago.
Yeah,
and,
again,
and really
a really good book. Yeah.
Well,
There's so many like that are excellent. One really important book that's just been written recently is Windrush Cricket as well, by Michael Collins. Again, a really good social book.
Yeah, I mean the Brinkley book about 26 is actually as much a book about the general strike as it is about cricket. So if you're interested in history, I mean, I find out from cricket books so many things about the past that I didn't know. I mean, your book, Simon, of Chasing Jessup, was brilliant on the getting inside the press box, but also understanding speed and how it was coming in, and how the telegraph was being used, and how suddenly people could get scores updated in no time. And These are things you don't think about. In the internet age, you sit here.
I knew nothing about that really until I started researching the book and found out about the telegraph system and how newspapers were going through a revolution right around that period, really, and the new titles coming in, Daily Mail, Daily Express, etc. And things were really changing fast. And that story, which was obviously big news, the newspapers could adapt to and respond to that story quickly because of the telegraph system that was evolving so fast at that point.
So in a way, your book is as much about a fast-changing world that Jessup scored his runs in as it is about that innings. Lorraine Hill is in Coventry. She says, "Hi, for me, it has to be first Menace by Dennis Lilly. He was the reason I became interested in cricket. A group of us in the early 80s during our lunchtime would sneak into the TV room within the school library and put the Ashes on. I fell hopelessly in love with this dark-haired bowler, shirt open wide, medallion swinging, Dennis Lilly." And another one she mentions is a heartbreaking book, of course, The Judge by Robin Smith.
Oh, yeah.
And that's sort of, that's in that realm, isn't it, Annie, of the sort of the Marcus Trescothick type book, and increasingly people being able to talk about those sorts of things in their lives, which they wouldn't have been able to do even 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah, it's a bit like some of Foxy Fowler's books and Paul Smith's Wasted as well. It's all that same sort of thing of people talking about the bad things that happen as well as just the good things.
Rob Smythe helped Robin Smith write that book, and he really those two worked together really closely. And I remember speaking to Rob about it, and he was saying, do you want to mention this? Do you want to go to these sort of places? They're very dark places. He said, absolutely. This is my story. It's all part of it. And I thought that was an incredible book, actually. And I really do like those sort of. Because you do get some autobiographies that are straight up and down. A player finishes their career and it's kind of born here, played here, finished here, did all that sort of stuff. But those books that kind of take you to a different place or play with the format a little bit, I think are very interesting. So a great book is Kim Hughes by Christian Ryan, Golden Boy, which is a sort of. I don't think I don't think Christian even he just uses all this sort of source material. He doesn't speak to Kim Hughes at all. But it's a remarkable sort of character study of him and his place in Australian cricket and how he didn't quite fit with the sort of macho figures at the time. And I read that recently and thought that's.
He also did a book about photography, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
1/5000th of a second.
That was it. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Brilliant
Patrick
book.
Eager. That was a very exceptional book, I thought.
I mean, there are some brilliant Australian writers. Gideon Haigh would go top of the tree. I mean, Jeff Lemon's book, Steve Smith's Men, on the Sandpaper Gate stuff. There's some brilliant books come out of Australia. But there's one that I'm just going to recommend to people because it was an absolute gem that went under the radar last year, and it's called Father Marriott's Summer Holidays.
Oh, yes.
Did you probably read that, I guess, Annie?
I had to read it for my... Yeah, I read it. Yeah, no, it's a lovely book,
wasn't that
very
an
simple.
absolute... It was very simple. It's 150 pages long, but it's about a man who played one test match for England, took 11 wickets in that test match, never played again. He fought in the First World War. He was friends with Edmund Blunden, who we were talking about a moment ago, one of the members of the authors team. And he obviously had post-traumatic stress disorder, but it wasn't diagnosed in those days. And he went to teach at Dulwich College, and he would only play cricket in the summer holidays and the half term. And he used to play with a man called Titch Freeman in Kent, who took over 3,000 wickets. And when he and Freeman got together, Kent would win all their games. They got very, very close to winning the title on a number of occasions. But Father Marriott, and he was called Father Marriott, that was his nickname. He wasn't a man of the cloth. He would then abandon Kent to go back and teach cricket at Dulwich. I mean, such a bizarre time. And that book is as much about, the damage that the First World War did, but also the amateur professional distinction that you're making. And just a remarkable cricketer who averaged about 16 in first-class cricket, but no one knows about him. And what's beautiful about it is when you get good writing, you kind of know, don't you? Like in about 2 pages, you feel, I am safe with this person's style. And I gobbled that book up. I think it took me a long train ride, actually. I mean, I would so recommend that. Now then, what do we have? Oh, we got another Guy Dorrell, says, don't forget, oh, I like this one, yeah, Balham to Bollywood by Chris England, a very funny book about an Indian tour by a village team. That's another absolutely classic of that particular genre. Do you remember that one, Jim?
Film, isn't it?
Yeah. That's right. That's right, because don't people get to end up playing in... Is it
Playing
Lagan?
a cricket match, yeah, which is Lagan, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, if you haven't seen Lagan, I mean, I know we're talking about books.
Oh, I love Lagan.
Read that book and watch Lagan. It's a very long film. It's in 2 parts, and it's my favourite Bollywood movie. It's about a cricket match in about, 1910 or something, is it? Set?
What's your second favourite, Daniel?
My second favourite Bollywood movie? Well, I can't pronounce it all very well. Right, I've got some more suggestions here. Barbara Platt, according to my husband, one of the best books is First of the Summer Wine by Harry Pearson. He also says the book does not only bring to life the 3 great Yorkshire players, George Hurst, Schofield Haig and Wilfred Rhodes, but also describes how the County Cricket Championship was the original and most important competition in the English summers up to the First World War, eclipsing any test match cricket played during that period. He said that's another thing that you sort of only find out from these, don't you? As a child, Jim, I used to read all the test match scores and assume that was what it was all about, like it is today. But in those days, actually, counties didn't want to give their players away, did they?
No, and I'm still a member of some WhatsApp groups where they still don't, where they say, oh, such and such has been picked for England, and we've got a big game next week, and I know you probably feel that from a story. All your players basically get a.
Oh, I hate it. I hate it when it gets. They won't thank me for it, but I hate it when Surrey players get selected for England. Unlike, if you don't mind me saying so, Annie, Somerset fans who are desperate for their players to play for England, and I just say, be careful what you hope for.
I don't feel that myself, I have to say.
That is the spirit, Annie. Annie is a Somerset fan, if people didn't realise that they've been in the cupboard for 10 years. I've got another one here that I remembered. I love this because Johnny Barclay's such a fun writer. He says, Roger Miles in Angmering in West Sussex says, can I suggest John Barclay's Life Beyond the Airing Cupboard? I mean, that's a title of a book that's going to get you going for a start. A book which highlights that our county and national team players are simply regular human beings when all is said and done. The PR brigade love to promote the celebrity element, but nothing puts bottoms on seats like the whack of willow on leather, a stinging catch, the red grenade heading for the car park, all at the best of a bunch of chaps with exactly the foibles of their audience. And that's something that you write.
I've read that book. It's very good. I mean, you mentioned earlier Simon Hughes' A Lot of Hard Yakka, which I thought was terrific. Really, it sort of really opened up the life of the county pro. Simon didn't play for England, but he was a very good county player. But he hung around with, as he says in the book, I hung around with a lot of superstars like Botham, Richards, etc. So I thought that shed a really interesting light on the game.
It was very 80s cricket, though,
very
wasn't
80s
it?
cricket.
Yeah,
yes, I mean
really.
a lot of yes. Let's hope they don't behave like they now, like they did then. But I fear they might do some of them. But
I think standards have improved a bit actually since the 80s. Not that Lord Botham would have thought so. Right, I'm afraid this chat, which I could keep doing for yonks, has to come to an end because the players are coming out. So I'm going to do that invidious thing. It's cruel. I'm going to put you on the spot. You're on a desert island. Maybe you're on a desert island. You've got one book, and I'm not allowing you to have wisdom like what's his name had in the prisoner of war camp. E.W. Swanton.
All the works of
had a copy
Shakespeare.
of wisdom. You've got one book. I'll start with you, Jim.
Yep.
Oh God.
Well, I'm going to go for John Houghton. He's been a great mentor of mine over the years, and I think he's an amazingly empathetic writer, and he's so crystal clean with his prose. And the meaning of cricket is, I think, a really good book to dip in and out of, and you can keep going to it. So yeah, if I was on a desert island, it'd be one where you can dip in and out of, and commune with a lovely, lovely writer.
The meaning of cricket.
Yeah.
John Houghton. Simon.
Oh, this is impossible.
It is.
It's ridiculous.
You can choose one of your own if you want.
There was a book. Okay, I mean this is just random, but there's a book called The Golden Age of Cricket by Patrick Morra, which is a great account of the Golden Age era, 1890 through to 1914, and it tells all the great stories of that period. And I remember reading that when I was young, and it sort of captivated that period for me. Now, I subsequently wrote books about Ranji and Jessup, so I guess that sort of got me going on that period.
Annie, you know what's coming. I've got to be brief because the players are out. What's your favourite
book? Very quickly then, if I had to, be Summer's Crown by Stephen Chalk, because then I'd have pictures of all the county grounds as well.
That's brilliant. Do you know what? I think mine would be also by Stephen Chalk. It's No Coward Soul, the biography of Bob Appleyard. Right, the players coming out. I've got to tell you, there's a thrilling finish taking place in the Women's World Cup. Bangladesh against South Africa. Very consequential game. 5 to win off the last over for South Africa. That's on Sports Extra 2. They've only got 4 wickets left. If you want that, get there now. And on Sports Extra 3, Suryavanshi is not making his debut for India, but they are playing against Ireland. They lost the first game. That could be thrilling too. If you want that, that's Sports Extra 3. But here, the players are out. Jonathan Agnew's in position. Andy Zoltz is back. Alex Hartley is here. I'm getting out your way.
Lovely, thank you, Dan. Lots going on, isn't there? 180 for 4, the score here. And New Zealand leading by 264. They lost just that 1 wicket this morning. And they played very patient, just really nailing down their advantage. And hearing Michael Vaughan earlier on saying he thought 250 would be a difficult chase. Well, they're beyond that already. I ventured 270. Haven't quite got there, but that's the sort of area you'd think. In comes Archer, moves in and he bowls a short ball, which is fended away by Blundell. And there's no run. Bit of sunshine, bit of cloud. It's that sort of afternoon, but you can see the trees, the branches rocking over there to our left, so there's a nice breeze. Just a very pleasant day for watching cricket, actually. But not necessarily if you're an England supporter at the moment. You might be willing them on, definitely, to get to wickets here and to really run through the rest of this New Zealand batting lineup. Now they've got one of those very close slip fielders there with a helmet on. He's so close. And Archer runs in towards us and he bowls, and Blundell plays into the onside. And there's no run. Good afternoon, Alex. What's happening in that Bangladesh? South Africa have won.
South Africa won. Edge for 4 first ball and then 1 to win.
Okay, so what does that mean?
So that means if Australia beat India, South Africa will qualify as semi-finalists alongside Australia.
Yes. Okay.
And if India win, it will go down to net run rate.
Righty-ho. All roads lead to net run rate, don't they?
Always.
Here's Archer. From the pavilion end, he bowls, and that's a thick edge down through third man. There's no one here. Will it go all the way? It's nip and tuck. They've just pulled it back. Well done, bit of teamwork down there. Yeah, it's Harry Brook who dived at the boundary and scooped the ball back again. So they've taken 3. Every run here just feels well, not quite a nail in the coffin yet, but it's getting very, very tight.
Yeah, at one stage yesterday we were talking about 250. Well, that's long gone now.
267 now. Mitchell prepares himself. He's taken some blows this morning, and there were some ugly balls out there. Some rearing, some shooting along the ground. No, I mean, not often, but just enough to unsettle you. 183 for 4, sun shining. And Archer glides in, he bowls to Mitchell, who turns that off his pads. And it's pursued by Gay at mid-wicket. Now, it's been a fantastic culinary test match, this, hasn't it? I mean, there's been everything. Pork pies, cakes, you name it. There was a cake that I think did have some Maltesers on as well at one stage. Can I just say to Elma Halliday from Crewe, who's here with her brother and husband, your shortbreads, Elma.
Outstanding. There's not many left, is there?
Blood orange and cranberry Highland shortbread, and there's a chalky chip one as well. Thank you so much. Yeah. Nothing more needs to be said, except I think we need to be climbing a few sets of stairs in between commentary stints. Thank you very much indeed there in the Ratcliffe Road stand. Up comes Archer and bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke from Blundell. No, it has. It's been remarkable.
It's been
a lot of cakes.
The busiest test for supplies, hasn't it?
Pork pies.
Oh, it's been amazing.
Yeah. That's typical Nottingham, this part of the world. Friendly, hospitable, welcoming.
Yeah, you're not from here either, are you?
I am actually. Well, I'm sort of. not far away. Actually, I claim this as being my home ground these days.
Oh. They won't like that at Leicester.
Well, they won't, but, I do. Come here a lot, don't we?
Yes.
184 for 4. A ball to go in the 61st over. Here's Archer, moves in, bowls, and the crouching Blundell turns that away out to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Root. And that's the end of the over. 184 for 4. Now hordes of spectators come through the gateway there to our right. They've been held back by the stewards. And it's rather like a sort of sheep shearing station where they get all the animals lined up and then let them through. But, hundreds coming in. Quickly climbing up the gangways there, up in the stand. And Ben Stokes is back. He bowled a long spell first thing this morning. Let's see where the wicketkeeper goes. He's going to be standing up, I reckon. Yep, there he is. Gauntlets on, helmet on too, which is important because he got one straight in the grill earlier on. I mean, that's, again, an illustration of what some balls are doing. Not all by any means, but just enough to make you not really feel at home out there, I think, as a batsman. So, Stokes runs away from us. Past the umpire he goes and bowls, and Mitchell feels for this and runs the ball away to Gay at backward point.
I've just had a message through. So lovely that Aggers always gets the best car parking space here at Trent Bridge. He's had that one for years. How was it this morning, old boy?
You see, it's been a test of patience, hasn't it? I turned up this morning, and there was Alistair Cook. He's kind of taken one alongside my spot of 36 years. And I saw what I thought was a skip at first, parked there. In goes Stokes, moves in, bowls, and it's an inside edge. Runs away down to deep backward, square leg. They take a single. Oh, the lovely old boy who's been there all that time. I said, what's happened? Who's dumped that there? He said, I don't know. He said, it was there this morning when I arrived. Some skip company must have just left it there. And I said, oh, okay, so that's fine. I'll just park it a little bit further along there. So I'm hoping that the skip will be filled up during the day.
And it'll have gone for
It'll be
tomorrow.
taken away overnight, yeah. It wasn't a very big skip. It was quite an old skip. It was blue. It had 4 wheels on it, actually.
Interesting. Who ambled out of that car?
No one ambled out of it because he got there so early because he thought he was being funny and stealing my space, you see. In goes Stokes. Bowls. Oh, it goes straight through. And Blundell there was prodding in the sort of vague direction of the ball. He was well back in his crease, and as that shot along the ground, I think it might have done. Stokes he's got a sort of a rueful smile on his face, as if to say, in the dear old words of my old friend at the Sun, Ian Todd, when he's looking to make a quote up, as if to say, how didn't that bowl you? Oh no, look at that.
Proper scuttler, isn't it? It's not even got an inch off the floor.
My word.
Outside the off stump. I mean, if that's straight, that's hitting the base of the stump.
Look, there's a scuttler and there's a scuttler, and that is a scuttler, isn't it? That's an absolute scuttle. Good grief. That was not even grass high. What a shocker. In goes Stokes again, bowls, and there's a sliced drive to backward point. Wow. I mean, no one could have gotten near that. It went straight through the keeper's legs. That literally got an inch off the ground.
The grass just on that path of the ball is a lot shorter now, isn't it?
Well, no wonder Stokes had that smile on his face. And this is what England had to contend with, and how are they going to play it, all those sorts of things in their mind. That's why we're saying 273. That feels, well, potentially overwhelming, I would think. In goes Stokes again, bowls, and that's well played by Blundell, getting on the front foot and finding Duckett there in the covers. So yes, so just to go back to that, it was actually Philip Brown's car that was parked there. It amused him, and he walked back as I was walking in, and he was all big smiley bounces, because he thought I was going to say something, but no, I rose above it.
Yep.
Rose above it.
Well, Philip Brown, the photographer here, taking photos. So you've got to get here early as a photographer, you know? Get set up, ready for the day.
Have you?
Yeah.
Yes, just go sit out there and look through a camera lens, don't you? In goes Stokes again, moves in, bowls, and prodded away out to cover. And there's no run. Most of them are remote these days. Just press a button and takes the snap. wasn't like the old days. In the first tours I went on, Graham Morris and Adrian Morell and they used to go and develop the pictures in their hotel rooms and then take them down the telex office.
It's fashionable to do that photography in that way now.
Is it?
Like go back to old school photography, yeah.
Honestly, the tours of India and so on, you would go into their room and they would have a whole, like a chemistry set in there, and they would literally develop the photographs onto paper, and then, I don't know how these telex machines do it, they go off to a telex in downtown Lucknow, wherever it was, hand over their prints. In goes Archer, bowls, and hits the pad, rolls away into the leg side. And Mr. Telex man was, I don't know how he did it, but somehow it was facsimile or something. And sometime later in some department of the newspaper, this photograph would miraculously appear through some sort of machine.
There is a part of me that thinks technology was more impressive back then.
Oh, so they were all day in the sunshine, taking, proper photographs, and then back to their room and have to go through the whole process of developing them every night and then going back into town and sending them off. These days they just snap it off, don't they?
Well, yeah. I mean, technology is great these days because it's instant. Everything is instant, so it's obviously more technical now, but it's cool, that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Photoshop these days, don't they? They all Photoshop.
People my age, anyway. People your age, it was the norm, wasn't it?
At school we used to learn how to develop photographs, I seem to remember. Do you remember that, Andy? You must have had chemistry lessons where you develop photographs. It was all different solutions, wasn't it? Here's Archer, the sun trying to come out, and it's driven up towards mid-off by Mitchell. And there's and you'd swivel them around. They've been sort of like flattish trays with a solution in, and you'd put the paper in and sort of gently slosh it about, and then suddenly the picture would start to... It had to be the dark too, wouldn't it? Pretty dark.
My brother set up a dark room in our house when we were kids.
Yeah.
I did, but I just used to lock my brother in it.
Here's Archer running in over the wicket, bowls Mitchell forward. And Archer can field that in the follow through. 189 for 4. So I hope Philip had his moment of entertainment this morning, his amusement. You know who your friends are? Alistair Cook was sitting in his car when this blue thing parked up, and he didn't try and stop it.
It's not reserved for you, is it?
Oh, I think after 30,
Do you think?
35 years, I think I've got a bit of a... Yeah. Here's Archer, moves in, bowls. Oh, another grubber. Another one that shoots along the ground. From the other end this time. 189 for 4. Again, if it had just been straight, that would have been curtains.
We've not seen much of it from that Stuart Broad end, have we?
No.
That was the first sign of it, but from the media end, this end, we've seen those length balls have started to stay low and deviate quite a lot.
So how are England going to play this when their turn does come to bat, whenever that may be, and there's no sign of that at all yet, of course. I wonder how they are going to play it. Here's Archer, runs in, bowls. Oh, Mitchell gropes at one there outside the off stump. That goes through. Well, that goes through normally, but because he's unsettled and unsure and not convinced by this pitch now, it turns out to be a bit of a grope.
Well, if England are going to go about the chase, as in the way Harry Brook warmed up this morning,
Yes, I heard about this.
it's going to be a hell of a watch, for good or bad.
Yeah, it depends for how long too, I suppose.
Yeah,
As I heard, he had a bit of a thrash, didn't he?
playing scoops, reverse scoops.
Archer bowls. Oh, he's beaten again. Beaten again. Archer can't believe it. Looks towards the heavens. Ben Stokes gives him a low 5 there as he runs past. Made an over, a good one. And one shooter in there. 189 for 4. Mitchell 49. He's played very bravely. He took a horrible blow on the forearm. And Blundell has 3. But there will be some scars. How many in this New Zealand team played in the massacre here 4 years ago? Because these two did. Southey bowled, Bolts bowled, I think.
I think 5
Right. So, I mean, there's some memories there. Stokes on his way, bowls the right-handed Blundell. Oh, goes past the outside edge, and again Smith drops the ball. 189 for 4.
The New Zealand team in that game, Tom Latham.
Yep.
Opened the batting, captains. Kane Williamson was absent. Will Young, who's replaced Williamson in this squad but isn't playing, opened with him. Devon Conway at 3, Nichols at 4, Mitchell and Blundell at 5. So 5 of the top 6 in this game.
Any bowlers? No. Here's Stokes, and that's running away into the leg side for a single.
Well, Jamieson and Henry, who played the rest of the series, played at Trent Bridge 4 years ago, but are both missing this match. And their other bowlers were Bolton Southey and Michael Bracewell, the all-rounder, who's sort of part-time spinner brought into bowl spin.
So the bowlers at least haven't got any lingering memories of that. It was quite an onslaught.
It's a completely different surface though, wasn't it?
Yes.
To what we've got here now.
It was. 190 for 4. Mitchell's on 49. The lead 274. Keeper standing up. Stokes urged on by the crowd. Moves in over the wicket. Bowls to him, and he comes leaning forward. Stokes fields and immediately tosses the ball on to Bashir to give it a rub and a polish. Duckett's got it now. The ball's been flung around all over the place, actually.
They do that a lot, don't they, this England team? They run around.
Yes, they do.
Throw the ball around. Just keep making sure everybody's awake and on it.
Stokes again. Rocks his arms rather as he runs in. Past the umpire there, and he bowls. Mitchell again well forward. Stokes fields.
The ball's been hit to Stokes, and the ball's gone to Ben Duckett extra cover. It's gone down to Joe Root at short fine, to Bashir, to mid-on, back to Stokes.
This is completely different to how it was when you used to very carefully just pass it on, trying to keep it dry, wasn't it? And no one's allowed to touch it. Now it's being flung all over the place. In fact, Root was going to fling it down to, is that Archer, way out there?
Yeah,
it was.
he wasn't looking.
He wasn't looking, and his back one, don't blame him. And goes Stokes, bowls, and that's picked up by Smith. So, okay, who's going to have it here? Gay's got it, Duckett's got it. Tosses it across. Bashir's got it, brings it up to Tongue. Yeah, there's no question of just very carefully handling it at the end of the fingers and keeping it dry.
Don't touch the ball.
No, do you remember all that? And no one was allowed to shine it apart from the chief shiner.
It was like that when I played as well. Chief Shiner could only shine the ball.
Really?
Yep.
I always like to shine my own ball, to be honest. In goes Stokes. Bowls, and that's on the off stump, pushed away by Mitchell. And there's no run. Well, you know what you're doing, don't you? You can.
You're always better at yourself, aren't you?
Well, you are, and it was part of the rhythm of walking back to your mark. I found rubbing the ball as you went. 190 for 4. The lead 274. Mitchell 49, and Blundell has 4. It's the one wicket England have taken today. Seems a long time ago now, and that's just time for me to go.
Oh.
Thanks again to Elma. I'm going for another one. I'm actually getting out a minute early to have another of Elma's shortbreads.
Oh, you could treat yourself.
And Dan's back again. Dan's coming in here.
Well, it feels like something has to happen here. Mitchell, he's just been rock solid. Yes, he's been peppered left, right and centre. Joe Root here down at deep square, just jeering on the crowd.
As Archer is in, guided away past the hand of second slip, quite deliberately down to the boundary for 4. 194 for 4, Blundell 2-8. Hello, Alex.
Hello, Dan. I'm just keeping my eye on Joe Root here, who's really playing with the crowd.
What's he doing?
He's just trying to get them to...
He's lifting them.
Lifting them. But then the next ball went for 4, so he's not bothered this one.
Darryl Mitchell scored 3 off his last 43 balls and 23 off 102 balls today.
Wow. There's a look of disgust on Alex's face. Archer is in, Blundell turns it into the onside. They're going to get a single because it's gone very square of the wicket. There's nobody there.
I've actually, and this might blow your mind because you know what I'm like with slow cricket, I've loved watching Mitchell bat because it's been such a challenge out there for him at times.
He's put everything on it, hasn't he? The body's got in the way.
He'll be battered and bruised when he gets back to the hotel. And when his young girls are trying to climb on him tonight, Dad, and he's going, oh, that's me bruise from Archer today. Get off me.
Yeah, there will be a bit of that. 2 wide set slips. Bethel and Brooke wait. Mitchell on 49. Archer into him. And, who plays a non-shot. I don't know what you'd call that. It was sort of started to be a cut and then it stopped itself. Went under the bat and through to the keeper on 95 for 4.
Yeah, he just practiced pulling it into the leg side there. It just didn't get up as much as he thought, so he let it go underneath his bat.
279 runs the lead. We've seen some misbehaviour. Not such that it's gone underneath the bat and onto the stumps, but there's misbehaviour in the pitch now. Things are happening. It's tough out there. But New Zealand are digging in really well as Archer is in. And a little shimmy from Mitchell, and then he shoulders arms as Archer flings one in at 86 miles an hour, which is taken by the keeper. Do you think that there are massive consequences depending on whether England win or lose to personnel, or do you think that...
I did kind of put the knife in someone's back this morning by accident. Finney put me on the spot and I panicked and said, Rob Key's going to have to go.
But, did you? Right, OK.
But I don't... honestly, I don't know. And I know that's not great from me.
Here's Archer into Mitchell. Forward in defence he comes. Plays back up the wicket. There won't be a run as it's picked up by Duckett.
And do you know why?
Yeah.
There's been so much outside noise during this series that England really, really didn't want or need. If they lose this series, are they going to blame the fact that Stokes wasn't there for the second test? Use that as sort of not an excuse, but a buffer.
What, to sort of asterisk by the series to say unusual circumstances.
Yeah.
Look away, we move on. Archer into Mitchell, who comes forward in defence, pushes it into the offside, and then does that thing that he's been doing very successfully of late, which is to run straight up the pitch and then jump off it, as if he's not actually running on the pitch at all. And there is no run to finish the over. 5 from it, though, 195 for 4.
But then how long can England keep going on like that until change is needed?
You see, I said earlier today, I get a feeling that there's some anxiety amongst fans, and it's not all fans, but plenty of people love regime change. Perfectly understandable when things don't go right. They had a bad Ashes, and then if they lose the next series. But you could see there was quite an outpouring of support for Stokes after the incident. And the general public, I think, wants him there in situ. And I think they want McCullum as well. Stokes comes in, and forward in defence comes Blundell, pushes to short extra cover where Duckett fields.
There's always a fall guy.
That's the thing, there's always a fall guy. But I guess what I'm saying is that people do remember that the England team wasn't a lot of fun in 2021. It wasn't entirely their fault, COVID and all sorts. 2020, 2021, even 2019 was quite a tough Ashes series, although the white ball side won the World Cup. But whatever you say, the first few years of Bazball were great fun. Crazy things were being done. Stokes comes in, again defended well, solidly by Blundell. None shall pass into the offside. They won't take a run as some skittish England fielders play a game of catch between them. And you have to put it into context. They had an amazing series with India last year, 2-2. An amazing series with Australia in 2023. Again, 2-2. They didn't get over the line, and they've been criticised for moments within those series that they didn't win. But it was entertaining, and I think there's a bit of anxiety that it might stop being entertaining if those two weren't around. Stokes comes in, that's worked away off the hit, down to deep backward square leg. Archer will field to take a single, 196 for 4, Blundell to 10. What I just don't know is what does happen if England lose, and it's becoming increasingly less hypothetical with New Zealand 280 ahead and 6 wickets in hand.
Do either of the Richards get brought into it?
I genuinely don't know. I mean, there have been in the past clear out. 2013-14 Ashes created mayhem, but then 2017 didn't, did it? As Stokes is in, has worked into the onside up to mid-on where Tongue fields, goes straight to him, so no chance of a run.
What the ECB really need is the women to win the World Cup on Sunday, because they can say it's not just all about the men. Look, the women are doing great.
That's true.
That's what they need to happen.
And they are going to be in a semi-final. Do we know which?
No.
No, sorry. No. We will find out. We'll know soon, because India are playing Australia today, and that will determine everything that we need to know, and then we can update you on it all. Stokes is in, and strikes the pad, and Stokes likes it. He didn't get very far forward, didn't Mitchell? But Stokes liked it and then stopped liking it, and now he's walking back. I thought it was close, but not close enough. I'm not even sure it's umpire's call, but if it's anything, it is that. It was a sort of half shuffle, as Mitchell has done. Take another look at it. I think height might be a bit of an issue, and going down might be in it. No, height is a big issue. It's hit him on the top of the front thigh pad.
And it's nipped so much, it could be going down.
Could be, yeah. He's getting a nice angle working here. Is Stokes is trying to find that spot that Folks found yesterday. In he comes, keeper up the stumps. Mitchell on 49, beaten the pad. Good take by Smith, standing up. It's not an easy job to be doing. 196 for 4, just a single off the over. Mitchell 49, Blundell has 10. Just 76 runs have been scored today by New Zealand. But for them, occupation, as Jeremy Coney was saying earlier, they occupy the crease. The pitch is not going to get better, you wouldn't have thought. So it's just going to make life harder and harder for England. It's not as hot today. It's not as punishing conditions. It's actually rather pleasant out there, isn't it?
It's lovely, isn't it? Yeah. I was looking at the weather, because is it meant to turn? Is it meant to get cooler? Because I packed, obviously, during the heat wave. And I'm away for 2.5 more weeks. And I haven't got a single jacket.
Well, I would offer you one, but it would swamp you.
I don't need one right now.
Archer starts a new over. Blundell playing away from his body, gets a thick edge past a diving second slip. It would have gone to third slip, but we're a long time past third slip. The 200 comes up with that streaky edge down to the boundary. 200 for 4, Blundell to 14. A disgruntled Archer, a prone Bethel. Disappointment runs on heads. We're not at dejection and despair yet, though.
No, it was quite
deliberate guide.
Yeah, but it's gone finer than he would have liked. I think he's trying to go wider.
There are only 2 slips, but they are quite wide slips. As Archer is at the top of his mark. Running in now. And Blundell, wafts at a short ball that flies through to the keeper around about head height. There's a lot of cricket listening choice this afternoon. Sports Extra 2. India won the toss. They're batting against Australia at the Women's T20 World Cup. India will set up a semi-final against England on Tuesday if they win. If Australia win, the semi-final will be Australia versus West Indies on Tuesday, because that's a 2:30 start, isn't it? And England versus South Africa on Thursday. And on Sports Extra 3, Ireland are 48 for 2 in the 8th over in the second T20 against India. Ireland looking to win the 2-match series. They won the first one in dramatic style. They shellacked India, really, didn't they? 35 runs or something. It's a great performance. India's women won, India's men won. Nathan Johns, our correspondent, was about Ireland. Get it right, Dan. Ireland. Forever standing tall. I don't know why we've got a break in play now. Do you know, Andy?
I know, the sight screen.
Oh, sight screen's got it's got stuff on it. It's got writing on it that needs not to be there.
Yes, it's got a sponsor on it. You very nearly sponsored.
I did. And it's gone. There. The little flappy bits have folded over to reveal the bright white sight screen. I don't think flappy bits is necessarily the technical term, but whatever. Here's Archer. He's in, and Blundell lets that go by, not far from off stump. Left it on length. Andy?
There are 2 other test matches going on. We talked earlier on about the West Indies Sri Lanka test. That will be resuming shortly for the 3rd day? 4th day. Maybe.
4th day, I think.
Zimbabwe are playing Bangladesh. England will be playing 2 tests against early next year, and I think possibly a one-off test early next summer here. They've been bowled out for 140 by Zimbabwe, having been 113 for 2.
Archer runs in. It's short, pulled round the corner, fine. Fielder can't get to it, Atkinson. There's a loose ball down the leg side and easy for Blundell just to help it on its way. Moves to 18. 204 for 4. Is that Blessing Muzarabani in the action?
He picked up a couple, 4 for Newman Nyamhuri, a couple for Richard Ngarava and 2 for Brad Evans. Zimbabwe 38 for Norton replied. Ben Cohen.
Where is that?
16. It's in Harare, I think.
Right. That's a very good day. Very good day for Zimbabwe. Who had some pretty horrendous days on this ground last year. As Alistair Cook has come to join me, I'm very pleased to say. Here comes Archer through to the keeper, shouldering arms. Here's Blundell. Yes.
It's a good collapse, isn't it?
That is a very good collapse. 113 for 2 to 141 out.
8 for 27.
Nice. I love a collapse.
I enjoy a good collapse like that. Now I'm not involved.
Yeah.
Nothing worse than being involved in a collapse. Although
but you never were because you're at the top of the order.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I was normally like the third or something. It could have been the third, like a couple of the other end. Then I go, and then before you know it, you're 6 down.
Then would you just sit in the change room with your phone on, just watching chaos?
Not allowed
unfold?
your phone. No,
oh no, you're not. No.
Fine.
But watching people panic. Archer in, short, hit, high in the air, fielder underneath it, takes the catch. Emilio Gay down at deep back the square on long leg. Blundell went for the pull. He couldn't get on top of it. They went high. It's well judged by Gay. He waited for it, took it two-handed. Archer has his third. New Zealand have lost their fifth. They're 204 for 5.
But he did well to catch that Gay. I wasn't totally convinced. He was running in, running back, a little bit uncertain on his feet, and then he steadied himself really nicely. That was a better bouncer from Archer because it was more over the off stump, so Blundell had to reach it towards the end. We're just watching the replay now. Okay, and then he's given it the massive to the crowd to get behind him. The crowd have always supported this England team.
Do you know, it was a good catch in the end because you're right. It just sort of makes a step forward and then realises he can't. And back pedals well though, judged it well. 2 hands above his head, and a helpful wicket for England. With the lead 288, still 5 more to get, but a third wicket for Archer. He has 3 for 40. And Mitchell Santner's going to come out, and I think we can be fairly sure the sort of deliveries that Mitchell Santner's going to get after he flinched somewhat in his first innings.
You have a slight feeling the game is now going to accelerate in both ways. As in, I think Santner's not going to duck, dive and block too many, you don't think. Mitchell might be a little bit more proactive.
How many times, Andy, has there been a partnership developed between 2 people whose surnames make up the name of one of them? We've got Daryl Mitchell and we've got Mitchell Santner.
That's good.
He's not happy about that question.
That's a great question.
I don't know.
Because it feels like just Mitchell Santner's batting at the moment when you look at the scorecard.
It'd be more an Australian thing when the Mitchell seems quite a good.
Mitchell. Have they got any surnamed Mitchells though? No.
Johnson. Who's that left arm with Johnson?
Not sure there are any people with the first name Johnson. I think apart from Johnson Charles. Johnson Charles, there might be something to look for. Right, here's Stokes. Starts a new over to Mitchell on 49. Who comes forward. He's going to get his 50th run as he guides it off the front foot down to deep backward point. He goes to 50. 206 for 5. Fine knock from Daryl Mitchell. It's taken him 170 balls, but it's been a brave knock. He's done wonderful things for his team, not least dancing up and down the pitch, among other things. But he's stuck in, and it's been tricky batting conditions, but he has not yielded an inch.
It's gutsy. That's the word I use on that. And you're right. He started off running. I think the first run he got, he went straight down the middle of the wicket, and then did the immediate apology to the umpire. Really sorry, both umpires. Really sorry, sir. Really sorry. Like, be the nicest guy in the world. But he's you're allowed to do that, aren't you?
You would have done it a bit, wouldn't you?
Never.
Right? No, certainly not in the Dust Bowl in India. Never. As Stokes is around the wicket to Mitchell Santner, who pushes into the offside. It's fielded those at extra cover. Went straight to
we didn't have any off spinner at Essex at all.
No, you wouldn't have had, would you? No prolific wicket-taking South African off-spinners at Essex. None at all.
Probably taken 500, 600 wickets.
You'd have loved one.
You wouldn't. I would have loved one. Wouldn't have walked in that rough at all when I was
No.
batting in the third innings.
Absolutely not.
Left it plenty alone, making.
Didn't John Embry have special batting boots?
I think he would have.
The former off-spinner for Middlesex, England. Stokes is in. Forward comes Stantner, defends back to the bowler, and there's no run.
There was talk of a groundsman with a certain ground who they used to play 3 spinners near my house, a bit further north.
Oh yes.
And they had one fast bowler who played quite a lot for them, who left a pair of bowling boots lying around for the groundsman, who was often seen hitting the wicket on day -1 in that area. For Graham Swan, Monty Panesar and Jason Brown to bowl.
Oh yes. Stokes in, and I thought he might have got an edge on that. Santner, he's poked at it and the slips liked it. Stokes says, I didn't hear anything. I instinctively felt that was very close to the bat.
I'm not sure I've turned my stump mic volume up, so I haven't heard anything.
They're going upstairs. They can have a look. Well, we'll find out shortly, because England have got 3 reviews and 5 wickets to take. And if anybody thinks they've heard something...
TV umpire to the director, we have a play review for Corp behind. One field decision is not out. I'll check the bowler's feet. Fair delivery, front on, please.
Because he played away from his body a bit. I don't know if they heard a noise, what else it might be. Here we go. Get a better idea looking at it on the replay screen here.
This is around the wicket wobble seam, just nipped away a little bit.
Ball pass is close to the outside edge. Can I go to Ultra Edge, confirm with his bat or no bat, please?
It's very close.
And there must have been some kind of noise, and you always eyes then look at whether he's hit anything else.
Going forward. There's a clear spot as the ball is next to the bat. Mitten, you need to reverse your not out decision to out. Stand by your on-screen signal now.
So, I think you can tell from the crowd noise that is out. I just thought there might have been. It felt out, and Santner's gone for a duck, and Stokes has picked up his first, his 5th of the game, and suddenly New Zealand have lost a couple of quick wickets. This has happened in this match. Some wickets have fallen in clusters. 205 for 6. And Santner's gone. He's not had a great game with ball or bat so far.
Yet.
Now, this could well be his pitch later on.
We do feel as if he should have a bit of a role to play, with a bit more rough to work with. But yeah, England will be pleased to see the back of him, because he is that type of player. Slightly unorthodox, a very good white ball player. Could hit the balls in awkward areas. Quite hard for Stokes as a captain.
That was a weird one, wasn't it? Because, you know, we were both watching it there. I don't know why it felt like something had happened, but it did feel like something had happened. But the slips barely went up. Stokes didn't go up. Smith didn't really go up.
No, it was your man, wasn't it? I thought it was Smith.
Smith made a decent inquiry. Root put an arm up.
Stokes definitely heard it, didn't he? Because you saw on the replay he was doing the old ear thing where he said, I didn't hear it, hear it with that.
But it was almost like it just almost like looked like a deflection, but my eyesight can't be good enough from 150 yards to spot that. But I don't know, there was something odd about it. Maybe Santner turned round immediately and I just spotted the body language. Just cricket.
You just watch so much cricket, just know cricket, don't you?
Well, I watch a lot of it. I wouldn't say necessarily know it. Not a day passes. Nathan Smith.
Is this another one of your men? Surrey man?
Another Surrey man, Nathan Smith, yes. Who's had a good test match. Picked up 4 wickets in England's first innings. Stokes is into him with 2 slips, a leg slip, a gully, cover point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a deep backward square. Stokes is in, forward he comes in solid defence, plays so straight to Gay at cover point. 205 for 6 the score remains. So a couple of wickets quickly, one after the other. Might argue that 289 is already too many, but I don't know. I mean, as we said, we talked about a collapse happening in Harare. Yeah. If this starts to collapse here and the target's under, well, they'll say whatever, won't they? But if it's under 330 or something, then who knows?
You can't the modern day, you cannot quite be that confident, can you?
No, well, Bazball's kind of predicated on 300 plus or late 200 run chases. That's what made its name, isn't it? Up to the stumps is Smith. out towards deep mid-wicket. He's a fielder. Last ball of the over. Stokes into Smith, and that's worked into that big gap into the onside. Tongue has to move to his right to field, and they pick up a single end of the over. 206 for 6. Mitchell has 50. Smith has 1. Stokes picks up a wicket in that over. I'm making way for Stephen Finn after this from Andy Zaltzman.
Yeah, the details of Daryl Mitchell's half century. Took 170 balls with 6 fours. It's his 22nd 50 in tests, including his 5 centuries. No centuries in his last 22 matches, including this one, and that is his slowest half century. Also, the slowest half century in a Test match in England since 2012. And Ian Bell, in the third innings rearguard at the Oval, took 189 balls to reach 50. So yeah, this is the slowest in this country since then.
Well, it's been resolute, hasn't it? Rode his luck. Brave. I'd say this has been a brave innings.
I described it as gutsy.
Gutsy, yeah, gutsy, brave. Smith facing Archer has 3 for 40. Smith rocks back and defends around his feet into the offside. Archer collects in his follow through. Yeah, but the thing that blows my mind, and as a lower order player, is you get hit on the elbow like he did first up. You're then hit on the gloves, your little finger, your index finger, but then your commitment to then getting forward when the ball is full is the bravest bit about it, I think.
Well, top order Gray Nichols players are just tough, aren't they? That's all.
I was once a player who used that equipment.
What, Gray Nichols?
Yeah, they got rid of me quite swiftly. Archer to Smith, forward and jabbing down on a ball that goes straight to Joe Root at short mid-wicket. 206 for 6.
What year was that?
Well, I was a kid.
Oh, right.
I was a kid, like 17, 18.
It's first class debut with them.
Well, yes, it would have been, yeah.
I'm going to just quickly clarify that they got rid of you, or you jumped ship.
No, they got rid of me. They got rid of me.
Pocket more money.
That's not how lower order works. It might work for you top order players, but we feed off the crumbs from your bread. Archer to Smith, who's beaten edged. Fantastic delivery from Archer. Bouncing, moving away from Smith, and Jamie Smith takes the catch. Reverse cup, so significant bounce there for Archer. He's got his 4th, and England flying after lunch.
Well, I've got one thing right so far in this Test match. The wicket of Mitchell has accelerated the game forward. Another wicket straight away from Archer, and it's flown off a length. Perfect length. Smith half forward. And it's just flown through to Smith, the other Smith. And England are buoyant, and Trent Bridge is loud.
Yeah, fantastic atmosphere. It's just flicked Smith's glove. That's why I thought he'd played a mist initially, because it bounced so much. It seemed inconceivable that it could have hit anything. But it's lifted and bounced and just flicked the thumb on Smith's glove. He's kind of lucky it's not a centimetre closer to him, because it would have smashed his thumb. It's a brilliant spell by Archer, this. He's been really good in this second innings. Operating from the Stuart Broad end. He's kept it tight. But he's also created opportunities, a lot of runs off the edge. And England here, just fighting, aren't they? 290 is the lead. Results.
84 for 1 in the first 31 overs and 5 balls of the day, and now 2 runs for 3 wickets in 10 balls.
It's amazing. I love the atmosphere in English grounds when the team gets on a roll.
Yeah, fantastic. Also, did we say the morning, or both sides expected most things to happen in the morning session? And suddenly this pitch has come alive in the afternoon session today, which is not great if you're an English batter.
No, we're in the realms of now Gay and Duckett thinking almost exclusively about their batting, clearly concentrating whilst the ball is being bowled, but starting to turn their minds to how are they going to tackle batting on this pitch, and how are they going to tackle trying to chase 290 runs or more to win this series. Now, folks facing up to Archer, 2 slips, backward point, extra cover and mid-off. The offside field, as Archer's in, he bowls bouncer. Folks ducks underneath it, the crowd enjoying this spell. Bright sunshine now here. There are clouds in the sky. More of the white, wispy variety.
I swear, yeah, I think I was right that Joe Root's just thrown the ball to Matthew Fisher, who's on the deep square leg boundary, as almost like a practice catch. Rolling for an England fan, he totally and utterly missed it.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Hands
way over his head.
There's a deep forward square leg, fine leg. 2 slips and a leg slip as Archer bowls to Mitchell and... Sorry, Folkes. That's defended off the face of the bat to Bethel at that second slip. And Stokes just moving the field around. Bashir is going from a backward point to a deep backward point now to try and get Folkes to retain the strike for the next over. There's 2 catches. It's a wide-ish first slip and what will probably be a third slip where Bethel is, so they're hedging their bets with where the ball's going to go if it is edged. A short mid-wicket, mid-on and mid-off as well. Folkes, that raised, waits for Archer, who's over the wicket. Folkes defends back to the bowler. And there's no run. No wicket maiden for Archer. 17 overs, 4 for 40 for him. 69 overs gone. Folkes still on naught and Mitchell 50 from 170. Party time for Mitchell, time for some shots?
I think one more.
Okay.
I should say I do all my research, but Folkes wasn't in the guy I looked pre-match.
No, he can bat. He can, but I think his first class stats are acceptable.
Yeah, averages 18. He's got 3 first class half centuries. A few runs better on average than Tickner, the man he replaced in this game.
I was saying I hadn't seen him bat and I didn't think he was playing. But actually, those four balls he faced, 3 balls from Archer, back a length, 87 miles an hour, played him not quite with controls. I think Mitchell can trust Folkes was certainly.
Stokes to Mitchell, keeper up to the stumps, outside the off stump, left alone by Mitchell, straight to Jamie Smith. And the same slip configuration here, wide first, a third slip, who's Jacob Bethel. Leg slip is Joe Root, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. A deep backward square leg, a long leg, and a deep point. Clearly just trying to get Mitchell off strike here. His scoring has been particularly slow. So 4 runs in about 60 balls, is it now, Zolt? Stokes over the wicket to Mitchell, who defends, takes his bottom hand off the bat, chainsaw style, then rings it out as it wraps the glove and dribbles up towards mid-on where Tongue does the fielding.
He's got 4 runs from his last 52 balls. And just in terms of the slowest half centuries in England, it's the slowest since 2012. Next slowest, Moeen Ali against India at the Oval, 167 ball half century.
Is that 2018, second innings?
Then
what happened?
No idea.
At first innings.
First.
Is he batting 3 then?
Yeah, one of the. Just make sure as captain or playing, you make sure he played in every position.
Stokes to Mitchell, it's inside half of the bat and it's squeezed out towards fine leg where Archer trots in, does the fielding. 1 run added to the score. Mitchell on to 51. New Zealand 207 for 7.
And then after that, Dominic Sibley, 164 ball half century against West Indies at Old Trafford in 2020. And Alistair Cook, 164 balls on this ground against Australia in 2013 in the second innings. Quite a key innings, that wasn't it? To help.
You're looking for surprise and disgust on your face. I'll have to ignore just the table. But yeah, we were behind in that game, and it was a bit like Mitchell just trying to script any runs we can. I think we then the lower order countered attack quite nicely to defend a few. I think.
I don't think I troubled the scorers that much that game. Stokes to Folkes. Banged in, he ducks underneath it. Wasn't that short. He's done well to evade that through to the wicket keeper.
I think he walked at him. He walked him and then had to duck as Stokes didn't really enjoy that.
No, it's never. You always, if you see someone walking at you, your instinct, there's a big stride down the pitch towards him. That wasn't a shuffle. That was a genuine walk down the pitch.
That reminds me of, like, you know, when you see in county cricket, we haven't seen him at all, and a youngster comes on and plays a massive forward defence, massive stride first ball.
Stokes, the keeper, is back to Folkes. This is down the leg side, and he tucks off his hip down towards long leg, where Archer does the fielding. The batters trot through for a single. 208 for 7.
And then you followed up all the senior players. Knock him off the front foot.
Yeah, that Trent Bridge Test of 2013, a absolutely classic Test match that ended up with England winning by 14 runs, 215 all out in the first innings. Then famous Ashton Agar, 98.
He should have been out.
Batting at 11.
That cost me a few Test matches, though.
280 all out, despite Stephen Finn's 2 for 80 from 15.
Never seen an umpire give a decision.
Why would you
good at the
mention
game.
that, Sauce? Stokes, beats the outside edge of Mitchell. Lovely delivery. And Smith, good take behind the stumps as well, rising to his right. Stood up, so at the end of the over, 2 runs from it. 208 for 7, the lead 292. 70 overs gone, so we're 10 away from the second new ball. There's plenty going on here with this old one.
England 65 behind, lost Root and Trot in successive balls to Mitchell Stark early on. And Alistair's 164 ball half century, 50 from Peterson, and a superb 100 from Ian Bell, who had one of the great series any England batters had in the Ashes that summer. Made 109. Stuart Broad 65, including a ball that he definitely didn't edge to slip. 375 Australia, chasing 311 all out for 296. That dramatic final wicket when Haddin feather of an edge through to Matt Pryor off Jimmy Anderson, who completed a 10-wicket match, 5 in each innings.
Yeah, it was a funny Test match. That's the most nerve-wracking Test match I ever played in. Is it yours?
Yeah, I'll say so. And also then delivers one of the great photos, doesn't it? Of all time, where whoever I think it was Gareth probably took the photo of us all just for some reason all running the wrong way, all running back towards this end rather than go to Village. Why we were following Jimmy, weren't we? Wherever Jimmy went, we went. I think then that was extraordinary. But yeah, go back to that decision given us not out for just because we were ahead of the game.
Yeah, Murray Erasmus. Archer is in after a stoppage to Folkes, who beats the outside edge. No ball though. Actually, a rare no ball that's called by the umpire. Actually, not retrospective, so it must have been healthy. 209 for 7.
Can they do that then? I thought they were told not to do that at all.
Well, I mean, Rod's arm was out almost as Archer delivered the ball there, so it must have been a monster.
I thought, yeah.
We have to be. Well, I mean, now you kind of have to be absolutely certain that it's a no ball.
Yeah, so I thought the reason was they were called by the third umpire, so the umpire didn't have to look down and up in 0.4 of a second to see.
He's just taking it back to the old school, Rod Tucker.
Good old Rod.
Yeah. Archer, at the end of his mark, turns. A couple of pitter-patter steps and then into his stride. Running towards Folkes and outside the off-stump, left alone through to Jamie Smith. 209 for 7.
If you're Tom Latham, New Zealand captain here, well, I certainly would be in the changing room. Come on, give me another 30. Give me 40 more runs. 330. Get a little bit over 300.
Yeah, 300 is a score where someone in the opposition needs to make a very big, significant contribution, which feels unlikely on this pitch.
Absolutely.
I think. But for 2 reasons. Firstly, as it's got more dry, it's not been as free-flowing, the scoring. Archer to Folkes, defended back to the bowler, who collects in his follow-through. And the fact that the demons in the pitch are also there, both in your head as a batter and visibly with your eyes here.
I think the point you make how hard it is to score Darren Mitchell. England have bowled straighter than they have done. What do you say? 6 off however many balls for a long time, and actually New Zealand bowlers are slower, so England won't have that pace to work with, etc. O'Rourke.
3 slips now as Archer runs towards Folkes from the Stuart Broad end, a bouncer ducking underneath it through to wicketkeeper Smith. 3 deliveries gone in this over, and Stokes just tinkering with the field. Most deliveries here. He's moved the deep backward square further behind square, and now he's being moved even further behind square for a top edge pull. That's Emilio Gay down there, who took a good tumbling catch. take the last wicket. Gus Atkinson is the fine leg. He's 2 yards off the boundary. Gay about 15 yards in. It's probably the biggest corner of the ground here at Trent Bridge towards the scoreboard. The bigger of the 2 scoreboards. Archer tossing the ball from hand to hand. Approaches Folkes, who waits and defends back down the pitch to the bowler again. And you just hear the England fielders as well. They're keeping spirits high, keeping the energy up, and not trying to let the perception be felt that they're behind the game, when the reality is they are. They're batting last on this pitch. They'll be chasing what you would imagine will be in excess of 300 runs, and it's going to take some chasing, but this team have done some unthinkable things before, and they'll have to do it again here at Trent Bridge, where Bazball was born. Archer again, bowling to Folkes, on the back foot and defends up towards mid-on. Tongue does the fielding, another dot ball.
Well, just for good measures, the TV company showed the Johnny Bairstow innings. Actually, I sat and watched it. I smiled to my face. Actually, just watching Johnny walk off there, actually, what was it, 130 of 90 balls.
How many times were you not out at the end of a test match winning?
I honestly reckon, I remember in 2006 I did it with Freddie Flintoff was captain, when we were chasing something like 30 or 40. Did it one time in India. I'm going to say 3.
Okay.
I'm guessing.
Archer taking his time at the back of his mark to deliver the final ball of this over to Folkes, who defends off the front foot back down the pitch, and Archer fields again to not complete a maiden because of the no ball off the very first. Archer has 4 for 41. 209 for 7 is the score. The lead is 293, and Sir Alistair Cook, you're going to give us a thought, and Simon Mann's going to take over from you.
Yeah, I didn't often walk off at the end. Normally all the work was done by someone else in the 3rd or 4th innings. But he's left me a little bit in the lurch because he's left 3 minutes on the clock. He's left 3 minutes on the clock. I thought he was going to change. Simon's 3 minutes early.
Yeah, he's taken me by surprise there. Anyway,
took me by surprise as well. I hadn't really thought about it. What I was going to say.
Right, Stokes is going to continue. How many overs has he bowled today? He's been pounding in. This is his 19th over in all.
He's bowled 12 today, 8 before lunch.
There's only 3 wickets to go.
30.
Into bowl to Mitchell, and Mitchell is forward, playing up towards mid-on. I've said it earlier, but Mitchell looks like a player who's been playing for a draw on the final day of a test match.
I'm pretty sure, I don't think England are going to be doing that. I have a feeling we're going to see, I think we're going to see some sweeps. I think we're going to see all kinds of stuff.
Gus Atkinson is loosening up. Mitchell's been out there for 175 balls for his 51. And Stokes goes wide of the crease and bowls to him, and Mitchell's in behind that. That's ball number 176. Goes into the onside. Stokes moves across to pick up, and there is no run.
You were not out in the 4th innings of a test match victory 8 times.
8 times?
Yeah.
What did you think? 1?
3.
3, oh, okay.
I'll have to have a look. You don't want to go through them, but I'll have a little look at them at some stage.
I mean, it's fair that you play so much and so many innings. How many test innings did Alistair play?
291.
Oh, okay. That you're going to forget a few, aren't you, along the way? Forget a few situations. Stokes bowls and dabbed away into the offside, and folks, the non-striker came down the pitch there looking for a single. It wasn't there, and wisely went back. Alistair's not like Jeffrey, who could remember all his innings, it seems. First class, test, whatever. 209 for 7 as one former England captain replaces another. Michael Vaughan is here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's a very pleasant Sunday afternoon. Much cooler today, but the sun is out. A strong breeze. Stokes bowls, and Mitchell turns that through mid-wicket for a singling. Have 2 men back on the leg side. One of them is Bashir, who made the initial breakthrough for England this morning just before lunch. Yeah, strange old game, isn't it? No wickets for an hour and 55 minutes, and suddenly the collapse. But New Zealand still in a very strong position in the game. Those runs in the bank. Power to add. 3 wickets left. Sears to come and O'Rourke. Stokes wheels round in his 20th over. Past the umpire now up to the stumps. Bowls to Folkes with the keeper standing up. It's outside the off stump. Nothing from Folkes there. And taken by Smith. It's the way to his right-hand side.
Well, Folkes used to be an opening batter. And so far, his technique has looked excellent. Just the one run from 13. It's amazing this game throughout the week. There's been so many quiet periods and then a cluster. I get a sense this 210 off 71.5 it's been attritional play. I get a feeling that England won't try and play the same way.
Stokes runs in and goes wide of the crease to bowl to Folkes, who's forward, playing that down into the gully, and there's no run. It's the end of Stokes' over. Just claps himself there, or just urging himself on, and drinks are coming onto the field. So we've had an hour's cricket since lunch, and New Zealand have scored 30 runs for 3 wickets, and there was 60 for 1 this morning, so they have just gone for ever so slowly today. But I think if you'd offer them at the start of play this position, I think they would have been happy enough. I mean, obviously you get greedy, you want more, as many as you possibly can, but I think that goal of 300, that psychological goal of 300 was in their minds. I mean, Nathan Smith last night when I did that interview with him, he said obviously we want as many as we can, but he then put a figure on it. He then said 300. If we can get 300 plus, and they're very nearly there.
Yeah, I mean, this England side over the last few years has had some incredible chases. You go back to Headingley last year against India, Edgbaston against India at the start of Bazball. When else have they chased over 300, Andy? I know there's been other occasions, but if you look at those chases, Headingley last year, the pitch got better and better.
I think last year there was Edgbaston against India as well.
Yeah, the pitch got, but this is a different kind of pitch.
The only thing is that Edgbaston chase. I've got some breaking news for everyone in just a moment, so hold on to your hats. I remember that Edgbaston pitch where Johnny Bairstow and Joe Root chased. I mean, there were some odd things happening. There was a few bouncing. I thought there's absolutely no chance of them getting these, but they were very, very positive. Alex Lees played his part. Remember, he was run out by Joe Root. He was playing nicely.
Well, maybe another heavy roll. You just never know. It might flatten out, but I wouldn't rely on that. From an England perspective, I think this is going to be a tricky chase.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Breaking news, everybody. Tickets for the final day have been made available by Trent Bridge at no cost.
Oh, a freebie.
Supporters.
There'll be a few Yorkies coming.
I'm glad you said it. Supporters can claim up to 4 free tickets per person by visiting the Trent Bridge website. Now, some people have already bought tickets for tomorrow. Those who've secured seats for the 5th day should use their existing tickets but will receive a full and automatic refund in the next 10 days. Meanwhile, those seeking to enter Trent Bridge tomorrow must be in possession of a complimentary ticket. So you go to the website. You can't just turn up. You need to go to the website and book your tickets if you want to come tomorrow. It is free. And of course, at this stage, we don't know what state the game will be in.
Might be done today.
It might be. I mean, there's a possibility it could be. So anyway, you don't lose anything if you book your ticket. So there we go. Tickets available on the Trent Bridge website. Go there now if you want to come tomorrow for nothing. On Sports Extra 2, India are batting against Australia in the Women's World Cup. An India win will set up a semi-final against England on Tuesday. On Sports Extra 3, Ireland are 113 for 3 after 15 overs against India in the second T20. Suryavanshi is not playing in that game today. Perhaps they're saving him for Chester Street on Wednesday. 5:30 will bring you that match. On 5 Sports Extra will bring you all the India series, the 5 T20s and the 3 one-day internationals that follow as well. 210 for 7. It's going to be Gus Atkinson to bowl.
Yeah, he's going to be bowling with Jamie Smith up to the stumps. 2 orthodox slips. That leg slip's been in place throughout pretty much the whole series.
How many leg slip catches have we had? I mean, it's not just about taking a catch there. It's, there's sort of tactical reasons. But here is Atkinson bowling, and it's a defensive shot from Mitchell, almost inevitably. goes away into the offside. What do you think about Mitchell here, Michael? Is it worth him now, or do you think he'll wait until the next wicket falls?
He'll wait.
Folks, was actually worth playing a few shots now.
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, the 7.5 overs away from the second new ball, I mean, that's a long way off at the minute. You'd want to be making sure that you're being busy. The second new ball might be a time for New Zealand to get 20 quick runs.
Yeah, sometimes it can fly, as we know.
Yeah.
Fields up a little bit more. Atkinson bowls. It's guided away by Mitchell towards backward point. Shoaib Bashir comes round to pick up.
I bet Andy was celebrating. Is it the slowest 50 since 2012?
Yeah, in England. Yep.
Yeah, magnificent.
Proper cricket.
Yeah. 180 balls, 52. It's a bit quick, isn't it, really?
Now the umpires come down and had a word with Mitchell there. Whether that was about walking on the pitch, I don't know. As he played that shot, I was watching the ball. It's not the first time that the umpires have spoken to the New Zealand players today about running on the pitch. And of course they are vigilant in a situation like this where the pitch is a bit dry and some cracks in it. Here's Atkinson bowling, and again Mitchell forward in defence, runs out towards cover, doesn't get there. Duckett comes in, no run.
There's a batter, I mean, and he's one of those batters. You know, when he plays his shot, he kind of always kind of looks like he's wanting to take a single, which is the game, isn't it?
Yeah, we're just watching it again now. I was watching the ball. What does he do? He runs.
Where's he meant to go?
Yeah, I don't know. You're supposed to get off quickly. They put a red mat down where you're not supposed to be, and he barely touched it, to be honest.
But if you set off, you're going to be on something of the middle of the pitch to start with.
Yeah. Atkinson bowls. Mitchell nudges this away down towards fine leg for a single, his 53rd run.
Well, it's just an indication, isn't it? You only get these issues when there's plenty of cracks.
Yeah, that's right. The umpires are more vigilant probably in a situation like this.
Yeah.
And probably England are in the umpire's ear as well, saying, are you watching where he's running? And
no, we used to have some masters back in the day at Yorkshire, and the pitch was like this going into day 4. Richard Blakey, the umpire, very good. He used to have some rather large spikes that he'd bat in at this stage of the equation. He said he was wearing them in.
Cricketers have done it for years and years and years. Atkinson bowls and the folks leaves. It's taken by Smith, who's standing up.
Oh, you're in your right, aren't you, to go down and pat down the...
Well, that's the other thing as well, yeah. There's a lot of this going on, so folks is coming down the pitch now and tapping various places. I don't know whether that makes a difference, because you're allowed to do that
away at the edge of the cracks.
Yeah,
you can. It's gamesmanship. It's one of the reasons why in Test cricket, if you bat first on a try, when you get a bit of an advantage if you play well,
which New Zealand did on that first day. Atkinson bowls and folks is up on his toes. It's really well stopped by Bashir at backward point, diving to his right. That was heading down towards the boundary, and 2 or 3 of his colleagues come over and, Joe Root's given him a hug. Harry Brook limited himself to a low 5.
I think England have been excellent in the field, I think Duckett yesterday 2 or 3 times diving to his right, Bashir 3 times yesterday, now again today Emilio Gay. He's had some good stops.
Yeah, Gaylord's a good fielder. He caught a decent catch down there at fine leg to get rid
of
Tom Blundell. Yeah, he really punched the air. It was like
turn to the
scoring a goal in the World Cup. That.
Happy with England last night, Simon?
Well, you just do the job, don't you, Michael?
Top of the group. It's coming home.
It wasn't the most thrilling game.
Is it coming home?
I very much doubt it.
Okay.
Stokes bowls to Mitchell, and Mitchell clip drives. He's going to get at least 2 here. Oh, Josh Tongue after that. He does look like a bowler who's bowled a lot of overs in the game and not taken a wicket, although he gets the throw away and it limits them to 2. Zoltz was so enthralled by the game he fell asleep for 20 minutes in the first half.
How'd you miss a bit, did you?
In the bar, yeah.
Oh, I see, in the bar, I get you. That one.
Had nothing to do with the 7 pints he had beforehand.
Simon, my lawyers will be in touch.
No, it was 9. Tongue, you were right about Tongue there. That wasn't a great gallop after that delivery.
He did keep it down to 2 though. Stokes goes wide of the crease and bowls and takes it past the outside edge of Mitchell's bat. Again, there's some inquiry from those behind, as we saw with the Santner dismissal. It was a really tentative appeal. That you don't get many of those in Test cricket where there's kind of like, it wasn't even really half an appeal. There was kind of interest. Oh, did he nick that? I'm not sure. And And they did review it.
Just keep going back to last night when Ben didn't bowl himself from this end and Bashir bowled 9 overs on the bounce. Could have been a different situation if he'd have bowled last night from this end.
Stokes to Mitchell. Mitchell defends again, rolling back up the onside of the pitch. And actually then it spins and goes up the offside of the pitch past the stumps. 213 for 7. Stokes, I mean, said that, has only taken the 1 wicket, but
he could have had a few, couldn't he?
He could have done, yeah, could have.
Last night when the ball was harder.
Yeah, harder, yeah.
16 overs.
So would you, I mean, presumably they would have had to bowl Bashir at some point, but they could bowl him at the other end?
I'm not too sure they needed to last night.
Just keep going with the seamers.
They had to win that session.
It was a long set. What was it? 35 overs. That's like Stokes to Mitchell, and Mitchell dabs into the offside, and there's no run. Duckett comes in again. Mitchell has to scurry back. Where was he there on the?
Well, he went
surface?
wandering, didn't he?
Right down the middle.
There's a bit of a tango going on there.
That 2 from Mitchell was the first time for 64 balls that he's hit anything other than a dot or a single. He'd scored 7 singles, 56 dot balls in the previous 63 balls.
I mean, it's fair to say he's reined himself in here. And we know he can play some big shots because we've seen it. It's 55 not out from 186 balls. Oh, Stokes runs in and drops the ball.
How many boundaries has he hit today? Is it a couple?
He's hit today 3 boundaries. 2 were edges through the slips and 1 off drive. Those are his boundaries today.
But they're very valuable runs for his team. Because he was out in the first innings, and I don't think he thinks he was out. He reckons he thought he clipped his pad, but there was that woody spike on the technology. Stokes bowls, Mitchell drives, push drive into the offside, square with the wicket, goes through for another single. He's on to 56. New Zealand are 214 for 7. They lead by 298, and if they were to be bowled out now, the last 3 wickets to fall for no runs, it would be exactly the same total that England would need to chase down 4 years ago. Now that would be something, wouldn't it, if that happened? But it's unlikely because England still need the 3 wickets. Folkes is on strike. It's Stokes to Folkes. Stokes kicks up his heels, runs in and bowls to Folkes, and Folkes turns into the onside.
We just need Ben Folkes behind the stumps now, don't we?
No, we don't. He goes out towards mid-wicket. And there is no 1 run, so 299 the lead. So England will now need minimum 300.
Chris Wokes at first slip.
300 to win.
Any others?
Yeah.
Just on Mitchell's innings, 6 fours he's hit in this innings. I've noted 4 of them off the edge and 1 from a misfield. So just the 1 off drive earlier today.
So 6 fours, 24 runs. So he scored 32 off 181 deliveries. This is your style of play, Sam. Look at you reveling in this.
Well, I mean, he's doing a fantastic job for his team, isn't he?
Yes, absolutely.
Exactly what you want.
Well, there's different styles, isn't it? There's a Harry Brook way, which I'm sure went with the Mitchell way, but it's very effective for New Zealand.
Atkinson from the Stuart Broad end bowls to Folkes, and Folkes very calmly forward there, playing out towards extra cover, and there's no run. And this is not a Lord's pitch where you feel there could be a ball with your name on it at any moment. I mean, Lord's, you thought there really could be a wicket every ball that you commentated on, because it was up and down and nipping and going down the slope as well. Here you obviously got to hit that crack, and then it's a problem. But so far, Folkes has looked untroubled. He's played nicely. He's there for 18 balls. And Atkinson bowls to him, and he's struck on the pad, inside edge, I think. And the ball drops away into the offside. Atkinson walks back with his hands on his head.
It looks to me the kind of pitch that if you suddenly, particularly with the keeper up, if you're suddenly going to start playing the big drive, you're going to get out.
Yeah.
There's just enough there. I mean, you look at Jofra Archer yesterday, Gus Atkinson. You know, Folkes had it on a string. He was nimble, but they just dug in there and they could stay in. But someone like Gus Atkinson, who likes to score, what was he, 20 odd off 86 deliveries? So it's clearly a pitch that you can dig in and survive, but it's quite a hard pitch to kind of get your flow going in terms of the boundaries.
Atkinson to Folkes, and Folkes plays up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So in old money, back in the day when Test cricket was played a bit differently, do you think a draw would have been a possibility here. Okay, where are we? At 5-3, so England might say not be batting until after tea. They might be looking at 3:20. If it is that hard to score, is a draw? I mean, it doesn't feel like it, does it? It feels too much time left in the game. But
England don't do draws.
Well, I suppose that's the other thing. Here's Atkinson bowling to Folkes, and Folkes defends again. But you're right. I mean, Mitchell has survived, hasn't he? He had a bit of luck in terms of he's hit a couple of times, but the way he's batting is like a player trying to defend for a draw on the last day. So what I'm saying is, could England, if they were so minded to do that, they think that 3:30, say, is too many.
But there'll be so many overs left in the game that even if they batted the
but if you're saying that it's so hard to score, is it even worth risking playing the aggressive shots? Atkinson bowls, it's driven into the offside. It's a very good piece of fielding again. No run there. It was a lovely crisp off drive by Folkes. And it was really well stopped by Duckett, who's been excellent in the field. And two of his colleagues run over to give him a low 5 again.
Well, Joe Root's the eldest player in the England side. I reckon he's got the most energy.
Yeah.
Nice stroke.
I mean, it's a bit left field, my question, but what I'm saying is, could you just block out for a draw on this service if it's so difficult to score?
But you do realise we're in 2026.
Yeah, 2:15 for 7. They're losing the series though. Atkinson bowls, that's driven and into the onside straight to mid-wicket, where it's picked up by Ben Stokes. Again, a nice looking shot from Folkes.
How many overs has Ben bowled? And he's going again, Ben Stokes. How many has he bowled in this spell?
7. So he bowled 8 this morning. 7 in his spell since lunch.
Well, I guess after this Test match, he's got a bit of time off, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. Yeah, the first Test against Pakistan, I think 19th of August.
I don't know what he's going to do. I mean, he's not in the 100. He'll play maybe a bit of Metro for...
Yeah, might well do.
Durham.
So another over for Stokes. He's bowled 21 overs, 1 for 45. New Zealand, their lead is 299. They're 2:15 for 7. We've got just over 40 minutes to go until tea on this 4th day. And here is Jonathan Agnew.
Indeed, thank you, Simon. And for the second time today, Ben Stokes is putting on a big spell here. He's desperate to try and limit New Zealand, but they're currently leading by 299. In he goes and bowls. A bit of bounce there. It's played comfortably away into the offside by Mitchell. 56. He hasn't hurried up. Thought maybe the sight of Folkes coming out at number 9 might have meant that he'd pressed on a bit, but no, he's just played in this one tempo all the way through. It's been a very brave, gritty innings. Some nasty blows. So he's just absolutely made sure that New Zealand nail down a lead from which they should win the game.
Yeah, just look at the scores in the game. England obviously give New Zealand 450 odd in the first innings, and they reply with 370 odd, 380.
Stokes with the sun shining, bowls. Oh, it keeps a bit low. Mitchell, crab-like, moves across the crease and jabs the bat down.
Yeah, so the scores have got lower.
Yeah.
Per innings. You see where I'm going with this, John?
Well, I'm trying not to be honest. Yes. 299. That feels. Anyway, since lunch, we've seen all sorts of funny things going on with the pitch, particularly, haven't we? I mean, there's not every ball by any means, but enough. In goes Stokes, bowls, and Mitchell gets a good stride in there, coming forward, despite the wicketkeeper standing up behind the stumps.
I think they'll take the second new ball straight away.
Where are we? There's 5 overs to go, 4 after this one.
Got to, haven't you?
I think you have got to. You hope that it really hits the cracks. And
the only problem I have with that second new ball is if the likes of Emilio Gay and co see 1 or 2 that behave really bad, it can get into your psyche as a batter.
Yep. Leg slip, in goes Stokes there, and he bowls. Nicely played by Mitchell again.
But if it plays okay, that's a little bit of a boost you can get as a batter as well. You know, suddenly Mitchell plays a few drive and you think, well, actually, the new ball could be the best time to bat.
Yeah. New Zealand are 7 down. There's a Little flurry of wickets after lunch. Stokes mops his brow on his shirt, marches back below us here. A cry of get on with it there from somewhere up here in the stand. As Stokes bowls full, it's driven down to mid-on. Mitchell's just, for a man who likes to play his shots, and this is his slowest half-century in Test cricket, he's really gone into his shell, hasn't he? He's just, I suppose, looked at the pitch and the conditions and thought, well, look, you know, I'm in. I've just got to keep battling away rather than subject someone else to it.
I get a feeling at the minute, I mean, he's played the same way all day, but he's probably thinking, if I can get to that second new ball, that might be his chance. To time a few a little bit easier than timing the older ball.
Deep square leg comes up. They're going to try and keep folks down at this end. There's one ball to go in the over. And they're going to put a second slip in there now. It's interesting. So from mid-wicket, Bethel goes into the slip cordon. Stokes strides out now. Bowls over the wicket to Mitchell. Oh, he's beaten there. And a lovely ball. And Stokes looks down at the cracked area there. He clearly has hit the mark again. There's 4 overs to go to the new ball. New Zealand lead by 299 runs. They've got 3 wickets left.
There's a bit of chirp out there, you know.
So.
Yeah, I guess go back to the last series when New Zealand were here. I remember Ben Stokes and Darryl Mitchell having a bit of a go. I think there was 1 or 2 things just quietly said, and I think Darryl Mitchell's just had a little bit of a something back. Maybe just being polite.
Might have been. Atkinson, well, from the pavilion end, a little twiddle of the bat from Folkes. Stokes out mid-off, very, very straight, isn't he?
Rich the Mallet man's not had a job to do today.
No, well, I think he's probably resting up after yesterday. What's happening? Stokes shouting there to Root, I think, to go across. Nope, he's going back again. He's at leg slip. Joe Root saying, make your mind up, what do I want to do? Well, nothing changes. And Atkinson, little scuttling run, moves in now. Bowls to Folkes, who has 2. Is there any bowls? And Folkes plays that from the crease. And Smith up at the stumps. Picks the ball up as it bounces up quite high. Tosses it on to Duckett. '77th over of the innings. And the crowd sitting patiently. It's been that sort of day to day, really. Nothing particularly energetic or flamboyant from New Zealand. They've just been disciplined, patient, very professional. Here's Atkinson, bowls, and Folkes runs the ball to third man. This time well towards that way anyway. It's picked up by Bashir fielding in the gully. So it's just a day of sitting quietly outside there and enjoying the sunshine. Free to come in tomorrow, which is always welcome, I think. Maybe get your first taste of Test cricket. I'd see England Baz balling to victory.
You never rule them out.
No.
On the chase.
England's players still trying to get the crowd going. Atkinson on his way again, those little steps. Here he comes now, bowls to Folkes, who gets on top of that, plays the ball square, picked up by Bashir. But he decides not to throw at the stumps, probably wisely. And now the lead's 300, and that's quite symbolic, really. It's not often that a team batting last wins by scoring 300. In fact, I think that they did it for only the 2nd time during my career doing this, so it just shows how rare it is. That was in New Zealand one year, back in the 90s. So it's a rare event to score that number batting last in a test. In comes Atkinson, bowls, and Mitchell squared up there. Ooh, strikes him somewhere up on the thigh.
You're talking about the past. I've seen that book next door, John, of the Panini sticker book from 1983.
Yes, the one with Leicester having 2 bowlers in it.
Yeah, where are you?
Well, they had 2 bowlers in the team, apparently.
All right, just...
Unless Chris Balderston was taking the new ball, I think that's unlikely.
Just miss you out, did they?
Oh, yeah, they seem to have gone for an array of batsmen.
I actually realised how old I am when I looked through the book and realised I played against lots of players in that book.
Yeah. Oh, no, we had 2 wicket-keepers and 2 bowlers. Here comes Atkinson, bowls, that's nudged away into the leg side, and Mitchell wants 2. I think he'll get it as well, as the fielder picks up now one-handed.
Just worried about Josh Tong down here. I know we're at back end of a test series, but seen him chase the ball at mid-off. And I've just seen him run round from fine leg. He's not moving well.
All right. Well, he'll have a rest, I suppose, can't he? Coming up.
Well, the T20s.
T20s, but he can miss it
on Wednesday
if he's not fit. Yeah.
So Harry Brook.
Yep.
Could bash England to victory tomorrow.
Hmm.
Get in his car, drive up to Durham, and get used to the T20s.
Yes. We might be batting in the same way by the sounds of it. Atkinson moves in, bowls, Mitchell drives. Little push drive, really, didn't put much power into that. Duckett fields there at cover. And another over comes to an end at 218 for 7. New Zealand's lead is 302.
I think we should do a sweep up here in the TMS box of what ball number will it be for an England player with the keeper stood up, seems, the likes of Smith and folks bowling. What number ball will it be that an England player tries their ramp?
I don't think it'll be Gay.
No, I don't think it'll be Emilio, no. If Ben Duckett's there, it will be him.
Yeah, I think so.
He's hot favourite.
Do it against the new ball. Oh, you need a bit of protection on, wouldn't you?
I certainly wouldn't, but
no.
I just get a sense. You watch teams practice in the morning, you just get a sense that England are going to come out and try and really hit it. And they were all practicing this ramp shot.
Stokes is on his way now, bowls, and Folkes defends the ball, runs down to gully.
Oh, you wanted it because you
I think
were saying yesterday you want to grill the keeper behind, so he goes back.
I think what I'd do is I'd go down to the nearest fancy dress shop. I'd buy a suit of armour. I'd walk out to bat with it. Can you play the ramp in a suit of armour? I don't know. Can you bend your knee and get down? But I think I'd want a breastplate. I'd want something around my throat and a full helmet.
In goes 3 lines
over the wicket, bowls, pushed away, sliced away, actually off a thick edge, down to third man. And there's 2 runs here for New Zealand. Mitchell will want the third, but he's not going to get it because the field already wound up there with the throat. A bit of fielding, 220 for 7.
Oh, so you want a full armoury on, and then?
Well, I just think, how many ramps would it take for Blundell to say, I don't fancy this very much, I'm going back? And then as a batsman, we've got your space back again that you and Cookie talk about, haven't you?
Yeah, they're a little bit claustrophobic at the minute, aren't they?
They are.
Someone behind them.
But I think if you're going to go ramping, okay, O'Rourke, the keeper isn't going to stand up, is he?
No, you're not going to ramp him either.
No, you're not. Well, Duckett might. 220 for 7, Folkes on 5, in goes Stokes. And he bowls to him. That's a nice looking shot, driving up to mid-off.
Shape's nice, doesn't he?
He does. He plays really well. Proper sort of all-rounder material.
He's been a good replacement for Blair Tickner. Yeah, Little Ducky, I think he's my hot favourite. If he's still out there when they go to that tactic, I don't think they will early. With the new ball, I think it'll come after 10 or 15 overs.
He's not really been affected by the wicketkeeper standing up, has he? Stokes, crowd willing him on, runs in and bowls a really good ball. They're repeating behind again. We had one of these earlier. Stokes saying, I can't hear anything. We had one earlier and he was persuaded to review a not-out decision like this one. And it turned out, of course, that Santner was out. Oh, he's gone for it again. There was one fielder particular, I couldn't see actually which one was it. Harry Brook.
Yeah.
TV umpire 2 director, we have a player review for caught behind. On field decision is not out. Check the bowler's feet. Fair delivery, front on, please.
So there was nothing from Stokes. Again, just a quizzical look. And let's see if they've taken their 8th wicket here. He's missed it by miles,
Ball
isn't he?
passes close to the outside edge.
think
Can I
it's
go to
probably hits his
alteration
back
between
hip.
bat and no back, please?
I don't like the look of this one. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at
Running it through.
ultra edge.
Going all the way through. Keep running it through.
Run it through, and there's the flick on the thigh.
Makes contact
Well, Harry's
with
got that one
back
badly
thigh.
wrong.
Ready to go back on field to Nitin.
Well, they've still got 3 reviews.
Yes.
So they lose 1, so it's worth a gamble.
It is. I'm not sure that lightning strikes twice. It didn't that time anyway. 220 for 7. Both teams have got 2 reviews.
Ben Stokes 1 for 47 from 22.4, so he's going to bowl at least, I would think he'll bowl the next one up to that second new ball.
Yep.
Hell of an effort.
Well, he loves his long spells, doesn't he? Off he goes again. 220 for 7. Folks on strike. Stokes is there and he bowls to him and he covers up and plays that comfortably enough out to point. Gay comes dancing in, pounces on the ball, throws it on. 220 for 7. Stokes breathing in quite heavily now. He's got 1 ball left in this over and mops his brows. This is the 78th. New ball, of course, is due after 80, so 1 more from either end, and then there'll be Archer. Well, I suppose Tongue. It depends if you think he's fit enough, I guess. Stokes runs in and he bowls to Folks. Again, plays just across the pad. Back to the bowler, and that ends that over. 220 for 7. Stokes 1 for 47 from 23 overs. And New Zealand lead by 304. We've got half an hour to go until tea.
Martin Saggar's the 4th umpire. He's got the second new ball in his hand. He's just talking to Matthew Fisher. No doubt talking a bit of bowling and he's got the ball in his fingers. Look.
Seam position.
Oh, yeah,
well,
that's what he used to bowl outswing, didn't he, Saggers?
He did, yeah. I remember him playing for England. How many tests did he play?
He played in Bangladesh. I was the captain.
I think he played at Headingley as well, one test.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, they're going through all sorts of grips and things there, aren't they?
3 tests Martin Saggar's played for England.
Matt Henry sat behind. He'd have bowled nicely on there, wouldn't he?
I think he would. 220 for 7. 2 overs till the new ball. The lead 304.
So it's going to be Jofra and Josh Tongue, you think, with the new ball, because Gus is... How many overs has Gus bowled in this spell?
This is his 4th.
So 4th. Guess he could take the second new ball.
Well, he could, couldn't he? Bowl a couple.
6 maybe.
Yeah. They're still fiddling with this field, and Root is now coming out of leg slip.
I think the drone copes with the heat.
Well, I think it's doing all right. I think it's gaining in confidence. You can see we're getting closer and closer to everybody.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
So Atkinson then moves in now and he bowls to Mitchell, who's right over the top of that and pushes the ball away out to cover, and then very exaggeratedly runs away from the pitch. He's been told off a couple of times. I suspect if he gets another telling off, it might be penalty runs actually, which would be quite exciting, because I don't think we've seen that. But he's had a couple of firm warnings from the umpires. He steps into his stance again, and Atkinson pauses for a moment. Over the wicket he comes, he's there, and he bowls short, and Mitchell pulls this round the corner down to long leg. Up comes Tongue. Tosses that in, looking to see if he... No sign of a sort of a hobble there or anything, I don't think.
Maybe it's just a bit stiff.
Yeah, could be. 221 for 7.
Curry night tonight, John.
Is it?
Sunday night in Nottingham, yep.
Oh, where are you going?
Not sure yet. There's a few on that stretch.
There are. They made Marion Way, there's a few, I think.
Yeah, some nice curry houses.
221 for 7. Atkinson bowls tucked away off the hip out to mid-wicket.
They've been brilliant in the fielding then.
They have been good.
They really have. I mean, it's always hard to put a number on how many they've saved, but they've had 7 or 8 diving. Something that would have just saved probably a single, maybe 2. But I can remember 4 or 5 boundary stops.
Yeah. Oh no, you can't question energy or anything like that. Where they went wrong was in their first innings in this game. 221 for 7. Atkinson again moves in bowls. Oh, there's some startling bounce. And if you're unlucky as a batting team,
that's the one you're ramping.
And you get those, yeah. I mean, well, I don't think you'll be ramping that. I'm running down to the dentist afterwards, I think.
That's a great take. Really is. It's flown.
Yeah. As a batting team, you get a few of those. You could be bowled out for 100. There've been some real grubbers as well. 221 for 7. Folks on 5. Here comes Atkinson again. Is there any bowls to him? He shuffles into a defensive shot. Ball rolls up to cover.
He's not Kane Williamson, so just listen to me here. Zach Fox's defence is very similar to Kane, the way that he kind of plays it.
Okay.
A 45-degree angle bat. So a similar kind of manoeuvre.
That's all right. We'll take that.
I mean, he's bound to have copied Kane Williamson.
Yeah. And he's over his bat now. Smith right up at the stumps. Slip. Leg slip. Atkinson again moves in, bowls. Oh, there's another one that goes past the outside edge. Again, well taken by Smith. Extra bounce. Some nip. 221 for 7.
It's the couple on the roof to our right. Are they apartments or was that a hotel? Well, they stood on the roof looking through the glass panelling.
I think it's an old folks' home.
Oh, is it?
There used to be a garage there.
That's where my dear old thing used to see the buses from here, didn't he?
It was. He couldn't quite work out what was going on, but actually all the cars actually pulling into the station. But yes, that's an old folks' home, which you do get. I mean, if you're a cricket fan and you're in there, you got a great view.
Yeah.
It's got something on Ben Stokes bowling 2 spells of 8 or more overs in the same day. In the last 5 years, well, since the start of the 21-22 international season, only he has done that for England of pace bowlers. He did it in Hamilton in late 2024, at Lords against India last year, and now today. So 2 8-over spells by seamers in the same day. It's really just him that ever does it for England.
.221 for 7. Stokes moving his field round there. Long leg, deep square leg. Mitchell. 59 from 198 balls. And in goes Stokes. Is there any bowls to a solid 40? Comes again. England will be sick of the sight of that. Really.
The only thing I think England could have tried, just open up extra cover and say to Darren, there's not been any spaces for him to kind of play the big drives. There was one and he hit one down the ground off Josh Tong. But to Ben Stokes with this crack from this angle, you could kind of put your extra cover squarer and say to him, go on then, try and hit one through there. That might just create a gap between bat and pad.
Yep. No, I like your thinking. Stokes again runs in bowls. He just squares up. Blocks the ball back again. I think he's loving this. He took some nasty blows early on. He's just
all the singing boring Mitchell. There's a chant from the crowd.
Well, that's his 200th ball.
It used to be boring Arsenal, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
boring Mitchell.
It's a bit harsh.
He's doing a good job for his team.
It is. 59 not out. Stokes runs in, bowls to Mitchell. Oh, there's a shooter. There's another one. Those shouting boring Mitchell, get out there and play that. It's shot along the ground.
Oh, I guess they're getting louder now because of you.
Look at this. The pitches, and I mean, that's
I wonder what they'll be saying late when the England team come dancing down, swinging.
Look at that. It's shot along the ground. It just wasn't straight. Bit embarrassing trying to ramp that one. 2:21 for 7. In goes Stokes again. He's there and he bowls. Mitchell forward, steals a single, going to the offside. Duckett picks up, throws, misses the stumps. There's a cloud of dust down there. As folks will give a full-length dive. It's like somebody diving into a sandpit, covered in dust and dirt. It's like he wants to change his gloves after that. He's calling for the 12th man.
Just a small thing you notice with New Zealand and this team is just the full dive.
Yes.
You know, he wasn't going to leave anything to chance. Pretty much halfway down, I think he thought he was struggling, so he just thought, I'm just going to dive and make sure I get there. He's not bothered about a change of gloves or a... Well, there's a bit going on there between Stokes and Mitchell.
Yes, I think there probably is.
This goes back to the last tour. I remember them having a few ding-dongs.
I thought it was friendly to start with. I'm not sure that it was.
No, certainly isn't. But Mitchell will be just looking at that 306 that his team are in front.
Yep. Let's look at the scoreboard. Stokes runs in, bowls. Oh, it's a beauty. Oh, my word, what a ball that was. Full, nipped away. And folks had a grope. And the ball flew past the outside edge. I mean, it was just a fraction of a millimetre away from that outside edge. That's really gone. Whew.
Just a reminder, this is a ball that's 79.5 overs old.
Yep. Well, this you can see what the new one does. So this could be Stokes' last ball. In he goes over the wicket and bowls it, and folks on the front foot pushes it away out to cover. Now that means that 80 overs are up, and I mean Stokes might carry on, but the new ball is now available.
Just looking at Joffre. Joffre's not rushing to come on to bowl. Maybe Gus Atkinson will carry on, and they'll take it with Gus Atkinson.
Yeah, it looks like it. He's taking his cap off. New Zealand lead by 306.
Darren Mitchell actually made a reasonably brisk start. He was 18 off 26 balls at the start of this innings. So 42 from 176 since then.
Well, it's going to be Jamie Smith still up to the stump, so I can't think they're going to take the new ball.
No, I suppose not. I guess they're taking the view that it'll just fly off the bat a bit, maybe.
I mean, that's again an indication, isn't it, of the game situation, that England are concerned about the runs, understandably, on this pitch.
Yeah. No, the new ball hasn't been taken, surely. There's only one slip. Keeper standing up. Mitchell on strike on 60. Atkinson runs in bowls, and it's pushed away by Mitchell out to mid-wicket. So it's a bit of an umbrella field here. They're off again.
Barring Mitchell.
Stokes is laughing.
He's 60 not out off 203, and his team are 306 in front with a day and a half left.
Yeah.
And the locals, the not faithful, have had enough.
Yeah, I think they want to see England batting, don't they? Just get the game moving.
Well, they'll get a chance, don't we?
See what's going to happen. Atkinson again scurries in, bowls, and Mitchell just knocks that away for a single. Square into the offside. And a single taken. 223 for 7. And the lead 307. Ball return to Atkinson at the top of his mark. Root again moved out of leg slip. He's gone to first slip with Brook alongside him there at second. Stokes still waving his arms around. As folks now prepares to face Atkinson from the pavilion end. Here he comes over the wicket and bowls outside the off stump. Now here's some news for you. I didn't think I'd be reading this out now at this very moment today, but Ben Stokes has announced his retirement as England's Test captain and from international cricket. Stokes will end his England career at the end of this match. It'll bring to a close an international career which began with the white ball teams in 2011, so on. It's a very long statement, but basically Ben Stokes has announced during the middle of this game, which seems extraordinary timing, with a game to win, a series to win, that he's retiring from international cricket. Here's Atkinson, that's driven back at him, and Archer Fields there rolls over, picks the ball up. Well, Michael, what do you make of that?
I can't believe it. I'm absolutely stunned.
It's extraordinary timing. Wonder why he's announced it now.
No idea. And clearly the incident's not going to have helped. Relationships clearly have been fractured in some nature or form.
Atkinson bowls, and Mitchell stands up and plays that back again. I'm just looking to see if there's any quote from Ben himself here, and there's nothing in this statement. Actually, there's nothing from Stokes that I can see.
Shut us down.
Apparently there's a statement on social media, and we're playing that at tea time, but there's nothing in that actual press release there as such to explain why he's taken that decision, like now, fourth day of the game. Atkinson moves in bowls, and Mitchell turns that away out to mid-wicket. It's the end of the over. 224 for 7, Mitchell 61. Is that, what do you think?
I need time to take that all in. I mean, we have to hear from Ben and the reasons why. And
well, he's getting a huge cheer. I guess news has filtered round the ground. Not sure where. It's not up on the scoreboard.
No, but they're listening, John.
Ben Stokes has got his hands on his hips. Yeah, it's you, Ben. That's you there applauding. But it's not up on the screen. There's been no announcement as such. The word has got out that Ben Stokes now, 25 past 3 on the fourth day, has announced that he's retiring. And he's still bowling. He's got the old ball. Crowd behind him now. Over the wicket he goes. Bowls to Folks. Edged and caught! Well, there's something Botham-esque about that. The first ball that Ben Stokes has delivered since announcing his retirement takes a wicket. Some people have their scripts written for them, and they're beyond the realms of the rest of us. And Ben Stokes is one of those. Where did that come from? The first ball since he's announced his retirement, and he gets a wicket.
Well, that's just a reminder of what England are going to miss.
Phew, well, they ever.
That's exactly why he's an incredible player. Great catch, by the way. Low down, much needed one for England, but I'm completely stunned by. Never ever saw that coming. But I saw that coming.
Yes.
Because that's exactly what he's done throughout his whole career. Every time England needed something, and they need something now, he's always pretty much delivered.
Well, it's brought the crowd to their feet. And Stokes is waving, is applauding. I'd open the batting with him, send him out there. Who writes his scripts? So it's the same person that writes Botham's.
I just wonder what has kind of gone on in the last week or so. Maybe his mind just woke up one morning and just went, you know what, I've had enough of all this. He's clearly still particularly bowling well enough, isn't he?
Well, he'll tell us in his own good time. So there is a statement on social media somewhere. We will play that at tea time, which is in 10 minutes. 224 for 8. The new batsman is Sears. Stokes runs in, bowls to him, and he defends it. Plays the ball out to cover. And there's no run. He's running in like a new man. How many in this spell?
This is his 11th over.
11th over. You're right, a terrific catch from Brook, by the way.
It was fantastic. Low down to his right. I'm just looking at Mitchell now. I mean, got to try and get back onto the game situation. Mitchell surely's got to play a few shots now.
Here goes Stokes. Over the wicket he goes. Bowls to Sears. Oh, a grubber. One that kept very low. Wasn't straight. In fact, none of those ones that have kept low have been straight. They've all been just wide of the off stump. It's a big thing to retire from international sport like this. Fit, strong, running in, getting wickets. His wife's wiping away a tear there, Claire. Stokes again runs up, bowls, and almost plays that into his stumps. Thick inside edge, ball rolls down for Smith to field.
Oh, clearly something has triggered his mind to do so. You look at, the way that he's bowling. You look at his contract. He had a contract till the end of next year. An Ashes series to come next summer.
Timing is extraordinary. To do it in the middle of a game with a series in the balance. I wonder why they've announced it now. Stokes runs up, bowls, and that's pushed away out towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Mind you, the way he's been bowling now and getting wickets, they might should have done it at lunchtime. He's running in like a man possessed.
Did it last night. We'll hear, won't we, in time, exactly what's gone on, but all sorts of rumours, haven't there, about fallouts, and I hope that's not the case. I hope he's just woke up one morning and gone, do you know what, I've had enough of this now. Just giving it everything for such a long period of time.
Stokes runs away from us, bowls to the right-handed Sears on the back foot. There's a single if he wants it. Yes, they take it, which means that Sears will be on strike. One from the over, but a wicket from the over. Quite remarkable. Right, there's something that I know is going to happen over the next 2 days. This is his statement. It's my last 2 days as your captain and my last few days as representing England. Now, this is him addressing the England team. Reasons can wait. Why? But I've had many trips to the well before for this team, and I've got one more trip to do. This is the statement that he made to the England team. Still doesn't really say why, but all his teammates there standing up and applauding him. So 2 days to go. That was done this morning. Here's Atkinson. Climbs and hits Sears in the ribs. So they've done either this morning or last night. Clearly the players were surprised. You can see Jacob Bethel in the background there, looking rather stunned. Atkinson bowling to the right-handed Sears, and that's nudged away around the corner. Mitchell quickly runs in for the single. The throw misses the stumps. It's a wild one. There's overthrows, and Duckett's chasing that all the way to the other boundary. He'll dive. Down he goes. Drags it back in, and they've run a total of 3. Wild throw coming in from Gay there in the leg side. 228 for 8, the lead 312. Pad him up and get him out there. Lead from the front. Open the batting with Ben.
You're throwing him in there, are you?
Well, look at him.
Remember, he writes his own script.
Yeah, absolutely.
He could be there at the end, hitting the winning runs like Headingley. 2019.
Yeah. Now what's going on here?
Been hit on the finger. So he's got quite a bad blow to that right index finger. See, it's quite swollen already.
Yeah, he's going to have to try and bowl with that. Now there's something. This I think is this is the script of what I was reading out there. There's something that I know is going to happen over the next 2 days. This is my last 2 days as your captain. This is Ben Stokes talking to the England team either last night or this morning. My last 2 days representing England. Reasons can wait as to why. But I've had many trips to the well before for this team, for both you and for people beforehand. And I've got one more trip to do. The only thing that I ask, please, is can everyone do the same? We've got a lot of hard work still to do. The only thing that I want is to be able to walk off at the end of that field, regardless of the result, knowing that I've had this group of men and one lady, Sarah Taylor, give everything for the last 2 days. It's the only thing I want is just for everyone to give it. Not only for me, selfishly, but also for this team and everything else you've got going forward. Reasons can wait. The only thing that I ask, can everyone please do the same? I don't think they're all going to retire. I think he means all go to the well.
Well, he's basically saying, they've had a ride of putting everything into pretty much every day under his leadership. Can you just do it for 2 more days? And just that reasons to why. This one, where it's just his mind's suddenly gone out. He mentions the well that he's gone to so many times for England. And eventually, you can't keep dipping into the well. It's just no longer there for you. I just hope the last 2 weeks, Aggers, is not the reason.
Yeah, so do I.
Honestly, if it's the reason, I'm going to be so disappointed that English cricket has got to the stage of one of our greatest has had to step down because of the way that the whole situation has been handled.
There's still treatment going on up there for Sears' finger, by the way. That's what this delay is all about. If you're literally just tuning in, I can tell you that Ben Stokes has announced within the last 20 minutes or so that he is going to be retiring from international cricket after this game. It's a decision that's taken everyone by surprise. Clearly his players this morning, when he made that little short address to them, are also stunned. It's the timing, is when he says during the game. 2:28 for 8. Maybe he's hoping that he's going to inspire his players to produce something special and to win this series. They're going to have to produce something pretty special because the lead is 312 now. As Atkinson resumes, comes in and bowls to Mitchell, who guides the ball away down to third man. He's got his eye on 2. He'll probably get it as well. Bashir picks up, running to his left, throws in, and Smith breaks the stumps. But Mitchell, who's now faced 207 balls for his 63, is already safely in his ground.
Just can't believe he got a wicket first ball after.
No, it is extraordinary, isn't it?
It's just incredible.
Yeah. Right, we've got a low flying something. I can hear it, but I can't see it. Whatever it was has flown away. Sounded like a massive helicopter. 2:30 for 8. Mitchell on 63. Atkinson runs in, bowls a bounce. Oh, it's gone straight through Smith's gloves. 4 byes, that'll be. It's not a kind ball when the wicketkeeper's standing up. Hurl a bouncer down the leg side. 2:34 for 8.
Yeah, not easy. I wonder if there was a signal. Usually you'd have a signal, wouldn't you, if you're going to bowl the bouncer to the keeper when he stood up. Not too sure there was one.
Now the next one has Mitchell on the front foot, pushed away out to cover. That'll be tea, I suspect, after this ball, so we can analyse that news and offer some thoughts. I think we'll probably hear that statement that he gave there to the team.
Well, I think tomorrow would always have been a very big crowd anyway. But to think that whoever gets in tomorrow will be seeing Ben Stokes' last day with the 3 lions on.
Yep. Atkinson bowls the last ball of the session. It's run away down to backward point. It ends the over, and Umpire Tucker, I'm sure, will remove the bails down there. He does. And so New Zealand lead by 318 runs. They've still got 2 wickets left. And while some of the crowd were giving Mitchell a bit of stick there, what a job he's done. 63 not out from 210 balls. He's taken a lot of painful blows. He's ridden a bit of luck here and there, but you have to survive on that pitch, with the ball at times behaving treacherously, keeping very, very low. And now the announcement being made over the PA that Ben Stokes has announced his retirement. And well, I think he'd have led the players off anyway at the end of that stint, because he bowled heroically. But he is, the players is holding back there as Ben Stokes leads the players from the field. Crowd on their feet, a standing ovation. But there's still a game to win, and that's I suspect what people will be wondering about. Why the announcement is made during a game? I've never known that happen before.
No, I've not. I mean, Kane Williamson a couple of weeks ago, that surprised me. That was obviously after the first game, but clearly things have gone on Aggers. You know, in his own mind, this last week or so has taken a bit of a toll out of everyone, I think. As I said before, I just hope that's not the reason. I really...
Well, he's got a big smile on his face. I'm just looking as he walks in there on the balcony. All the coaching staff are there applauding him in. But I mean, they'll have known all day this was coming because of the statement that he made this morning, which we'll hear in a second. But the bare bones of the game, that New Zealand lead by 318. There's 2.5 hours of play left today, all day tomorrow. So plenty of time for England to reach that target. We'll return to Stokes in a second, Michael, but just how the game stands. Looking at Stokes there, he's chatting to McCullum, isn't he? He's got a big... Yes, I think it's McCullum. It's slightly shaded in there, but I think that's Brendan McCullum. And they're laughing and they're carrying on quite amiably, aren't they, by the look of it?
Yeah. I think there's I think they're mutually fine. I mean, it's clearly the end of the road for Ben. You know, in this game situation, I mean, his speech said he wants 2 days of commitment and togetherness, and you know, they're going to need plenty to win this game because they're up against it. This pitch, as we've seen, has done quite a lot today and yesterday, and they're going to be chasing a really big number on this kind of wicket. So New Zealand have played nicely, but I'm still in shock, to be honest.
Yes. Okay, well, let's. I have read his statement, but this is how he delivered this statement to his team this morning.
There's something that I know is going to happen over the next 2 days, which is going to be, this is my last 2 days as your captain, and my last 2 days as representing England. Reasons can wait, why, but I've had many trips to the well before for this team, for you blokes, for people beforehand, and I've got one more trip to do. And the only thing that I ask, please, is can everyone please just do the same? We've got a lot of hard work still to do, and the only thing that I want is to be able to walk off the end of that field, regardless of the result, knowing that I've had this group of men and one lady give everything for the last 2 days, and the only thing I want is just for everyone to give it, not only for me selfishly, but also for this team and everything else that we've got going forward for you guys. But all the taps on this, all the emotion, all that kind of stuff, please can we just wait for the end of this game, because we've still got work to do. I've got more work to do that I want to do, so let's just go out there and absolutely everything for another $2. Right? That's my only intention, and that's where all my energy is right now. I've got the emotional side out of it, but now it's time to go away. Everyone else, please just come with me.
Right, well, applause at the end of that. Well, we've had Michael's reaction, which was one of stunned. Another former England captain beside me who's been through all of this before. Well, what's your reaction, Alistair Cook?
Yeah, well, shocked, I suppose, because of the timing of it. I look now, I suppose it's a typical Ben Stokes way of doing it. He does things differently, so he did it differently. I can only assume that this isn't a wake up. This isn't a wake up yesterday morning or a wake up when New Zealand are 300 for naught, look round and going, I don't want to do this anymore. It just can't be like that. It might be, and maybe Ben, that's how Ben operates, but I assume that over the last 3 months or 4 months since the Ashes, this must have been on his mind. It has to, and he kind of came back and he thought, I'll go again, and maybe that first game at Lords, he's come back and he's just looked around and he's lost that something which has made him drive this team forward. And it's a 4 or 5 year cycle. Michael's felt the same. I felt the same. Actually, it's actually brought back, I don't know, uncomfortable memories or sad memories, because it's a big thing to give back. And we've been talking about the last couple of games. Obviously, it hasn't been going well for England, and what's the future look like? Listen, I don't think anyone had quite had this on the radar.
What about to do it during a game? This is what really sticks out, I think, for most people.
Well, Stuart Broad did his one during a game, like at the end of the day. Ben has done it a slightly different way. I think
he's the captain.
Yeah, but again, I don't mind how you do it. Really, I think it's irrelevant how you do it. I did I announced at the end of a game. I announced my retirement as a player a couple of days before a game and had a send-off game, and people weren't very happy that I had a send-off game. So you're going to get criticised whichever way you do it or thing. I just think, I suppose, Ben, there must have been something there and he's had enough. And I think now you just instantly have to go back and remember what he's tried to deliver for England cricket and look at his career that way. And that's, it's amazing how quickly when that line in the sand happens, you then go and look there. But it can't be easy. It cannot be. It wasn't easy when I handed the cap back as a captain. It certainly can't be. Couldn't have been easy for Ben in the last couple of weeks. It can't have been.
Right, Stefan Shebelt is here as well from the press box below. What was the reaction down there?
The same as everyone else's, I think. Just stunned and surprised, but there were clues. If we were listening really closely on Wednesday, he was asked about his return to captaining this team, and he said this week. Very specifically, he said, I am focusing on this week, and he was pressed on it, and he still said this week. And then he was asked about being England captain or being an England player without being the England captain. And he said, I don't really know if I could do that. I love playing for England. I love being captain of this team. And that's where I'm at with everything. That's what he said on Wednesday. And I guess my feeling about all of this isn't how it was supposed to end, is it? We all thought that Ben Stokes was going to get to the Oval next year against Australia, lift the urn as an Ashes winning captain, and he would ride off into the sunset. And that would be a fitting way for this remarkable career. I mean, he will go right to the top, won't he, in the list of the greatest cricketers to have played for England. And if you think about the moments that he has given to British sport, Lords 2019, Headingley 2019, Sports Personality of the Year that year, this isn't how we all thought it would end. But I agree with Cookie. I suppose it's a Ben Stokes way for it to end, isn't it? I mean, how fitting that it comes during a marathon Ben Stokes spell. And you were on commentary, what a moment.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, he must be the first player to take a wicket with the first ball since announcing his retirement. I mean, what a way for him to go.
Yeah, there's something so Botham-esque about that. These massive characters in sport, which is what a lot of these all-rounders are, aren't they? They've got something that's just a little bit special.
Yeah, special, and also we saw the hole that he creates when he doesn't play last week. Now I guess England have got to move forward now. I mean, it's very hard to just say move forward when he's only just retired, but England, the management, have got to go, how do we build this team without an all-rounder like Ben Stokes? And not only the player, it's the persona. He's got such a mentality of knowing how to win. You know, if you look at the way that he's batting, I know he's batting in recent times has not been quite to his level, but I have him right up there with, you know, England's greatest players when the pressure's on. You know, that's with ball in hand, and some of his batting innings, Headingley 19, the World Cup final, there's not many been able to cope with the pressure of a chase as well as Ben Stokes has in an England jersey. I'm desperate for him to get a number in the second innings, to just show us once more what it's like chasing down a target. It's kind of ironic. He's finishing in a position with his team chasing a number that we're not giving them a great deal of hope for. You know, what happened in 2019, we didn't give that England side a great deal of hope, but there was only one person that believed, and that was Ben Stokes. And I'm pretty sure if he gets the chance to walk out on this kind of wicket, chasing this number, he will still believe right till the end that he can win the game for England. That's why he's been so special.
Just watching the video of him giving his announcement here, you can see, I mean, he's kind of emotional and he's tense when he's doing
that
it.
line, I guess, when he says the reasons can wait.
It's just, I can't, I guess you obviously did my job for a very, very long time. Two former England captains sitting here now. Can you remember a period in English cricket that has been as tumultuous as this now? Because we were discussing, weren't we, at the Oval, you know, where does this rank on the crisisometer? Oh, it's pretty high. It's not quite as high as this or that or whatever. But now Ben Stokes has resigned.
I think what's really hits me about it, if you think about it, and I haven't obviously given this much thought myself, but at the start of this season, if you've got Rob Key, Brendan McCullum, and Ben Stokes, who was the most likely to keep his job and to be in place? Ben Stokes.
Yeah, but
and he's the one that's gone.
There's a difference. He's resigned.
Yes, but he's gone. I mean, we assumed.
It doesn't mean that the fingers can't be pointed at others that have made decisions in recent times.
Indeed, but people assumed that Ben Stokes would carry on, didn't they, and that others would go before him.
Well, that's why if you go look at his statement after the Ashes, saying how much it hurt him and he can't wait to lead this side forward.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm going on. Something's happened. I'm not talking about the Lord's incident after this. I'm saying something in the last 4 or 5 months since the Ashes, where. Because Stefan's just said, we all thought he'll leave for another. Well, he's got 1 year left of cricket to go and do one more big series.
And a central contract.
But one more big series to go again against the old enemy where he's had, you know, some of his greatest days. And I don't want to speak for him. I clearly have not spoken to him about it. He hasn't got it in him. He hasn't got it in to lead this side to do it, because the carrot is there if he wanted to do it. I believe, because as we've seen in this game and we saw at the Oval, he's the only one at the minute who can balance it at a world-class level and deliver something there. Maybe he thinks, like, I can't deliver that anymore. I'm not the player I was. Maybe that's what he's thinking. You don't know, but I know that handing that cap back as a captain when they still want you to captain, I assume they still want him to captain, is it's a big thing to carry.
Yeah.
I believe he's used the odd words like he hasn't got the kill anymore, hasn't got the feeling anymore. You know, you wake up one morning and, you know, I remember when I had that, I woke up one morning and I thought, nah, I don't want to do it anymore. And maybe Ben's had that, but I just think about the last 2 weeks. When you're England captain, you've got to trust those that you're working with. You have to trust everyone around, the management, the ECB, and I honestly think there's been a lack of trust. And that triggers you. I'm not saying it's going to be the only reason why Ben Stokes has stepped down, but all these things, the winter was a tough winter. There was incidents on and off the field. Obviously, the build-up to that first test at Lord's, it didn't look quite right at Lord's. It wasn't quite the Ben Stokes from a few years ago. And then obviously the incident happens, and then, you know, he clearly had a fallout with the ECB across the last week or so. And that's a little bit of the trust that he's probably lost in them. But fundamentally, it sounds like he's just woken up and he's gone, nah, the fight's gone and the fire's not quite burning anymore.
You can think, but you announce that at the end of the game, don't you? It's still a strange thing. Must be quite an odd feeling in that dressing room.
No, but Aggers, if there's...
Also, if he's told the team this morning...
If there was ever a cricketer that deserves this now and tomorrow...
Yeah, I agree.
For this, what we got in here, 20,000 people, and there'll be 20,000 packed in. If there was ever, he deserved it. He got it at the Oval. Incredible. Yeah. Stuart Broad got it. He deserved it. If there was ever a cricketer over the last 10 years that deserves what he's going to get tomorrow, whatever the outcome, Ben Stokes is that.
And he doesn't play for that, though. And I hope I never came across as deserving a send-off. I don't think he deserves, he does not think I deserve a send-off. But, do you know, walking off there, personally, for me at the Oval was amazing. It was amazing for your family and your friends to come and actually watch you for one last time. and I hope he can take it in. I mean,
Yeah.
it seems such a long time ago that I did it. I totally forgot
I hope
about
it doesn't affect the way he plays. I mean, we talk about he's got that wicket there.
Might free him up.
It might free him up.
Well, the size of the smile on his face there, as we can see him standing on the England dressing room, Varney sort of alluded to it about how we thought he was at Lord's, certainly, of a man looked like he was carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. And you think that everything that he went through in Australia, all the build up to Australia, he thought that was going to define his time as England captain and possibly his career. It went wrong. He got injured at the end of Sydney, had to come back from that. He had that horrible facial injury, which he said, could have been much, much worse than a broken cheek. Had to come back from that. Everything that he went through over the past couple of weeks, I don't know, two guys who've given up.
Steph, probably, I think it was on day one, 2 or 3 journos were doing the rounds downstairs. Ben Stokes to retire this. I said no chance.
But I think that came from what he said on Wednesday, when he was just very specific about this week. It's all about this week. But I don't know, two guys who've given up the captaincy. Does it feel like a weight off your shoulder when it's there and you think there's a decision to make, and just looking at that smile on his face, does it free you up? Is it relief?
I don't think quite yet that it would have. It won't probably hit home for a while. It takes a few weeks for you to realise you're not the England captain. He doesn't just switch off like that. He'll be focused on the game and making sure that he tries to get the outcome for the team. But I think I'll be interested to really hear what he has to say about why at this stage, when obviously he's come back from the incident and he's played pretty well this week, particularly with the ball in hand, 4 for in the first innings, bowled a mammoth spell, looked okay with the bat. But I just think that fire, and that fire only burns inside you when you've got a group around you that you're absolutely trustworthy of, and something's happened. We can't hide behind that fact, but as I keep saying, I just hope that's not one of the main reasons why he's had to step down.
And does the fire only burn for so long, no matter what kind of player you are? And also, he is that all-rounder, isn't he? He's had a hell of a lot of fire. I'm guessing, I like the guessing, that he's had enough of it.
There were certain questions that he was happy to answer on Wednesday about relationship with Brendan McCullum, but there were other questions that he didn't want to answer, and that was whether or not he'd felt supported by everyone at the ECB over the past couple of weeks.
Well, that's the news anyway, if you're just tuning our way. Ben Stokes announced during the course of that session, well, it was announced on behalf of Ben Stokes, he'd told the players this morning that he is retiring from international cricket, and that doesn't mention anything to do with first-class cricket or obviously franchise cricket and so on. But what a career! We haven't mentioned that 250 at Cape Town either, which was an unbelievable innings. 2019, that was just him stamped all over that summer.
Some of the catches, the Voges catches.
One here, Voges, yes.
It was that here at Edgbaston.
Maiden 100 in Perth.
Yes.
On the
brave innings.
What about the one-handed catch on the boundary?
In the first game of the 2019 World Cup.
At the Oval. No, there's just so many moments, and we'll be talking about that ball and that wicket here. It's first ball. I mean, that's just absolutely remarkable.
I mean, I did have to laugh a little bit. Folks batting. Clearly have no idea what was going on. The crowd suddenly standing on their feet clapping, and then the biggest roar ever when he gets a wicket, and I don't think I was batting that well to get me out. Also, that wicket will be played over and over and over again.
Yeah. Folks will go into cricketing folklore, as it were.
He's getting a guard of honour.
Yes, the England team are out, and so are the batsmen actually, and they're waiting for Ben Stokes to come out. Presumably we're having this tomorrow as well, but the crowd are on their feet. I mentioned it's free to come in tomorrow. So if you do fancy seeing the last of Ben Stokes in international cricket, there's your chance, and it's free to do so. And here comes Ben Stokes, who's marching through the Guard of Honour. Joe Root's his best mate there, giving him a clap of the hand and wrapping an arm around his shoulders. But there's a job still to be done. This is the thing, there's a job still to be done here, and whether this will somehow drive him on and his teammates to do something which is bordering on pretty remarkable here. If they win this game from here, then one or two are going to have played really very well indeed. But let's see how they get on. A bit surprised by the choice of bowler from this end to start with, but I'll leave that for Alistair to discuss. There's a new ball up their sleeve. which they haven't taken yet. So thanks to Michael and to you, Steph. And as things quieten down, Dan Norcross is going to come in here.
Well, my goodness me. Well, truly extraordinary last 40 minutes we've had. The announcement, the remarkable symbolism of the wicket that he took, taking the edge and going into the hands of Harry Brook, who will very likely be his successor as England captain, when England next play a test match in August. Quite incredible. It's going to be Bashir who's going to start up after tea, and his first delivery is full and dug out back to the bowler, and there's no run. Alex Hartley is alongside me. When we found out the story, I was absolutely stunned. I mean, how did you react when you first heard? As Bashir comes in, slipping a short leg in place. It's driven into the offside square of the wicket by Sears, gives him his 5th run, 235 for 8. The lead, 319. There is still a test match going on here, and a very significant one, but that's been somewhat overshadowed by this shock announcement. If you're just joining us, that Ben Stokes has retired from international cricket immediately after this test match.
Yeah, I was shocked as well, Dan. I thought there might be change. I thought something would happen post-test match, but Ben Stokes was the bottom of my list of things to change.
I think it was the bottom of a lot of people's lists of things that they wanted to change. I mean, you can tell from the way the crowd has reacted throughout this game, whenever he's bowled, whenever he's come out to bat. Bashir is in again, goes for the reverse here and hits it straight to backward point, and there's no run. It's the most innovative and aggressive shot Mitchell's played for a while in this brilliantly diligent 63 from 211 balls.
The crowd loved it.
Yeah. New ball available, still not taken. Bashir in again, goes for the reverse once again, anticipated by Brook, but it goes past him and again down to backward point. And once more there's no run. Goes straight to the fielder. I was downstairs during the tea break just trying to get an idea of the fans. Not everybody still knew, actually. Some people were still unaware of it. A lot of people did know because they've been listening. There had been an announcement, but you know, you could have been out of the ground at the time that happened, or in the concourse. Bashir in once more, forward in defence, played back to the bowler, no run. And a bumped into 3 people. Nick, Steve and Dave had never met before, and Nick was visibly upset. She couldn't really quite believe it. As Bashir is in, down the wicket comes Mitchell. He slogs it out into the onside. Duckett's going after it. He should cut it off. He will. He'll keep him to 2, running away to his right from long on.
No, just the one.
Oh, just the one. They've just taken the one because it's the end of the over, of course. So Mitchell will keep strike at the start of the next over, 236 for 8. But, you know, I think people get attached to their heroes and their players, and they think immediately of 2019 and the Ashes and the World Cup, and they think of, you know, if you're old enough or have a memory like it, they think of his 100 at Perth. And he's become sort of emblematic of England and their style of play over the last 4 years. And it's kind of come as a bit of a shock. And when that news rippled around the ground and he came up to bowl for the first time since it had come out,
I mean,
we were together next door.
Yeah. You said he'll get a wicket this ball.
I did. I mean, it wasn't the most original thought because I suppose it's just what you think he's going to do. But the fact that it was caught by Brook as well was just so silly.
That was. Do you know what that was? That was. Do you know Stuart Broad had his last ball?
Yes, it was.
Last ball was a wicket.
Yeah.
That wicket there was one of those magical moments that you get in cricket.
Well, as his tongue starts in from Stuart Broad end, he's going to have to start again because he's either got his run up wrong or wasn't convinced that Mitchell was looking.
But still, something's not right.
Well, I mean, I think from his statement that we saw, or the video we saw in the changing room, as tongue comes in, Mitchell goes across his stumps and then edges it down over first slip and down to the boundary for 4. Right, he's trying things here now. Is Mitchell? This signals a very different approach He moves to 68, 240 for 8, the lead 324. I mean, we are speculating in something of a vacuum. We did say that now is not the time, isn't it, for the reasons, but they would come out. And they could be anything, couldn't they? They could be a breakdown in relationships. They could be that he feels he's run his race. It could be that, you know, every cricketer sometimes knows when they're done. Alistair Cook will tell you, you know, when he knew. It could be that we won't know until...
It does explain why, what does he call 18 overs today?
It exactly
19.
explains that. And bowled through an entire session. Running through the wall one more time. His tongue is in. Mitchell glances this fine off his body, off his hip. They've run one. They're coming back for the second or not? No, they won't. So Sears will be on strike. A rather mucky throw is tidied up by Duckett. 241 for 8. But it's the timing of it's extraordinary, isn't it? During a game.
That's the thing that sort of shocked and stunned me. The fact that it was 25 past 3.
Yeah, not the start of play like with Broad when we found out.
25 past 3, just before tea on day 3. Day 4, sorry. It's just, I don't know. It's all very peculiar.
It's very peculiar. I can't think of a similar occasion, and also with the match situation, so perilous for England. It's almost like he was saying, right, we're up against it. Maybe it was he knew he was going to finish, and he wanted to gee up his troops one last time. His tongue is in. Sears gets up on his toes and pushes into the gully region where it's fielded by Bethel, moving to his right.
There was a massive part of me that when he got his first wicket, I was like, why are they really rubbing his head and getting around him? Because it was actually Jamie Smith that said, no, review it. It's out, review it. So it was all Jamie Smith, but everybody got around Stokes. And at that moment, I was a bit like, that's odd.
Yeah, it was a good spot from you. I didn't impute that at all. I didn't sort of gather what that might mean. His tongue is in, played late by Sears into the ground, but only a couple of yards from him, and Duckett's able to pick up very easily in the ring.
What I would like, though, do you remember like old school Stokes taking screamers in the slips?
Yeah.
Get in there and take an absolute howler to finish your fielding innings.
Something could well happen, you never know.
Yeah.
You wouldn't put it past him. Well, he's got another innings to come yet, and what he does with the bat's going to be very important, you fancy. His tongue is in, bouncer, which is evaded, and there is no run. Richard Thompson, the ECB chair, said, Ben Stokes leaves the international game as one of England's greatest ever cricketers and one of the defining figures of his generation. His performances under pressure, his relentless competitiveness, and his ability to produce the extraordinary when it matters most have given me and millions of other fans memories that will endure forever. There's more. I'll come to it at the end of the over. His tongue comes in. Last ball of the over. Sears strike, drives nicely. On drive, up to mid-on, but straight to the fielder. So there isn't a run to finish. 241 for 8, 5 off the over. The lead 325. Mitchell 69. Sears has 5. Whether inspiring victory in the biggest moments, not least driving England to World Cup wins in 2019 and 2022, and his heroic Ashes innings at Headingley, all leading the Test team with courage and conviction, Ben has been a talismanic figure in English cricket. Beyond his remarkable achievements on the field, his performances have inspired many youngsters to embrace cricket with positivity and belief. We are losing a batsman, a bowler, a captain and a talisman. On behalf of the ECB, I want to thank Ben for everything he's given to our sport and wish him and his family every success and happiness for the future. Richard Gould, the ECB chief executive, said everyone's got, understandably, glowing things to say about Ben Stokes. Says Ben Stokes has made an immeasurable contribution to English cricket, not only through his exceptional skill as one of the world's finest all-rounders, but through the commitment, resilience and passion he's demonstrated throughout his international career. As Bashir starts a new over. Mitchell pushes the ball square of the wicket on the offside, will take a run as it's fielded. 242 for 8, Mitchell to 70. His influence has extended far beyond statistics, inspiring teammates, supporters and young cricketers around the world through his leadership and unwavering desire to win. We are enormously grateful for his service to England and congratulate him on an extraordinary international career. His contribution to the game will be celebrated for many years to come. As Bashir is in, and that's played away, but again behind square off the back foot by Sears, but picks out Root, who's in a slightly unfamiliar position there at a sort of backward point, short third. And we're all trying to process this, and there's a very intriguing, extraordinary test match taking place. 2:42 for 8. Bashir is in. Oh, edged past the diving Brook at slip. Slips a little bit wide there. It's run down to the boundary for 4. Don't know if he got a hand on it or a little finger or anything really. But Bashir's got the edge, and 4 more very handy runs for New Zealand. We see it again. It's too close to Jamie Smith. It's a really difficult one. The slip's got to be at least another yard finer. It's a tough place to be, which is what Brook is now doing. So he's got his foot aligned with the cut strip, his left foot that is. So he's moved one step finer as this next ball's defended to short leg from Bashir, straight to the fielder. And I'm not saying it's overshadowing this game. I mean, in a way, it's contributing to the
drama.
Spectacle, the drama, absolutely. Bashir in again. Goes back into his crease, punches off the back foot, square of the wicket, out to the sweeper. Proper punch.
But you know, Ben Stokes won't talk tonight to the media. So it's all going to be speculation until we do hear from him.
247 for 8 with that single. Yes, it will. And in that vacuum, I mean, I already heard a million theories downstairs.
I can
in the 5 minutes that I was talking to members of the general public, I heard all sorts of theories as to why he'd be going. And
what was the most ludicrous?
well, the thing is, I daren't say, because any of them could be right. This is slapped through extra cover. It's running off towards the boundary. Fielder in pursuit will stop it. Gus Atkinson out there. They come back for a couple. You know, people are speculating over his relationships with the ECB hierarchy. 8 off the over, 249 for 8, or with Brendan McCullum, or whether he's just run his race, or whether the Ashes has done for him. I mean, any sort, and that's the thing. People will be having those conversations and asking about that. By the way, there is another match going on. There's a delay in Ireland. Rain, with Ireland ahead on Duckworth Lewis. They made 154 for 8. India are 54 for 4, needing another 101 from 12 overs. That's on Sports Extra 3 if you want to hear that. And the Indian women in the Women's World Cup have closed in a game that they have to win on 170 for 4 in their 20 overs against Australia. That's on Sports Extra 2. As Tongue is in again, bowls a bouncer down the leg side, which is evaded. But you're right, you see, that's the thing. People are going to be asking all those questions, and that's a slight distraction, because we've got a test match here with New Zealand 333 ahead, having scored a mere 129 today, which has been gripping and testing, and you know, you'd think, barring a miracle, is going into a 5th day. Stokes is going to get one last day to lead the team out.
It'll be sold out now. I know it's free tomorrow, but there won't be any tickets left.
You wouldn't have thought so. You wouldn't have thought so, because when he comes out to bat tomorrow, that's going to be something else, I tell you. His Tongue is in, and well defended by Sears as he pushes into the offside. Sears on strike, which is what England want. I mean, you know, it's sort of been greeted with shock and surprise.
Well, what's doing the rounds at the minute is actually Jacob Bethel's reaction when Ben Stokes was in the dressing room and said, "I'm retiring." Jacob Bethel almost looked like, what?
Well,
so surprised.
I mean, it tells you something, doesn't it? Nobody really knew, did they? As Tongue is in, that's cut away off a thick outside edge, down to the boundary, over the slips for 4. He's flashed the bat at that, Sears. I wonder if there's been a little chat at tea, because Mitchell's unfurled a couple of reverse sweeps. He's gone after a couple of balls, and now Sears moved to 14 with that. The 250 up, 253 for 8, has gone after the short ball.
Yeah, we've seen a real acceleration post-tee, haven't we? Both batters trying to look to score a little bit more. Probably they'll want to bowl at England today, though. Like, definitely.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Here's Tongue into Sears, who drives nicely, but without timing. Up to the skipper. We can still say that for another day. There's no run. at mid-off.
19 runs in 22 balls now since tea. There were 9 in the last over before tea, including 4 byes as well. So, yeah, a little bit of a burst of run scoring.
How many were there in that session? Was it the last?
The session was 54 for 4 in 23 overs, 60 for 1 in 25 overs this morning.
Thank you. Tongue is in. Sears drives again to the offside. He'll get a run this time. It goes to the left of Stokes, who fires the ball at the stumps, and it's backed up. 254 for 8. Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's gobsmacked. Normally, there is at least a journalist who knows. Michael Vaughan normally knows
Well,
these
this
things.
is the thing. I hadn't heard anything.
No
And
peep.
normally there's whispers, isn't there, of something?
Well, all the journalists, because, you know, they ghost people's articles and they know agents and they know this sort of thing. You know,
And so when I say
somebody
get
knows
something
something.
prepped.
Yeah. But there was nothing at all. There was always speculation about what would happen if England lose and what might. I mean, I talked about it. I can't remember, it might have been with you at 2 o'clock about a slightly eerie feeling of concern about what happens if England lose, and does the whole hierarchy change and people not wanting to lose, sort of Stokes and McCullum, a lot of them. Now, this has been larruped over mid-wicket. It's a brilliant shot from Mitchell, and it's gone all the way over mid-wicket for 6. It was short, banged in and smashed. So, yeah, we have got a very different tempo to the game now. 260 for 8, the lead, 344. I don't know that we'd be looking at a declaration here, but I mean, they might have a declaration if they just keep on going, but chances you fancy may be coming. No new ball has been taken, and Bashir is still bowling. It'll be interesting to see how Sears goes on. But yeah, I don't think I've ever been quite so surprised. I wouldn't have been surprised if at the end of the game, had England lost, Stokes had said, right, well...
No, see, I still would be surprised.
Well, yeah, I think I'll be surprised, but it would have been a different surprise from this. This was uber surprising, defending on the back foot. Sears says no run, but what's the chances of next May, June, Moeen Ali sending Ben Stokes a text that just says Ashes? Question mark. Even though he won't be playing, just you never know. It's been driven out towards deep extra cover for a single.
No, I will put my house on the fact that Brooke will message him saying Ashes.
He will, won't he?
Yeah.
He will.
And Ben Stokes, whatever the fallout or whatever the reason for him retiring has been, or either say, go on then, or absolutely not.
Yeah.
Don't ever message me again.
But look, yeah, after Alistair Cook retired, I can't remember how many times we speculated on
His return.
heading him back into the England team, as they struggled to find openers. Bashir in, and that's played off the back foot, and it sort of curves ever so slightly into the batting, off his pads and into the leg side, picked up by Smith behind the stumps. Just looking at the New Zealand balcony here. They're in their playing kit. Mitchell Santner's in his playing kit. Bashir in again. That's chopped away, but straight to Brooke, who's at almost like a deep gully, really. Peculiar field that Bashir has got. A deep backward square leg, a deep mid-wicket. A man on the 45 who's really on the 60. A wide mid-off, a short mid-wicket. A deep gully and a backward point and a long on. As his next ball's easily stroked back with a square on the offside for a single. Mitchell moves to 79, 262 for 8. So yeah, it won't stop us talking about will he come back or not, because he's retired from international cricket, as Alistair Cook did. But by the same token,
Retired before.
he retired from one-day cricket, didn't he? He came back for a World Cup. But I'm not sure we should be calling for him to come back
Straight away.
50 minutes after he's announced his retirement. That might be a bit early. As forward in defence comes Sears, pushes into the offside, and there is no run. I'm going to make way for Simon Mann in a moment after some more thoughts from you. 262 for 8, the lead 346.
Yeah, well, Mitchell's starting to play a few more shots now. He's been out there all day. He's been peppered at times by Stokes, Archer. He's batted so well. One of those innings where he's shown real grit and determination, and now he's starting to free up a little bit, score slightly quicker. There will have been chats of declaration or up in the run rates, whatever it would have been at tee, and these two out there have started to play a few more shots. Hello, Simon.
Hello. Yeah, New Zealand have played this really well today. Played the long game, kept England out there, taking the game away from them. But having said that, has the pitch just looked a bit more docile? I mean, it's such a bizarre surface, this.
But the ball's old, isn't it?
Well, that's true, though. They could take the new ball. This is the 89th over. Tongue bowls, and Mitchell nudges this away down towards fine leg. England have the field set back, and they're happy to take the single off the first ball of the over. Sears has played quite nicely. 16 not out. It's 263 for 8. If you are thinking of coming tomorrow, there are still tickets available on the Trent Bridge website. You have to go there. You can't just turn up tomorrow. You do need a ticket. But the last I heard was a couple of minutes ago, there are still tickets available. The new ball's coming out. I think it's about time, isn't it, really? It just looks a bit too docile out there at the moment.
Yeah, it just looks a little bit too easy, doesn't it? So, new ball, you know the runs might come thick and fast, but also if this surface is still the same as it was a couple of hours ago, you know the ball will start doing bits.
Yeah. So what have we got left today? Well, a couple of hours cricket still, even if New Zealand were to be bowled out now. So there is still time for all 4 results in this test match. And New Zealand, of course, need to win the series. Just making it as hard as they possibly can, playing the long game. Leg slip in, 2 slips a gully. Here's Tongue with the new ball down the leg side, and a good take from Smith, diving away to his left. Spearing down the leg side, could easily have gone away for 4 byes. And Smith was across. Just thinking about what, the announcement today, people saying, why was it announced at 3:25 when England are on the field? I'm just surmising that Stokes, thinking about, made the decision, of course, and made that announcement in the dressing room this morning before the players went out. And then, because the problem is, once you start telling people,
it has to happen soon.
Yeah, you have to get the news out there, because
well, as soon as everybody gets their phones back, and you know.
Here's Tongue bowling. That's off the thigh pad there of Sears. He wants a single into the onside. It's not there. Bashir is in very quickly, and so they stay at home, both of them. So once he said that in the dressing room this morning, you've got to announce it that day.
Yeah, but during the thing that's surprising is during the session.
During the session,
Has anyone ever, maybe he wants to be the first, anyone ever done that before?
I don't know. Unless they sensed that someone knew and it was about to announce it. I don't know. That was the only other thing. Get it out there. 263 for 8. Sears, 16 not out. Waits, bat raised. Tongue goes into bowl to him, and he's beaten. Ball flies through past the outside edge. On its way through to wicketkeeper Smith. Stephen Jordan, I'd like to hear your opinions on the timing of Stokes' announcement to retire in relation to an ongoing test, and where right now the focus of this match lies. But I think we just kind of mentioned that, didn't we? My humble opinion says the test was already Stokes heavy due to his return from a ban, so I'd have thought, why not leave it until the end of the match to make that announcement? I wonder if England were in a commanding position, would they have made the announcement at the same time? Perhaps it's a way to sway the test England's way, who knows? But what we all know is this is without doubt a major distraction to this developing test. Here is Tongue bowling, and Sears driving nicely through the vacant mid-off area, get at least 2 here. Stokes is after it, he's onto it now. They saunter for 2 really. If they really wanted 3, they could have come back for the 3rd. This is the 6th ball of the over. So probably Sears plays this out, and then Mitchell gets the next over. Mitchell is 80 not out. It's been at times a painstaking innings, but those 80 runs he scored for his team, and the partnerships as well, so valuable. England will need 350 to win if they take the last 2 wickets here. We felt 300 would be a bit of a chase on this surface. It's now 350. 265 for 8. Tongue goes into bowl to Sears, who drives again. Nice looking shot. Stokes dives away to his right and parries it. Good piece of fielding. No run. It's the end of the over. Tongue still yet to take a wicket in this test match. 14 overs, 0 for 75, and then 21 overs, 0 for 75 in the first innings as well. So he's gone 0 for 150. Even I can do that, a bit of arithmetic.
Yeah, New Zealand have been very aggressive against Tongue in this innings. He's gone at just under 5.5 an over. All the other seamers have been below 2.3 and over. Bashir at just over 3 and over. He's conceded 12 fours and a 6, but of those 12 fours, I've noted down 6 of them as edges through the slips, including one that could have been caught. So he's, though he's been expensive, he's also been a little bit unlucky.
Yeah. There's something called expected wickets, isn't there now in analysis? Adult screws his face up at that. But what I'm saying is they use it to judge kind of how well someone's bowled. It doesn't mean anything in terms of the match or anything, but what it shows you is that you bowled better than perhaps than your figures suggest. Here's Atkinson bowling. Forward goes Mitchell, plays it up towards mid-on, and it's picked up by Archer. And there is no run. It's how you use it and how you analyse what's happened that's the key there. So it takes into account that you might have had an unlucky day, or your figures aren't quite as bad as bases.
Yeah.
But that comment about the timing, well, of course, when the announcement was made, Stokes immediately took a wicket.
That was so good. It was amazing.
See that on the highlights tonight on BBC Two. Here is Atkinson bowling. Oh, a huge shot. That's gone a long way from Mitchell. He's opened up his shoulders there and he smacked it down the ground for 4. Well, that's the Daryl Mitchell that we are accustomed to. The Mitchell we've seen today is a man intent on making everything count in this New Zealand second innings. He's battled away. That was his 225th ball and his most belligerent stroke. Really did wind up there against the new ball. That's the problem with the new ball potentially. Got a few more attacking fielders. 2 slips in the gully. Atkinson went to bowl then and pulled out. Just ran straight through the crease.
Got 21 off his last 12 balls. Mitchell having, prior to that, 63 off 213, including just 45 off the previous 187.
Yeah, I'm not sure the sledge from the crowd of boring Mitchell was the best way to go, really.
Well, there was at one stage I was like, am I at a cricket ground or a darts venue?
Yeah, he's 84 not out. I mean, he's such an experienced player. Just go, well, when he hears that, you think, great, I'm doing my job. Atkinson bowls to him. Oh, it's a really good delivery that left him. He followed it, went past the outside edge on its way through to Jamie Smith. Frustration for England.
That's a lovely delivery from Atkinson. The one that got hit down the ground was too full. Mitchell cleared the front leg. This one back of a length. It just nips away from Mitchell. It wasn't a wobble ball either. It was a beautiful seam position.
There are 4 fielders out, 2 on either side. Down to a slip in the gully. Atkinson bowls to Mitchell. Oh, Mitchell's hit there. He came down the pitch and Atkinson dragged his length back. Mitchell turned his head and it hit him somewhere on his body and he fell over. Well, he's taken a few blows in this innings. He's immediately taking his gloves off and his helmet off, and out comes the physio again. It hit him on the head, on the helmet. It looks like it.
Yeah, Ben Duckett just went straight over and said, are you okay? He said, yeah, I'm fine. He's waving for a new helmet. I think it's just broken, that helmet that he's got on his head. But that was a brutal delivery.
Well, the slight problem for Mitchell is that he was tiptoeing down. Came to meet Atkinson. So inevitably you pull your length back, and then the ball didn't get up that much, did it? There was a short ball that didn't really get up. It was a skimmer almost.
It was, yeah, it was meant to. Normally that would have gone over Mitchell's head, but this is even Ben Stokes was a bit shocked and stunned by that one. Make sure he was all right. This he's smiling, Daryl Mitchell, but if you're an opening batter here for England and you get the new nut and it doesn't get up like that, and you're ducking what should be a bouncer, might be a little bit nervous.
Yeah, Emilio Gay is on a pair and he's fielded for a long time in this test match. How long has he been on a pair for? So he was out in the second over on the second day. So yeah, he's been on a pair for over 2 days now.
It's taken a big chunk out the ball as well.
Well, it smacked into the helmet,
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're bringing out a different
new ball.
delivery, yeah, a new ball.
We wait 88 overs for the new ball, and we get two in 2 overs.
How old is the new ball, Zoltz?
The new ball is 9 balls old.
Well, they must just literally give them a new ball then, really. I mean, talk about like for like. So they're actually assessing the balls there.
Well, yeah, they're not going to have one that's used enough.
No, well,
new enough. Do you know what I mean?
I suppose occasionally you might find there's a game where you need 5 to win off 1 over or something. You've been battling for a draw and you get bowled out, and then you only need 5, and so you have to go out and obviously bowl the over for them to knock the 5 off. It would be something like that, wouldn't it? Really, or you take the new ball and it finishes off an innings.
But in the bag of balls, they're not going to have a new enough old ball.
An 8 ball.
No.
Old
you
ball.
have like a 10 over ball, a 20 over ball, and you do it like that. But they've found some sort of replacement. I'm just going to keep an eye on the bowler or Ben Stokes when that ball goes back to them to just to see their reaction.
Now, Mitchell is still. I think the problem is it looks like his helmet might be broken. They're trying to fix it, so we'll need another helmet run out. I think there's one of the New Zealand backup staff. They're indicating to the dressing room that there's a problem with it. So another one of these long delays that cricket specialises in. Meanwhile, in that vital semi-final, battling for a semi-final, Australia need 171 to win against India, and they're 15 for 1 after 9 balls of their innings. So they need 156 more to win from 18.2. It's still raining, or they're off for rain anyway, in Belfast, with Ireland ahead on Duckworth-Lewis against India. I mean, that really would be something if they were able to not just win the match, but win the series.
Oz Women is on Sports Extra.
Sports Extra 2, yeah. Sports Extra 2.
And Ireland's on Sports Extra
India
3.
is on Sports Extra 3. Yeah, if you want those games. Because, look...
That sign language was useless from all of us there, wasn't it? The understanding of Adam Mountford just giving us... I was like, why is he giving us the peace sign?
Yeah. You can nip over there for a minute, actually, while this is being sorted out, because they're still trying to fix this helmet.
Why do players not have a spare helmet?
I don't know, Doltz. It's mildly infuriating, isn't it? That you're
because your kit bag is full enough and you would not want to carry around a spare helmet. But the physio does carry around, or used to when I was playing, a bag with like 6 helmets in it. But then trying to find one that fits.
The thing is, one thing these days is that helmets are struck so regularly that you'd think you would actually have 2. I take your point about, you have enough kit already.
Yeah.
It's not as if this will be my helmet for the season, I'll never get hit. But players are often getting hit, especially in short form cricket where you're playing quite extravagant shots. Anyway, Mitchell has put his helmet back on. Let's hope we can get on with the game. I mean, that was a nasty blow, that skimming bouncer. No, he's taking his helmet off again. No. And he's walking away.
That's another 2 overs out of the game, isn't it?
I was mentioning this earlier about the prospects or the possibility here of batting for a draw, rather than if you think you can't win the game here. I mean, New Zealand are already 353 ahead.
But will they be thinking there'll be some scars of last time what England chased, and this England team will chase anything they're set.
Yeah, but the resets, it was all about. Well, I don't think it was all about winning, but I think what he meant by that is, we won't just play in an ultra aggressive way, and the philosophy is built around winning. But the corollary of that is if you can't win Test cricket, you try to draw. You don't. Anyway, because we are not running out of time for England to win this game.
But Ben Stokes' last Test match, Simon.
Well, that's it. Isn't
You're
it?
telling me they're going to bat out for a draw? Absolutely not.
It would be fantastic, though, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. They don't care if they lose now. This is all about Ben Stokes.
What about a big block, though? And a lovely big
blockathon.
block. Yeah, 120 for 2 off 110 overs. What's wrong with that?
Oh, I'm getting out of the way.
I know you haven't got the patience for that, Alex. No, you haven't.
One of the few things he's not done in his career. We want to
Exactly.
pick it off.
Exactly. Block it out for a draw. Yeah. Anyway, Mitchell is on 84. Sears is on 18. How many have they put on these two?
They have put on 45 in 8 overs and 3 balls.
For the 9th wicket. And the value of Mitchell's innings was being clearly seen now. Atkinson bowls, finally, into bowl to Mitchell, and Mitchell gets an inside edge on that, doesn't know where it's gone for a moment, goes down behind square on the onside, and they get a rather fortuitous single. 270 for 8. This is the 90th over of the innings. Richard Yates, I think I'm right in saying that when Nasser Hussain retired from Test cricket in 2004, his final innings was a successful run chase against New Zealand, hitting his century. Then the winning runs of the final 2 balls of the match. Can history repeat itself? And I think actually in that occasion, from memory, Nasser did announce his retirement at the end of the game, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Yeah, Michael's here.
He did, yeah. He played, actually, Andrew Strauss made his debut and he got 100
Well, he ran him out, didn't he? He ran out.
Yeah, he did.
Twice in the second innings. Here's Atkinson bowling an absolute jaffer that took off and left Ben Sears. And Sears did not glove it, anything on it as it went through to Smith. It was not dissimilar to the ball that got Jofra Archer out yesterday.
Yeah, just a little bit of bounce. How are you going to retire, Simon? Are you just going to shock us mid-afternoon one day?
Oh, thank you very much, Mike.
I'm not saying you're anywhere near there,
Oh,
Simon. Obviously, you have many, many more years to go, but have you ever thought about the way that you're going to... Blowers had the old lap of honour at Lords, remember that?
I do, yeah.
30,000, I think he's still there.
I think he announced it in the newspaper, didn't he, that it was going to be his final game, and then took the lap. Right, I remember singing, around the boundary edge towards the mound stand and the tavern stand. Well, appropriately, the tavern stand. 270 for 8.
Stokes has shocked you, has it? I was staggered. I lost for words.
What I would say is this: it has, or does feel like a kind of watershed game. This, especially the way the match is going. So, some change at the end would not be surprising, or would not have been surprising. But I suppose no one expected it to be announced during the game. I was just saying earlier, Michael, that the only thing I can surmise is that once Ben Stokes announced it to the dressing room, Archer's into the attack. He's bowling with a new ball. He's bowling to Mitchell, and Mitchell goes for a big shot. I think Archer bowled a slower ball there, and Mitchell struck on the body. Another painful blow for Mitchell.
What an innings this is.
I know. And here we go again. He might have been hit on the helmet again. I'm not quite sure, but he went to try to manoeuvre it into the onside, and it was through the shot too soon. And it could be another concussion. No, he's hit him on the arm.
I think he's changed his helmet. I think he was saying to the England side, because it hits him in, the kind of the ribs on the right side. He goes through the shot too soon. And I think he's saying it's probably a different helmet. It's not his, and it's not tight enough on
right,
it.
Okay.
It's probably a bit wobbly.
Right, so the helmet's the problem, yeah.
So he's changing it.
Yeah, another one's coming out now. He doesn't feel comfortable in it. He lobs it away. So, he was struck on the body there, not the helmet, but he has changed his helmet. Yeah, so I think the point, once he announced it to the dressing room, it was going to leak out. So, you have to announce it.
Yeah, absolutely. And someone like Ben Stokes, you'd want him to have that moment to announce it rather than it gets leaked out or someone says something and
it's not like someone deliberately leaks it out, but people talk, don't they? And then eventually someone latches onto it. Archer bowls, Mitchell takes it off his hip into the onside. They're going to look for 2 here, and they're going to get it as well. It's nicely played by Mitchell. England have fielders back on the leg side boundary. Gay rushes in but could not prevent the 2. It's like the sort of 2 we're going to see in T20 matches coming up and in one-day internationals.
I was just about to say.
Sorry, Michael.
Yeah, it's very good. Exactly that. Just flick it into the 30-yard circle.
Mitchell 87, New Zealand 272 for 8. The block for the draw is on, Michael. We talked about it earlier. The block for the draw is on. Really can't win it. Archer bowls, Mitchell goes up on his toes. He comes a long way down there. Archer could run him out. Oh, he doesn't pick it up. Does not pick it up cleanly. Sears came a long way down anticipating the single. If Archer had picked that up, he had a clear shot at the stumps with someone backing up. But he fumbled the pickup. Elizabeth Savage says, devastating news about Ben Stokes. Can't imagine an England team without him. There will be a big empty hole. It's ruined my day after a wonderful trip to Matlock Farm Park with our grandchildren. Go on, Ben, win this test for England.
Matlock.
Other farm parks are available, and other relatives.
272 for 8. Mitchell waits, Archer bowls, Mitchell checks the shot and then guides it out towards deep backward point. I think he was winding up for a big one there, Mitchell, and then realised it wasn't quite there for the shot he wanted to play. And he's seeing it so well, he's been in for so long, he dabs it away. How long has he been in for now? When did he come in yesterday? What time?
Well, he came in terms of overs in the 15th over, so just trying to work out roughly.
75 overs he's been in for now. It was kind of about this time yesterday, wasn't it? That he got out there. Anyway, so it feels as though he's been batting for a day.
I reckon probably round about 10 to 5. Yeah, so
it's 20 to 5 now, yeah. So he has been batting for a day. He's got a few bruises for it. Archer bowls, Sears is tucked up, but gets it away. I think that might have struck him on the glove as well.
It's been some blows, hasn't it?
Yeah, he's wringing his right hand, which is his bowling hand. One more to the total, 274 for 8. The lead 358, Michael.
That's why I have so much admiration for Darren Mitchell in the way that he's played, because he's just dug in. He's been hit on the head, he's been hit on the arm, he's been hit on the fingers. Sears has now been hit on that right index finger again. Well, Mitchell has played a blinder, really. He's just gone, I'm not going to play any huge shots.
So Sears has taken his gloves off, and yeah, they're calling for the physio. You hear what the crowd think about that. It's almost as Mitchell said, well, let's just wait to the end of the over, but I don't think Sears can do that. He's wringing his right hand. So I don't know whether this is, well, in theory, it could affect his ability to bowl. He's already got some strapping on his right index finger.
That single brought up a 50 partnership in just 9.4 overs. So just over 5 and over. When they came together, New Zealand were 308 ahead, now 358 ahead.
Well, this has been a spell of cricket that's been interrupted so often. And it is the pitch as well. I mean, the new ball has had an effect. So we've already seen Mitchell struck, and now Sears has been struck as well. And we've got another delay. 274 for 8 then. There is an hour and 50 minutes cricket left today. Mitchell's 12 away from 100, Sears is 19. And to pick up the commentary and hopefully get some cricket, Stephen Finn.
Well, I now know what it's like to be beckoned over to feed grapes to a Roman emperor, because the way Simon Mann waved me into the commentary seat there. 2 minutes
Cheers,
late.
Simon.
Well played, Simon. Well,
a little bit of claret out there, Stephen.
On arm claret?
Yeah, I think it's come off the finger. I think it's kind of, you get one of those blows on the nail.
Oh, yeah.
Right index finger for Sears, and there's a little bit of blood. He's had to tape it up.
What were your fingers like? Did you have broken fingers?
What do they look like?
They're a bit dodgy. Is that from catching or batting, though?
Oh, steady on. This is my first stint with you.
Is
it's only taken you a minute.
No, I'm sorry. I apologise.
Oh, both.
I didn't
You
mean that in a
that
derogatory
Boltzmann.
We're
Chuckling away at the end.
Australia women against India women. India posted 170 for 4. Australia at the moment 31 for 1 from 4.3. So they need 140 runs to win from the remaining 15 and a half overs. And Ireland versus India. Ireland making 154 for 8 in their first innings. This is the men. And against India, who are 54 for 4 off 8. They need 101 runs to win from 12 overs, 6 wickets remaining. And they look like they're up against it. That is delayed, though, so they might be saved by rain. And we're having a departure here. Now, Sears, it looks as though he's trudging off the pitch, so this can't be good news for him. That blood that Forney saw on his finger might mean that it's broken or dislocated. These gloves now are amazing, but they don't protect you when someone's bowling 85 mile an hour plus and squeezing your fingers against the bat handle. So another caveat is thrown into this game, because clearly you can be replaced if you have concussion in a test match. You can't be replaced if your bowling finger is bust. So you can in domestic cricket in this country, which I don't like, but you can't in international. So a caveat to keep an eye on here as this game develops, with New Zealand 358 runs ahead.
O'Rourke on the back of his high score.
Didn't he bat well?
Yeah, in the first innings. Played nicely. His average is now gone. It was below 3 before this game. It's now at 4.22.
I think has he made his way out of the list of lowest averages?
I think he has.
This 4.2 gets you out of it.
Yeah.
There are some shockers in there. Two's the lowest, isn't it?
He doubled his career tally in the first innings.
Well, he played well. It's Mitchell facing up to Archer after that delay over the wicket, and Mitchell hammers this out towards the leg side. There's no fielder out there, and we'll wait for the umpire's signal to see, and it's a 4. So Mitchell on to 92 now, 8 away from what would be a brilliant century. He's worn blows on almost every part of his body. 278 for 8, the lead 362.
Yeah, it's been so impressive. I admire all kinds of players to play at this level. You know, you've got flamboyant players that go out and play all the shots, but this, I mean, he can in white ball cricket go early, and we've seen him do that in Test cricket. But this has been an innings for the team.
Yeah,
and to take the game deep, different style of innings that we've seen from many of the England players, I guess, over the last few years. We haven't seen too many like this, but it's just been purely about how can I get my team in the best possible position. 92 from 233. It's been a brilliant innings.
There was a period in there where 4 runs from about 60 balls, weren't there? I think at the back end of the morning session. Now, Will O'Rourke has a job to do. 2 slips and a gully, leg slip, backward point, mid-on, mid-off, and a mid-wicket. Trying to take the wicket of O'Rourke, who ducks underneath a bouncer from Gus Atkinson. That is wide. That was, if you're bowling wide above Will O'Rourke's head, you've banged it in very short. 279 for 8.
See, Will O'Rourke, and yourself, Steve, when you used to go out about, if a quick bounce for me as a quick bowler, which I wasn't, but you were, are you thinking...
Oh, it's logged.
Yeah, so
it's
Will O'Rourke now goes, well, that's one for you, Gus, thank you.
Yeah, you've got a little notepad in your in your dressing room spot. You think, right, that's one for Atkinson. What will he do again? Atkinson over the wicket, bowls to O'Rourke, Fuller this time down the leg side, played and missed that through to Jamie Smith. And this is actually the most nerve-wracking time for you as a tail end batter, because you've watched Daryl Mitchell guts it out for close to 5 hours today now of play. And you just don't want to get out. You don't want to let him down. He's 8 runs away from a brilliant century, one that he deserves. Those blows on... I mean, he's had head. I think he's had every finger on his right hand. Right elbow, left elbow. Atkinson in over the wicket. And full play and a miss. Good delivery. O'Rourke will be happy to see that for when he gets the ball in his hand, but he'd like that zip just to calm down now.
It's been a cracking wicket. It really has. I mean, days 1 and 2, it was in favour as the batter. And since yesterday morning, it's just had a real intrigue about it. There's been balls that have looked unplayable, then there's gone and had a few quiet periods. Now we're seeing now with the second new ball, there's just a little bit more bounce, a bit more swing.
Atkinson bowls to O'Rourke. Oh, that's it on the pad. The finger goes up. It's beat the outside edge. O'Rourke has, well, he's walking, but he sent it upstairs. So we'll have this curious passage of play now where it will be sent up to the TV umpire, but Will O'Rourke is marching off the pitch because that's plump. And England celebrate. Nitin Menon is telling Will O'Rourke not to walk too far, but unless it's a no ball, I'm not sure he's getting a reprieve here. The players congregate. Daryl Mitchell doesn't want to leave. He is currently stood in the middle of the wicket, waiting to see Will O'Rourke's fate, stranded on 92.
Well, you kind of know as a player when you feel out, and O'Rourke's halfway back to the sheds.
He's thinking about, what he'll be thinking about here is, I really need to get my bowling boots on ASAP.
Darren Mitchell's still out there, but O'Rourke's... Oh, I see. Sears is coming back out, so he's been strapped up again.
So this is a curious situation. O'Rourke is now, I would say, 5 yards away from walking over the boundary rope. I think if he steps over the boundary rope, he can't be called back. So he's just stood there with the TV camera swirling around him. Now this has gone upstairs.
TV umpire 2 director, we have a fair review for LBW. On-field decision is out. Check the bowler's feet, fair delivery. Front on, please.
An away swinger from Atkinson leaves O'Rourke, and yeah, I think
doesn't appear to be any better.
he's not even waiting for the ball tracking. He's walked a few yards closer to the boundary rope. He's not over it yet.
A clear gap between the bat and the ball. No bat involved. Ball tracking ready, please.
Here we go.
Original decision is out. Pitching out sort of impact in line if it's hitting. Litton, you can stay with your out decision. Stand by. On screen signal now.
Yep, decision remains. 279 for 9. Now New Zealand, that lead 3-6-3.
Just on that, I think the England team had forgotten about Sid. They were walking off, and then they saw him come from the dressing room. Oh no, he's back! We forgot. He's obviously done something to that right index finger, but he's probably had it taped hard and pretty much find out whether he can play a shot or two. I mean, his role now is just to try and hang in there so Daryl Mitchell can get a century.
Yeah, 3 balls to survive here.
It was just a bad cut and he needed it strapping up, or maybe some of those.
You think you'd stay out there if it was a cut? Or like if you need the little butterfly
stitches.
Well, he's facing up to Gus Atkinson now. 2 slips, a gully and a leg slip. Weight poised as Atkinson's in back of length and defended into the offside. Mitchell comes herring down the pitch as if he wants the run, but he'd have been run out by about 10 yards there had he gone for that. So that was absolutely plumb for Will O'Rourke. It's hit him on the back pad, stuck on the crease. Good delivery from Gus Atkinson. Another test wicket for him, 2 for 45.
Yeah, I start thinking about opening batters at this stage, and Emilio Gay, where is he fielding? He's at point. He'll walk out there soon. He's on a pair. Got one from O'Rourke in the first innings.
Atkinson in full of a length, defended off the splice of the bat towards gully, where Bethel tumbles to his right and forces the batters not to think about taking a single. Well, he's played 2 first-class games here at this ground. He got a pair in his domestic game that he's played here. He's got 0 in the first innings, so he's on an Audi.
So he's due.
Well, hopefully not another 0 for his sake.
No, that's you just. It's amazing, isn't it, Creed? You sometimes just have venues that you just don't fancy.
Well, he's back at deep backward point now. The field is spread to try and force Sears to stay on strike, and this is back of a length and hopping and jumping. He manages to squeeze it into the offside. He takes his finger off the bat, chainsaw style, but taps his bat in Johnny Bairstow style and marches towards Daryl Mitchell, who will have 6 deliveries here to try and make these 8 runs that will bring him his, what number test century?
6th, but his first in 22 matches.
And his second here at this venue in 2022. He got 100 and then 60, didn't he, in that match, the famous match from 4 years ago, the birth of Bazball. It's now the end of Bazball, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in its last day or two. Although, if Harry Brook captains the test team, it might go again.
Bazball
might come back.
Archer's in. The field is completely spread here as Mitchell faces up and digs this out towards deep square leg. Now, the call is 2, and I think he's got that far enough to deep backward square legs left to be able to come through. So good running. Emilio Gay, the fielder out there, he had no chance of cutting that off. Now, it should tell you the field here, really, because it's baseball style. Fine leg, deep backward square, a deep square leg 15 yards in front of square, a wide long on, a long off, a deep extra cover, a deep point, a deep third, and a slip for good measure, just in case.
How do you think Bazball 2.0 would look?
That's a good question, isn't it? Shouldn't it be me asking the questions? Archer to Mitchell, who defends off the back foot, and Archer fields in his follow through. What?
So I don't have, just quickly, I don't have any way of working this out, but I think that might be the shortest retired hurt in cricket history.
Is it 6 balls?
Well, 4 legitimate balls and a wide.
Okay.
Just a bit of manoeuvring here on the onside. Ben, the captain, is coming to kind of hover at mid-wicket.
Bethel marching up towards
kind of a wide long on, isn't it? I think if it's in the kind of just short of a length region, I think Mitchell will try and pull the ball into the pub.
Archer runs towards Mitchell. This is down the leg side, and Mitchell off the thigh pad thuds out towards where a short fine leg would be in one-day cricket, but Emilio Gay from deep backward square leg races up. Mitchell didn't think about taking the single, so 3 deliveries to go in this over.
Mitchell in that test 4 years ago, 190 in the first innings and 62 not out in the second, so 252 for 1, ended on the losing side. Disappointing with that.
That is disappointing. Well, he's got a chance of another famous 100 here. This 6 runs away. He's on 94 from 236 balls, and Jofra Archer from the Stuart Broad end is in, and Mitchell steps towards the leg side and just taps this out towards deep extra cover. Ben Duckett fields safely, so the batters have come through for 2, and that leaves Sears. Sorry, 1. That's 1 with 2 balls to go. Sorry, my brain's going absolute somersaults here. It's been an eventful 90 minutes in the world of English cricket. But Sears has 2 deliveries to survive. Mitchell on to 95. New Zealand 282 for 9. Sears has 19 himself from 35 balls. But these 2 deliveries are the most important he's faced yet. Has to hang in there for his partner at the other end. 2 slips in a gully and a leg slip as Archer's in and bowls, and it's left outside the off stump through to wicketkeeper Smith. Yeah, what does Bazball 2.0 look like? They seem to have good synergy in the white ball stuff. I mean, we're presuming that Brook is going to be the heir apparent.
Unless they say to Joe Root to do it until the end of the Ashes because of the white ball stuff in the World Cup next year.
Not to
Harry
distract Brook.
Yeah,
well, that was the reason for not letting him do it the Test match before.
I would think long and hard whether that's a better option at the minute.
Deep square leg goes out and deep point as Archer's in to Sears, who leaves it alone outside the off stump again. So Archer berating himself there as he lets that ball go. Oh no, he's going to get another chance. It's a no ball. He can make amends. He was berating himself there because it was wide outside the off stump and left alone. But umpire Rod Tucker stretches his arm out retrospectively, and New Zealand gain 1 more run. So 282-83 it will be for 9. The lead will be 367, and Archer has the opportunity to bowl one at the stumps here. So he turns just in front of the matting at the far end of the ground, the Stuart Broad end, and he runs towards Sears again, who drives this without any timing into a vacant point region. But the batters don't opt for a single, obviously, so that Mitchell can stay on strike. It's the end of the 93rd over. Mitchell on 95, Sears on 19. There are 32 overs left to bowl in the match, in this game, but it's 5-5, so we've got 1 hour and 35 minutes play left.
Yeah, so 10 for the change. I think New Zealand, if they can bat for another 20 minutes, they'll be delighted. Give England an hour.
Gives you 2
Try and
bites
get another
with the new
15,
ball.
20. Mitchell to 100. That'll be almost the perfect day for New Zealand. Then Ben Duckett, Amelia Gay, they've got nothing really to gain tonight. 13, 14 overs of batting.
You think about having 2 bites with the new ball as well as a bowling unit. Atkinson to Mitchell. The field is spread again. There is a slip there as Atkinson's in, and this is pulled towards the short boundary on the leg side. Will it beat the fielder? Yes. Mitchell moves to 99. And it's been a marvellous innings. He's timed that beautifully. New Zealand to 287 for 9.
Wow, what a shot. Just a little flick off the hip. It's a short boundary down to wide fine leg. 1 away. This will be some celebration with the crowd throughout the whole day singing.
Field up here if you're captain?
I think you have to, but he's not going for it. He's just allowing him to get the single, and he should take it. He deserves a century.
Atkinson to Mitchell. Is in and bowls and defends into the offside, but Atkinson fields in his follow through. Judging by body language there, he will definitely be taking the single that's being offered. Jacob Bethel is gesticulating to Ben Stokes. Bethel's at deep mid-wicket and Stokes at a close-ish long off or a deep mid-off, whichever way you want to look at it, saying, shall we all come in? Shall we try and restrict the single?
Yeah, the England crowd have been singing boring Mitchell throughout the day.
It's a brave Mitchell, if you ask me. Atkinson bowls to Mitchell. It's down the leg side, playing a miss. Mitchell swipes the air in frustration.
It's amazing cricket. He's been out there for nearly a day. He's faced 240 deliveries. Just needs 1 run in, and you can tell he's just in a little bit of a panic. Just 1 run makes such a difference.
99 from 240 balls. Mitchell now takes his guard, steps his left foot in, taps the bat and waits. Bat hovering. Atkinson over the wicket, bowls to Mitchell, and this is off something, and Mitchell celebrating. It must be off glove into the square leg region. And that is a brilliant, brilliant Test match 100 for Daryl Mitchell. He has fought his way through the day. He's worn blows on his fingers, his body, his head, and he's put his team in what feels like an unassailable position here at Trent Bridge, and rightly salutes the crowd. Goes through to a Test match century, much deserved from 241 balls. Well played.
Yeah, high class, and the celebration was an emotional one because he knows that he's played such an innings and he's putting his team in such a strong position.
Atkinson, as the field is close again for Sears. This is down the leg side, playing a miss. Half an appeal, but very wishful down there. One delivery to go, 288 for 9.
Just got to remind everyone listening that New Zealand haven't won a 3-match series or more here since 1999, and when you start talking about Phil Tufnell was playing back in those, it's a long time ago.
27 years.
27 years.
It's terrifying that 1999 is 27 years ago for me.
It's flown by.
Sears, bat twitching as he waits for Atkinson. Goes in and bowls, and Sears jabs down on it, and it falls at his feet. He picks it up, throws it back to the bowler who's not watching. It's almost hit Gus Atkinson in the head, and that's it. Tom Latham, as Daryl Mitchell has made it to that brilliant 100, has called his troops in, and that's that. New Zealand finished their innings. They've declared on 288 for 9. Mitchell 100 and Sears 19. The lead 272, so they'll need 273 runs to win, which is a lot on that pitch.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of runs, but I'm slightly surprised actually Latham didn't bat for another short while, because what England will be saying, well, we've got an hour and 20 tonight, that's what, 20 overs, 18 overs.
Yeah.
90 tomorrow that have to be bowled, so 108, we bat the 108, we've won the batch.
Yep.
I mean, I think it's a long shot on this kind of pitch.
Any last funky tactics from Ben Stokes in his last innings as captain?
Well, he's run off quickly, so I'm not sure he's thinking about opening the batting, but I doubt it. No, he'll just stay in his position, and he'll know that for his team to give him the best send-off possible for them to win here and to win the series. England can't lose too many tonight. I think realistically they've got to go into tomorrow naught down.
Yeah, it certainly feels like that. Zoltz, have you got Mitchell's hundreds?
Yes, 241 balls, 1 6 and 10 fours. His 6th Test 100, his 4th against England, all in England. He averages 56 in this country compared with 43 overall. And yeah, rather extraordinarily shaped innings. He had 18 off his first 26 balls. Then overnight he was 20 off 60. Then got to 63 off 210 at tea, so 37 off 150 balls in the first 2 sessions, and 37 more off just 31 balls to go through to his century.
Thank you, Zoltz. I'm going to hand over to Daniel Norcross, whose microphone is on. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. It is the break between innings. You timed that very well, Stephen. Very well done. And a very fine innings it has been from New Zealand. 288 for 9 declared, 94 overs, exactly what the doctor ordered. They might have wanted more overs, but we've had so many breaks in play today, so many injuries, all sorts. So we've got a glacially slow over rate, which I know irks people, but today I don't suppose we're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about Daryl Mitchell and Ben Stokes.
Well, I'll just mention something. We saw Ben Stokes sprint off, and Stephen said, I wonder what if Ben Stokes only... Well, the whisper is that not been confirmed yet, that he might be coming out to bat.
Well, I mean, Jonathan Agnew suggested that, didn't he? I don't know who it would be in place of. We shall see.
I don't understand why.
Neither do I.
It'd be very surprising if...
Well, it's Ben Stokes' day, it seems, today at Trent Bridge.
But what does that say to the 2 opening batters?
I don't know.
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, we saw him run off, and Skyer suggesting that it may be happening, but
could be a comfort break.
I'm not too sure that's the right thing if it is the case.
Well, do you know, Jonathan Agnew's been calling for him to open for most of his career, so he might finally get it in his last game, mightn't he? Right, I'm going to talk you through the card, and then I'm going to read you a lovely email we've had from Paul Sheehan in Coventry. First to go, Tom Latham. It's what seems a long time ago now. LBW to Archer for 4 in the very first over. Then Devon Conway. He was out the score on 12, caught by Root off Archer for 5. England had got themselves sort of back into the game at that point. The lead only 96 and 2 early wickets down. Henry Nicholls, third to go, caught by Brooke off Atkinson for 16. But then came that's the sizable partnership that's probably done for England. You never say never with this team, but 129 was put on between Ravindra and Daryl Mitchell. They've found people at every juncture in this series to step in when they've been up against it. And this time it was Ravindra and Mitchell. Before Ravindra was out, LBW to Shoaib Bashir's first wicket to fall today. He went for 94 from 257 balls. Blundell went soon after, the score on 204. It's a little flurry of wickets there that really looked like it might precipitate a quick end to the innings. In the 67th over, Blundell was out, scored 204 for 5, and before you know it, Santner and Smith followed soon after, 206 for 7 after 68.3 overs, and then the 8th wicket went down in the 81st over as things ground to a halt, an 18-run partnership between Folkes and Mitchell. Then Sears retired hurt and been struck on the finger. O'Rourke came out, then he got out, LBW to Atkinson for a duck, and Sears came back out to make sure that Mitchell could get to that brilliant 100 not out. The bowling figures, Archer, 20 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 53. He got those 2 early breakthroughs, he couldn't quite get the 5. He bowled very well in this innings. Gus Atkinson, 2 for 50 in 22. Josh Tongue probably be the most disappointed, 14 overs, none for 75 on his home ground, with bits to work with. He didn't quite hit the mark in this innings. Shoaib Bashir, who'd bowled quite a bit in the first innings, was held back in the second innings, picked up that 1 wicket, that of Ravindra. 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 42. And Ben Stokes bowled a mammoth spell. He bowled more overs than anyone else on the day he announced his shock retirement from international cricket. 2 for 49 in 25 overs. That, it would appear, is how Ben Stokes is going to bow out of Test cricket with the ball, at least. But I'm going to give you, as I said, 288. All that means that England need 373 to win. An email from Paul Sheehan who says, I am utterly stunned and rather gutted by the retirement of Ben Stokes as both England skipper and an England player. Stokes has been no ordinary cricketer and was involved in, and more often than not, the key architect of, some of England's greatest moments on the field since his Test debut in 2013. Reclaiming the Ashes in 2015, winning the World Cup in 2019, and his innings for the ages of 135 not out against the Australians at Headingley in 2019, a strong contender for the greatest Ashes Test ever played. He was a player made for the big moments. Where he led, his team followed, and it will take a long time for all followers of English cricket to come to terms with the enormity of his loss. And whoever takes over as captain, one of the most important jobs in the country, no less, alongside being Prime Minister at the end of the day, has a huge pair of spikes to fill. Ben Stokes will go down as one of England's greats. Fare thee well, Stokesy, says Paul Sheehan from Coventry, and can't argue with any of those sentiments, really. It's been an extraordinary career. It's not yet over. He's got some batting to do, and when looking at him, he is padding up.
He ran off. He ran off.
Well, I didn't know there was a comfort. Sorry, Jeremy Cody's back. I didn't know it's a comfort issue.
And Gay walked off.
I didn't see Gay walking off.
I think there's a good chance he'll open.
Well, Gay has batted at 3 for Durham. I don't know what that would mean for the rest of the order. I've got to be honest with you. Does everybody go down? But Stokes is putting his pads on here. He is going to open, I think. Well. Well, that is remarkable. There is another match being played, by the way, and Australia's women are in some trouble, not in the competition, but in the match they're playing at the moment at Lords against India's women. India made 170 for 4. Australia 74 for 3 halfway through the 11th over, need another 97 in 9.3 overs to win that game. So that's on Sports Extra 2, and you can also watch India in another match. India's men, this is. They've come back out after a rain delay. India's 85 for 5 needs 70 from 7 overs, 5 wickets remaining, to avoid losing a 2-match T20 series to Ireland. And as I said the other day on Sky Sports 3, that is, Sports Extra 3, on Sports Extra 3, you've got to be concerned about Indian cricket. You know, do they have the depth? Ireland, on the other hand, they will be absolutely delighted. But here, let's forget the psychodrama for a minute. 373 is the target, and it is a target now, because with the amount of time left in the game with that declaration, there will be not the hoped for 20 overs that Michael Vaughan was imagining. In an hour and 20 minutes, we might get 16 overs. Tomorrow we will get 90 because they will keep playing until it's done. 106 overs, so a required rate of 3.5, which is, if England managed to survive, is probably what they would be going at, if not a little bit better than that. So now, here we go. Right, now wait for the reception for this, because coming out to bat, opening the batting for England are Ben Duckett, you would expect, but also their captain, Ben Stokes, who today announced his retirement. He's walking out for what could be the very final time as an England player. He's punched gloves with Duckett, crossed the boundary line now. Listen to this reception. A guard of honour from the New Zealanders and the umpires. Everyone standing around Trent Bridge. This is quite the extraordinary spectacle. I did not expect this at the start of the day. Remarkable. He stares up to the heavens, he stretches his calves. He's bowled 25 overs. He bowled a gazillion of them in one session. And he's come out to bat, opening the batting in place of Emilio Gay. And I don't know what to make of it. Jeremy Coney, explain.
Well, he wandered out, and so I'm assuming he's opening the innings. If he wants to change things around, feels that he can make a contribution there, don't have any problem with that. He might have some issues with the pitch. He might have some issues with the new ball. He may not. We'll just have to wait and see. He's been capable of extraordinary innings in the past. Let's wait and see if he's got one more.
Well, he's at the non-striker's end. Ben Duckett's going to face the first ball. Andy Zaltzman's going to tell me how many times Ben Stokes has opened the batting in first-class cricket. And Nathan Smith is going to take the new ball from the Radcliffe Road end with 3 slips and a gully. A deep point to start with. Interesting. A wide-ish mid-off. Mid-on. Forward square leg come mid-wicket and a long leg.
And Stokes is statistically the greatest opener in Test history. He's opened twice for England in Test cricket, both against West Indies. 78 not out, 57 not out.
As Smith is in, Duckett gets a lifter, which he plays well, taking his bottom hand off the ball and jabs it down in front of him. Smith fields in his follow-through. Well, this is extremely dramatic. It's been an extremely dramatic day. Perhaps not dramatic with bat and ball for a lot of it. I mean, absorbing, fascinating, definitely, and very skillful batting we've seen from the likes of Ravindra, Daryl Mitchell, and Sears at the back end of the innings. Batted really well. But now we're seeing Ben Stokes opening the batting, a man who's never got out opening the batting for England. And Smith is in. And Duckett plays into the offside. He just angles it to the gully region, but he won't get a run as it goes straight to Conway. And he's not been in the best of form with the bat of late, but I suppose he will have, Jeremy, a tremendous clarity of thought here, would you not say, insofar as he knows this is it, this is his last time. He looks focused, he's determined, he's obviously decided this is what he's going to do. Today he's decided that he's going to finish his last race as an England player, and he's going to put everything into it. And that means being out there for as much of it as he can. As Smith is in, that's chipped in the air, up and over mid-wicket. It popped on him slightly. Oh, they think of a second, it's not there. Stokes sends Duckett back. These two won't have batted together too often, I wouldn't have thought. But England are underway with that single, and Duckett's off the mark. So Stokes is now going to face his first ball.
Well, what happened with that one? Yes, it's lifted and it's taken the top of the bat almost up by the splice. He's very lucky to get away with that as it's popped over the man just in front of square. Could have gone anywhere. It's not going to be easy with this new ball on this pitch.
It is not going to be easy. Here we go. Smith is into Stokes. Stokes comes down the wicket and smashes it with a crack
but straight to mid-off along the ground. And listen to this crowd. Now they understand why Stokes is out there. Stokes has come out to go berserk.
Yeah, and take a big hole if he can out of this target.
This could be short, but whatever it's going to be interesting. It could be long, and if it is, it's going to be entertaining. It's a very deep mid-wicket. He's signalled his intent. He charged down the wicket to his first ball, taking a pitch out of the equation. Here he goes with his second. Nathan Smith into him, and he's gone for a reverse lap. He's tried to hit that over the slips, and this is absolutely extraordinary cricket I'm watching here.
Well,
I don't quite know what I think about it.
Yes, you do.
It's
Yes,
all right. I'm
you
going to
do.
say it's insane.
It's not a stroke to give himself a chance. If he wants to make a really big difference in a dent in the total, he's got to bat for more than just 1 or 2 balls.
This is not ordinary cricket we're watching now. Stokes has charged down a wicket to one. He's attempted to reverse to the other. He missed it through the keeper. What's he going to do to his third? Dab it into the offside and take a single to the deep backward point. That does give him a chance. Takes a single. He keeps strike. It's 2 without loss. Well, the crowd are loving it. There will be a lot of people who will be wondering, as Jeremy's just said, is this giving himself the best chance? Well, it doesn't matter. It's the way he's going to go about it. We can do all the judgment we like at the end of the game. What we're going to do now is just sit back and watch and see what unfolds.
Absolutely.
Nothing else to be done.
Absolutely. So let's see. It's going to be O'Rourke from the Stuart Broad end of the ground.
He's not going to ramp him very easily, are you?
He might find it, depending on the length. He might. I don't think he'll charge him for a start.
Right. Stokes wants someone to sit down behind the bowler's arm. They are now doing that. O'Rourke with his mammothly long run. He's coming in around the wicket with 2 slips and a gully. No, someone's moved again. Stokes is unhappy. It looked to me like a steward who got up there, actually. Someone with a tie on who's got up again. This is. We've had trouble at that end throughout this Test match. I don't know if it's going to hamper Stokes' concentration because he's in some kind of bubble here. He means his own kind of business. Let's put it that way. As O'Rourke is in. And Stokes smashes this in the air, up and over mid-off. It was chipped really off a thick outside edge. It's running up towards the boundary. Fielder's in pursuit. Young's going to get there, the substitute. They've only run 2. They could have run 3. Stokes wants strike. 4 without loss. Jeremy, this is an extraordinary watch. What's happened there?
Looks like O'Rourke's hurt his finger trying to catch that.
Oh yes, he's put up his right index finger, and he might be now walking off the field. It deflected up past mid-off, and he's not looking in a great way, O'Rourke. But he's going to see a physio's come in. Pardon me, it looked like a right index finger, and for a fast bowler, that's not good. Oh, there is some exsanguination, let us say. His trousers are splattered with blood, and he's going to need some repairs here. I would have thought he'd have to go off the field at this point, because I don't know that that's going to be repairable as simply as that. Which finger is it? It's a third of the index.
It's hard to
finger.
tell.
It's one.
It's either these are the first digit or the second.
He's very phlegmatic about it.
He is.
It will be painful.
And that's why we saw the Santner leap like a salmon going upriver. Really, it was the deflection from whichever finger it was of O'Rourke, and he nearly got that too. So, two good pieces of fortune there.
Two good pieces of fortune indeed. But also, I mean, you don't want to see it. But from an England point of view, Stokes might have caused a bit of a problem for New Zealand's opening bowler here. And obviously, that wasn't what he was planning when he came out to open the batting. If you are just joining us, yes, and you're hearing Ben Stokes' batting, England have not lost 5 wickets. They've not lost any wickets. Ben Stokes has taken it upon himself to open the batting. He's gone out there. He's charged his first ball, which he thwacked to Santner. He then tried to reverse scoop his second ball. He guided his third ball to backward point, kept strike. The fourth ball, he's gone hard at, whacked it high in the air. O'Rourke has gone to stop it. It's deflected off a finger, and he's going off. O'Rourke is going off. They've had a look at it. It doesn't mean he won't come back, but it's going to be difficult with those fingers.
I guess
in the state they're in.
It just means if he requires a stitch or not. I don't know whether they will tape that up or whether you're allowed tape to the hand at all. We'll see.
Well, the information we're getting is that there is no injury in the England camp, so Emilio Gay's fine. It's a tactical decision to try to get ahead in the match.
I thought we'd covered that. We're just with him coming in, and he's trying to take a large piece of the target out tonight as quickly as possible, and try and also dampen the New Zealand spirits.
We've had seven balls in this innings.
Yes,
and he has dampened the New Zealand spirits because he's hurt O'Rourke, but I don't know, that wasn't necessarily his plan. Folks is going to have to complete O'Rourke's over from around the wicket. There's one slip and a gully. The field is spread. They know what Stokes is here to do. As Stokes waits. Here he is, folks. And he taps the ball into the onside. He takes a single. I think he's going to want two. He's not going to get it. Duckett's going to send him back. I mean, to get ahead of the game, can we just litigate this case for a moment? Because 373 in 106 overs roughly is 3.5 and over. This isn't a situation where you need 400 in 80.
No.
And therefore you need to really get ahead of the game. That's 3.5 and over.
That's what I thought.
And the rate Duckett bats anyway, I think we can take it with a bit of a pinch of salt. As far as I'm concerned, I think Stokes has come out to bat because he's decided he's going to grab the match himself by the horns, and this is how he thinks he can go about it best, as Folks is in to Duckett, who works a short ball to a wide mid-on, straight along the ground, but straight to the fielder. 5 without loss, England. Whew. Well, Bazball began 4 years ago. Not in astonishing fashion, actually. The win at Lord's was done at about 3.5, 4 and over, wasn't it? Ben Folks, as opposed to Zachary Folks and Joe Root. But it came to life here at Trent Bridge, and it looks like it's going to come to an end here. And Stokes wants it to go out in the fashion in which it really burst on the scene, as Folks bowls to Duckett, who clips a ball to a short square leg, and Ravindra fumbles it. I don't think it was on the full, but he get a single, and the crowd are very happy with that, because much as they enjoy seeing the local hero Duckett, I think they're all fascinated to know what particularly insane shot Stokes is going to concoct to the next ball. In fairness to him, he's played a couple of perfectly orthodox ones, but he's also been extremely aggressive first up. Camera keeps panning to Brendan McCullum and the man we assume is going to be the new Test captain, Harry Brook, are up on the balcony together. I wonder what they're thinking of this. As Folks is into Stokes, comes down the wicket and smashes this back over the bowler's head, all the way for 6. Well. We haven't seen much use of the feet from England's batters in this match and in this series, but he's hit that clean as a whistle, right out of the middle of the bat. Brilliant shot. Don't have a question. Ben Folks got it quite low on the bat, but good bats these days, and it's on as straight as straight can be for 6.
Keeper up.
I wonder if it'll make a difference. We'll see. Last ball of the over. Here's Folks into Stokes, who goes for the paddle, and he's got it away down to the fine leg. It's only going to be the 1 run though, and he will keep strike. Stokes, it's 13 without loss. Stokes has 11, Duckett has 2. Andy Zaltzman's going to say some words. I'm going to get out of the way because I'm genuinely fascinated to know what Jonathan Agnew thinks of all this.
Well, the 6 from the 11th ball of the innings, in Ben Stokes' final innings as a Test cricketer, is the earliest an England player has ever hit a 6 in a Test innings. Previously, the 6th ball of the second over, that was Zach Crawley in Wellington in December 2024.
Well, what entertainment. Extraordinary development, isn't it? With Stokes opening the batting. I only said it half in jest to Michael Vaughan about 2 hours ago. And when he got his wicket. Sometimes the spotlight just shines on people, doesn't it? And that shot there, the 6, was shades of Headingley 2019. So he's on strike now. He's facing Nathan Smith. Not sure how many bowlers New Zealand have at the moment.
No.
As Smith goes in round the wicket, bowls to Stokes, is up on his toes, plays it hard into the offside. There's a man out there on the boundary. I mean, if what's happened here for a starter is that you've got a team here defending 373 and favourites to win the game. They've got virtually every fielder on the boundary.
Well, they're figuring that they can either park Stokes at the non-striker's end, which is what they've done mostly, apart from the straight 6, or they just want to try and keep the runs down. Really, that we're playing 2 games here. We're playing one game to one batsman and another one to the other.
For Duckett, meanwhile, 3 slips a gully. It all looks very normal. As Smith runs in round the wicket and bowls to Duckett, who covers up and defends out to mid-off. Duckett, of course, is used to the man who sets. He's the man who sets the pace. Robert Green. Maybe Stokes wants to beat the Brendan McCullum fastest 100 in his final innings. I'm calling it here, says Robert in North Wales. He could be. What's it on at the moment? He's 12 from 8 balls.
It's 54 balls is the record.
Right.
In McCullum's final test.
14 for no wicket. England's target is 373. It's a long way away. Smith bowls, and again Duckett just defends this. Plays out to cover. Well, Duckett suddenly become a blocker. What a bizarre game this can be sometimes. So O'Rourke's off the field. Poor old Sears.
He might not be able to bowl either.
He's taken 2 nasty knocks on the same finger. Jameson's fielding at mid-on, I think. Where's Sears? 14 for no wicket. In goes Smith. Round the wicket, bowls, Duckett forward. Plays the ball up to Santner's right. He's at extra cover. Could have stolen a single there, perhaps, going to the spinner's right hand with no one up at the stumps, but looks to me as if, well, Stokes is just interested in boundaries, that's all.
I think Sears is off. Will Young is on as subfielder.
So 2 subs.
Yeah.
So they've only got 2 bowlers plus Santner at the moment, and a bit of Mitchell maybe. But then he was bruised all over his body. He's on the field though anyway. 100 not out. He scored. And Smith wheels round below us. And in he goes now, and he bowls round the wicket, and that's tucked away by Duckett into the leg side. He's timed that beautifully. Goes for 4. It's become a one-day game, this. All the atmosphere of a one-day game. As England chase 373 to win a match and win the series. So with 2 bowlers off, but both with external injuries, they can come straight on and bowl again. They haven't got to serve a time penalty. 18 for no wicket. Duckett now with a deep square leg as well. Waits for Smith, who runs in, bowls to him. That's pushed away by Duckett off the splice of the bat. Santner fields, and that leaves Stokes down on strike for the start of the 4th over, with England needing 355 more to win. It's funny too when you get batsmen playing like this. Suddenly the ball stops misbehaving. Right, O'Rourke's coming back on. And he is able to bowl straight away if his hand's been patched up. Presumably it has. So Latham, we're pleased to see him.
Well, that suggests he's... Oh, he ran on.
Oh, hang on.
Now the umpire looks at...
He's going off again.
Yes. I think he maybe showed him how they've actually
maybe they're not happy
fixed
with
it in some way.
I'll tell you what, it's been like the hokey-cokey here today. There've been people going on, going off. It's been difficult to work out. Here's Sears now. Now Sears has appeared. And he might be coming on instead of O'Rourke, who's going off, but Sears is playing in the game. And he's got some white bandage over his finger. They don't like white bandage, do they? O'Rourke's going off. This is all very bizarre. What a day. 18 for no wicket. O'Rourke walks off there looking rather unhappy about something. And Folkes is continuing and is bowling to Stokes. Here he comes down, kicking up his heels, bowls to Stokes on the back foot. He thumps it up towards extra cover. Tumbling save there from Latham. And there's no run. 18 for no wicket. I lost sight of Sid.
Weird,
come on
it?
after all. I think Sears is still off, but he looked like he was coming on. Where's Will Young? And Jameson, is he still on the field? I don't know. It's all becoming a nightmare, this. Right, here's the next ball anyway. Stokes, he gets one that flies from just short of a length. Has gone down to third man. I don't know what off. We'll have a look at the umpire's signal, but that took off. And Blundell did well actually to avoid that. Stokes looks a bit shell-shocked. I think that one just completely exploded off a length. At a pretty non-ferocious pace. That's
it's buys.
It's buys, surely.
He didn't see that as buys at all. He's got runs, hasn't he?
Yes. It's flown over his bat. Folkes again, round the wicket, runs in bowls, and Duckett leans back, chops that towards Gully. No run. 19 for no wicket. Well, until about 25 past 3, this game was just meandering along.
It was.
Stokes announces his retirement, and the whole thing goes completely crazy since. He got a wicket with the first ball that he bowled after announcing his retirement. Brilliant catch by Brooke at slip. And now he's opening the batting. And there are people on and off. 19 for no wicket is the score. Folkes comes bounding up from the far end, bowls to Duckett. Oh, he goes to leave that. The ball hits the bat and it's gone for 4. Blundell couldn't get it. Another boundary. 23 for no wicket. We've got an hour of play left today. Almost deflecting that into his stumps, isn't he?
He'll bowl little outswingers as soon as the lacquer comes off the ball, away from Duckett's outside edge.
Folkes bowls, Duckett clips that to mid-wicket. Well, I can confirm that Sears isn't on the field. Just saw him running around on the balcony there. What's going on? I don't know where O'Rourke's gone. He was last seen. Well, he came on, and then he seemed to be dispatched by umpire Tucker. Told to go away and presumably do something with the strapping. In comes Folkes, bowls, and Duckett clips that out towards cover. Runs straight to the fielder. And there's no run. 23 for no wicket. So England need 350 to win. Someone else is running up. Well, that's Jameson, so he's one of the subs. Both bowlers appeared to be in a position to come on. So maybe O'Rourke, who did come on and was sent off, has gone back to report back that we can't have that sort of strapping on. So
but not with the satisfaction of the umpire, one of them. So
indeed. So therefore they both have to change their strapping.
That's right. Here's Alistair to explain it all to us.
Yes. Thank goodness for that. Stokes on strike. Smith to bowl. 23 for no wicket is the score. And there's one slip. 3 in the offside, but quite deep. There's a third man, deep point, a long off, mid-on almost to the boundary, deep square leg and a long leg. And it's Nathan Smith running into Ben Stokes. Keeper standing up and he bowls to Stokes. He goes back to ball. It keeps a little bit low. And it's picked up there in the covers. Alistair, if you can have any track of the comings and goings, particularly of the players here, I'd be grateful. But we think at the moment they've got 2 bowlers on the field.
I think they've got 2 bowlers. I assume it's something to do with the tape on their fingers. Batsmen are absolutely in their right to say you're not allowed tape on your fingers, so I assume that one is. But another thing I didn't think I'd see today, after however many balls have been bowled, this field, when England are chasing 380.
In goes Smith, bowls to Stokes, he's hit this, out towards deep square leg and over deep square leg for 6. Is Stokes really going to produce some sort of miracle here? The crowd think he is.
I tell you who definitely hope he is Trent Bridge and committee, is that he's still batting tomorrow, because they would be queuing all down the Ratcliffe Road. I mean, that is just an extraordinary shot. He is swept, pulled really. A good length ball from Smith. 15 yards back, rose back over deep back of square leg. And honestly, if Ben now just knocks a single, you'll show he's thinking calmly.
Let's see. In goes Smith again, bowls to Stokes, who gets on the keeps a little low, which he defends, and is picked up there in the offside.
And that was one of the great things, well, the more extraordinary things about some of those innings he did play, and in particular one at Headingley, how he did stay so present and so calm.
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't believe he could do it then. I still can't believe he's going to do it here, but there is ever a person who could think clearly here with the crowd like it is. But I mean, the tactic has worked, but it needs to work for a long, long time to really be justified.
Smith round the wicket, runs in, bowls, and Stokes clips that into the leg side, picks up a single.
If you
I wonder what realistically he's thinking. It's surely that I'll get the field back, which he's done. Now he can play like this. Single here, single there.
I honestly think he thought, let's create some chaos, get the crowd like this, get New Zealand panicking, and get a field where it's totally different. And then the bowlers don't bowl as well as they have done, holding their lines and lengths. They get dragged into somewhere that they don't want to go, and suddenly England are 60-70 without loss, and they've got up and running, which again is in theory absolutely fine. It's just having to do it also under the scrutiny of being your last game, and if this doesn't come off what that looks like, I actually don't think he cares what it looks like to anyone else but the team and himself.
In goes Smith, and he bowls, and Duckett defends. It's picked up there in the covers. Oh, and just say, what have we got? We've got 40 minutes to go. 60 off that. Just say it's 280 to win tomorrow.
I mean, if Ben is still here tomorrow, Big Ben, as Simon called him, the atmosphere would probably be unbelievable, wouldn't it? Well, it will be unbelievable.
Well. $30 for no wicket. Duckett 10 from 15 balls, and then goes Smith. He bowls to me, leans forward, and just content for Stokes to have the strike as that's pushed out to Santner, and Smith takes his cap. 30 for no wicket. They're going to need 343 more.
Have you ever seen anything like that can remotely be like this?
No, because the whole day's been strange. I mean, everyone was caught off guard by the timing of his retirement anyway, and just the atmosphere has changed from that moment.
Yeah.
One thing that we'll really miss about Stokes is that whenever there was Stokes, there was hope.
Yeah.
With ball or bat. Right, in comes Folkes. Bowls to Stokes. He's going to get 4. Is he? As a third man, he can't get there. There's an edge. It flew past slip, and under normal circumstances there would have been 2 slips there. There's only 1. That would have gone straight to second slip.
Exactly that. His ball's bounced a little bit more. Ben Stokes has tried to carve it through the offside. It's bounced, as we've seen a lot on the last couple of days, and second slip would have taken that, could have taken it above his head.
Another boundary, 34 for no wicket. Folkes comes bouncing in bowls, and Stokes has a little fiddle there. There's an appeal, not from the wicket-keeper for a catch behind, it was from slip, actually.
It was from Daryl Mitchell after his so-called phantom edge in the first innings.
34 for no wicket.
How long?
I suppose Folkes has experienced anything like this before.
No. Again, that wicket will be replayed over and over again. He's been etched in history of cricket.
Yeah. Look at how much that moved. Really went off the seam.
How long do you think this has to work for to give hope?
Till tomorrow. Now Stokes gets one that gives it a bit lower this time. Chops it away for a single. Man out there at deep point. 34 for no wicket, 35 for no wicket in fact. Every run being applauded by the crowd. Yeah. Some days off taken tomorrow, I think. If Stokes is still there, he's got 50 minutes to go.
And just also, do you remember that morning session when nothing happened? He was using block, and now the same game, same teams, and the game has changed so much.
Yep. Duckett waits for Folkes, round the wicket he comes, and Duckett circumspectly pays that back. I say Duckett's playing really nicely here. He's just playing a totally defensive role, which is not his natural game at all.
And we all said, one prediction I said this today, that Duckett will be the key to the chase. Like, he'll be the one getting England off to the flyer. It probably has helped him.
Yeah.
Because suddenly there isn't that same intensity on the ball for the New Zealanders. I think they're all in a little bit of shock. They're trying not to act like it, but
I think Duckett's playing like this in case Stokes get out, then he becomes the aggressor. Here's the next one, and Duckett hit on the pad, appeal for leg before wicket. Umpire Tucker says no. But, no question of any review there. Just playing, so Stokes do his bit, and if he gets out, okay, that's when Duckett will then start to play his natural game, keep the momentum going.
yeah, yes, but I don't think he needs to change, does it? I think New Zealand are going to end up having a bit of a again, for no reason I can think of. Deep square leg has gone out, and to Ben Duckett, who's 10 off 18 balls, just batting normally, they've got a deep point and a deep square leg. So there are, if the ball's in the right place, it's very hard to keep a single, isn't it? Like, easy throw to knock a single.
Last ball of the over, Duckett slices it, runs out to deep point. He'll keep the strike. Stokes trots down to the non-striker's end, and we've got 50 minutes of play left today. 36 for no wicket. What will the close of play score be, I wonder? England still need 337 to win. Long way to go, but what drama, what excitement we've had this afternoon. Cookie, more from you, and then we've got Simon coming in.
Drama, excitement. I don't know, actually, I'm in shock is what I'm actually in. I think that's what I feel at the minute.
Did you not predict before the start of play on day one that you'd see Zach Folkes bowling with the new ball to Ben Stokes opening the batting for England?
Again, I keep going back. If I could have predicted this game, I wouldn't have to work again, Zoltz.
Here is Smith bowling. It's forced away by Duckett through the offside. It's going out towards the extra cover boundary. It's going over the practice pitches. It normally speeds up over there. It's a diving save, though. Some relay fielding. Duckett comes back for 3. So Stokes is back on strike. And it's 39 for no wicket. Were you slightly surprised by New Zealand's declaration?
No.
Okay.
No, No, I didn't. I wasn't surprised by the declaration. If I'd known Ben Stokes had opened, no. 370, 380, absolutely enough runs. I'm a little bit surprised how defensive they've gone straight away when they still had a few runs to play with.
Here's Smith going into bowl to Stokes. Stokes clips that away into the onside, up towards mid-on, and trots through for a single. The field is right back. I mean, it's an extraordinary field for the start of an innings when you've got 372 runs in the bank on a pitch that is doing quite a bit, though it is also sort of flat in places. It's like that old shipping forecast where it used to say, you know, calm in places, didn't it? And stormy but calm in places. It's kind of like that. It's weird. Is it 2/7 now? Results 2/7 unpredictable, 5/7 flat. This is Smith bowling to Duckett round the wicket. Duckett plays defensively into the onside, and there's no run.
But it was 8 balls. It was 8 balls, Simon, until we had a third man, a deep point, a deep square leg after one shot, and we still, New Zealand are still probably heavily favourites to win this game. I wonder if New Zealand will look back if this goes horribly wrong with that decision to spread it straight away.
Yeah, you've got to stay calm, haven't you, if you're New Zealand here? Just say, right, okay, let's take the emotion out of it. But there is so much emotion in this situation. Just a quick update from the Oval, and Australia have beaten India in the Women's World Cup. They have knocked them out. Here's Smith going into bowl to Duckett. Duckett gets one into the onside. He's lofted it away. He's in the air. I think he's going to get away with it. He does. The ball lands safe over the head of 2 fielders running back from mid-wicket. Duckett moves to 14. England will play South Africa on Thursday night at the Oval. Australia will play West Indies on Tuesday, 2:30. So those are the 2 women's semi-finals. Duckett 16, Stokes 26, England 42 for no wicket. And in 7th over of their innings, they need 373 to win. And Smith, who's round the wicket, 3 slips in the gully in, bowls to Duckett, who drives straight to extra cover. He picks out the only fielder on the offside, saving a single. Is it worth having a go with Santner, do you think? And 2 left-handers. I know Duckett's a good player of spin.
No, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't go yet.
I wouldn't go Santner. I'm going back to the shot I would want Ben Stokes to be playing would be trying to get funky. So the one shot he's got horribly wrong was that when he tried to reverse paddle.
Yeah.
He might not do that anymore, but I would give him an option to do something stupid, I think.
Crowd goes quiet as Smith moves into bowl to Duckett's full. It's driven back past the bowler. It's coming for 4. He hit that hard. Smith tried to field it off his own bowling. I think he got something on it as well. It wasn't that far away from the stumps of the non-striker's end. I mean, that would be something, wouldn't it? Run out backing up in his final Test innings if you're Ben Stokes, but he might well have been back.
He wasn't backing up. I saw his foot was firmly in the crease. Last ball of the over. He would have been thinking, I'll take the next ball, thank you.
Yeah, also I suppose as well, if you're going hard at it, you want to stay in your crease, because there is always the possibility of that happening. We've already seen one deflection off the bowler that nearly went to hand at mid-off, so it might be the day for staying back rather than that natural thing where you back up. Well, it's been a dramatic second half of the day. It's completely overshadowed a superb innings from Mitchell, really, 100 not out. I mean, it was hard work, but he's got New Zealand up to this 288 for 9 declared. Here's Stokes giving himself some room, drills it into the offside, out to extra cover for 4. Hammered away. Latham's in the covers. It went past him in the air, and these 2 have put on 50. Stokes goes to 30, moving to the leg side, opening up the offside with so many fielders on the boundary. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders on the boundary, 6 fielders on the boundary, and he still managed to find the gap on the offside. Now, what's next? 50 for no wicket. Stokes lifts that into the leg side. He's caught at mid-wicket. The show is over. Stokes hammered it away into the onside, picked out the fielder, and New Zealand have the breakthrough, and Stokes is on his way for the final time in Test match cricket. They're standing up around Trent Bridge. He takes his helmet off. Jameson pats him on the back. Well, he took it on, and it succeeded to some extent, but inevitably there was an element of risk, and Ben Stokes' international career is over on a dramatic day at Trent Bridge. It was announced at 3:25. Stokes immediately took a wicket. He opened the batting. He's walking off, saluting the crowd, but that is it. Ben Stokes has finished.
Well, you ever wonder whether you'll ever see a cricketer the same as Ben Stokes. A cricketer who makes the impossible seem possible over so many times, over an amazing career. As he walks up to the stairs one last time. What a player, and just a privilege to have played with him at the start of his career and captain him.
Well, so many words have been said already today, and so many more will be said today and tomorrow. It's hard to sum it up and fit it all in, really. He took it on, and you felt that with that aggressive approach on this surface, this situation, it comes with a high degree of risk. I mean, he could have just knocked it for one, couldn't he? I mean, he could have done. I mean, he was doing that to some extent, but when the blood is coursing through your veins.
Well, that's what we said about him 5 minutes ago, that kind of absolute clarity and thought in some of his incredible innings under pressure. And he felt if he could have knocked a one, but that's just how we think, Simon, mere mortals. How we think. And he was just thinking, I'm going to knock this target down as much as I can tonight. And you can just feel the sense of, I don't know what the sense is. I don't know what I feel, to be honest with you. The whole crowd is just, it's like the air gone, isn't it, a little bit.
And now we're back, I suppose, to normal Test match cricket. It was Mitchell with the catch at mid-wicket, Folkes with the wicket, and Stokes has gone for 30, and England are 50 for 1. Jacob Bethell is out there at number 3. Here's Folkes bowling, and Bethell nudges that into the onside, and it's picked up by Ben Sears at mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Ben Stokes' final Test innings, 30 from 20 balls, 2 sixes, 2 fours, the partnership 50 and 7.2 overs. Came up in 7.1 overs, the joint 9th fastest opening stand of 50 for England, and that the first of Ben Stokes' 2 sixes off the 11th ball of the innings was the earliest an England player has ever hit a 6 in a Test innings.
Now everyone's got to calm down again. They Duckett and Bethell and Essing just decide to keep on going. Here's Bethell guiding that away, diving save in the gully by Nichols away to his left-hand side, prevents Bethell from getting off the mark. One question that strikes me here, Bethell coming out at number 3. I know he is England's number 3, but do you think Gay would come out at 3?
Yeah, I saw Gay with his casual training stuff on, so I assumed he's just going to swap, I suppose, with Stokes, which, you'd say Bethell would probably be more adaptable batting at 4, but then you don't want...
Folkes bowls, Bethell drives nicely, a diving save at mid-on, prevents him getting off the mark. It's good fielding from New Zealand there.
You don't want, I suppose, then Root at 5, Brook at 6, because you don't want them to be having to bat with the tail or have the sniff of running out of partner.
Yeah, that's true. Now, other news. Ireland have beaten India again by 1 run in Belfast. They wanted quite a lot off the last over and a half. They must have smacked it, but they have won the game. They've won the series 2-0. Bethell waits, Folkes bowls to him, and Bethell pads up, shout for LBW, and out. Umpire Tucker raises the finger. There was no shot from Bethell. He's reviewed it. I wonder if it was a bit high, that's what he's thinking, but he did play no shot. So in a trice, it's 50 for 2, unless the technology saves him.
Director, we have a prayer review for LBW. On field decision is out. I've checked the bowler's feet. Fair delivery. Front on, please.
As he always says, very hard as an umpire not to give these to the bowler.
No shot off 15, go straight to ball tracking, please. Thank
This
you.
looks pretty good for the bowler, this, doesn't it? I mean, it's high-ish, but it looks okay. Initial thought.
Final decision is out. Fishing that sort of impact. No shot off it, hitting the wicket. Rod, you can say it's the original out decision. Stand by.
And there we go, misjudgment from Bethell, and he is on his way. LBW playing no shot. And it feels like the balloon has been punctured. Excitement in the crowd 10 minutes ago. So Stokes out for 30, Bethel for naught. And England have gone from 50 for no wicket to 50 for 2. And it's Folkes again, the man who didn't even start the game, has now picked up 5 wickets in the match.
Well, he's gone from a cricketer I've never heard of to I reckon a lot of the cricketing world would have heard of him for a number of reasons. A, for being Ben Stokes's to wicket the ball after, and then for getting Ben Stokes out as well.
Harry Brook is coming in at number 4.
Oh, give up. I give up trying to work out what's going to happen. Ireland beating India twice in the T20. Ben Stokes retiring at 3:25, getting a wicket the next ball. Him opening the batting.
Well, there were some in the world that knew that Ben Stokes was retiring this morning. Obviously, the England team management, and the backup staff. So the official announcement came at 3:25, and again, the logic behind that is that whether it was about to, someone talks to someone who talks to someone who talks to someone.
Yeah, noise. If it wasn't meant to come out until this evening, then I suppose Ben could have then announced. I'm not getting the technicalities of it.
Right, this is Smith bowling to Duckett, and Duckett sighs that away into the offside. There's a fielder out there tumbling. Save goes very quickly to Ravindra, gets to his feet and hurls it in, and keeps it down to 1. So Duckett to 21, England to 51 for 2. We're only in the 9th over, and England rejigging their batting order. Stokes opening, Brook at 4. Sorry, Zolt, you wanted to say something?
Just Folkes' match figure so far: 3 for 35, 2 for 25, so 5 for 60 in the match, having not started it.
You're not going to get a situation where a player is player of the match. He didn't start the match.
Well, there's a good. I mean, if he ends up with 6 foot.
Yeah, there's a chance of it. Harry Brook with this problem to solve, and he solved it to some extent in the first innings. He played nicely and got a Jaffa. It was a fine ball that got him.
He ain't blocking it today.
Well, let's see. Let's see if he's going to block his first ball or launch it over extra cover. This is Smith going into Bolton with the keeper standing up. It's down the leg side, and he's hit it for 6. First ball's gone for 6, sailing into the newsstand. It is a short boundary down there, and it wasn't a great delivery from Nathan Smith. It was on his hip. It was there for the shot, and there's the fielder out there, but it is a short boundary. If you get hold of that, that's sailing into the stand, as indeed it did. So 1 ball for Brook and 1 6.
Yeah, and head in hands more disbelief, not for the shot actually. That is one of his shots. It does amaze me how often he just times the ball for first ball, like gets pace the wicket straight away.
Smith bowls to Brook. Brook tries the reverse, and he gets that away. That's going down fine. So the lap sweep, he's got 4 for that. The ramp, whatever you want to call it, fell over forwards, and that is. We've seen some cricket in the last hour. So Brook 6 off the mark, and then playing the falling ramp, whatever you want to call it, gets it for 4. And we thought this might happen against Nathan Smith with the keeper standing up. Now immediately Smith has responded to that by bringing his deep backward square leg finer. Brook twiddles his bat and has a look over his right shoulder. There are 2 fielders out on the leg side boundary. Mid-off is going a bit deeper. Mid-on is quite deep as well. And Smith bowls to Brook, and Brook gets one on the stumps that keeps a fraction low, and he dabs it away into the gully, and there's no run.
So he tries to play one properly, and he looks in way more trouble than he does playing the ramp over the keeper. So is he doing the right thing by trying to ramp him, Simon? It's the wonderful game, isn't it? It's all these questions thrown at all of us.
I can see Santner loosening up there at mid-on. Don't know whether that's just a bit chilly in the breeze this afternoon, or whether he's going to bowl. Smith prepares to go into bowl to Brook. He's 10 off 3. Smith bowls, and Brook is forward, playing that firmly into the onside, and gets his 11th run to Santner at mid-on. So that is the end of Smith's over. No, it's not. It's the field changing round for the final ball of the over. Duckett on strike.
According to the CricViz data, that's the 4th time an England player has hit his first ball of a test innings for 6. Mark Wood did it at Headingley Like a brilliant test match in 2023, and he got some crucial quick runs. Ian Botham, famously at Edgbaston off Craig McDermott, planted him down the ground, didn't he? And then
hit 2 sixes, yeah.
Another off his third ball, I think. That was 1985.
Smith goes into bowl to Duckett, round the wicket. Duckett defends, pushing it away into the offside. And there is no run. 62 for 2 after 9 overs of England's run chase. I think that's what it is going to be, looking at 3-7-3 to win.
And the other instance was John Jameson in the West Indies in 1974 in Jamaica, hit Keith Boyce for 6 off the first ball he faced then.
My guess, and it is a massive guess, is that was probably a short ball from Keith Boyce that he hooked for 6.
Top edge, you say?
Well, no, not necessarily, but over fine leg, long leg, something like that. That would be my guess. I can still see the Ian Botham one now. I'm watching it at the time and launching him over or long on, way back.
So far today, the first 2 sessions, we had 114 runs in 48 overs, 5 wickets since tea. We've had 116 for 3 in 20 overs.
Right, Brook is going to take strike from Folkes. Again, the keeper standing up. And is he going to play that falling ramp shot? Folkes goes in. To bowl to Brook. Brook goes leg side of the ball, hits it over mid-off and is going out for 4. Well, he's warming up for Wednesday. That T20 series starts. It was noticeable there that immediately he went leg side of the ball to try to open up that offside. But New Zealand got 2 wickets. They just need to be just patient here. Wait for it to, not wait for it to happen, but the feeling is it might happen for them. They just picked up 2 quick wickets. Folkes bowls to Brook. Brook slams this away into the leg side. It's in the air, but it's wide of the fielder at deep mid-on. He slides and hurls it in Santner. And Brook gets a rather fortuitous 2 runs. Harry Brook here playing for the close. Alex Hartley alongside me. Wow.
Have we
17 off 6 balls.
Have we spoken about the fact that New Zealand haven't got a bowling attack? And potentially, if you're not playing like this, you can get a little bit of Daryl Mitchell, might get a bit of Rachin Ravindra.
Santner.
There's a good chance they'll be back tomorrow, though, I think, isn't there? With fingers fixed.
Oh, the bones heal overnight?
Folkes bowls to Brook, and Brook dabs that away, and he sets off a single. He could be run out, but the throw's wide from Nichols. Nichols lurking at short third. He went to his left-hand side. Brook set off, and if the throw had been a good one, he might not have got back. It was wide of the stumps. Brook and Duckett have a quick chat in mid-pitch. 68 for 2. It's one of those passages of play where you feel almost anything could happen here.
Well, I'll tell you what, you said on the telly, Baz Ball's back.
Well, it certainly is.
One last time.
This felt a bit more like Ben Ball today, though.
Yeah.
Stokes opening, out for 30. Bethel playing no shot, out for 0 LBW. Brooks 17 off 7. Waits for Folkes. He goes leg side again, and Brook crashes that into the offside, out towards deep backward points. A tumbling save out there, some scrambling save. Oh, I think that's gone for 4. Ravindra hurls it in. I think it might have touched the rope. He's being congratulated by one of his colleagues. Well, I wonder whether that touched the rope on the deep backward point boundary. Brook came back for the second. They are just going to check it. I can see the umpire there. He's moved in front of the ball to say, just wait a second while we have a look at this. He got there and then fumbled it, and it then went towards the sponge. That won't tell us anything because it's from behind. We need to see the front on view.
He's crawling after. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, that's 4. Signalled by umpire Tucker. He was like a little child, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Just learning to crawl along by the rope out there. He could not keep it inside. 72 for 2. Brooks on 21 from 8 balls. And Folkes bowls to him. And that's lifted away down towards fine leg. He's going to be caught. He is. By Smith on the fine leg boundary. And New Zealand leaping around. They're celebrating. And England have come out, they've played their shots, but they're 72 for 3, and Brooks on his way, 21 off 9. He made very good contact with it, but he hit it to the fine leg fielder, Smith, who accepted the chance readily. 72 for 3, we've not even had 10 overs. England set 373 to win. Alex, and then Stevens coming in.
Well, we saw the first ball of Brook, a very similar shot, flicked it into the stand for 6. It was there to play that shot, but he's just picked out that fine leg fielder absolutely perfectly. And to be honest, the way England came out and they've played cricket, it kind of had 70 for 3 written all over it. And now Joe Root comes to the crease, and you would imagine would bring a little bit of calm here. You would imagine. But is it going to be Stokes' ball, and is he going to play for his mate?
Well, I don't think Joe Root has played a reverse scoop since he was out to Jasprit Bumrah about 18 months ago. Results might not have that data, but certainly he's put it back in the locker, hasn't he? Will we see it today? 26 minutes till the close of play here at Trent Bridge, and I think it's been probably the most hectic day of Test cricket that I can remember.
In terms of the specific sessions of cricket, this third session today has to be right up there.
Yeah, well, I think from just before 3:25, when we thought that the Ben Stokes announcement might come, to now has...
I've not been able to keep up.
No, it is a bizarre 2.5 hours that... I mean, the building we're in, it's just been journalists and broadcasters.
The whole thing's shaking, isn't it?
Folks, in to Root, first ball, who guides this to gully. Dot ball, calm from the middle of the bat. 72 for 3. England need 301 more runs to win. And Ben Duckett's still there. He's on 21 from 26. I wonder if Emilio Gay's coming next.
What's happened to him?
Well, he's been on the slippery pole, we used to call it.
Yeah.
You get told you're not required, and then you just end up sliding down. You'd imagine him next at number 6, then Smith at 7. Seems logical. Harry Brook just turned that right off the middle of the bat down to fine leg, like catching practice.
Bit of a shame that, actually, because he was... I know it seems a bit silly to play like that at this stage of a test match with it on the line, but he was hitting the ball nicely.
Smith continues around the wicket to Ben Duckett, who rocks back and defends into the offside towards point. Root wants the run, but Duckett sends him home. As a fielder comes around and collects that. I can't see his number, so I can't tell you who that is.
86.
Nichols. Maybe just an element of calm here now for England. 72 for 3. Deep backward square leg, long leg. 2 slips and a gully. Deep backward point. Extra cover, mid-off and mid-on. As Smith, who's into his 6th over, he's none for 36, is bowling to Ben Duckett. He bowls, back of a length. Duckett again defends off the splice of the bat towards Nichols at gully. And there's no run.
Ben Stokes retiring sorts of takes away the attention of everything else that's happened in this test match, but England could lose quite heavily with they carry on playing the way they are here.
I think they might carry on playing the way they...
I think, yeah.
I don't think they're going to slow down.
Well, even Joe Root is trying every single ball there. I know he's been out 2 balls, but he never bolts down the wicket to try and get a single.
No, well, he's a quick starter, isn't he? But yeah, you're right. It's interesting to see how he navigates these next 20 minutes or so. Smith in, driven nicely by Duckett, but straight to mid-off. Santner tumbles to his left and returns to the wicket-keeper. No runs, 72 for 3. I do think these two will just play as they are. I think the other guy's sent up to cause a bit of carnage. Clearly Stokes at the beginning, he struck the ball so sweetly for a few of those 6s, didn't he?
Yep. So did Brook.
And Brook as well, yeah. First ball 6. But now the crowd has just calmed down a little. Smith, wearing number 10, in, and he bowls to Duckett, who turns it into the onside, hits it to mid-on's left hand, and Sears isn't quick enough to try and effect a run out. So 1 run added to the score, 1 run added to Duckett's score. He moves on to 22. England to 73 for 3, so 300 runs to win. And actually, in and amongst all the carnage, we've not seen that much variable bounce. We saw loads of it this morning and in the afternoon session. And it's just funny how when carnage is going on around you as a bowler, you tend not to find that movement that the opposition did when the batters are digging in and playing around their front pad and gutsing it out, as Daryl Mitchell did earlier, to score a brilliant Test match 100. Keeper up to the stumps now to Joe Root. Smith bowls over the wicket. And Root reverse scoops, and he's got it. Up and over the slips for 4. Well, that's a sign of how Joe Root's going to play. 22 minutes to the close. He opens his account with a reverse scoop. England 77 for 3.
What did you say, Finney? He's not played that shot for 18 months.
I don't think he has.
And we said, is he going to play for his mate Ben? Well, there's your answer. First ball, reverse scoop, over the slips for 4. This is going to get messy and very entertaining all at the same time.
Yeah, well, we're going old school, aren't we? We're going old school Bazball here, where it was born in 2022. England attempting to do the same again as Root waits for Smith, who's full of length this time and drives nicely to Conway at extra cover. Root on 4, Duckett on 22. The end of the over, 77 for 3. Results.
Zach Fuchs has, well, basically a new ball spell, but perhaps one of the most extraordinary new ball analysis. 4.5 overs, no maidens, 3 for 35. He's conceded, 5 fours and a 6, taken 3 wickets.
Well, he's hung in there. I like him, actually. I think he bowled really well. And actually, in the first innings, and given the fact that he was just chilling on the sidelines waiting, or not even waiting, he was just chilling on the sidelines waiting to be asked to bring drinks on.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, the skipper would have been like, Blair Tickner can't play, he's concussed, you're in. And then he went out and delivered what he delivered. Fair play to him. He's bowling around the wicket to Ben Duckett, who goes down to scoop and just tickles it past the wicket keeper for 4 more. And Duckett darting to the offside and lifting it almost into Blundell's chest. And he manages to miss everything and runs away for 4. Duckett on to 26, England 81 for 3.
There's a real mix of emotions in the crowd, isn't there? There's some people that are on their feet cheering, thinking this is entertaining. There are also some people shaking their heads, being like, this is not Test cricket. And probably the same with some of our colleagues.
I think we're all just confused. I think the last 2.5 hours have just knocked us all out of kilter.
I don't know about you, Finney, but the way they're playing almost feels like they only need 40 to win.
Well, I can tell you they don't.
No.
292 they need to win. As Duckett faces up to Folkes. 2 slips and a gully, waiting. Duckett looks to cut, but it sneaks under the bat into the hands of Blundell. Yeah, the last 2.5 hours have dumbfounded me, which isn't great to admit as a pundit, is it? But
well, I'm exactly the same. I'm glad I'm hosting the TV, not having to give my opinion on it.
I wonder who we're going to get. Joe Root, do we think?
Yeah, do you think maybe Baz?
Maybe McCullum? Yeah, I don't think we'll speak to Stokes till tomorrow. I'd be surprised. Joe Root, great mate, captain last week. Feels that's probably the logical move. Folks, round the wicket to Duckett, who cuts hard in front of square, out towards the cover boundary. It beats Sears 4. Now that's a conventional but beautiful shot from Ben Duckett. He goes to 30, England 85 for 3, 288 to win.
It's a lovely shot from Ben Duckett. We have really seen it all in this session for England. This time through the covers for 4 and backward point. Didn't pick it up straight away, but still would have always been 4 if he did. And from a New Zealand perspective here, they just have to keep their calm. And you were saying that when the carnage is around you and you find it hard to just hit your line and length consecutively and consistently because of everything else, New Zealand can just find a way of just taking a breath here, trying to find those cracks just outside the off stump.
The second slip has moved to a short mid-wicket, so there's just one there now as Folkes is in and Duckett cutting into the ground out towards extra cover where Conway does the fielding.
Because you know the mistakes will come. And the chances will come.
Yeah, and you've got so many runs on the board. It's inconceivable that England will get close to these runs. I think that's probably partly why England are playing as they are. I think if you try and hang in there, there will be one with your name on it eventually. So they've just opted to try and play aggressively to knock the New Zealand bowlers off their lines and lengths. But
make sure there's one with your name on it slightly earlier.
Well, yeah, yeah. Folks, to Duckett, who tucks this off his hip towards Latham at that short mid-wicket. Straight to him though, no run. 5 deliveries gone in this over. England 85 for 3. And Duckett practicing all sorts of shots out there. It's like he's got a lightsaber. He's practicing flicking it over both shoulders, practicing cut shots.
We should have known something was up this morning when Brooke had his Maverick net.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point. But I don't know if the team had been told by then. That
No, they hadn't. I think Brooke just decided that's the way he was going to play.
Yeah.
Felt like the team were told just before they went out.
Yeah. Folks to Duckett from the Stuart Broad end, round the wicket, and Duckett defends back down the pitch straight to the bowler who collects in his follow through. And that's the end of the over. 8 runs from it. Duckett has 30, Root has 4. Yeah, I think. Did you see Jacob Bethel's face? It's going to be turned into a meme.
All over the internet already. But that is exactly how Vaughan looked when he found out.
Yeah.
Because he was sat here in this chair when Aggers announced it, and he was dumbfounded and confused, and like everyone else. And Jacob Bethel was almost like his brother had told him he's going away and never coming back.
Yeah, he looks, I'd find that video if you can, because it's Ben Stokes delivering the fact that this will be his last ever game of international cricket and asking his team to march on once more and try and get the victory here in Nottingham. Smith is in again to Root, who dabs into the offside. It's dabbed into point. Now the fielder will pick up and throw at the stumps, but Duckett's quick enough to make it into his ground. 1 added to the score. 86 for 3. Root on to 5. And now New Zealand can just take a breath here. Must remind people that New Zealand are missing 2 bowlers here in this situation as well. O'Rourke is off the pitch, and we've not seen Sears bowl again in this, or bowl at all in this innings. He's just looking at his finger there, actually down beneath us, and now he's warming up, so we will see him soon.
That hurts when you bust a finger and then you go to bowl and all the blood rushes to it.
Yeah, it's like you lose the sensation in your fingertips, which is so important for a bowler. Smith to Duckett. Duckett scoops and gets it. Oh, it's a lovely shot. It's timed nicely. A 1 bounce 4 over the keeper's head. England to 90, Duckett to 34.
Well, it's brilliantly played. And we were talking throughout this whole test match of how will England cope with Blundell up to the stumps? What is their method? Well, it seems to be Bazball.
Well, there was a theory that by scooping it would put him off standing up to the stumps and he would go back. I read that somewhere, I think, but he's still there. And the first slip now has gone to... It's not a backstop because it's more leg side than a backstop. It could be the finest fine leg possible.
Well, there's a fine leg, isn't there?
Yes. Well, I'd call that a long leg.
Okay. A guy over there with long legs.
Yes.
And a fine leg.
There is a gully still, though, as Smith runs into Duckett, who defends back down the pitch. Latham trots in from short mid-wicket. But yeah, this is an interesting field. There's a gully, a deep backward point, extra cover, mid-off, a mid-on. The captain Latham is at short mid-wicket. Then we've got a deep forward square leg, a long leg, and the finest fine leg imaginable for that scoop that Duckett plays. So runs away to the offside.
Fine leg for you between what you're calling long leg and fine leg?
Yes.
Okay.
It's like a map. You've got north-northwest, northwest-west. He's at fine leg.
Perfect.
Smith to Duckett. Who cuts this firmly towards the short boundary there. Will the fielder cut it off? Yes, although his knee gets stuck in the ground. Still manages to collect the ball cleanly. That's Ravindra out there.
Hurt himself there.
Yeah, it's taken a big divot. 91 is the score for 3. 281 to win for England. Duckett on to 35.
If Ravindra's hurt himself, it really will be a test of injuries, this.
Well, it's another bowler down if he has. He is staying out, though, we must say. But as he went down to do the long barrier there, his knee's plugged.
Look where Daryl Mitchell's gone here, Finnick.
Daryl Mitchell is at a fine deep third, but 20 yards in from the boundary for the Joe Root scoop as Root faces Smith and tucked into the onside just to the right of Latham. There's a little bit of confusion there, but Duckett does come through and responds to the call, and that's 1 run added to the score. Root on to 6. England to 92 for 3. And Daniel Norcross is sitting down. Would you like to summarise one ball?
Yes, I will summarise one ball.
Yeah, and then
I've always wanted to sit next to somebody who knew much more about cricket and tell them what I thought about it.
Well, here we go. What's Duckett thinking here, Daniel?
Well, what he's thinking is, where shall I play an unusually strange shot to this ball?
Well, we'll find out. Smith, round the wicket to Duckett, banged in, playing a missed pull, and Blundell collects it cleanly behind the stumps, and that's the end of the over. 13 overs gone. England 92 for 3. Smith has none for 48 from his 7. Duckett 35, Root 6. England trail by 280 runs, and I'm going to slide into the summarisers role, and you are going to take over as commentator.
Yes, I'm not sure this ever happened on Test Match Special before, but these are very unusual circumstances. We've had to borrow Alex Hartley because it won't surprise you to know there's quite a lot to get your head round today. She's doing today at the test, the highlights at 7 o'clock they start. So yeah, she's got some interviews to do tonight. There's going to be a lot of us down there trying to get to the bottom of what we've seen today.
I can't. I mean, I just said then I was trying to quantify it, but I'm just dumbfounded by the last 2 hours 45 minutes.
I am, and all of it.
And
that's the thing.
This building has been funny, hasn't it? Just people buzzing around, confused.
Yeah, the whole. Nobody knew. I mean, honestly, just take our word for it. None of us knew. I don't think any of the writers knew downstairs. Sears is going to bowl. First change of bowling. And outside the off stump, left alone, taken by Blundell, standing up. So I don't know where to start in trying to summarise today. The cricket was glacially slow, but absorbing for much of it, as Daryl Mitchell made his way to 100.
A brilliant 100.
Brilliant, unbeaten 100. But New Zealand's woes with bowlers have gone on and on and on. And Sears got smashed on the finger. He had to retire hurt. He came back to make sure that Mitchell got to his 100. Now he's bowling for the first time with a taped index finger on his bowling hand, his right hand, as in he comes now, and it's turned into the onside, full ball, turned into the onside by Root. They'll take 1, they'll stick to 1, 93 for 3, Root to 7, and then the announcement of Ben Stokes' retirement at 3:25. Then Ben Stokes coming out to bat.
Well, no, you're missing Ben Stokes' wicket at 3:26.
Yeah, well, actually, at the very moment.
3:28, sorry.
Right, yes. At the very moment it was announced, his very first ball took the edge and was caught by, in all probability, the next captain in the most symbolic handing of a baton I think I've ever seen in my life. It wasn't dropped like sometimes the men's 4x100 metre team do. It was held by Brooke. Then Stokes elevated himself to open and had played a vigorous, extraordinary cameo of 30 as Sears is around the wicket to Duckett, who slaps this out for a deep backward point, but there is somebody there. Folkes, who's picked up 3 wickets in this innings. He's still on for all 10. 1 more to the total. He wasn't supposed to be playing the game. Yes.
That would cap it off.
Well, given how few bowlers they've got, he's going to bowl a lot of overs, you'd think. 94 for 3. Duckett to 36. Stokes came out and very early on smashed the ball back at Will O'Rourke that hit his hand, was deflected over a diving Santner. O'Rourke had to go off with some severe damage to his bowling fingers, if you like, as that's defended by Root into the onside. A bullish straight ball picked up by Latham at short mid-wicket. Which meant that suddenly New Zealand were down to 2 bowlers because Sears was still having repairs done. O'Rourke came back out, but I think they took 1 look at the taping and went, no, that's not good enough, go back. In the meantime, Folkes has picked up the 3 wickets to fall that have all fallen in very different fashion. Stokes rather pulling a ball to short mid-wicket, Bethel shouldering arms and Harry Brooke whacking it down long on's throat. Sears into Root, down the leg side, into the onside, in front of square. Fielding comes in off the square leg boundary. They take a single, 95 for 3, Root to 8. And so, look, I totally get England's approach to a degree, because it's one of these pitches where you think you might be able to hang around. But also, New Zealand are down to the bare bones with their bowlers. So who knows how long you can last if there's only 3 workable seamers, and one of them here, Sears, has got taping on his right index finger. And you can tell me, Finney, as a bowler, that must be quite awkward.
Yeah, it's the sensation on your fingertips that's most important to you.
Duckett on strike as Sears bowls. Edge gone! Caught by Mitchell at slip. Got a bit of pop. Sears picks up a wicket in his first over. It's a big one of Duckett. He goes for 36. And England are 95 for 4. The New Zealanders are cock-a-hoop. They're getting closer to a series win. It won't happen tonight now, but it's gonna, you imagine, surely happen tomorrow. It was a good bit of bowling. It has just, reared up. It's popped, and it's not a great deal Duckett could have done about that. And it's taken a thick outside edge. A good sharp catch to Mitchell, because with the keeper standing up, sometimes sighting that can be a little bit more awkward. And Mitchell, who's got 100 earlier today, has now got a catch, a big catch at that. England 95 for 4.
It's funny, in amongst all the carnage, there actually haven't been that many deliveries that have jumped like that in this innings. That might be the stage of day, or just the fact that the batters have been creating that carnage, which puts the bowlers off a little bit. But it was a conventional stroke from Duckett. He wasn't looking to do anything wild, just dabbing at it outside the off stump, but the bounce is what's done him there and kisses the top corner of the bat. And as you say, that catch to Mitchell's right is a good one, because he would have been partly blinded by the fact that the keeper is there as that stroke was played. So New Zealand, in and amongst all of this carnage, have held their discipline really well, which is what they've done throughout this Test match and after Lords throughout this series.
England have not put in a night watcher. They've gone for Emilio Gay. Again, I mean, in any other circumstance, you might expect one to come out. We might think it's, might argue about.
Sometimes it's the batter's decision.
Right.
Sometimes you have a really strong coach who will say you're having a night watcher, or sometimes the coach or the captain will say to you, do you want one? And some guys don't. Some guys would rather just get out there and be not out overnight. Some people would rather wait till the following morning.
I don't think it would have made that he would have been always coming out, but as it happens, he's at the non-striker's end, and Santner is going to bowl what might have been the last over of the day had it not been Santner bowling. But I think they'll now be able to squeeze potentially this one in and one more, which you can see why they would want to do that. But Emilio Gay, who's opened his first 5 innings in Test cricket, is now at number 6 and coming out to bat with England 95 for 4.
And on a pair.
And on a pair, well remembered. Yes. Thank you.
We've yet to score a first-class run at this ground.
Santner starts up and Root taps the ball into the onside. It's a little tuck out towards deep mid-wicket. Gay says no to the second. They just have the one. 96 for 4, so Gay's going to be on strike here. And normally what would happen here is gardening and chats, and gardening and chats is what's going on.
Rightly so. And maybe a shoelace.
Maybe a shoelace, and somebody erroneous might be walking around behind the bowler's arm. We'll find out.
That's the other end, and that's happened all game.
But that hasn't been England's approach in this evening session, though, has it? They haven't really gone for the normal verities of what to do when you've got an hour and 10 minutes to bat till the close of play. They've come out gung-ho, all guns blazing. Gay is taking strike. He's taking his time over it. He's used up 30 seconds here. There's 2.5 minutes until the close of play. We've got a slip, a leg slip, a forward short leg. So 3 catches as Santner comes in over the wicket. And Gay, he's gone for the reverse. Has he got an edge on that? The New Zealanders think he has. This wasn't the shot I was expecting off his first ball, and they've decided not to take it upstairs. All right. Stephen, I've never seen you actually dumbfounded.
My brain's just trying to quantify everything that's happened and is happening. Emilio Gay was taking his guard there as the umpire was contemplating whether to give him out or not.
This has been an extraordinary day. Santner into Gay, goes back into his crease and plays a lovely back foot drive through the offside for 4. Well, it's almost as if everybody has been told you are free.
That was
free to do what you want.
I think if we put you down there, you're hitting that for 4. And me.
That was, you're right. But nicely played, nonetheless.
Nice stroke and out the middle of the bat, and
brings up the 100.
And on a pair.
And on a pair. He's now off a pair. He's off. Santner in again. He's edged this past the diving slip. It was a long way past the diving slip, down to the shortest part of the boundary. Fielder in eager pursuit. They've run 2. Root has decided against the 3rd. So we have 2 balls left in the over, and it's 6:29. This might now. Here's Root showing his years and years of experience. He's seen a patch there. Yes, that's not anywhere where the ball's likely to land and cause him problems, but he's looked at it. and now he's slowly gone back to his position as non-striker. Santner into Gay, who is nearly offers a catch to leg slips. He turns it around the corner. They've run one, they'll stick to one. 103 for 4, Gay to 7. We've got 26 seconds left. Now I imagine Root's going to take guard here, surely. He's tapping the pitch again. He's found some imaginary spots of concern. Yeah, he's got a few there now. Actually, Gay's been encouraged to check some himself, and he agrees. There's one. And they're going to be fine now because there are 8 seconds to go. Root just surveys the field just to be certain. Now he's ready as the clock ticks over to past. Last ball of the day. Santner in, and Root defends solidly off the front foot, holds the pose. He's still holding it. And now he plays a shadow smash for 6 back over the bowler's head, which is sort of what England have been doing in this crazy 15-over session. 103 for 5 they close on. For 4, I beg your pardon. 103 for 4 England close on after 15 overs of mayhem. Emilio Gay has 6, Root has 9, still requiring another 270 to reach that target of 373. Their chances of getting there are very, very small, but it's been an entertaining and wild session of cricket that contained in it some time ago Daryl Mitchell moving to his 100. We've had injuries and comings and goings, but most importantly today we have had the announcement of Ben Stokes' retirement from international cricket. He's standing down at the end of this match. He's being patted on the back by his teammates. He came out to bat, he opened the batting and hit a quick fire 30. He played some extraordinary shots. A charge down the wicket off Will O'Rourke that got a little chip up and over, and then he charged down the wicket to Sears and smashed him for 6. There was the attempted scoops. He eventually fell. He died by the sword, caught slapping the ball to mid-wicket. It's the last time we think we're going to see Ben Stokes in an England shirt. We imagine the reasons for that will all become clear over the course of the next couple of days, but we should spend a little bit of time applauding New Zealand, who have been fantastic in this match. They've had so many problems with injuries, with their bowlers going down before the match, during the match, with Blair Tickner concussed, O'Rourke injured finger, Sears injured finger. But the man who's really done it for them today is Zachary Folkes, who's picked up 3, and of course earlier Rachin Ravindra, who couldn't quite make it 3 figures. 94 he went for, and Daryl Mitchell, who played a classical Test match innings. There's one way to score 100. He showed how to do it against a fully fit bowling attack. England have adopted a different approach and find themselves well behind the game. We're going to head down now to Simon Mann, who's on the boundary edge.
Thank you very much, Dan. Well, we're down on the boundary edge. We're going to do our review of the day, and we hope to get some reaction from the England dressing room, and we might well hear from Ben Stokes. We're hoping to do so on what has been a remarkable day here at Trent Bridge. So this is our review of the day. Welcome to what's not been an ordinary day here at Trent Bridge, where England have been set a big target to win this Test match. They need a further 270 to win. They're 103 for 4, 373 in all to win the game. Daryl Mitchell, 100 not out, 241 balls. But the story of the day, as the hover cover inevitably fires up behind me, the story of the day at 3:25 today, Ben Stokes announced his retirement from international cricket. He was on the field at the time, and the very next ball after that announcement, he took a wicket. It was a catch at slip by Harry Brook, who might well replace him as England captain. That is all to be decided. Everything up in the air after what has been an up and down sort of day for this match, and also for this England team as well, with much to be decided in the future. I'm down on the boundary edge with Jonathan Agnew. Michael Vaughan is here. Alistair Cook is here as well. Well, how do you react to that, Jonathan?
Well, I was going to say the whole day's been strange. It was fine until 3:25. When Ben Stokes, I can see marching around the boundary rope now. I don't think he'll come to us first. When the announcement was made that he was retiring, and there's been so much talk, hasn't there, over the last 10 days or so, ever since the post-Lords celebrations, shall we say, about all sorts of things on and off the field. And I just don't think anybody, all the names are being thrown around about what might happen, who's going to go, who's going to stay. I just don't think that well, if they did, I certainly didn't hear anybody say they thought that Ben Stokes would retire, and certainly not at the start of the fourth day of a Test match in which a series is hanging in the balance. All the timing is, well, I'd say unusual. I think it's unprecedented. So it's a lot that's very strange. He opened the batting, and that was quite fun, I suppose. Trying to knock a bit of a hole in the target, but this is a fairly bizarre way. I mean, England will lose the series tomorrow, and this is all rather a bizarre way for the fourth day to end.
Was there any sense of inevitability this would happen after the events of the last couple of weeks, and also his pre-match comments? He was asked about his future, and he said, "I'm just thinking about this match."
Yeah, well, I thought I didn't read too much into that, because I think there was one match to go in this series, then there was a break, that he wasn't going to be playing in the 100 and so on. I didn't read much into that, maybe as much as perhaps I should have done, but I just thought he was just, this match is the focus. We'll get back on the rails again. We don't know. We still don't really know what happened behind the scenes, ECB-wise, curfew and all that. We still don't know what happened there. And whether this is the moment this evening or tomorrow at the end of this day when actually we do find out a little bit more about that and his feelings about it, because something has pushed him to go at a strange time, and we'll find out more.
What did you think, Michael, when you heard the news?
I was completely shocked. I kind of think back to, Ben Stokes over his years has given us some incredible joy. Going to be greatly missed. And I guess great sports people do things a different way. That's why they're great. They play the game differently. They think differently. They have a different mindset to many others. And I guess we shouldn't be surprised. But I'm with Aggers. I just want to know a little bit more. I want to hear from Ben. I want to hear from Ben in terms of the timing, why, when did he decide? If it is that the incident in London pushed him over the edge to make this decision a little bit earlier than the England side and all the fans and all of us who have followed the England team for many years, if he has been kind of almost put into a place where he's angry with certain quarters of the ECB and he's made an impulsive decision, I'd be very disappointed if that's the case. Look, he might have just had enough. The fire might have just stopped. You need fire to play Test match cricket. You need that inner kind of drive, and just maybe that has run out for Ben Stokes. But I just find it very strange that it happens a week after, where the whispers and the rumours that there were certain quarters of the ECB briefing certain elements that Ben Stokes should retire as the England captaincy, as a captain, and a week or so later he's back in the team and he's gone on his own accord.
I mean, I suppose, Jonathan, what's next? I mean, does it therefore query the pitch of the coach? They come as a bit of a job lot, Stokes and McCullum.
And it's interesting the way they've played today, batting there. That was kind of Bazball again, and whether some people might read that as being a bit of a last hurrah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think any of us know what's going to happen. All I do know is you have to ask the question. This is going to be a reset. This series is about a reset. Getting back on the rails again after that awful Ashes campaign, on and off the field. Behaviour, performance, preparation, all of those things we've talked to we're blue in the face. Are we better off, or will we be better off tomorrow when surely England will lose this game and lose the series? Are we better off then, tomorrow, than we were at the start of the series? And the answer surely is no. England are not. The reset has not worked. There's been off-the-field stuff. They've been beaten by a New Zealand team that are down to two bowlers here at the moment, for goodness sake. They lost their best batsman who also retired midway through the series, which is also deemed a bit strange. But they're a good side, but they're not at full strength. And England will lose this series 2-1. So has the reset worked? And the reset really was about Keane McCullum, in my mind. I think we all assumed at the start of this campaign that actually Stokes would remain. He was kind of the one banker, and it was the other two who had something to prove. Well, I don't think it's improved at all. I mean, we're back I don't think we're any better off tomorrow when we stand here reviewing England's defeat in the series than we were at the start of it. And the whole idea of the series was that we were supposed to have moved forward.
Well, Ben Stokes says he was been thinking about it since the Ashes, and there's a sense of relief. I mean, I guess that happens to all cricketers when they put so much into their career. When you stop, you think, there is that sense of relief there.
There is, and yet there was that very powerful social media post that he put out saying how much he loved the job and wanted to get going again. He spoke quite positively, actually, I thought, before this game about everything. But I don't know. I've never been in that position myself. You talk to those two over there, Cook and Vaughan, they'll both say that moment comes when they realise that they've had enough and they've got to move on. I do think the Ashes took a lot out of him. I think that a lot of the criticism of that Ashes took a lot out of him. I mean, he was not himself. We've all had our little brushes with Ben during the Ashes in which he just wasn't himself at all.
And that was their big opportunity. It felt like their big opportunity. They've been building up to it for so long, and it fell so flat.
And they got it totally wrong. So whether in hindsight, in retrospect, back home up north, he sat back and thought, "Oh wow, how did we do that so wrong?" Because they did get it wrong, and that wasn't said in hindsight from the people who were saying it was wrong. It was said long before they set off. So there was a lot about Australia that he would have taken badly, but I assumed, obviously wrongly now, but I assumed he'd want to put it right next summer, and he'd want to have a great chance of winning here at home and being an Ashes winning captain, which any England captain wants to be. They want to have that little tag at the end of their career statistics, and he'll never have that now, and that's a shame.
Yeah, and you think about his fitness, which has been an issue, but today he bowled spells of 8 overs and 11 overs, 19 overs in the day, and still had that, enough left to come out and open the batting.
Yeah, when he looks as fit now as he ever has. Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, he bowled brilliantly, and I said earlier on, the thing about what we'll miss from Stokes is that whenever Stokes was batting or bowling, or in fact just anywhere, England had hope, because he's pulled them out of the hole, so many times in seemingly impossible situations. He was able somehow to inject that hope into the other players, hope into the spectators. Yeah, Stokes is still there. He can do it. When he was out there, thrashing around there, opening the batting, he wasn't going to win the game for England, but still he felt he might. And that was sailed into the crowd for 6. Is he going to perform a miracle? He's done it before, and that's what we'll really miss. Those long spells of bowling that are full of. Even I'm not trying to hear what they're singing. Even if he didn't really rip through with wickets, they were just wearing spells that only he could really produce. And England missed that. But more than anything, I mean, what I will remember Ben Stokes for was his abilities, his cold, calculating way of being able to chase down a target and put all the noise out, cut the pressure out of the situation and everything else, and just be able to focus entirely on that run chase. And I've not seen, I don't think, any other batsman as capable as doing that as Ben.
Stephen Finn is here as well. I mean, how do you react to today's news, Finny?
I think surprised. My first reaction was surprised, because I think everyone saw that final carrot of a home Ashes series next summer. It felt like the natural end of this team's time together, but clearly I think the last 6 months have been more fraught than maybe even we realise as observers of the game, and I think more will come out in the wash potentially, but that's all speculation. I mean, and then once you get over the initial shock, you think of Ben Stokes, the cricketer, and I was lucky enough to play with him and then watch him in the second part of his career, and he was just a man for the moment, and the moment in games, he would recognise it, and whether it was with bat or ball or in the field, he would make sure that he took the responsibility to be the person who did the job for the team. And you felt that when you were playing with him. As soon as he stepped into the all-rounders role, when Trevor Bayliss said, "You're not a number 8 who bowls a bit, you're a number 6, a proper number 6, who is going to be our number 1 all-rounder," and trusted him with that. I think that was a turning point in his career, to take responsibility with both bat and ball. And he's been an absolute talisman, and the way he's led this team, especially through the first part when him and Brendan McCullum came together, they transformed the way that we view and accept Test match cricket in this country. And the last 6 months or so have been disappointing, yes, no more so for him than anyone else, but the memories are going to be amazing. And as you stand here and think about all the amazing ones, more pop up in there as well. He was the most influential player in a cricket team that I played with. You just knew that he was going to influence the important part of games, and that marks a great player.
They're singing, well, they were, one more year over there. One more year.
My answer was so long, we got through that song to another one.
But what do you think about the timing? You know, there is an Ashes only a year away.
I just, honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I feel as though more will come out. Can we read more into his statement to the dressing room, that the video that came out of him talking to the team about, I don't want to go into the reasons right now, whether more will come out later about his frustration of the last few weeks or the last 6 months, I don't know. I can only speculate on that without any knowledge. But the timing is curious because, like Agus says, that carrot of a home Ashes, being an Ashes winnings captain, he has a legacy, but that's like the cherry on top of the cake for a player like Ben Stokes to stand there at the Oval, lift the urn, and then walk away. For me, that felt like his natural breaking point, but it's come today.
Yeah, and also him leaving now does leave England with a dilemma. Who is going to be the next captain? And that is a problem, given that it was Harry Brooks' misdemeanours that actually led to a lot of this curfew and everything else. Is he really ready to be Test captain of England? I know he's the white ball captain and he starts on Wednesday. But there are a lot of people who'll be quite nervous about that. I would think the ECB, again, looking to improve the optics, if that's the right word, or at least the whole landscape of the England cricket team. Are they going to be confident that Harry Brooks is the right man to be captain? That's a decision that they're going to have to make now, and they have got these one-day games coming up, and we'll see how he goes. But I think there'll be some anxiety about that.
Well, Ben Stokes has been speaking to our television colleagues. He's been saying, he's felt burnt out, and he's sort of got his sort of love for, county cricket back when he was playing for Durham. And also he had time to think about it when he was away as well, playing for Durham.
Yeah, well, there you go. Will he continue playing for Durham? I suppose he might. Well, he's only retired from international cricket. Might be playing the 100 and all sorts before we know it.
Well, Michael Vaughan and Alistair Cook. Alistair Cook's with us as well. What did you think about the timing with a year to go until the Ashes, Alistair?
Well, the fact that he's only a year to go, and some of the quotes maybe he's saying on the other channel, actually suggesting that the fire has gone, and the fact that he has that carrot dangling there as a home Ashes as a captain after what happened in the last two series, and knowing what it, I think from what I know of Ben and how much it means to be England captain and to try and becoming Ashes winning captain, this decision, I'm convinced, is not been taken lightly. It's such a hard job to hand back, and I remember the feelings I had when I did it. It's actually brought them back a little bit today, actually, seeing someone maybe going through what I went through for a period of time, and probably what Vaughan did. I think Vaughan has said without putting words, it was a bit more instant for him, but I kind of fought mine a little bit longer than that. So, but I just think timing for me is almost irrelevant. I know there's certain people have different things about that, but you don't want ever to mark what Ben has done as an England cricketer, and because the timing will be forgotten about probably, but after tomorrow.
You had your one or two injury problems towards the end, Michael, but was it a sense of relief for you as well?
No, not really. It wasn't relief. My body was knackered, and I told my wife before the South Africa series in 2008 that whatever the state the series was in, when we'd either won or lost, I was going to step aside, and I was quite relieved, actually. It's a pressurised job, and I wasn't playing great, but some of the songs that they're singing in the stands, Shoes Off for Ben Stokes, there's been all sorts of chants, but I think we've all been very privileged to see an incredible cricketer. The amount of times that Ben Stokes has pretty much won England games of cricket on his own, there's not many in the game of cricket you get help from 10 teammates, but he won England and Ashes Test match on his own pretty much in 2019. He got England over the line in the World Cup. He won him a T20 World Cup final against Pakistan at the MCG. He's bowled mammoth spells. He's took flying catches. He's produced run-outs. And eventually, we sometimes look at Ian Bothams, Freddie Flintoff, Ben Stokes as if they're not human beings. He's a human being. And if you're waking up every morning, as Ben Stokes would have done for many, many years, knowing he has to bowl, he has to catch, he has to bat well, he's also got to be this leader in and around the dressing room, he's got to lead out there in the middle, he's got to have all the physical attributes required to produce all those facets of the game, eventually your mind goes, nah, can't do it anymore, and your body goes, come on, stop. But with Ben Stokes, he'll just keep going. That spell this morning typifies Ben Stokes. Coming out to open the batting in his last Test innings to try and...
What did you think of that?
I thought it was mad, but it's Ben Stokes. He does things that many others don't do. And then I kind of broke it down. I thought, well, wait a minute, if he gets England a quick 50, and they're only coming back tomorrow 1 or 2 down, and they need 250 or 240, maybe he'd have done his work, but, a bit of that batting tonight was chaotic and outrageous, really. But Ben Stokes, as a person, as a cricketer, there's not many. If you look at the history of our game and getting what Ben's getting now, tomorrow this place is going to be electric. He won't be going out there, he's not batting, he's not playing, but the whole of Trent Bridge will be singing Ben Stokes all tomorrow.
Well, we hope to be speaking to Ben Stokes fairly shortly. What did you think about England's tactics today, Alistair?
Well, I get the tactics of Ben Stokes opening and saying, right, and it did cause absolute chaos. I think after 8 balls, when they're chasing 370, there was 3 men in the circle. So it did work. It caused chaos. The issue was you can afford, I think, one person to do that. One person to go and do it, and it was Ben's, I suppose, last try. He wanted to do it, and I kind of get that. I didn't get the following bit of that after the Harry Brook innings. Bethel left a straight one. That doesn't. Well, you're not going to win consistently doing that. So, a lot of again, it's shock, and some of the shots have played were poor shots, and I wonder if there's still more to come from fallout from this Test match because of it.
So, what do you mean by that? Do you mean? What about Brendan McCullum's position?
Well, absolutely. They were so thick as thieves, weren't they? They were leading this brand of cricket, and whether this was just one final go at it together, and then when Ben's gone, the word speculation has been used so much over the last 2 weeks that we're still speculating, even though I just hope. I have a lot of, I don't know what I really feel at the minute, because I think the whole day has just been the most extraordinary day of cricket. We watched 60 runs in the first session, we're talking about this and that, and then in the last session we saw 14 overs, 90 run scores, reverse scoops, whereas I'm not sure that's a great look for the England side either. But then they're going to always have an asterisk to it, because it feels like it was Ben Stokes' last innings.
Yeah, it was kind of a day that typified the game. Was it up and down? The slowness this morning, and then England going at it as soon as they went into bat. It was another bizarre day in this sort of hugely fluctuating Test match.
Yeah, I mean, people are going to question that approach to their trying to win the game there, aren't they? At the end, they're 4 wickets down. There's some all sorts of weird shots played. Was that the right approach? Well, what you'd probably hear from them is that if we try to bat normally, we would have got one with our name on it. And there is some truth in that. But Mitchell batted normally, and he didn't have one with his name on it. He's 100 not out. So, look, I think they realised that they thought their only way that they could win that game was by smashing a hole in the target tonight, creating some chaos with the field settings and so on, which they did to an extent. But they still need another 270. They've only got 6 wickets left, and they'll lose the game tomorrow.
Yeah, and it kind of all started here 4 years ago, didn't it? With that remarkable evening. I remember you interviewing Johnny Bairstow down on the boundary after he won England that incredible game. And it's amazing, isn't it? How 4 years later, it all feels as though it's all winding down again. Yeah,
and I think Stokes and McCullum need a lot of credit for what they inherited, which is a real mess. They did pick it up. They did turn things around. And they did give English cricket. Well, a smile on its face, and it was entertaining. It was great fun. The problem was it was unsustainable, and I think both McCullum and Stokes thought that they were kind of going to sort of reinvent Test cricket. This is going to be the way going forward. But actually, as we've seen, they've just been now repeatedly beaten by teams that just play conventional Test match cricket. India, Australia, New Zealand. That's there is a proven formula to winning at Test cricket.
We're still waiting for Ben to come over. What's next, do you think, Aggers, in terms of the captaincy?
Well, it's really interesting, isn't it? I mean, Brooks' innings there tonight, did that show anything? I don't know. I mean, I just think they've got a headache, because it's going to be a very big appointment to make, isn't it? Well, they've got two choices. Does Joe Root do it again until the end of next summer? Or do they go to Harry Brook? I think those are the only choices that they have, being realistic. And they've got to decide, well, whether they want some calm, whether they want something that they know, safe pair of hands, all those usual cliches, or do they take a chance with Harry Brook? And that's really the only choices that they have. I mean, Joe Root's going to have to want to do it, and that's another question altogether. But there seems to be those are the only choices that they have.
There's families over there on the far side of the ground by the Fox Road stand at the moment. He's just embracing them. We hope he's going to come over in just a minute. What do you think, Michael, about the future, about the next appointment?
Well, Harry Brook's not just had a great dress rehearsal as England captain with an innings that he's just played. I would be, you'd want Harry Brook because you've decided he's your white ball captain, so you clearly feel a bit of leadership in him. But I'd be wary of that with Harry, because he's got a 50-over World Cup next year, and doing all three formats, as we know, is very, very difficult. So there's a big decision to make: Harry Brook or Joe Root.
And what about you, Alistair, on that, about the next one?
Well, I was hoping Stokesy's going to come, so I don't have to answer the question. So you ask Stokesy first.
Well, we've got just a fraction of time, Alistair. We've got a fraction of time.
Well, there's big decisions. I'm not sure who's going to be in the leadership group.
OK, well, thanks very much, Alistair. Ben Stokes is here. He's been over there doing a long television interview over on the Fox Road side of the ground. But thanks very much for joining us, Ben, on what's quite a momentous day for you. I suppose that the question is why, and why now?
Yeah, I think it's a process. I think you go through with a lot of people who are close to you, not only in terms of my close family, but also people who I feel like I've built a very good relationship with in terms of who I played with. And there's one thing that I think someone I spoke to just said, like, when it happens, like, what does it feel like? And they just say it basically just feels like it kicks you in the teeth, and you just sort of know. And I've had a couple of those over the last probably, I think, 5 or 6 weeks, and then it was up there yesterday or the day before, I can't remember, to be honest. It was when I was actually putting my pads on and waiting to bat. That was, sorry, someone's ringing me. Yeah, that's me, mate. Yeah, sorry. And yeah, I would say that was just sort of the final nail of the coffin. And I came into this week, being very, not open-minded, I don't think it's the right word, but like giving myself as much time and experience everything that a Test match week brings to you, to see if I could really see myself carrying on beyond the series, and being back in amongst it in the environment. I just sort of can't see it, and then obviously with the emotion and the feeling that I got when I was getting my pads on ready to go out and bat in our first innings, those are ones that I felt before, and just sort of was like, right, okay, this is it. This is the one thing I didn't want to be thinking about or feeling like, and it's happening. So it's the final nail in the coffin, along with everything else.
And how do you feel about that now?
Yeah, there's lots of emotion. There's sadness. There's relief. There's happiness. There's excitement. Because I absolutely love cricket. I love the sport, and that's something that I need to make sure that I always feel like I'm doing. And over the last 6 months, 12 months, however long it may be, there's been certain moments where I felt like I haven't loved it, and my time last week back with Durham, there wasn't a moment where I didn't, and so being able to compare what it was like being back at my, at my county where everything sort of started with me and people who I grew up with, and then been comparing it to here where I've always loved, to not feel that sense of love and complete and utter enjoyment like I have done for pretty much, the 100 and whatever test matches before, then you just sort of know, because being able to compare what it was like last week playing for Durham and comparing it to all of the other things this week, it was tough to see me going on past this test match.
You said there were a couple of moments. Was one the blow in the face, and the other one that what happened after the Lord's Test match? Those are the sort of two moments that made you sort of think again.
No, there's lots. I think there's so much that people don't see, that the time and effort that you put in away from all your responsibilities in terms of like in the public. The months after Australia, it was tough in terms of the what I put myself through physically, mentally, to try and build on to this summer and then into the winter and then obviously onto the 2027 Ashes as well. And then I think that whole week at Lord's for me was a very, very strange week. There was that was the start of all of this questioning.
Strange in what way, Ben?
It just didn't have the feel that I felt like it should have done, considering I was out of the England bubble for 6 months. And then when you turn up and you're sort of feeling a bit flat about everything and you're getting a bit aggy about your responsibilities and you're sort of desperate to just get into the game, and it's not how you should feel as an international player, as a captain, because I've always loved and enjoyed the responsibilities that get put on your shoulders away from playing. Believe it or not, I do actually quite enjoy talking to you guys on the vast majority of the time. But even that was just, it felt like a chore last week, and I know it might sound silly, but that's part of part of how I sort of ended up getting myself to this process, along with quite a lot of other things.
What was the reaction in the dressing room when you told them?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of it, it was pretty good. They got a nice clap, but I think there was a bit of shock and a little bit of taking a step back. Baz was, pretty taken aback this morning when I told him. But yeah, he's someone.
He didn't sense it was coming at all.
I don't know. I'll be able to have a good chat with him about it. At some point, obviously. But I don't think so. I don't. I don't know. But they were the group were, I think, just a little bit taken aback, and I guess you don't really want to have conversation with too many people around these kind of things because it is a sensitive subject. But they were good, and I think hopefully the emotion can stay out of it until we get the result tomorrow, because we've still got quite a bit of work to do. But it's been a pretty crazy day.
Yeah. Was it a bit surreal out there, knowing that the announcement was coming out? I mean, it was kept quiet for, I don't know, about 4 or 5 hours, something like that.
Yeah, we've got a great comms team who sort of, I just said, can you guys work together with Michael Lum and Neil Fairbrother about what you want to do? But there was a whole lot of reasonings. It was sort of, we don't know how the game was going to play out, and they decided that if we do get them 7 or 8 down, we'll put it out, because the whole thing around me opening the batting was actually a tactical decision that we've been speaking about probably for the last 2 days. So they just sort of thought there would be a real positive spin to the whole day if we do end up, getting them 7 or 8 down, and it might gee the crowd up and gee everyone up for obviously what's going to be a tough chase. And it worked out pretty well there. And obviously, we're 4 down now. Would have been great to come in 2 down, but we've made a really big dent in this, pretty. Run chase that's quite far away at the moment, especially on this wicket. But we've made a good dent in it, and I think today as a whole has been pretty entertaining day for people who've come here. Yeah,
I think this is a day they'll remember for a very long time. Just one final point, we'll let you go. I know it's been a long and bizarre day. Are you going to play on?
Yes, I am. Yeah, that's part of the excitement. I think everyone sort of maybe plans what they're going to do when they're done with this, and me and my partner always spoke about sort of getting to the end of the Ashes, and hopefully that's going the way it was going to go, and then going back and playing a little bit of county cricket and other opportunities that there is at the moment. But you can never have it. No one ever gets sort of the perfect ending that they want. And unfortunately, for me, it's came a lot earlier than sort of what I've been speaking about. But that's in a perfect world, and the world certainly isn't perfect. And it's definitely the right time for me to step away because I don't know if selfish is the right word, but it definitely is the right thing for me. I've been through some tough times before, feeling like I've forced myself to keep going, maybe when I shouldn't have done, and I don't want to, even comprehend maybe leaking towards that again. Because as I say, I've got so much love for this great sport that's given me an unbelievable career and an unbelievable opportunity, and I want to make sure that I'm loving and enjoy every single moment out on the field, regardless of who is that for.
Ben, thanks very much for your time and congratulations on your career.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
There we go. That's Ben Stokes on his last day as an international cricketer. He's gone over to have a quick hug there with Alistair Cook. Michael Vaughan is shaking hands with him. Jonathan Agnew as well shaking hands with him. And you heard Ben say there that he actually enjoys those media interactions with Jonathan. So Jonathan, you had a chance to shake hands with him there. He said he enjoys media interactions with the likes of us and you.
He's promised me a date tomorrow for 5 minutes at the end of the game, which is rather nice for us to. Yeah, look, Ben, he was. That was kind of thoughtful, Ben, wasn't it? And
kind of relieved Ben as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I couldn't hear a huge amount because there's quite a lot of noise going around. I was interested in the fact that they talked about him opening the batting for 2 days. That was quite an interesting little giveaway there. But yeah, I think. If there's any sort of conspiracy theorists out there, that kind of laid that to rest. I mean, I think we're still going to see what happens after this game. And I go back to that point again about the fact that this series is all about a reset of English cricket. And I would say, given the odds are that England will lose tomorrow, that hasn't happened. And so whether that has ramifications elsewhere within the management setup, we just have to wait and see. But it's a sad day. I mean, it's always sad when you lose a player like that, and you think of the wonderful entertainment that that Ben's given. I mean, I've been with Michael, he's gone. Cookie when he's gone. He's sort of there are people who have contributed a huge amount to English cricket, and we're very lucky to work with them. Even that sort of relationship, with Ben, to interview the England captain 2 or 3 times a week, it's a fantastic thing, and you do get to know them a bit, not terribly well. But a bit, and you just can't help but to feel a bit sad when you see them go.
He said he's going to play on, but he said that's it for him. He did retire from one-day international cricket. They were chanting one more year over there. I mean, could you see the sort of the cry go up? Next May, Ben, come back.
If he is still playing for Durham, and England lose the first test against Australia, you know what the media is going to do. And so who knows? Never say never. You can unretire if you want to, but I'll tell you, if England do lose that first test against Australia, or don't look, or even it's a losing draw, and Ben's knocking them over up at Durham, there'll be quite a cry in the media, won't there?
Yeah, you'd think so, because there's a lot of county cricket that leads up to an Ashes series, and if he is in very good form, and England have got they've got that series in South Africa, which is pretty tough. They go to Bangladesh. They've got the test match in Australia, the day-night test match in Australia to celebrate the 150th anniversary. Yeah, you can see it, can't you?
Definitely, and I wouldn't put it beyond him. I can see headlines written now, but with someone like Ben at 35 and such a fierce competitor, and he'll be fit. We know how fit how hard he trains, and his determination. The thought of Ben Stokes, answering his country's cry for help, I wouldn't rule it out.
No.
I'll ask him tomorrow.
Yeah, well, that is the question for tomorrow. That's the only question left for you, isn't it? Really? Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. Actually, it'll be a nice, friendly end, because we do. When someone's been a captain for 4 years, you know what it's like doing this job. You do have your ups and downs, and Australia was a difficult tour for everybody. But no, I'm looking forward to thanking him tomorrow. I always do. Every England captain I've seen off always somehow send a text or a letter to say thank you. Because they do. They give us their time, and he's been excellent at that.
Okay, Jonathan, thank you very much indeed. Let's go to Andy Zaltzman to give us a statistical look at Ben Stokes' international career.
Well, I mean, Stokes is one of those players whose statistics are not entirely relevant to what he's done for the game and the performances he's put in, but nonetheless they are very impressive. Across all formats, over 11,000 runs and 352 wickets for England. In Tests specifically, 122 games. He's finished with 7,273 runs at an average of 34 with 14 centuries and 252 wickets at an average just under 31 plus 115 catches. Amongst the sort of individual achievements, his highest score, 258 against South Africa in the 2015-16 series, reached his 200 in 163 balls, the second fastest Test double hundred ever scored. He's one of only 5 players in Test history to achieve the double of 200 wickets and 5,000 runs, alongside some other great all-rounders of the game: Jacques Kallis, Garfield Sobers, Kapildev and Ian Botham. In one-day internationals, 114 games, almost 3,500 runs, 5 centuries and 74 wickets. And played a key role in that World Cup final, 84 not out in that dramatic game to earn England that super over. And T20s, not great statistics overall, but a massive contribution to that World Cup win in 2022, including an unbeaten 52 in the final. And as a captain, which might be in some ways his sort of greatest legacy, the way he's captained the side, and we've seen the results decline over the sort of 4 and a bit years of his captaincy. But to put in context quite how extraordinary this Stokes-McCullum era has been, in the 40 tests that England played, from the Trent Bridge game here against New Zealand 4 years ago, when we saw that first sort of eruption of what we consider sort of baseball batting in particular, up to the end of last summer in 2025 in that dramatic series with India, England scored at 4.59 runs per over in 40 test matches. And the fastest any other team has ever scored in a 40 test sequence was 3.91 per over, and that was the dominant Australians at the start of this century. So that gives a context of quite how different, quite how unique this the baseball approach has been in terms of how they've played the game. Now, it's had its successes and failures, but to see something new in a sport as old as Test cricket is a fairly rare thing. The Stokes team has had 4 of England's 9 highest successful fourth innings chases. They've had 3 wins after conceding 550 in the field, and there have only been 9 such victories in the history of Test cricket, and only 1 by England previously, which was back in 1894. So it sort of gives an idea of the extraordinary achievements of this team under Stokes' captaincy, albeit that the results have petered out. They haven't had that, the landmarks 5 Test series victories that they'd have wanted. The drawn series at home with Australia and India, and heavy defeats in India and Australia. But nonetheless, a truly extraordinary cricketer who's done some of the most astonishing individual and collective things that we've seen from an England player.
Indeed, Zoltz, thanks very much indeed. So at the close of play on Ben Stokes' final day as an international cricketer, in terms of he's out, so he will not participate tomorrow. It's done. England need 373 to win. There are 103 for 4. Stokes out, and Brook out, and Bethel out, and Duckett out. So a huge task for England tomorrow, and you imagine that New Zealand will win this Test match to take the series. You can watch highlights now on Today at the Test on BBC Two and BBC iPlayer, and we'll be back on air 10 a.m. tomorrow for what could be a very special day, but it looks as though it's going to be New Zealand's day. But we'll leave you with some of the special Ben Stokes moments.
Here is Rabada, and swing again from Stokes, and he's middled this one as well. He knew from the moment he felt contact that it was the middle of the bat. That one has gone.
It's a surreal feeling. It hasn't sunk in yet. I don't think it will until this Test match is finished.
So here's Rabada, rhythmical approach. Short, pulled away by Stokes, 6 more. That was out of the middle, and it's 250 for Ben Stokes.
The fastest 250 in Test cricket. Proud is definitely a word I'll use, and is how I'm feeling right now.
Cummins on his way again from the far end, bowls to Stokes, hammers it past him, and the fielder dives, it's gone for 4. Wow, an incredible shot.
What a shot.
I was saying to everyone before, I don't understand what it is with finals that produce things like that.
Bolt's on his way, bowls to him, that's a length, and he heaves it away into the leg side. That's going to go for 6. What a shot.
Well, Ben Stokes. He's the fiercest of competitors.
I hope that we've inspired people to want to do this, in the future, kids and everything like that want to be a part of what we've just been a part of.
Here's the last ball of the World Cup final. Archer bowls it. It's clipped away into the leg side. They're going to come back for the second. The throw is picked up. They throw to the wicket-keeper's end. He's run out, is he? I think he's run out. England have won the World Cup.
Ben Stokes says he's honoured to take up the role as England men's Test captain.
Green bowls and he swings at the next ball, and that's gone for another 6. A crazy over and the 100 for Stokes.
Word has got out that Ben Stokes, 25 past 3 on the 4th day, has announced that he's retiring, and he's still bowling. He's got the old ball. Crowd behind him now. Over the wicket he goes. Bowls to Folks, edged and caught. Well, there's something Botham-esque about that. Some people have their script written for them, and they're beyond the realms of the rest of us. And Ben Stokes is one of those.
5 Live Sports.
After the final whistle has sounded,
I think it's safe to say there's only one place to start.
Dive deeper into the World Cup on BBC Sounds.
I think it's the right decision.
it restores your faith in sport. Discover a range of podcasts featuring analysis, in-depth interviews and stories you may never have heard before.
We have a slight problem with our commentary position. And I said, we can't see half of the pitch.
From the Football Daily
to the Wayne Rooney Show
and Games Gone, the Steve Bratnell podcast.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
Biggest sporting events on BBC Sounds.
Drop shot! Winner!
From the WSL, the Super League, the IPL, tennis majors, and much more.
Around the corner, beautifully worked rifle.